there's a storm brewing. One more relentless than you can imagine. As we take to the air and rip through the water, our storm grows stronger. United, we ride. And together, we bring the action. Can you feel it?
I left stumbling down a path full of broken bones, and what was I thinking? I gave up, dived in, weighed down with 1,000 stones, so ain't I sinking? Whispers in my head, I can forgive, I can forget. Shake the world off of my shoulders, take this weight off of my chest. I can keep on taking sides, cause the world ain't taking mine. So I just breathe.
Welcome to day 2 of the Freestyle Pro Tour. The sun is rising, the wind is building, and I'm joined by race director Danny Cater, who's going to go through the plan for today. Danny, what's the plan?
Good morning, Sandy. Good morning, everyone. So it's 6 o'clock at the moment. We're here in Untitled Chapter, and we're about to start, hopefully, our biggest day of action today with a full single elimination going on. And maybe if we get the conditions we like, we'll maybe even start some rounds of the double today. So 6 o'clock we did skippers meeting, and 7 o'clock we'll be having our first heat, heat 1 on the water.
Perfect. And obviously this is the only really day of wind on the forecast. So yeah, we're just aiming to try and get everything done if we can. So that's why we're here so early. But all the riders are here. Everyone's looking good. And yeah, we're hoping for a good day on the water. Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the Freestyle Pro Tour here on the sunny and getting windier shores of Lake Neusiedl here in Austria. It's a beautiful day. We were all here very early this morning, but we all got to watch the sunrise, and now we are watching the wind build. Welcome to day 2, and I'm joined by my boss again, the CEO of the Freestyle Pro Tour, the big boss, the man behind all of this, Adam Sims.
Thank you, Sandy. Pleasure to be here, bright and breezy, nice and early.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a little window on the action here, and actually we can just see some whitecaps coming in, and super nice, actually, that that wind is starting to build already, so it's a good sign for the day ahead. A bit of mix on forecasts, actually. So the forecasts say one says that sort of early wind and then dropping a little bit around sort of lunchtime, and others say that it's building through the day. So signs are that it was actually light in the morning, and it's building now, so it's a good sign of things to come.
Yeah, that's what. I was literally just looking at the forecast before we went live, and I saw the same thing as well. All of you windsurfers out there will be very familiar with Wind Guru. I'm sure you guys, it's the first website you check every morning, like most of us. And each forecast did say something different, but they all said wind.
Exactly.
Obviously, on the lighter end of the scale, it is realistically probably going to be that kind of 4.8, 5.2 weather that we've come to know and love at this event. And we're windsurfers, we're used to this.
Indeed,
and the aim for us is to put on a show no matter what the conditions are. Obviously, looking on the left-hand side of your screen there, you can see the first heats. We tried to run that a couple of times yesterday, but unfortunately just not enough wind. We actually saw a lot of rain come through, and anyone that's local to this area, I mean, it happens all over the world. Usually when you get a rain front come in, it completely kills the wind, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And that's obviously a very good sign for today that there is none of that around.
Yeah.
So, and also there is that small chance for tomorrow as well. It's a bit lighter on the forecast, but it's similar direction, a touch warmer. So there is a small window of opportunity potentially for tomorrow, maybe a shorter window, but it might be good to finish a double elimination if we get far today. So our hopes are to get started really in the next hour or two. At the moment, I mean, it may be that we get started right on time. They might give it a go with the first heat and see how that pans out. Might be they have to push a little bit, heats a little bit longer, and like that. So, yeah, looking promising, and quite excited for the day ahead.
Well, I mean, there's a lot we can do. As you said, you can make heats a bit longer. You can, count less moves so that there's more of a chance for people to fill a score sheet. So I'm sure the judges out on that platform you can see on your screen. I mean, they were on that for a long time yesterday, but they've got a much brighter, sunnier view today. And as I said, I've already seen a couple of the riders do a couple of moves. Obviously it looks pretty difficult. You can see Tim, one of the young Brouwersdam locals, Tim Gerdes, I believe. He taught me how to say his name properly. So Tim on the simmer, going past, and then I think that's one of the new guys, Matthias Vingard as well out there. Actually, he's the one that I saw do a couple of moves. So there's definitely some wind to be had, but yeah. We will see. But before that, why don't we check in on the action from yesterday? There were a few moves that went down. As I said, it's the first event of the year, so it's just nice for everyone to catch up with each other. And there was some real good vibes. So yeah, let's check out the highlights from yesterday.
Welcome back to the 2022 Freestyle Pro Tour. We're here for the first stage on the Lake Neusiedl here in Austria for the summer opening. The riders have just arrived, they're getting their gear ready, and the forecast is looking reasonable for today, better for tomorrow, and perhaps a warm weekend for some nice tow and action. So the riders are prepared, getting rigged, there's some fresh faces around, so let's have a look around the event site and see what's going on.
Yeah, I went this morning for my first heat of the year.
Yeah.
And it was nice, but really short gust, so I couldn't planning all heat.
I haven't been out, so I just arrived only yesterday, and obviously today it didn't really get windy, so yeah, wasn't that inviting to go out. But yeah, I really hope I'll make it out tomorrow and we get some good conditions.
So heat 1 and 2 sailed a couple of times. Unfortunately, the conditions didn't quite come through, so we're rolling over to tomorrow. The forecast looks a little better, and we've got a little preview of some action, some warm-up action that took place just a couple days before.
yesterday and the couple of days before that as well. Giving you a taste of what this lake can really look like, and hopefully a taste of what we're going to be seeing later on. As you can see there, the judge's boat on the left-hand side of your screen there. Looks like that wind is building, as Adam said. And then we've spoken to a few of the local guys, and they've also said usually, you know, when the sun does come out, it does mean that there can be a chance of a kind of thermal effect, and it's looking a lot warmer today than it was yesterday. So we're keeping everything crossed, fingers crossed, for a bit of breeze. Wherever you guys are watching from, let us know in the comments, whether you're watching on Facebook or over on our YouTube channel. Please, say hi, tell us who you're rooting for. And where you are in the world, where you're watching from. Obviously, it's very early here, so some people may not have woken up. And joining me in the booth, come for a bit of a chat, is the German powerhouse himself, Felix Volkhart. Let me just get him mic'd up. Felix, have a seat, put that on. Good morning, Felix. How are you?
Good morning.
All good?
All good. I just came to the event site a little bit later.
Yeah.
This meeting was, I think, at 6, but I'm not in the first heat, so I took it a bit easy. And let's see. The first guys are out already.
Yeah.
And I think they're already starting to get planing as well. So
Yeah, I've seen a couple of moves.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
Matthias Vingard, the Danish guy. Yeah, I've seen him do a couple of moves already.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so like I said before you came in, fingers crossed. We're keeping everything crossed that that there's going to be some breeze today.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think so too. But it looks promising, you know, because I've been here like 2 days before the event already, and we had similar conditions to this, because we had a forecast which was quite similar to this. Like, we had like 15 to 19 knots in the forecast.
Yeah.
And in the end, with this like good weather, there was, I don't know, like probably some thermal effect here, and then we suddenly were planing on 4-4. So
Yeah.
I don't know, you know, like you never know here, but it looks kind of promising. So, and the wind picks up. I think now it's still a little bit too cold.
Yeah.
I guess that when it heats up a bit, that
Well, it's so early. It's not, you know, it's it's 6:55 local time here. So I mean, it's you know, it could take another hour to really kind of warm up. But I think for us, you know, looking at the forecast, as Adam said, there's a chance tomorrow, but realistically, today's the day.
Exactly.
You know.
That's also what I think. Yeah.
Yeah, before we go, Alex Mertens coming in all the way from sunny California, rooting for the German powerhouse in the booth. Bit of love there. I know you've done some traveling with Alex before, haven't you?
Yes, actually.
Yeah.
And actually, like after this event, I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna stay home for 3 days, and then I'm gonna fly out to California actually to
cool.
to go for some sailing together.
Awesome.
And, really can't wait. It's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, it looks good out there. It looks a lot warmer than here.
Yeah, for sure. Like,
yeah,
we're pretty far from.
We're a long way away.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, as you can see, guys, these guys in this first heat have been putting on a real performance. They've had to go out sort of 2 or 3 times, haven't they, to try and sail this heat. So fingers crossed, third time lucky. Taking a look now at the single elimination ladder. Felix, what are your thoughts? Who are you up against, Felix? So you are up against George Grizzly.
Exactly, again.
Yeah, I said to George, I swear you're always against Felix. And he said, well, this will be actually only his third heat ever competing on the tour. So I was like, well, that's still 66% of your heats against Felix, because he said this would be your second one. Yeah.
True.
Because I know you guys are good friends as well. You guys traveled to Brazil together. So what's that like when you come up against someone who, you know, you've maybe you're quite, you know, close to, whereas some of the other guys maybe you haven't done a trip with, but I know you and George hung out quite a lot. Here's the stats coming up here, guys, of their, you know, average moves, highest scoring moves. What's that like when you come up against someone that you're quite good friends with? Are you like, nah, it's, you know, it's me?
Yeah, it's always a bit, it's hard, you know, like, because in the end we are all friends, but then on the water we cannot actually be friends. So you still, you know, like, you want to win, so you're gonna go all in and you're gonna sell your ass off, basically.
Yeah.
So to just be better than the other one. And you know, like, but also I think like that everyone on tour is actually getting this quite well, because, you know, we all know that on the water is just competition is on, and we can just not be friends anymore for this moment.
Yeah.
Because every one of us is just having the dream to win, you know. So I think for these like 7-8 minutes, it's kind of being opponents, but then afterwards it's all good again, you know.
Yeah.
So I think me and George, like, we're fine with this, you know, like, it's cool, but it's, you know, like, as more often as it happens, it's like, oh, why do I have to sail against this guy again? You know, like, put me up against someone else who's like, who you're not as close with, you know, then it's easier, or it's like, I don't know.
And you had some, it's funny for you because you kind of started your career and then obviously the pandemic started and everything shut down. So this year is probably your first actual full year, you know, doing events and
exactly.
you know, being at the level you are. I think you did some events before, but you were still kind of coming up and learning the moves. But you know, what's that like for you now, looking at this year and going, I've spent the last couple of years training and working, even though the world's been closed. Now everything's open. The world's my oyster. I can go and do all these events. How does that feel for you? Do you feel some pressure, or are you just kind of looking forward to it all?
So first, for sure, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
But then second is also like I think the pressure is only coming from myself, you know, because you're like, how you said, like when I was starting off, like the first years, it was not. I was still on the way. I was still learning all the moves, and now I finally get to the level where I want to be. Like I get all the double moves in as well, and I still have to improve those, you know, like get them more safe as well, but. Actually, like now this year, I'm finally at a level where I'm like, okay, I really feel ready, you know, like I'm really looking forward to it, and it's amazing. Like, to be honest, it's the best season probably to come, you know, like, and especially with looking at the calendar this year, we have so many good events coming up, so I really cannot wait, and it's amazing. Yeah,
it sure does look like a good year to be on tour.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, I think it's and it's a nice mix of conditions as well. You know, last year, you know, obviously, of course, we were still in the grips of a pandemic, so it's very difficult running events. But we only had here and then Rhodes, but they were two completely different events.
Exactly.
Here we have much lighter wind, flat water, you know, on a lake, and out there, you know, it was the force of the Mediterranean Sea. You know, it was waves.
Yeah, it was basically waves.
You know, I think you said you did one of the biggest air funnels you've ever done. I'm literally picturing it right now. I remember you doing it. Yeah. You had some good heats in that.
It was sick.
You took some big names out, didn't you?
Exactly. Like I was the biggest name probably was Tati.
Yeah.
And man, this heat was amazing. You know, like I was just like, okay, I have to go all in, otherwise I'm not gonna be able to win this. So I just went as big as I can, basically. And it was amazing. Like, you know, like I was going switch outside, so like you basically like go big automatically because you just go.
You don't have a choice,
You know? But then I was also like, okay, let's push this, you know, like let's just send it. And in the end, it was working. So I was really stoked on that. Yeah. Really nice.
Yeah, that was great, and we're very much looking forward to being back there again this year. But we've got a few more events in between there, I think.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a really interesting year. You know, famously, freestyle has never had that many events on the calendar, really. So it's going to be exciting to see how people perform with more events, because obviously there's more chances for upsets.
Exactly.
You know.
You know, like I think we also have like a lot of different kind of conditions as well. So like last year we had this kind of flat conditions here with light wind. Then we went to Rhodos, where we got basically pretty strong wind and big waves. You know, like what I'm looking forward to is like it's not confirmed yet, but for me like the Brazil event would be just a dream. You know, because my good side sailing or jumping is starboard tech. So you know, like at the moment, all the events we have is always port deck conditions. So I'm really looking forward. Like it's not confirmed, but if we would get the event done there, that would mean so much to me. Like I'm looking forward to sailing starboard deck conditions on a contest forever already. Yeah. And I think also like the other events. What do we got? We got Alachati. I think this is a sick place as well. What else is on the calendar?
Alachati, it's just Alachati because it's a summer location in Turkey. You know, you're kind of just guaranteed wind. You know, and it's going to be windy.
Yeah.
You know, we'll be going there at the end of August and then straight to Rhodes. And then capping the year off in Brazil, hopefully. Yeah, and Brazil as well. I mean, anyone out there, if you've ever been to Jericoacoara, you know, it's just an amazing place to be. Exactly. You know, even just the conditions, but you know, running an event, and I know when that was announced, a lot of the local guys there were very excited, and it's something that I think the freestyle world has been wanting to see for a very long time. An event in Brazil, you know, it's such a famous spot, and I mean, we're all, again, keeping our fingers crossed that does happen, that does go ahead, because, you know, nothing is certain in this day and age. I'm sure all of you out there know as well. So yeah, but we're really hoping that one comes in. We've got a bit of love coming in on the Facebook. Myrte Kempen. Oh, maybe one of Bodie's relations. We are in Elmeet, Brouwersdam, supporting our locals. That's what we like to see. A lot of love always coming in for the Brouwersdam guys. They're so funny. They kind of travel in a pack, don't they?
Yeah.
Like those three boys.
Together,
yeah. They're great.
Chico and Bodie.
Yeah, they're
so
much fun.
Guys, you know, like they already have a level which is insane.
Yeah.
And they always train together. And, you know, this place, I'm like basically Brouwersdam is my home spot as well.
Yeah.
And this place is just amazing for training, for sailing in general. You get such a big variety of conditions there. You get a lot of wind basically, and this place is just like perfect for freestyling.
Oh, it's what you dream of. If you want to like grow up and grow up and get into freestyle windsurfing, you know, there's a lot worse places than living near Brouwersdam.
Definitely.
You know, considering that like Dieter, Jentel, Steven, all those guys from Belgium, like drive over there to go and you know do it. It's a destination. So I mean, if you know these guys that live there, that's very exciting. And we are seeing the yellow flag coming up, so we are going to go ahead with the heat. I don't know whether these guys are kind of staying off the plane to stay upwind, or whether they're just not powered up enough. But the water certainly looks windier. The flag's moving significantly more. So I would say there probably is a little bit more wind than there was earlier. And like I said, it is picking up. Not Ingham on the Facebook, freezing cold, poor guys and girls.
Yeah.
It's not too bad. It's not too bad. Yesterday we saw someone with a hood on. Piero, one of the rookies, was wearing a hood. I don't think it's hood weather today. I know you might. This is some intel. I probably shouldn't tell you this because George is my friend as well. But George only has a 3-2 wetsuit with him, so I think he's going to be cold out there.
It's going to be cold for sure.
What wetsuit are you wearing out there? How cold is it?
It is like yesterday. It was colder than today, to be honest, because yesterday we had the rain.
Yeah.
Which made it a lot colder actually, because you're
no sun as well.
Exactly, no sun. And today, like now it's still quite early, so it was kind of cold as well. But I think, you know, with the sun, like you can already feel that it's probably gonna warm up today, and it's gonna get way warmer than yesterday. Like it's also the temperatures which are on the forecast, they already look better. Oh, nice.
Oh,
almost.
I thought that was going to happen. I don't know what. Yeah. That was Matthias Vingard there. One of the kind of, I'm calling them undercover rippers. One of the undercover rippers we haven't seen in competition before. Like I said, when I kind of went through the list of all the names, and I was just looking at all their Instagrams. I was like, I need to learn who these guys are for the commentary. But yeah, they've all got all the moves.
Yeah.
Matthias Vingard from Denmark. Nice to see someone coming over from Denmark. It's such a windy place.
Yeah.
I mean, he's probably used to the cold.
For him it's like summer, to be honest.
Yeah.
He was like,
yeah.
It's not cold here.
And he just goes down on a spock there. You see, the wind is still just on the edge. But I know it's very easy to look at it and go, why are we running? Yeah. But I mean, we're all here. We don't really have anything else to do. And we're trying to bring you guys some freestyle, some entertainment. So yeah, keep on the comments. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you're rooting for. These guys have sailed this heat a few times now. So in the draw, we've got Sam Steve up against Matthias Vingard and Matteo Testa up against Tim Gerdes on the other side. Matteo Testa, obviously Jacopo Testa's brother, so maybe feeling like he's been in his brother's shadow for a bit, but he certainly doesn't belong there. He's an amazing sailor as well.
Amazing. I was sailing together with him in Tarifa in the winter, and this guy is on it. Okay, sorry guys, I really don't want to interrupt, but I'm in the third heat, and
no, you go, Felix.
I really have to get ready. Like my gear's ready, but looks like they're gonna try to
run. Yeah, we can see a lot of other sailors all sailing out to the sailing area and getting ready.
Planing, so
they are. Yeah, well,
I should get ready.
Yeah, Ile is planing. Ile, one of the young Israeli guys. I think it might have been Felix that told me that he is 55 kilos.
Yes, he is.
So he loves these conditions, I imagine. Or maybe he doesn't love them, but he finds them a lot better than everyone else. But actually, someone else is planing out as well.
Exactly.
Eliran Levi, who didn't get planing at all yesterday. Nice flacker there from Sam Steven, just throwing an extra 360.
I see you later.
Felix, thank you very much. Good luck with your heat.
Thank you. Ciao.
Stam and Steve there putting some points on the board with that Flaka 360. I said, it may not count as a Flaka 720. Sorry, a double Flaka. Obviously, didn't get the pop, but still managed to spin round that second 360. As you can see, Matteo Testa there just planing past. So the way we tend to structure it with these four-man heats is the first half of the heat we focus on the A side of the draw, so heat 1A. And then the second half of the heat, the cameras will focus on heat 1B. So at the moment you can see the live scoring down the bottom. We've got Sam and Steve on the left-hand side of the draw and Matthias Vingard on the right-hand side. Cameras are the opposite to that. So we've got Sam and Steve on your right-hand screen, Matthias Vingard on the left. See, both just gust hunting a little bit. As I said, this is like the freestyle equivalent of float and ride wave sailing. You kind of bob upwind, look for your gust, and then like Sam's doing there. Shaka, how did he do that? Shaka from Sam and Steve there. Obviously not the highest Shaka in the world, but a Shaka is a Shaka. I'm sure many people watching out there, if they landed that, it would be the best windsurf of their life, because that is not an easy move, especially in these conditions. So it's difficult for the judging. The judges obviously have to take that into account. These moves perhaps don't look as amazing, but if anything, they're harder than doing a big move when it's very windy. So it's difficult. Some love coming in on YouTube for Tim Geese Bomer. Geese, I know you're I'm sorry if I'm not saying your name right, but you're always watching on the events last year as well. So yeah, it's good to see you back in the comments. Go Tim. So yeah, more love coming in for the Brouwersdam boys. So we can see port tack score for Sam coming in there. Matthias Vingard yet to put some points on the board. And then Matteo Testa with a couple of moves, a move on both sides. And Tim also with a move on port tack. I'd say probably a Flaka, something like that. It's an all right move to do in these light wind conditions. Yesterday we saw quite a lot of culos as well. A lot of the guys seem to be able to do that in just absolutely no wind. If you guys head over to EFPT.net, don't forget you can also keep up with the live scoring there. With a bit more of a breakdown. So Sam and Steve with a Flaka 360 and a Shaka on port. No moves on starboard yet. Matthias Vingard yet to put some points on the board. Matteo Testa with a Flaka, an E-slider and a Grubby. Port tack, Flaka, E-slider, starboard tack, Grubby. And Tim with a Flaka on port tack. So obviously, not the highest level heats, but we are running and it's very promising. Half an hour ago, they weren't doing any moves, weren't planing at all. So it's great to see that the gusts are obviously picking up. And like I said, it is still only 7:10 in the morning here, local time. So it's very, very early and we've got all day and it's looking like the wind will be picking up. Sasha on YouTube, you all know where my money is on. We know it is on Felix Volkhart. And we'll see how Felix does. Felix joining me in the booth there for a little bit, but now he's gone to get ready. Love coming in from Myrta on Facebook. Tim, go, go, go. As Matthias Vingard, I think, pulls off a Flaka. Stam and Steve probably looking to answer with something of his own. Pumping, but he's come off the plane a little bit. Matteo Testa there with a Vulcan. The Vulcan obviously is the kind of first freestyle move that most people learn. He's putting his hands up there. He doesn't look very happy. I don't know whether it's maybe the cold or that it's not so windy. I mean, he's winning his heat, so I don't think he needs to be too stressed. But it's whether they're gonna. It looks like the flag has come down, so we will see. Let's see what. So that blue and white flag there that you're seeing there, guys, that is the cancel flag. So yeah, that heat will be called off again. Frustrating, I know, but it's part of the game. It's part of the game. Luca coming in on YouTube. How long are the heats? Currently, they're running 8-minute heats, I believe. But again, depending. 9-minute heats, sorry. But again, it may depend. They may kind of make it longer. But obviously, the longer we make the heats, the less time we're going to have to be able to try and run more of them. So it's kind of a fine balance for Danny and the rest of the race crew to kind of figure out, right, how long do we want to make the heats? Like I said, there's also things you can do, cut the amount of moves down. At the moment, it's 3 moves on each side. So they can do 10 moves on each side, or 10 tries, and their best 3 will count. So that's kind of a little bit of information for how the heats are working. And as you can see there, guys, it's official. Heat 1A and B has been cancelled. Maybe we just tried to run it a little bit too early. But like I said, when those guys first went out, it was looking like no wind. They weren't getting planing at all. It was very much just kind of bobbing around. But now, there's some moves going up. So fingers crossed. And then we're seeing the red flag up. So I guess we're going to try and do a resale of that heat and see what happens. As it's difficult because obviously we want to bring you guys the show. We can't do anything about the wind. There's nothing, we can't change it. We have our days set for the event, and that's that. But we want to try and bring you a show. But equally, as Amado was saying yesterday, it's important that we kind of showcase the best of freestyle. And that these guys are the best in the world. So we want to try and show you as high performance moves as possible. And fingers crossed, that's what we're going to see. Obviously, looking down at the forecast, for those of you who have maybe just tuned in, it's looking like that wind is going to kind of pick up throughout today. But different forecasts say different things. A lot of them say we're getting kind of all the wind this morning, kind of finishing by midday. But then some of the other forecasts say actually it's getting kind of windy a bit later on, and hopefully it'll run, for the rest of the day. So we'll wait and see. Bringing up the stats then for Heat 1A. Sam and Steve, a name that you guys are probably all familiar with. The Flying Frenchman, hugely talented sailor from Lucat, known for just doing these huge switch moves. But actually, interestingly, his highest scoring move is a Pasco 844, a move that Sam perhaps isn't known for. He's more known for his air scopus, and these crazy combinations, four air funnels, one air funnel after another 4 times. It's crazy. Heat win percentage, he wins 58% of his heats, so that's pretty good. He's in the plus, he's in the positive, and then he finished second here in 2018. So he's had some great results, and you can see his average port and starboard scores are very, very high. Matthias Vingard, on the other hand, he's a bit more elusive. I think this is his first competition with the Freestyle Pro Tour, so not a huge amount of information on him. But as I said, if you go and check him out on Instagram, he's definitely got all the moves. And then moving to the other side of the board, we've got Matteo Testa from Italy, Jacopo Testa's brother, another hugely stylish, talented sailor. I know last year there was a lot of talk in the freestyle community about get him a sponsor, find him a sponsor, and it looks like F2 are building a bit of a freestyle team, and they've kind of scooped him up. So that's great to see. You can see there he actually had a 9th finish last year. So that's good. And then on the other side was Tim Gerdes on the Simmer sales, one of the young Brouwersdam locals. It's always great to see. As I said, those Brouwersdam guys, very young up and comers, and they're such a good laugh. They're always great to have around at the events. Let us know any questions that you guys have wanted to know. Perhaps if it's a question for a rider, anything like that, let us know on YouTube or on Facebook, wherever you guys are watching, and let us know who you're supporting, and if you guys have any local knowledge about the wind. Where you guys, if you guys have sailed here before, and what you're thinking. So it looks like we are resailing that heat again. Sam and Steve there pumping onto the plane. I'm not sure if that's a 4.8 or a 5.2, but it does look quite big. Sam's actually quite tall, so maybe it's a 5.2. Matthias Vingard there with a nice flacker. That's how you open a heat. And Sam and Steve answering with an E-Slider 540. So it's interesting. I know the heats have been won and lost on someone doing an E-Slider and someone doing an E-Slider 540 or an E-Slider, Diablo. So you come around and kind of go around the clue instead. So that little 540 can just, it's an extra little bit of a rotation, even though it's kind of just a bit of a jibe, with the scoring system. Sam there with a flacker 360, kind of almost like popped into it, but then just slowed right down on the rotation. Interesting to see how that is scored, but certainly a bit more action to start this heat than perhaps we saw. So fingers crossed that is that wind building up, or maybe it's these guys just really, really trying to put on a show for all of you at home, and me, of course, getting to sit here and watch it as well. As I say, I've definitely got the best job. I just get to sit here and watch it all. But let me know in the comments what you're thinking. Matthias Vingard there with a bit of speed, pumping again, ducking that sail, and he will finish that funnel off. Nice. Again, not the fastest funnel he wanted, but at the moment it's just about getting some points on the board. If these guys can fill a score sheet, fingers crossed, then this heat will count. If both riders are being able to put on a show and put on some moves and get through them, then that generally means that this heat should count. Don't forget, guys, you can keep up with the full live scoring over on EFPT.net. Head to events, and obviously the EFPT Austria Surf Opening 2022, and you can scroll down and you will find the full live scoring of what's going on. So Sam Steve with a Flacker 360 and an E-slider, Matthias Vingard with a Flacker, and then that funnel should be coming in as well. Matteo Testa with a Flacker and a bob, and then Tim Gerdes with a Flacker 360. So all riders have put a move on already, and we're only a couple of minutes into this heat. So already better than last time. So again, it may be the case that it's just a bit of a waiting game today, and trying to build. And these guys did their first couple of heats of the draw, have just got to try and make the best of what they've got. Matthias Vingard there, desperate for that Spock. Almost in these conditions, it's better to just settle for the Vulcan. I know a lot of people think the Vulcan, because it's the first move a lot of people learn, they're almost embarrassed to do the Vulcan. They want to try and get around the Spock, but actually, to get some points on the board, it's better to just do the Vulcan rather than try and push the sail round for the Spock. Sam Steve there with a silky smooth grubby, and again, just kind of jibing out a little bit. As you guys know, or if you don't know, if you're wondering why everyone turns around as soon as they've done a move, that's part of the scoring system. Once you've done a trick, you must turn around. You can't do two tricks on the same tack, on the same line. You've got to turn around after each trick. It just ensures that the judges don't miss anything, and it ensures I don't miss anything either. And you guys watching, it just maximises the chances of every move being captured by the cameramen, but more importantly by the judges, so that they can get an idea of what each rider has done. It just makes life a bit easier. And as I said, they've got 10 moves on each side. The best 3 moves will be counting. Currently, Sam Steve and Matteo Testa, respectively, leading these heats. Tim Gerdes with a Flacker 360 and a Vulcan on the other side of Heat B. And Matthias Vingard and Sam Steve. Sam Steve leading 6-7-2, Matthias Vingard 2-1-4, as you guys can see on your screens as well, now that we've got the fancy live scoring, so that you guys can catch up with it, or you can get a more detailed breakdown on EFPT.net. Sam Steve there really pushing round that switch Chachu, but again, points are on the board. Tim there kind of blowing into his hands a bit. Look, maybe his hands are getting a bit cold. I'm sure all of you windsurfers watching from around Europe are familiar with that feeling. We all know when you get that kind of session this time of year, despite the weather getting warmer, usually the water is still very cold from a long dark winter. So it can be difficult to be motivated when it's cold to get out there. But I'm sure most of you will say that doesn't stop you. Taking a look on social media then, we've got some comments coming in. Once again, more love for the Browers Dam boys. So you can see Tim Gerdes on your right-hand screen and Matteo Testa on the left-hand screen on that shiny new F2 sail. As I said, Matteo Testa, it was really a push to try and find him some support, because he's obviously so talented, but wasn't really finding any support from any of the brands. And then F2 kind of seemed to have not come out of nowhere, but they've suddenly sponsored a couple, sort of a few riders. I think there's 3 F2 riders here, which we haven't seen for quite a few years. So it'd be interesting to see how those guys perform on that gear. Obviously, a few years ago, Jamie Howard was riding for them. But before the pandemic, he was kind of signed up to kind of bring them back. And get back into it, but now Jamie has switched back over to Severn. He was on Severn before, but he's on full Severn now. And F2 have snapped up a couple of other riders, including Matteo Testa, who you're seeing on the screen there. Sam and Steve doing a shaka on port and a switch chatu on starboard. You saw the switch chatu on the screen. So Sam and Steve actually putting together an okay heat, and you'll see that's reflected in the scores. Despite the moves perhaps not being as high and explosive as we want, because the conditions are harder, the judges will be rewarding those moves. Matteo Testa pumping onto the plane there, and just a Vulcan for Matteo. I'd say he probably wanted the Spock. But a move is a move, and that will go onto his score sheet. Matthias Vingard trailing Sam and Steve a little bit, just with a flacker and a shove it on starboard. I'd say he probably wanted the shaka on starboard rather than the shove it. Matteo Testa with a flacker. Flacker on port tack. He's actually filled his score sheet on starboard. A bob, an E-slider and a grubby. As I said, it's the best 3 moves to count. So actually, he could obviously try and better them. And I imagine that's probably what he's going to want to do, especially the E-slider coming in at 187. So he's probably going to want to try and that if he lands a better move, that will replace his lowest scoring move. Sam and Steve also filled his score sheet on port tack. Just needs to add one more move on starboard. A few of you guys watching at home, if you're watching. Daniel Reader, good morning, guys. Watching the event from my terrace. Sounds great. Perfect bit of Thursday morning entertainment. Let us know. Are you guys bunking off school, work, anything like that? What are you pretending that you're not doing so that you can watch these heats with us? I know previously there's been quite a few guys saying they're in school watching this on their phones. While we shouldn't condone behaviour like that, equally we don't mind. We love it. It's the passion for windsurfing is what we like to see. And that's why we're all here, of course. Checking in with the scores then on EFPT.net. And that's the best thing to do, guys. Have a tab open so you can watch the live stream, and have another tab open so you can keep up to the live scoring. Obviously, we've got it up on the screen for you, but if you want a more detailed breakdown, don't forget, you can head over to EFPT.net. It looks like that is this heat over with. So it looks like Sam and Steve and Matteo Testa will be advancing. And you can see the red flag up there, and that is the next heat will be starting. So taking a look at the heat order for today then. So we are going to be running men's heats 1 to 3, A and B. So we'll be doing 4-man heats like we've just seen. 1 to 3, then 5 to 7, and then 4B and 8B. And the reason we're doing that is because of the seeding. So a couple of riders have been seeded, obviously because of their performances last year and where they were ranked. So they will be ranked slightly higher up the draw. So that's how it's working. And then once we've done that, we will be moving into the women's heats. This is the first time the women have competed here in Austria. I had a catch up with Maika Hooverman, our tour leader from last year. Great to catch up with her yesterday and kind of chat about it and how great it is to have the women at this event. This is quite a big event. It's watched by a lot of people, and it's great to get some more exposure for the women's fleet and try and encourage more women to take part in the sport. And Micah said, she'll be doing the tow-in at the weekend as well. And, hopefully there'll be some girls and women in the audience going, wow, this is just for the boys. It's just the boys that do this. And Micah very much said she's hoping to kind of fight against that stigma and say, no, the girls are here to make a statement as well. So it'll be really exciting to see them take to the water later on. Yellow flag is up. And here are some stats for this heat coming up. Obviously, he needs no introduction. Jento Kers on the left-hand side, a previous world and European champion, and Piero Rautnik on the right-hand side, actually one of the rookies that took part in the camp that Jento was teaching. So it's quite funny they've ended up in a heat together. But I mean, that heat win percentage is astounding. Jento wins 81% of his heats. Which is crazy. You can see Piero, only 15 years old. Great to see these kind of younger guys just getting stuck in to the competition kind of infrastructure and having a go and seeing how they get on. On the other side is an all-Israeli showdown. Eliran Levi, a name, if you're into freestyle, you're probably familiar with. Just powerful style, and also been snapped up by F2. And then Ile Bamnolker on the other side, you'll see there on the red Gastra sail. As said, Felix, I think, said he's about 55 kilos, but he has got all the moves. He came to Rhodes last year, and he can do, he's got everything in his little box of tricks. So it'd be really interesting to see how he get on. Yentl, I had a chat to him yesterday. Yesterday he used a 4.8, but I think he said if he needs to, he will be using the 5.2. So I would say that's probably a 5.2. But having the power there, pumping onto the plane, keeping it there, and then throwing that grubby round. Oh, and he saves it there. Oh, that looked like it was going to go wrong for a second, but manages to save it. So there, Yentl immediately putting some points on the board. And we'll see how Piero Rautnik does. As I said, he was doing the rookies camp before the competition started. And Yentl, it was coached by Dieter van der Eycken, who is our rookies coach for this season. He'll be doing all the kind of rookies camps and teaching them all. And Yentl kind of came and joined in. So it's pretty funny, you know, you're being taught by one of your heroes, and then suddenly you're up in a heat against him. I can't decide whether I'll be nervous or excited. Or, to be honest, he's probably a little bit of both. I know this is Piero's second event as well, but it's great to see, you know, the rookies kind of coming up and getting involved in the competition. So that's Piero on the left-hand screen there on the kind of multicolored Gastra sail. And then obviously Yentl on the right-hand side with the shiny new Neil Pride sails. Just refreshing now, guys. Don't forget you can head over to EFPT.net for a more full breakdown of the scoring. But we've also got the scoring up on the screen now, as well as the heat time, so you guys aren't going to miss any of the action. Like I said, it looks like the wind is going to be increasing throughout the day. So yeah, we're keeping everything crossed. Bit of love coming in on Facebook for Yentl Cares Eben. I remember you commenting in previous events as well. There's always a lot of love coming in for Yentl. Obviously, he's got a lot of ties to a lot of spots around the world. I think he spends a lot of time in Italy at Lake Garda, but also a lot of time at Brouwersdam as well. Obviously, he's from Belgium. But as I was saying earlier to Felix, you know, a lot of the guys from Belgium, I think, tended to drive over to Brouwersdam and sail there a lot. So, yeah, a lot of love always coming in for those guys. See there, this heat not looking almost looks like the wind's dropped a little bit, or maybe just they're not quite getting as lucky with the gusts. Yeah, just I think I saw it looks. I'm just trying to look at. Yeah, it looks like Yentl is on 5.2. So yeah, pumping on a 5.2. It's obviously not ideal, but equally it's better than us sitting and not doing anything. You know, it's important that we want to try and get a result ultimately at the end of the day. So it's that's why, for anyone wondering why we're running in these conditions. At the end of the day, we're here to compete. We're here to run a competition, and we just got to take whatever Mother Nature throws at us. So currently just that grubby coming in for Yentl, and then Ile, as I said, Ile weighing only 55 kilos, I think. But as I said, that's not to understate his skill and talent at all. On port tack coming in with a flacker and a shacker, starboard tack, a spock and an E-slider for a total heat score of 11.35. I mean, it'd be interesting to see what they do about this heat, considering Piero and Eliran so far haven't really managed to put any points on the board through no fault of their own. It just doesn't seem like they've really got the power. Piero looks like he's on a bit of a smaller sail. So I'd say probably a 4.8. I can't think it'd be a 4.4. But it looks like 4.8. Ideally, if you're wanting to compete and take it seriously, I think it's important to make sure that you've got the big sails as well, because you just never know what the conditions are going to be like. I know there's been events here in the past where it's been 35 knots, and kind of like a big storm's come through, or there's been events here where it's been like this. You never really know what you're going to get. So we're just coming into, you can see there, Ile kind of planing past Yentl there. Yentl giving him a bit of a look. Lucky he's not up against him. I mean, I'm sure all of you out there who windsurf will know there are a few things more frustrating than watching either who you're against or your friends plane past you. Nobody likes that. A little bit of frustration. It's looking like on the left hand side there, Piero kind of just waving his hand a bit, maybe just having a chat to Ile. guess just talking about the conditions. Yeah, it's always a difficult one. Those of you out there watching, though, let us know where you are watching from, who you are watching with, and who you're rooting for, and what you've been up to. Let us know. Have you been windsurfing recently? Looks like that is the cancel flag up, so this heat will be cancelled. It's a shame. It looked like there was a bit more wind in the previous heat, but this one, yeah, it's just looking, looking like the wind's kind of just very patchy, very up and down. You can see someone jumping up and down there. I don't know whether that's for joy or whether it's to warm up. I would say it's probably to warm up a little bit. So it looks like that heat has been cancelled. As we wait and see what's going on. So I can see some of the riders coming in through my little window here. You can see the guys from Heat 1 sort of coming in. Obviously, they'll, if anything, it's kind of, even though you didn't get the result you wanted, it's kind of good in a way to know that your heat is, you've managed to run it. There's nothing more frustrating than just kind of sitting and waiting for that heat to try and run, and having to go back out, especially when it's a bit cold like it is now. So we'll just wait while that cancellation flag is up. It looks like, I'd say they'll probably try and run it again. All the riders probably coming back up to the most upwind point of the sailing area. And I think they'll be, waiting to go again. I imagine Ile's probably a bit frustrated. He managed to put down a few moves, but at the same time, Amado was saying yesterday as well. There's a certain point where it's got to be fair. It's got to be. Every rider has got to have a chance to put on a show and lay down their moves. It's not too bad, because you're heavier or because you don't have a big enough sail. There's a fine line for the judges and the race guys, to make sure that it's a fair competition, but also that we can actually run in the conditions. Nottingham media coverage is on an unreal level. Congrats. Thank you very much. We really appreciate that. As I said, Adam Sims and the rest of the guys working behind the scenes for the Freestyle Pro Tour, whether it's the cameramen, the guys flying the drones, even all the guys out on the boat. There's a lot of effort going on behind the scenes to bring you guys this production. It's a big thing. So yeah, it's very much appreciated, and I hope you guys are enjoying it. Obviously, there's nothing we could do about the wind, and it's frustrating to have to cancel heats, but it's part of the game, and I'm sure most of you watching are windsurfers, so you guys know exactly how it is when you drive down to the beach. Maybe you drive for quite a while, you get there, and the wind's just not what you want. There's not much we can do about it, but we're going to keep trying to run. It looks like the red flag is up, so there should be a few minutes to go, and we will be trying to either resail that heat. Don't forget, guys, you can also, I know I keep saying it, but I'm going to keep saying it, you can head over to EFPT.net and you can keep up with the live scoring there, a bit more of a detailed breakdown, but also we now have the live scoring up on the screen as well, so you guys don't miss anything. Make sure you also give us a like on Facebook if you're watching there, and also if you're watching over on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to our channel. It all really helps us just get windsurfing out there a bit more eyes on the sport and what we're trying to do as well. So yeah, that always helps. Yeah. As we see, red flag still up. And that's Ile and Eliran. As I said, we've got an all Israeli heat up against each other. It's cool to see the guys from Israel all coming out. As I said, they've got such an amazing spot. Guys like Yarden kind of pioneering. The spot. I think Elat. We've actually got Dudu, one of the other Israeli riders, kind of working behind the scenes, behind the camera, and kind of running around behind the scenes as well as competing. Same for George Grizzly from the UK. You know, there's a few riders moonlighting as members of the Freestyle Pro Tour team, or the other way around, depending on which way you look at it. You can see the drone view there of the beautiful Lake Neusiedl. It's so big, it literally looks like a sea. But did you know it's actually only kind of waist to shoulder deep throughout the whole thing, so you can stand up no matter where you are, which is pretty cool. I think they've had a bit of a dry winter, so the water levels have actually dropped even more. They're almost a little bit worried about it. So I think I heard plans they're gonna start trying to get some of the river water in, or maybe praying for rain, doing some rain dances. I know it rained quite a lot yesterday, so maybe that helped. I don't think it did, but yeah, it stretches all the way into Hungary. You can see our judging boat just there. We've got a fancy new judging boat for this year. I think a few of them said they actually are going to live there rather than stay in their accommodation. And we can see the yellow flag coming down, and it looks like that is the green flag up. So we will be starting this next heat. The drone always makes it look really windy, but then we cut down to these angles and it doesn't look nearly as windy. It's funny. But we're hoping that wind is going to pick up a little bit. I'm just refreshing YouTube. Let's see if we've got any comments, any love coming in. Jentel Cares pumping up onto the plane there. With a nice, really nice flacker there. And see, just tacking straight around. As I said earlier, you know, as soon as you've done the move, you basically need to turn around. Some people maybe do the move and then they might go upwind a little bit, but realistically it's just tacking around, especially if you see a gust and you want to make the most of it on the other side. Try and get a move in on both sides. So Jentel pumping on starboard as well. What's he got for us? A really nice grubby, much better than the previous one. So this heat potentially looking a little bit windier than the last one. So hopefully this one will be looking to count. Jentel Cares with a flacker on port tack that you just saw, an E-slider on starboard, and also adding that grubby to his starboard score. No moves in yet for Piero Rautnik up against Jentel, and then on the other side of the draw, no moves for Eliran Levi, and a flacker 360 on port for Ile Bamnolker, and a Spock and a Bob on starboard for Ile. That Bob from Ile coming in at 341. So yeah, pretty nice scores coming in. But again, we'll have to see how it goes. And yeah, just fingers crossed. There's going to be a bit of breeze. Eliran there looking upwind, desperately hoping for a big gust to come his way. Bit of a nice drone view there of Jentel pumping. See their judge's boat just upwind of him. And a lollipop there from Jentel, so that kind of willy skipper, and then a kind of E-slider rotation, putting the clue through the wind. So Jentel just digging into that kind of bag of tricks that he brings out for these kind of conditions. Obviously, you know, you kind of have to. You've got like different sets of moves that you've got to go to depending on the conditions. You know, certain conditions you go right. I can focus on big moves and combinations and things like that. And then other conditions like the ones we've got today, it's a lot more about right. Well, I've just got to pull out these kind of lighter wind, almost these days kind of old school sliding moves, or what are now considered old school. You know, sliding moves like the lollipops, the grubbies, your more sort of basic freestyle moves, but are nonetheless, as Amado was saying, they're so important to learn because you need them. You know, especially if you're planning on competing, you need them for conditions like this. And also, like I said, you know, you drive to the beach, you get there, and it's not that windy, and it's easy to go, I'm not going to go out. I don't think it looks good, and I'm trying to learn to, I don't know, burner or culo, so I need a bit more wind. But actually, if you go, do you know what, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to try and learn to lollipop or grubby, you know, it only makes you a better sailor. Jentel very much embodies that. You know, when the wind completely died yesterday, he just took his kind of foil board and was jumping off the judge boat and foiling off that. You know, he's like, well, it's better than nothing. Might as well get in. You know, Ile putting together a really nice heat. On his side of the draw, Flacker 360 and a Shaka coming in on port tack, and a Spock, a Bob and an E-slider on starboard. That's Shaka from his coming in at 467. So the judge is obviously really enjoying that. Yentl getting into both straps there, pumping up onto the plane. Looks like he's maybe got a bit of speed. What we're going to see? I think we're going to see... Yeah, we're going to do the Kulo. Crazy how they can do those moves in such light winds. Piero on the other side of the draw, just going down on a flacker. Just looked like he kind of ran out of speed halfway through almost. Just didn't quite get the board round enough. Yeah, frustrating actually. He's wearing a hood, so he must be pretty cold. Yentl, yeah, landing there. That's the first Kulo we've seen today, and that Kulo coming in at 4.48 to add to his total heat score. And Ile as well with a Kulo on starboard tack, replacing his Spock. Ile's Kulo coming in at 3.60. Eliran still to put some points on the board. Piero just crashing that flacker. But I don't think it doesn't look like Eliran's tried him with. He's got no crashes either. So yeah, frustrating. Maybe he's only got a 4.8. Yeah, it's difficult. I know. I heard him. I haven't had a chance to chat to him myself, but I heard him chatting to some of the other guys yesterday and said, you know, he's been injured for quite a while. Had a pretty bad knee injury, I think, which are all too common in freestyle windsurfing. You know, again, I was chatting to Amado a lot yesterday, and he was saying the only injury he's ever really had is just a slight kind of pop on his knee. Looks like that was Yentl coming out of a little move there, coming round the 360. Maybe a Shaka. We'll just wait for the live scoring to update. Another great drone view of the Chocolate Lake. Yep, that's a Shaka from Yentl coming in at 3.48. So Yentl now filling his score sheet, and he hasn't even got his hair wet yet. Flaka, Lollipop, and a Shaka on port tack, E-Slider, Grubby, and a Kulo on starboard for Yentl. Total heat score of 18.59. Ile with a Flaka 360, a Shaka, and a Flaka on port tack. So because all those moves are kind of very much in the same family, he gets a diversity fine of 15%. You can see that on EFPT.net on the live scoring. So Ile ducking the sail there, and just with a silky smooth little funnel. I don't know if that will may replace his E-Slider of 279, but I don't think it will replace his Bob or his Kulo. Both coming in at 341 and 360. Let's check on social media. Any comments coming in? Any love? Daniel. Yeah, we need water. Otherwise, next year you have to make a motocross event. Yes, we do. Hopefully the water stays. Yeah. Fingers crossed, you guys. Well, I don't want to say that I hope you guys have a bad summer and it rains a lot, but at the same time, I suppose it's good for the lake. Max Rowe tuning in. You know it's light if Yentl is doing grubbies. Yes, you do. Yeah. Generally, you see any of the riders doing grubbies, you know why they're doing grubbies, because it's a move that you can do in very, very little wind. Although these guys seem to be able to do all the moves in very little wind. You know, the fact that they're out there doing Kulos in what's probably about 15 knots is very impressive. Kuba, fingers crossed for both Pavels. You can win this. Yeah, some love coming in for some of the younger guys, some of the, as I said, the undercover rippers. You know, these guys who we're seeing in the draw for this competition. As I said, there's not as many big names in this competition, but there's quite a lot of guys, you know, kind of competing either for the first time or just, you know, getting stuck in. And it's great to see. You know, these guys, and it would be really interesting to see how they perform. So one of the Pavels, I believe it's Pavel Palichleb. I'm really sorry if I'm saying the names wrong. I'll apologise now. But Pavel coming up against Steven van Brockhoven later. That'll be interesting. And the other Pavel Kazmierzak coming in against Dudu Levi. Some replays of this heat. Then it looks like this heat is over, and I think it's probably going to count because we saw some moves. Here's the Kulo from Yentl. That's the event site you guys are seeing on the right hand side there. You can probably see my little booth almost. Yeah, you can see my little booth. That's where I'm sitting. I'd get up and wave to you, but it's all right. Lucas Nieblung, heard you're injured. Very sorry to hear you can't come and join us. Are there any chances of the wind picking up with the thermal wind? Yes, absolutely. As I said, the forecast for the wind, you know, looks fairly reasonable today, but also the fact that we've got no clouds in the sky and it's significantly warmer than it was yesterday. A few of the locals are saying, yeah, it does look like we are going to see, fingers crossed, a bit of a thermal wind, but it's still so early in the morning. It's still only 7:50 here, so it's still early. So that thermal probably hasn't had a chance to pick up yet. So we'll wait and see if it comes to fruition, if it comes in later on. Fingers crossed. All right. So the red flag is up. It looks like the next heat will be coming up. And we've got a good matchup. We've got Felix, who joined me earlier on. Felix Volkhart, the German powerhouse, as I've started calling him. And it's nice. A lot of people seem to be calling him that as well now. So we've got, Felix Volkhart up against George Grizzly. As I said, George is, up-and-coming UK rider. I've spent a lot of time with George working at Club Vas in Greece. I'm sure there'll be a lot of love coming in for George. George also actually working for the Freestyle Pro Tour behind the scenes as well. All the amazing stats that you're seeing come up, everything like that, that is all George's calculations and hard work put into that. So, yeah, George doing a lot around this event. He's a bit of a bigger guy, so I know he was a bit worried about the conditions, but I'm sure he'll be fine. He's him and Felix have just improved so much over the last few years, so that'll be an interesting heat. And then on the other side, we've got the Freestyle Pro Tour's rookie coach Dieter van der Eycken, a previous world champion. Once again, another rider who needs no introduction, up against one of the rookies as well, Andreas Rossler. Like I said, another undercover ripper. So it'll be interesting to see how these guys do. I know Dieter is a real weapon in lighter winds, or just a hugely talented sailor. See on the screen there, Felix straight in with a flacker. We'll be adding to it. You can see George Grizzly there, just pumping. And will answer with a flacker of his own. And he will go around the second 360 and a one-handed flacker. So he'll be pleased with that, straight away putting some points on the board. Got this beautiful drone angle. That's Dieter coming out of something there, clue first. Maybe just an E-slider. But we will see. Don't forget, guys, you can keep up with the scoring on EFPT.net. So Dieter there pumping. Looks like Dieter's wearing a hood. Getting a bit cold. Oh, grubby there, but just doesn't quite go round. Is that a new move? I don't think it's a new move. There was quite funny, the last event we were at, we were talking about when that happens on a Vulcan, and I don't know why, but when I was learning it was called a shifty Kev. So wherever shifty Kev is, I hope you're watching, and that's a grubby shifty Kev. Maybe we'll have to come up with another name. But Dieter van der Eycken already put some points on the board, so hopefully he shouldn't be too worried about that. He's already got an E-slider and a Kulo. E-slider on port tack, so that was the end of an E-slider that we saw, and then he's got a Kulo on starboard tack. Felix Volkhart, flacker coming in at 243. George Grizzly, flacker 360 coming in at 276. So George currently leading that, obviously only got one move each. Andreas Rossler yet to put some points on the board. That's Andreas Rossler there, I believe, with the yellow freak that you're seeing on the right-hand screen with the white helmet on. And then we've got Felix Volkhart just going past him on the left-hand screen with the red Severn freak. Felix recently, or fairly recently, I think, promoted to the Severn international team. So got the call-up. And has just been making waves. You know, he's been putting out a lot of content, making a lot of videos, and really just trying to really push himself and make this a career. You know, as Amado said, you've only got X amount of years to really do this, so it's important to make the most of it. You know, working with a trainer, everything like that. And as you can see, that work is coming into play here, pumping there, but just doesn't get it. Maybe hit a funny bit of chop or something. It looks like he was wanting the Spock or something. So Felix, a slightly smaller rider, so maybe just on 4.8. Again, it's difficult. Sometimes I wish the sail brands would just put the size in. I know Duotone did it for a while. There's a big size on the top of the sail, so you could see what it was, and it would make my life as a commentator a lot easier, because then we can all see what size sails they're on. Because a lot of you guys tend to ask what size they're on, and quite often I don't know. Just refreshing YouTube and Facebook. Let's see what you're all saying. Christoph, hello boys. Some local knowledge coming in on Facebook. Peter Giori. Considering this clearish northern direction, the wind will pick up from noon and will be very consistent as well. Local knowledge says that. Yes! That's what we like, Peter. Thank you very much. Any other locals watching, please do let us know your thoughts on the forecast. But that's very promising to hear. That's what we like. Dieter there on port tack pumping onto the plane. Maybe he's streamlined. He's got that hood on. With that one-handed flacker, and he will go around that extra 360. So for those of you who don't know, new to freestyle, you may be wondering why he goes for the one-handed there. You know, if anything, it's a bit riskier. But actually, in these lighter winds, doing the one-handed flacker is probably easier than a flacker, because you, by letting go with the front hand, you can extend that sail even further into the wind and kind of guarantee that you're going to get the rotation. So if any of you are wondering, you know, why, you know, it's not just for you know, kind of extra style points. There's also actually a function behind going one-handed on that move. You know, especially in these lighter winds, it makes it easier to actually get the rotation and throw the sail into the wind. You just get a little bit more extension putting the mast in. So that's why you're seeing, you know, George and Dieter going one-handed. And there's the grubby that Dieter wanted, almost like a planing grubby. That was really nice. I'm going to say it, that was the best grubby of the day. I wonder if we're going to see some double grubbies. I know that's a very very stylish move. So currently Dieter leading against Andreas Rossler, who's yet to put some points on the board, with an E-slider, a flacker 360, and a culo and a grubby. Felix Volkhart with an E-slider on port and a flacker on starboard. George Grizzly with just that flacker 360 that we saw at the start of the heat. I imagine these conditions are pretty different for Dieter to what he's used to in very windy, very sunny Tenerife, where I don't think he probably wears a hood all that much. I know he does a lot of wave sailing there, but he recently put out a freestyle clip of him sailing there, and it was crazy. One of the best freestyle clips I've seen for a long time. It was awesome to watch. So, yeah. And interestingly, Amado said yesterday that this is kind of the most that Dieter's enjoyed freestyle for quite a long time. You know, after he won his world title in 2015, he kind of went off the freestyle a bit and got more into the waves, but more recently I think he started getting back into the freestyle, and every time he goes out, if the waves aren't amazing and perfect, he just takes his freestyle gear out and kind of no pressure on himself and just enjoys it. So yeah, it's great to see him back, you know, still competing with us and everything like that. I know he's doing a lot of coaching over in Tenerife as well, and he's coaching with us now as the lead coach of the rookie camps. And speaking of the rookies, Andreas, they're just going down on a Vulcan, really, really frustrating, maybe wanting the Spock. But you know, you need a certain amount of speed and power in order to be able to carry out these moves. You know, but like I said, you know, this is essentially the freestyle equivalent of float and ride. You know, float and ride, you kind of wobble out, you wobble upwind, you wait for your wave, and you kind of sit on it as it comes in, and then as soon as that wave kind of peaks up, you then start riding it, and it's the same thing. You know, you keep sort of going upwind, bobbing upwind, wait for your gust, and once you see your gust, like I said, it doesn't matter if you use the entire competition area to, you know, you get to the bottom of it downwind and you do your move. You know, it's important. You need you just sit and wait for your gust, use the gust, and then you bob back upwind, wait for the next one. As we've just seen Dieter do there, now he seems to have a gust, and he's just going to pump for his life. So pumping, hands spread pretty wide there, and a textbook Spock 540 there from Dieter. Kuba, why wasn't there ever a freestyle event in Vass? I think purely because of the amount of people that go there now. It would be very, very difficult to kind of close off an area for the guys to compete. You know, there's so many people there learning things like that, and unless you held it, you know, really far out, it would be really difficult. And then obviously you want to hold it by the beach so people can watch. A big willy skipper there from Dieter, and kind of lollipops the end there. It'd be interesting whether that's scored as a willy skipper or a lollipop. George Grizzy there just wanting the shaka, but just didn't quite get the rotation. It's such a hard move to do in lighter conditions. At least it looks like there's nice bits of chop for it. Checking in on the scores then. George putting some moves on the board, keeping Felix on his toes. He has a funnel on port tack. That Flaka 360 still on starboard. You know, hopefully he was hoping to add to that with that shaka. Felix Volkhart still with the E-slider on port tack, but a Flaka and a Spock on starboard tack. So there are moves going down. Interestingly, yet that move coming in as a lollipop from Dieter van der Eycken at 248. Dieter putting together, I'm going to say, I think, the high... Oh, no, maybe not, actually. I think Jentos was 18.45. So don't forget, guys, you can keep up with it on EFPT.net. And also make sure you head over to our Instagram as well for all the great behind-the-scenes action, seeing what we're up to. I know there was a great clip of all the riders yesterday were kind of hanging out in the tent and sort of acting out complicated freestyle moves. And Dieter did a particularly lovely... it almost looked like he was dancing, and it's very funny. So I highly recommend you go over to the Freestyle Pro Tour and take on Instagram at Freestyle Pro Tour. Take a look at what we've all been up to, because it's pretty funny. Cool. That is the red flag up. That is that heat over. So it looks like Felix and Dieter will be advancing respectively. So frustrating for George and also for Andreas Rossler, but it's the luck of the draw. It's part of it. So some replays here. There's that really nice Spock 540 there from Dieter. You saw in that Spock 540 Dieter grabbing the mast. A lot of people, when they're learning to Vulcan, Spock, things like that, there's a lot of pressure to go boom to boom, they call it. But actually, going to the mast is not a problem. When I actually didn't realise I went to the mast until I had the first video of myself doing a Spock. And I realised, at the time I was kind of jumping around, grabbing the mast and then putting my hands on the boom to finish. And that's exactly what Dieter did there. And a lot of the time people go, oh, you shouldn't grab the mast. But, I mean, you look at Dieter, who is probably one of the biggest authorities on freestyle windsurfing. And if he goes to the mast, it's okay if you do. So, yeah, if you're looking for tips, learning your Vulcans, your Spocks, anything like that, grab the mast with that hand. It helps you bring that sail up in front of you. As it did for Dieter, especially in those lighter wind conditions. All right, so the yellow flag is up. Next heat is coming up. Let's take a look on social media, see what the comments are, see what people are saying. And the next matchup is an exciting one. Let me tell you. We have Nicholas Nieblung up against Jamie Howard. Jamie Howard making a return to international freestyle. Oh, maybe we don't. Sorry, guys. Let me just clarify that. So, guys, what we're doing, we are going straight into Heat 5, as I thought. So, currently up, we have Steven van Brockhoven, as I was saying earlier, an ex-world champion, the most successful European windsurfer of all time. Nothing to take away from. Steven van Brockhoven up against Pavel Palachev, another one of these undercover rippers. And then we've got Eugenio Marconi up against local ripper Michael Czech. Michael was, Mikey is an absolute little ripper. He came onto the scene at this event last year and kind of blew everyone away a little bit. You see him just absolutely ripping on Instagram. Eugenio Marconi on that fresh new Fanatic duotone gear with a nice shaka there, and you can see just turning around straight afterwards. And I think that's Pavel there with a nice flacker, also on the duotone sail. So keep an eye out for the sail numbers so that you guys don't get confused. So you can see Eugenio Marconi on the right-hand side with the Italian sail number ITA. So yeah, as I said, guys, running these kind of 4-man heats there, just to kind of, you know, help save time. And it just means that we can show you even more action. Pavel there with plenty of speed, ducking the sail in regular. But just looked like he hit a bit of chop or something there. Just didn't quite get the kind of pop he needed. So choosing just to flip the rig rather than crash and potentially have to waste time water starting, he will just flip the rig. Steven van Brockhoven proving what an absolute powerhouse he is in light winds, with a Shaka Flaka on port tack and an air funnel on starboard tack already. So we must be seeing that wind picking up. We're starting to see people planing a lot more often. You know, Eugenio kind of planing up. He's been planing pretty much the entire heat. Eugenio with a funnel and a Kono on starboard tack, and of course that Shaka that you saw earlier on port tack. And he will add that Flaka that we've just seen to his port tack as well. And then on the other side of the draw, we've got Mikey Czech up against Eugenio, and with a Flaka 360 and a Shaka on port, and a Bob and a Kulo on starboard. So Mikey actually leading against Eugenio, which is interesting. Eugenio recently changing from a long relationship with Challenger Sails and I-99 Nov boards, getting the call up, going up to the big leagues, signing with Fanatic and Duotone. I spoke to him the other day, and he said he was loving the gear, you know, really motivated to change sponsors and get onto that gear. And I imagine he'll be really excited. Steven van Brockhoven adding a Kulo to his score on starboard with a total heat score of 14.16 now, as you can see. So we're halfway through this heat now. Carol, how is your leg, Sandy? Thank you for remembering. My leg is fine, yeah. At the event in Rhodes, I was on crutches. I tore my MCL, had a really bad crash windsurfing at the end of the summer, just before I went to Rhodes in Vass. But my leg is all good now. Yeah, I had a partial tear of my MCL. Very similar to actually, unfortunately, what's happened to Leonard Neubauer. I think his was a bit worse. He's ended up having to get surgery. But my leg is absolutely fine. Thank you very much for asking. So Steven van Brockhoven on the left-hand screen now on that orange gun sails, and then we've got Mikey on the Severn on the right-hand side. So Pavel Palachev with just that Flaka on port tack. You know, he kind of just seemed to mistime that duck a little bit, frustratingly. You know, was hoping to add something a little bit more. But a really close battle for Heat 5B. Eugenio up against Mikey. It'll be interesting to see who comes out on top. Mikey still currently leading, but all it takes is one move from Eugenio to move him up into first place. Spock there for Mikey. Mikey staying busy. Just putting move after move on the board with a Flaka 360, a Shaka and a Vulcan on port, a Bob, a Kulo, and now that Spock 540 on starboard. Steven adding a lollipop to his port tack score and also a Spock on his starboard score. I imagine he probably wanted the Spock Kulo or something, but Steven already put in the highest heat score of the day with a 19.6. Fabio with a lot of capital letters. Windy, super spot, Podersdorf. Yeah, it's the same lake. I imagine they've got the same conditions there. But yeah, as we said, Peter on Facebook giving us some great insight. Considering this clear northern direction, the wind will pick up during noon and will be very consistent as well. Local knowledge says that. So hopefully, basically as the day goes on and it starts to warm up, it's just going to get windier and windier. Steven van Brockhoven on the big screen on the right-hand side, pumping onto the plane there. A a real powerhouse, a real superstar in the light winds. As I said, I've seen him on the lake in Cape Town on a 5.7 doing double kulos and things. So these light conditions don't seem to phase him or worry him. He's always a cool cat, a smooth operator. So we'll see if Stephen can add to his score. Not that he really needs to. But yeah, he's already put the highest heat score of the day down with 19.31. And the first kind of real big power moves we've seen today, a Shaka Flaka. Like I said, Shaka, not an easy move to do in these light winds. So the fact that he bounced into a Flaka afterwards is very impressive. And then an air funnel as well. First air funnel we've seen of the day. A lot of kulos, we've seen quite a few kulos. I think that's definitely a move that these guys do in the lighter winds. A few seagulls getting in the way there of the sailing area. Stephen pumping onto the plane. Stephen needs one more move on port tack, so he's not even filled his score sheet yet. And now he has, with a nice grubby there. And Mikey on port tack, hoping to replace that Vulcan. And he will replace it with a nice Spock there. Again, see there, Mikey grabbing the mast. There's no shame in grabbing the mast. If you're learning to Vulcan or Spock, do it. It will really help you. So just refreshing. Bit of love coming in. Nottingham. Yeah, Mikey, go for it. Fabio, they are pushing. They are absolutely pushing. Yeah, it's difficult. It's not easy for these to do these moves. A couple of replays coming in from that heat. Nice grubby there from Stephen van Brockhoven. And the Spock there from Mikey. And there we go. The red flag is up. That heat will go. So it looks like Mikey Czech will advance against Eugenio. Eugenio not going to be happy with that. Mikey also putting in the second highest heat score of the day. Just getting busy and putting moves down. Awesome to see. Again, kind of an undercover ripper. We've seen him before, but I think maybe a bit more of a local hero. Let's call him a local hero. So just refreshing Facebook and YouTube. Don't forget, guys, if you are watching, please make sure you like and subscribe. And why not share it to your page as well? If you're on Facebook, you probably got a lot of friends that are windsurfers. Let's face it, they'd probably rather watch this than do whatever work they have to do today. So make sure you share it on your Facebook, send it over to your friends, and get them watching and supporting as well, and sharing the freestyle love. So let's take a look at what we've got coming up next. So heading up to, don't forget guys, EFPT.net. You can keep up with everything, with what's going on with the whole heat ladder, how it's all going. Next up, we've got a good heat. Let me tell you, my friends, we've got a good heat. We've got Bodie Kempen up against Maurizio Moritz. Two young guns. Bodie Kempen, hugely talented rider from Browsdam, one of the young Browsdam locals. As I said, I love those three boys. They're always they always look like they're up to mischief, but as soon as they get on the water, they take it really seriously. It's great to see, and they just always look like they're having a lot of fun. But like I said, as soon as they're on the water, it's all business. They've got all the moves. They're always pushing each other. Bodie Kempen is definitely one of the Kulo masters. It's no surprise that that's his highest scoring move. And then Maurizio Moritz, another kind of local hero and very much an up-and-comer, sort of learning the moves and learning the ropes and just getting stuck into competition. And this is his home spot. Like I said, a local hero. So, a great heat coming up. And then on the other side of the draw, we've got none other than the Italian style master himself. We've already seen his brother this morning, but we've got Jacopo Testa coming up against a late edition Foivos Supras. I met Foivos many years ago in Dahab, and I think he was just sort of learning to Spock and things like that. And now, obviously, is absolutely ripping. I don't know if you guys follow him on Instagram, anything like that, but check him out. He's got all the moves, just amazing flakka shakas. So it'd be interesting to see how that goes. Jacopo Testa, obviously, again, one of the riders that needs no introduction, but just he's got all the moves and plenty of style when he does them as well. Nice flakka 360 there from Bodie Kempen. That's how you want to open a heat. Lots of love. Yeah, Bodie, go, go, go. Well, he's going. He is going. Maurizio there on the right-hand side on that duotone sail. Just sort of, yeah, wobbling, like I said, float and ride. Just looking for that, looking for that next gust. So just refreshing the live scores, guys. Don't forget you can keep up with it all on EFPT.net. Bodie Kempen coming in with a Flak of 360, and Jacopo Testa just with a clue first Spock on starboard. Clue first Spock, we were talking about that move yesterday. I was talking about it with the other Freestyle Pro Tour guys about how much fun that move is, and actually how easy it is. It's a really great move to learn, especially when you're moving forwards and looking to learn all the regular moves, and it even helps your Spock and things. So yeah, and it's a fun move, and it's pretty stylish as well. Just a Vulcan there from Bodie. Like I said, Bodie still only 17 years old, so a long, bright future ahead for him. In freestyle, getting started this early. Like I said, all the Browers Dam guys, they just get started so early and they get stuck in and they all push each other. It's great to see, and there's so many talented riders that have come out of that place. So yeah, these guys really are the next generation. Him, Tim Geldes, and Tigo Court as well. Tigo coming up later on the young JP Neil Pride rider as well. Bodie in switch on the left-hand screen, and he will pull off a nice E-Slider 540. The wind is definitely picking up now. There's a lot less kind of wobble at the end of every move. Riders are landing everything a lot cleaner. Maurizio there going in switch. Just ran out of power a little bit there. Or ran out of speed, more importantly. There's kind of two differences. Some moves demand speed, some moves demand power, some moves you need a bit of both. But anything in switch, generally, the more speed you have, the easier it is. Jacopo Testa with a nice culo coming in at 5.10. He'll add to his heat score nicely. Foivos still not adding anything to the board. Bodie Kempen with a Flak of 360, an E-Slider and a Vulcan. He'll be looking to better that a little bit. Lot of love coming in for Bodie. Tin Smink, go Bodie. Geese Bomer, go. Sasha tuning in again. Bodie, big love for him. He and his family are such awesome humans. That's what we like here, awesome humans. Peter, good guess that Bodie's parents were avid fans of Point Break. I did think that. Bodie is a cool name. Yeah. Bodie's heading out for the wave of his life, or the heat of his life, hopefully. Valentin Bockler tuning in. Foivos has 4.4 like always. He's one of them. Likes the small sails. Yeah, well, so far we haven't seen Foivos, but yeah, if he's on 4.4, I think he may be struggling out there. Jacopo Testa on your right-hand screen with that striking 0.7 sail. The black sails, they're impossible to miss. They're very, very unique. I often wonder if you can actually see through them, but I think they've got a kind of clearish panel. So yeah, Jacopo with the 0.7, still just with a Flaka on port tack, a Klufer Spock, and a Kulo on starboard tack. So still got a lot of room for moves. He just needs to find the gust. I was taking a look at the AV boards that he has as well. He's got a 102. He's a light rider, and he trains a lot on 5.2 as well, I think. So he's going to be pretty comfortable, smashing out all the moves in these conditions as he picks up a bit of speed, gets playing. Looks like he's looking upwind. Hopefully he's finding a bit of a gust, I would say. Oh, there's the Chachu. There is the Chachu, a move he's very much known for. That kind of boomerang style Chachu is something that I and also the judges love. So it wouldn't surprise me to see that coming through with a really nice score. I don't even know where Foivos is. I don't know. Is he? There's Foivos there on your right-hand screen, just going down on an E-Slider there. Looks like he may water start out, but I imagine he'll be... struggle to put many points on the board with that. And there it is, that Chachu coming in at 6-1-0, which I think is the highest single move score of the day. So that just goes to show it doesn't matter if it's, a super big high move, anything like that. Something really technical like that, when executed stylishly, is going to put points on the board. And it's definitely a light wind move, a light wind flat water move. But when done right like that, is going to be rewarded very highly. Interestingly, his Kulo coming in at 5-1-0, which may be looked at as a higher scoring move. And I'm joined in his wetsuit. I've got Dieter van der Eycken joining me in the booth. Dieter, talk to me. How was it?
A bit light.
Bit light. Looks like it's picked up now, though.
Yeah, the forecast says it's gonna pick up, so it's on the edge, I think down the lake they're already planing a bit, so hopefully the wind fills up a little bit towards here as well.
But I mean, even looking at the guys, for me watching the guys from here, when you were doing your heats, it was a lot of, when you land a move, it's kind of like, oh, quickly stabilize. Whereas now guys are coming out of moves a lot more smoothly. So I think to me it looks like it. And then we're seeing more power moves. Stephen doing a shaka flaka. Most guys in the first heats were struggling. I know he's a light wind master, but still struggling to even just get round a shaka. So I think
do a shaka.
No.
Get the wind.
Yeah. Well, that's it. I think shaka's always a risky move to try and do in light winds, because then you end up just getting the kind of shove it thing, and you still get a bit of a score, but
it depends. You just need the gust to be long enough. Like maybe the gusts are getting a bit longer. In my heat, the gusts were really short, so a lot of times you would just get the speed, and then the wind would get very light, and then a shaka, you just if you fall down in a gap, then you can't really make it work, but. Jacopo putting a very solid heat together by the looks of it. Yeah,
I think he's put down the highest single move score of the day with a Chachu. 6-1-0 for a Chachu. So he'll be the second player. He may 19.45. I think that might be the highest heat score. I think Stephen hit 19.6.
Yeah.
And then yourself, Yentl, and also Mikey Czech.
Mikey,
he hit 19, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
I saw him do a Kulo, and I was like, ooh.
He had a really good heat up against Eugenio Marconi, who will be disappointed. First heat on that new Fnatic Duotone gear, and he just didn't quite. Mikey put in a really good heat, but I mean, this is his home spot. Yeah. He's the local hero. But yeah, cool to see.
Keep it really good.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it looks like Bodie Kempen will advance. Obviously, Bodie, I'm sure you've hung out and sailed with Bodie a lot. You've probably taught him a few of his moves, over the years.
Yeah, gave him a few tips. Obviously, I'm not living in the Netherlands anymore since 4 years, Belgium, and sail a little bit less with the guys than I used to. But it's impressive to see how they really evolved, and you can see as soon as they're getting the strength, I think Bodie is one of the guys who really stepped up. I think Monday he was sailing here already.
Yeah.
And he was doing sick gabbies,
one-handed,
sailing really, really good. So, let's see. Hopefully for the round of 16 we get a bit more wind, because it is hard to separate your level.
Well, we had a comment coming in on Facebook from a local saying, considering the clear northern direction, the wind will pick up around noon and will be very consistent.
Yeah.
Local knowledge says that. So, I mean, fingers crossed. Yeah.
So hopefully, the guys now who in the first round didn't get much of a chance to really show what they could do.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can finish the single and go straight into the double, and they get some stronger wind heats and really can show off what they're made of. I think Danny is pushing a bit now because obviously he wants to get through. We have the women as well, so we have a little bit more
pressure.
A bit more pressure, a few more heats to run as well. And then I think he wants to get the double in. The nice thing about the double, even if we don't do the whole double, at least every heat will count. Ooh, that's a stacked heat.
That's a stacked heat, yeah. Pavel is another. I've been calling them undercover rippers.
Yeah, exactly.
You just go on his Instagram and you go, oh God, this guy can do everything.
Yeah, he sails really good.
Yeah.
This guy, I was chatting to him yesterday in the the tent a little bit, and they're stoked. He's actually a salesman for kids' toys.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he has an online shop that he does, and then but it's all about windsurfing.
I love that.
See on those camera angles, you can see in the back it's already very windy, so it should pick up.
Yeah. So Dudu, one of the, again, moonlighting, working for the Freestyle Pro Tour behind the camera. So all the great camera work that you're seeing, give a shout out to Dudu, who's also competing. So putting double pressure on himself. But Dudu also is ripping, released that big video from Naxos. And I love to see that. I love to see these longer form videos. Almost kind of miss it in freestyle. And he'll duck the sail in regular there, and just a nice bob. Not his signature air bob, but he will put some scores on the board.
Scores on the board within the first 30 minutes. So it's like you say, it's getting a bit more windy. Like in my heat, I had the feeling I had to pump into every gust to get something going.
Yeah.
And now I can see Dudu is just playing. I think Flaka, nice Shaka. Yeah, it's definitely improving.
Definitely. And a Flaka on the other side. Is that Pavel there on the starboard? Yeah, that's Pavel. Pavel just going down on a Flaka there. Yeah, so Dudu up against Pavel on one side of the draw, and then Antoine Albert, another sailor that needs no introduction, on the lovely, bright, shiny new Goyas, up against Ollie Townsend, a Club Vast superstar, has done got a couple of wild cards for PWA events, but making his debut on the Freestyle Pro Tour. Dudu with a nice grubby 540 as well.
Yeah. He said he loved the 5.2, so maybe he's happy it's 5.2 weather.
Yeah.
He's on pretty high points. He's on 7 points already. So.
Yeah, well, a Shaka, a Bob, and a Grubby already, and we're less than 2 minutes into this heat. So, less than 3 minutes into this heat. Yeah. And then Antoine Albert with a Grubby and a Shove It. Shove It didn't quite make the Shaka. That would be annoying.
Yeah.
Antoine Albert is one of those guys, though, isn't he? Similar to you, who has all the moves kind of on both sides. You never know what, and Antoine, you never know what he's going to do, because he can do all of it. You don't go, he does regular this way, switch this way. Yeah. He does a bit of everything,
I think he's very good on regular both sides. I think he does. He's one of the few who can do air cabbage on both sides.
Yeah.
He's got good wave moves in him as well. So he's been pushing. I think he moved now to Tarifa a bit. Obviously, he's from New Caledonia, but due to the situation, it's still very hard to travel for him there.
Yep.
And I think he decided to stay in Tarifa and move from there. Obviously, being based in Europe with the events we have is easy. It's definitely a must almost.
Yeah.
So.
Dudu with a little Flaka there.
Yeah.
I think just looked like maybe he was getting a bit close to that boy, so running out of room, so he's might as well chuck one in, add to the score a little bit.
I think just trying to fill the score sheet,
Well, yeah, it's that fine line of like filling the score sheet and taking a risk, isn't it?
Shove it. Pavel is just a little bit on the power. And it's not that they're not used to sail in lighter winds, because they just came back from a 4-week trip of Bonaire.
Oh.
So it's not like they never use a 5.2 or
But they're maybe a bit cold now, coming back from Bonaire.
Yeah, but they're from Poland. They were saying like, February was amazing. We sailed 20 times. And I was like, what temperature was it? I was like, 5 degrees, 6 degrees.
So, brilliant. Yeah.
So, and Dudu was freezing already.
Yeah, I mean...
Air Bob? Oh, Kulo.
Oh, nice inverted Kulo there.
He's reading the gust very well by the looks of it.
Yeah.
He's planing quite a lot more. So.
Yeah. He's got a bit of a funny stance though. It looked like he had his back foot.
The back foot first, and then he goes in his front foot strap, and then he takes out his back foot strap, and then he's gonna go back into his.
Yeah. Strange way of doing it.
Yeah.
You on YouTube, Mark Pesman. Good morning. Good morning, Mark. Where are you? Why aren't you here?
He's working.
He's working.
Yeah, he's got a big.
He's got a centre. Yeah.
Center, sailboats, everything.
E-slider there.
Tenerife, and then he wasn't so lucky with the wind.
Ah, really?
Yeah. But he had a good time.
Manolis Go Pavel, sailing with him in Prasonisi for many years. Great to share the water with him. Yeah. Some more love coming in for the Undercover Rippers.
Yeah, like I say, hopefully wind keeps picking up a bit and the sun is out, which is really, really good.
Yeah.
Like I said, we were here on Monday and the forecast was like 12 to 18 knots, and me and Jento were hoping to get a little session in on the 5-2, and in the end we were on 4-8.
Yeah.
It was windy the whole day. So like it came in literally around noon, exactly as the guy said. It was even lighter than it was now, and then it just kicked in pretty strong. So yeah, fingers crossed.
We're hoping that the same. I mean, it's still so early. It's
very
8:30.
early, yeah.
It's 8:30. You know, we could get to 11 o'clock, and it's you know.
Heat 7. Yeah, I'm gonna slowly but surely get ready for my next heat, I guess.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the ladders to update. Do you know who you're up against next?
I'm against Felix.
Oh, teammates.
Yeah.
How do you feel going up against, you know, like, obviously, of course, you want to win, but I suppose it's kind of a win-win for you no matter what happens in that heat? Or are you like, no, I want to win?
I always want to win.
Yeah, you always want to win.
Yeah, I know, but I think Felix is putting in a lot of effort and he's been evolving a lot. But yeah, I hope I still have the upper hand and I'm going to do my best and go from there, you know.
Yeah.
But I have sailed with him quite a bit. We've been trying new boards together, and yeah, he's, like I say, he's very keen, he's very pushing.
Yeah.
Lifting his van for 3.5 months, just chasing the wind, so...
Yeah, yeah. I know. I think I caught a little sneak peek of that new board. Is there a board here? Yeah.
Felix has one.
Felix has one. Yeah, I thought I did. Yeah. Very exciting. I mean, obviously, I'm not sure you guys watching are going to get to see it, but I saw it and it looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We still have to wait till summer.
Still have to wait till summer, but yeah.
Machines.
And from everything what Felix said, it's going to be worth the wait.
It definitely is. I'm very excited, and like I say, a lot of guys are like, "Oh, you're more into wave," and I'm obviously living on Cabezo and Tenerife, and I wave sail quite a lot. But the new gear got me excited, and I have the feeling I can make a few steps on that gear.
Yeah.
So yeah, now I get back to Tenerife after this event, and we'll start sailing the new shapes.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah, I was speaking. Amado yesterday was saying about you, and he said, you know, after you won your world title, you were a bit kind of not into, you know, fed up with freestyle. But then over the last couple of years, you've really got back into it, and no pressure on yourself. And
yeah, I think you know, it almost took 3 years to get back the joy back into freestyle as I had before, and I think really. Oh, what was that? I shove it into Flaka from Dude.
Was it?
Yeah.
A shotter.
A shotter, and look at how many points he is. 20 points.
Whoa, that's the highest heat score of the day.
Exactly.
Sorry, we've been talking while Dudu's been secretly a Shaka, a Spock, a Flaka 360, a Bob, an E-Slider, and a Kulo. So the same kind of moves we've been seeing all day, but just of a higher quality.
Exactly.
So we're going to start seeing those scores now coming up.
Exactly.
And that is the end of that heat. So it looks like Antoine Albert and Dudu Levi will advance respectively.
Yeah. I mean, they got still 20 seconds on the screen. We have a little bit of a...
Yeah, but I mean, it's not going to...
No.
I can't see...
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like the red flag is up there. I think there's a bit of a switch. Nice Bob there. That was his opening move.
Replays. Straight up.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not messing around this year. Pavel. Yeah.
That was a bit frustrated, but then maybe when he looks at the lead score
yeah, he's not going to mind too much. Antoine there.
really likes the...
Is that 5-5-1 though, or 4-8? 5-1, yeah.
He's not afraid to take a big shot.
No. Ollie just not getting the pop there on that, but I've seen him do so many amazing bobs, so he's definitely got that move.
All right,
but
I'm going to get into my game zone.
No worries, dear. Thank you very much for joining us.
All right, see ya.
So now, guys, as I said, because of the way that the seeding is, we are going to be changing things up slightly. And don't forget, you can head over to EFPT.net to keep up with all the full breakdown of the live scoring, and you can see what moves everyone has been doing. So yeah, make sure you head over there. Comments coming in on YouTube. Kvin, what about Galito's career? Did he stop? No, I don't think he stopped. Obviously, he started a new sponsorship opportunity and deal kind of with RRD, and I think that's a lot more. He's doing a lot of winging now. He came to our event in Rhodes, and I'm sure we'll see him at some other events. I'm sure he'll, still be competing. But I imagine, this time of year, and he's also got a family now, so he may be, picking and choosing certain events that he'll be coming and competing at. As I said, there's a few kind of heavy hitters missing from this event, but been replaced with these kind of undercover rippers, up and coming riders coming up through the ranks. So next up in this heat, we're going back and we're sailing Heat 4B along with Heat 8B. So we've got a really exciting matchup. Nicholas Nieblung up against Jamie Howard. Jamie Howard taking a few years break from competition, but has not lost any of his skills. Let me tell you, I live in the same town as him in the UK. We sail together all the time, and he is. I'm blown away by his sailing every time we sail together. He makes everything look so easy, and he's also, he's a lightweight rider, so these light wind conditions might suit him well, but not taking anything away from Nicholas Nieblung, who's really come out of the gates over the last couple of years. So that'll be a good heat. And then of course Paul Simmel on the F2. I think he works for F2 as well, their brand manager, up against Tigo Court, one of the young Brouwersdam up-and-comers. So yeah, this is an exciting heat. Obviously, I've got some skin in the game with this. Jamie Howard's one of my very good friends, but equally, it's going to be interesting to see. That's Jamie on your screen there with a nice E-slider just dropping into the water at the end there. But still will recover and put some points on the board there. So we've got Nicholas Nieblung on the Fnatic Duotone on the left-hand side, Jamie Howard on the grey Severn on your right-hand side, and on the other side of the draw, we've got Paul Simmel up against Tigo Court. Let me know, who's your money on? Jamie, nice culo. And he will jibe round. As I said, don't forget, guys, once they've done a move, they must turn around. Oh, Nicholas Nieblung going down on a flacker. Nasty crash. You can see there, waist deep water. Drone right there. Nearly hit that drone. Jamie Howard going switch. Ducking that sail. And just goes down on the air funnel, but looks like he'll water start out. Be interesting to see that. It was kind of halfway between a funnel and an air funnel. But we'll see see how the judges score it. But that Kulo coming in at 484 for Jamie, E-slider coming in at 177, and that air funnel coming in at 317. So still counting as an air funnel, but obviously deducting a few points given the kind of wet landing, and obviously not as super high as perhaps he'd have liked it. And then Paul Simmel with Flacker 360, 298. Flacker 360 on port tack, yet to put a move in on starboard. Tigo Court with an E-slider on port tack. So a good start to this heat. Everyone putting some points on the board. Nicholas just going down on that flacker, but he will add an E-slider, stabilising there, bringing it round. Yeah, he will finish off that move and put his first move on his scoreboard. Geese Bomer, go Tigo. Love coming in for Tigo Court. Ale, Yentel cares. Some love come in from Kiko on Facebook for Yentel as Jamie Howard gets himself down. I think that was a shaka. I'm really sorry, guys. I was looking at the Facebook comments, but we will see what it was in a second. So that E-slider for Nicholas Nieblung coming in at 207. And it was a shaka from Jamie Howard coming in at 433. So Jamie with a comfortable lead at the moment, but we are still very early on in this heat. We've still got 5 minutes to go. Jamie blowing into his hands there. It is cold out there, let me tell you. Even I'm a bit cold in my booth. Maybe someone can come in and plug the heater in for me. So Paul Simmel with a Flacker 360 on port tack. Yes, still yet to put a move in on starboard. Tigo Court with an E-slider on port and a Grubby on starboard. Go Tigo. Some love coming in from the Kempens for Tigo as well. The Brouwersdam tribe. We've got Jamie Howard pumping. He's going into switch. Maybe wanting a burner. He's already done the air funnel. Just goes down on it. Maybe doesn't have enough power for the burner. Niklas Nieblung seems to be struggling for power a little bit. Maybe, I wonder if he's on 5.2 or 4.8. I think I'd say Jamie's definitely on a 4.8. I don't know if he even has a 5.2. But as I said, he's a very lightweight rider, so probably doesn't need it. Beautiful shot there of Niklas choosing not to go switch. But what an amazing view we've got of the Burgenland area, the beautiful Burgenland area. As I said, as we approach 9 o'clock in the morning local time here, it's 8:40 now, so it's still very early in the morning. I'm sure some of you are only just waking up, but we have been going and we are running through the action as we close out this first round of the men's single elimination. Michael on YouTube, go Nicky. Some love coming in for Niklas Nieblung. Kind of struggling a little bit. Looks like he's a bit underpowered. And now we've got Paul Simmel up on the screen, as I said, F2 brand manager. That's what we like to see. Look, I can easily see that Paul is on a 5.2. So it's right up there in the middle of the sail, 5.2. And yeah, you can see 5.2 still just struggling for power a little bit. And Tigo Court there on the kind of orangey purple Neil Pride sail with those beautiful made of recycled plastic, the rash vests we've got this year, and each rider must give them back after each competition and they will be kept for future events. So rather than going through loads of different rash vests all the time, they will have personalised ones. So you see Tigo's one has his surname and his sail number on the back, and as he comes round, a beautiful E-Slider 540. It looks like maybe the wind's dropped a little bit in this heat, or maybe it's just that these guys maybe don't have big enough sails. I don't know, but I mean Paul's on a 5.2, but Paul's quite tall. He's quite a bigger rider, so maybe that doesn't work as well. It looks like Tigo's on a 5.2 as well, though. I can just about see his sail number. So if anyone's watching and wondering what size, Luke Healy, come on, you Club Vast superstars! A lot of love coming in there. Club Vast superstar Jamie Howard doing a little grubby in the background there of Tigo's screen as Tigo pumps his sail as he looks to do a move of his own. Paul just not quite getting round that shaka, opting for a shove it instead as Tigo comes round a flacker. So Tigo just leading currently with 9.6, Paul Simmel with 5.155, and Jamie Howard with a very comfortable lead in this heat with just over a minute to go. 16.71, Niklas Nieblung with a 4.51. Tigo looking like he's got a bit more power now. I think he's just a bit up and down, and as I said, it's still so early that we just, as the day starts to warm up, I think we are going to start seeing maybe a bit of a thermal wind. Tigo with a flacker on the other side as well. That's not something you see all the time. Guys doing moves on both sides. But will that replace? Yes, it will. It has replaced his first grubby. So Tigo now has a full score sheet on starboard tack, shove it, a lollipop and a flacker. I imagine he probably wants to turn that shove it into a shaka if he can. And then E-slider and a flacker on port tack. Jamie Howard now with a full score sheet, a Kulo, shaka and grubby on port, and an air funnel, an E-slider and a switch chachu on starboard. Niklas Nieblung struggling to put some points on the board. He's just got a Spock on port tack and a E-slider on starboard tack. And that looks like this heat is over. Jamie Howard and Tigo Court will advance. Jamie Howard, nice culo there. Judges love to see that. Oh, bad crash there for Niklas Nieblung. Sometimes I do wonder whether it's all about that first move. If you lay down that first good move, it kind of sets in motion. And sometimes I think if you have a bad crash or something at the start, it can be really, quite stressful. Going now I have to mentally recover from that, and doubt starts to get into your mind. be very difficult. That may have been the case with Nicholas Niebler. But yeah, Jamie Howard, I mean, I should remain impartial, but as Jamie is one of my very close friends, I'm pleased to see his return to international competition is going well for him. So that's exciting. So it looks like now, guys, we are going to move over and have a bit of a break from the men's. And we're going to get started with the women's. We are going to run one women's heat, and then we're going to try and get on a bit more with the men's heats, and then we will finish off with the women's and then go back to the men's. So we're going to mix it up a little bit for you. So heading over onto YouTube and Facebook, wherever you guys are watching, please do leave a comment. Let us know who you're rooting for. The wind is picking up. The action is hotting up. And we're all having a good time. And we're very pleased to be bringing the action to you guys today. So please do let us know where you're watching from, what you're up to, and who you're rooting for. Are you at school? Are you at work? Are you at home today? Have you taken the day off to watch it? Let us know. And I'll be glad to give you a bit of a shout out. If you want to shout anyone out, your friends, whether you're going windsurfing today or whether you've just been and had a great session, please do let us know what you've been up to, where you've been sailing. Yeah. And here we go. We've got the ladies getting out there. Iris Zechner and Lena Schmid. It's great to see. The women's fleet haven't been here before, and now they are. And we're trying to get as many of the events as possible to have the women's fleet as well, and really pushing it. As I said, I spoke to Micah Hooverman yesterday, about all of this, and she was like, "It's just great to see. This event has quite a large stage. A lot of people watch this event. It's of course it comes with essentially like a festival here. So to have the women being put on that stage is a great thing." So this is heat 0 of the women. So they will be up, and then we will be going back to the men's heats. So up to the next round of the men's single. So taking a look, favourite spot, Cape Town, Dahab and Risco del Paso. 3 amazing spots. So that is Lena Schmid on your left-hand screen with the green gun sails. And then we've got Iris Zechner on the duotone with the blue rash vest on. And we're just refreshing the live scoring. But it looks like Iris is planing, got a bit of speed. Like Dieter said, I think the gusts might be getting a bit longer. But unfortunately, not for Iris in this case. So it looks like a bit of a quiet moment. As I said, I think, we had some comments on Facebook. I think it is going to fill in a little bit. The gusts are going to kind of link up, and we're going to start seeing a bit more wind consistently. Hopefully. This is me with my fingers crossed, just relying on the information that you guys have kindly said to us on Facebook. So just don't forget, guys, you can head over to EFPT.net, where you guys can keep up with how it's all going, with who's in the heats, what's going on, and a full breakdown of which riders are advancing through. They're looking like potentially maybe they're on small sails again. Brands, please give me a bigger sail number so I can see. I think Iris on the duotone is on a 4.8. Is it a 4.8? Yeah. So again, you know, even the women's fleet, it's probably worth, you know, trying to get yourself a 5-2. And then Lena Schmid on the other side with the gun sails, and that does look small. You know, it's difficult because you need the power, but you also need the manoeuvrability. So there needs to be a fine line. Generally, a 4-8 is pretty good for that. But you know, in these extreme light winds, ultimately you need to get planing to be able to do your moves. So as I said, guys, we will be doing this heat, advancing through. So I think we've got 31 men competing, and then we've got 8 women. So we will be running this heat, and then we will go through to the next few rounds of the men, so heats 9 to 12. We will be running that as 4-man heats, and then we will run back through the women's heats, and then go to the 2-man heats for the men's. So hopefully, by the end of today, we will have got through a single elimination, and hopefully at least a bit of a double elimination. As I said, there's still a chance of wind tomorrow. Let me just bring up the forecast now, and we can have a little look at it. The wind forecast for tomorrow has got a bit better, and if the wind, it's looking even warmer tomorrow than it is today, and there's less clouds. So potentially there could be a bit of a thermal effect. So a bit of frustration for these guys. I don't know whether the wind has dropped off a little bit. Yeah, Nottingham coming in on Facebook. Iris 4-8. Yeah, so 4-8. So potentially it may be that the 5-2 was needed. Tin Smink on YouTube. What does the forecast look like for today? So the forecast for today looks like fairly consistent. On our looking at Wind Guru now, it says kind of, you know, 15 to sort of 20, 21 knots. So obviously 20 to 21 knots is perfect, but 15 knots is perhaps not as good as we want. But we've heard it from the locals, including someone on Facebook telling us that it looks like, because the sun is out, we will get a bit of a thermal effect, which should bump up a few knots or two. So fingers crossed, that's going to mean we're going to have a little bit more wind. So yeah, and especially as the day goes on, you know, I keep forgetting it is still very early. It's only 8:50. You know, it's not even 9 o'clock in the morning, and we've already run through the first round. So hopefully we're going to see the wind pick up as the day goes on. As Iris goes switch, but just didn't have the power to do anything, so we'll just opt to jibe round. And as I said, sometimes, especially when it's cold, that's the best thing to do, is actually just jibe round instead, rather than risk it and try and force a move, which can also injure yourself. Rather than try and force a move, just jump round. Oh, Vulcan there from Iris, but just goes down. Lena just kind of struggling for power there. As I can see out of my window, a few of the riders coming in. There's more people planing though. There are definitely more people getting going. Lena just going down there. So just refreshing it now. Let's see any comments coming in. Don't forget, guys, let us know where you're watching, who you're watching with, and what you're pretending to do while you watch this. Yeah, so that's what the forecast looks like. So there's a chance that we could get a bit of breeze tomorrow, but it's a slim chance. But we'll see. So we just have to make the most of what we've got today, which is why we wanted to get started so early, so that we can try and get through it and put the show on for you. Don't forget, guys, you can also follow us over on Instagram at Freestyle Pro Tour, where you can find some particularly funny videos of one Dieter van der Eycken doing impressions of certain freestyle moves. Yeah, that was yesterday's activity during the rain. So this heat proving difficult. Not really any points on the board yet as we come into the closing sort of 30 seconds. It looks like that Vulcan crash of Iris's is actually going to count because she kind of landed it and then sort of fell in. So potentially she will advance through to the next round. And that is the end of that heat. So Lena coming around, but just missing the boom there on that Vulcan. So end of that heat, and now it looks like we will be going into the next round of the men's, which will be Sam Steve up against Matteo Testa in Heat 9A, and Heat 9B will be Jentel Kers up against Ile Bamnolker. So Sam Steve there on your left and Matteo Testa on the right. So heat win percentage, interesting, very, very similar, 58% and 60%. Highest scoring move, Pasco and a push hoop. So jumping moves we're probably not going to see here. But it'll be interesting. I mean, these guys have both got all of the moves. And especially as the wind has now started to pick up a little bit, it'll be very interesting to see how we get on. Sam, finishing second here in 2018. It'll be interesting to see how he gets on this year. Will he be able to repeat that? And then Matteo Testa with those fresh F2 sails and boards. As I said, there was a real campaign of finding him some sponsors, and he seems to have found them. And then on the other side of the draw, Jentel Kers up against Ile Bamnolker, the young Israeli ripper. 81% heat win percentage, Ile Bamnolker 25%. But at the same time, I think Rhodes was Ile's first competition. So Berner 493, Shifty 883 for their highest scoring moves. Highest finish in Austria. Jentel's finished second here. Ile has never competed here before, so we'll see how he gets on. Only 21 years of age, still very new to all this and still very young. So it'll be interesting to see how this heat goes, especially in the lighter winds. Ile put on a really good performance in his last heat. He's a very lightweight rider. And I feel like I keep saying that and it takes away, how skilled he is, and that's not at all. But what I'm saying is that these conditions very much work for him. But he's also really good. He's got all of the moves. It'd be really interesting to see how this heat goes down as we approach the green flag. So let us know who your money's on. Sam Steve, Matteo Testa, Jentel Kers, Ile Bamnolker. Who have you got in each of those heats? Who do you reckon? As we see a lovely drone view of the sailing area. You can see the judge boat there on the top right-hand corner of your screen. And the riders just kind of getting ready. They may not be planing at the moment because they're just kind of getting upwind, figuring it out. We're figuring out where they want to be. And that is, as you can see there, as soon as the green flag goes up, suddenly we're all pumping. Jentel perhaps realises he's got his work cut out for him. Given how easily Ile was getting through moves in the last heat. Jamie Waller, morning from Scotland. Hope the wind comes through to keep me entertained while I, in commas, work. That's what we like to hear, Jamie. Nice to hear from you. Good to see people watching from my homeland. As Jentel ducks the sail there. Oh, just catches it slightly wrong. And Matteo Testa throws himself around a really nice culo. Tin Smink, I live in the Netherlands. I'm on vacation, so I can watch. I'll be watching all day. That's great to hear, Tin. We're looking forward to having you in our company. And straight away, we've got some scores on the doors. An E-slider for Sam Steve, a culo for Matteo Testa. So straight away into that, the culo coming in at 448, E-slider coming in at 263 for Sam Steve. So Matteo Testa taking an early lead. Jentel there with a nice shaka, just pulls that shaka out of nowhere. So Matteo Testa, who's also a very lightweight rider on a 5-2, just doesn't get that shaka. So just waiting for that shaka score to come in for Jentel. Jentel Kers just pumping all the time. He's working hard for this. He's got the Shaka, now he'll be looking to get something on starboard tack. Nice grubby there from Jentel. Giesbomer, go Jentel. Love coming in for Jentel Kers. Matteo Testa there. Oh, he's brought his hand up. Looks like we're going to see a Spock. And there it is. Nice Spock 540 there from Matteo Testa. You can see there when he brings his front hand right up towards the mast, generally that's a good sign that you know that they're going to go for the Spock. Sam and Steve getting real busy on the other side of the draw as Jentel slides through a nice Flaka 360. Sam and Steve with an E-slider and a Kulo on starboard and a Flaka on port tack. So a total heat score of 10.37. So it looks like he is currently leading against Matteo Testa. Jentel Kers adding the Flaka 360 nicely and pretty much doubling his heat score. Ile yet to put a score up. We've not seen Ile on the cameras. Hopefully he's there. But as I said, guys, the way we structure it with these 4-man heats is we tend to focus on you know, one rider from each heat, and then we switch over to the other rider from each heat, if that makes sense. As he ducks the sail. Oh, goes for the air bob, but just doesn't quite manage to keep the sail out of the water towards the end of the move. That's Sam and Steve we've got there on the lovely drone shot as he bears downwind a bit. Wanted the Shaka. Looks like, oh, it looked like he was actually going to finish that a little bit. Matteo Testa and Jentel. Who's going to do the move first? Matteo Testa with a nice Flaka. Jentel with the Kulo. He will water start out of it. So that will be points on the board, but he will be heavily penalised for the landing of that Kulo. Looks like there was no wind. I don't know how he did that. So just waiting for those points to come in for Jentel Kers. So Sam and Steve on your screen now. Sam and Steve putting together a nice heat. He's done an E-slider, a Kulo, and a burner. I believe that's the first burner of the competition that we've seen so far. So 13.46 for Sam and Steve, 7.11 for Matteo Testa, 6.77 for Jentel, and Ile yet to put some scores on the board. Matteo Testa there on the drone shot. Got a bit of power, but just not as much speed as he likes. Sam and Steve got a nice bit of speed there. What we're going to see, he's already filled his score sheet, but he'll be looking to replace that E-slider. And he will Kono. Again, bit of a wet landing, perhaps not as much power as he'd have liked, but a Kono is a Kono. And I'd say that move, you know, generally is a lot harder than E-slider, so he will probably improve his score. As Jentel goes down on a lollipop. Drone view, as I said, it always looks so much windier with the drone than it does on the other cameras. If we could have some of that wind from the drone view, please, that would be good. Sam and Steve looked like he was going to go down into something, but I think maybe he's just going to tack round instead. So heading over to Facebook and YouTube, let's see any comments coming in. Still a lot of love for Jentel. Go Jentel Kers. As Sam and Steve comes round to Grubby. A lot of Grubbies. I wonder if we're going to see the double Grubby. So Sam and Steve actually putting together a really good heat score. Jentel struggling with that E-slider there, sort of catching a rail a little bit. Not the usual Jentel Kers we're seeing. Maybe he's just quite underpowered. I wonder if he changed down sails. Maybe he came in and changed to 4.8 because he thought it was picking up, but actually it's not picked up as much as he wanted it to. Ooh, getting real close to each other there. Matteo Testa not backing down and pulling off a nice Shaka. They're against each other as well. That was almost an interference call almost. Getting a bit close to each other, or maybe it's just the angle of the drone. But Matteo Testa there with a nice shaka. That will really help his score. Although it looks like Samostieve has a very comfortable lead. You know, putting 20 points on the board. Or over 20 points on the board. Yentl, shove it, Spock. Nice. Ile Bamnolker, looks like there's some points on the board for him. I think it's a Kulo. I wonder if he didn't realise it was his heat. We haven't seen him. That's another thing with these younger riders and things. That's something so important. You've got to keep an eye on the time on the ladder of when you're going. And there's a much better Kulo from Yentl Kers as Samostieve goes down. Or will water start out? Sorry, I was watching Yentl. It was either a Shaka or a Flacker, I think. Maybe you guys can let me know in the comments. So a Kulo, Burner and Kono for Samostieve. And a Flacker, Shaka and Grubby on port tack for the Flying Frenchman. So 22-6, 24-5 in total for Samostieve. And it looks like Matteo Testa will also bring his heat score up. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Nice Kulo there to start off the heat. Yentl with that Shaka, I don't know how he did it. Barely even looked like the tail left the water. Nice Grubby there. We love a replay. So Yentl Kers waiting for some scores to come through for Yentl. I think he kind of found his groove towards the end of that heat, really. With the shove it Spock and a much nicer Kulo. I think that was his first Kulo. Samostieve with the Kono. Again, just getting a bit wet at the end, but still water starting out. Matteo Testa there with a nice shack again, real close to everyone. And Samostieve there with the switch Chachu. Almost didn't look like into the boy. Shove it Spock there from Yentl. First shove it Spock we've seen. And a much nicer Kulo there from Yentl as well. Still waiting on scores to update, but it looks pretty clear. It looks like it's definitely going to be Yentl and Samostieve advancing through to the next round of the men's single elimination. So, next up. Let me just refresh. Don't forget, guys, head over to EFPT.net where you can keep up with everything, with how it's all going. It looks like next up we've got an all-Severn heat. Dieter van der Eycken up against Felix Volkhart. And on the other side of the draw, well, let's have a look at the stats first. So, heat win percentage for Dieter, 58%, Felix 40%. Bear in mind, Felix is still, fairly new to competition. So, yeah, obviously that will be reflected. Dieter obviously is a world champion, or an ex-world champion. Second an event. And then the other side of the draw, we've got Adrian Bosson up against Jamie Howard. Jamie Howard going straight back out. Adrian Bosson, one of the seeded riders. Jamie's going to have a pretty tough draw up against Adrian Bosson. Just a ridiculously talented sailor. Highest finish coming first in Tarifa 2017. Wins 69% of his heats. Be very interesting to see how this matchup goes. And then, of course, Dieter came into the booth earlier having a bit of a chat about competing against Felix. Obviously, teammates, working together on the gear, everything like that. But once you're out there in the heat, it's man on man. There's no mercy. It'd be interesting to see how these guys get on. I feel like the only thing that could perhaps edge everything is the fact that it's such light winds. That does give Jamie Howard a bit of an edge, maybe over Adrian Bosson, purely on weight. Jamie, is slightly lighter weight, but at the same time, Adrian Bosson is incredible in light winds, and he's got all the gear. He's probably on a bigger board and a 5.2, so we'll see how it goes. It perhaps does look like the wind has dropped off a little bit. We'll have to see. Currently, no riders planing as we get it 30 seconds into this heat. tactical about where we're attacking, where we're going. Looking at those two Severn sails there, it does look like Dieter's on the bigger one. I'd say Dieter's on the 5.2, Jamie's probably on 4.8, as Felix Volkhart pumps onto the plane. Stepping into both straps. He's going to be gearing up for something. Let's see what he does with his hands as he pumps. We're going to see the flacker. Nice flacker there from Felix. Just good to just get started, in these winds. He could have probably thought, well, maybe I'll try and duck the sail, whatever. Oh, he falls down on the heli-tack. That's not important. The important thing is he didn't fall on the flacker. As Adrian Bosson pulls off a nice culo, just goes down a bit at the end. And it looks like Jamie with a nice burner on that drone shot there as well. So a good start to their matchup. And we've got Felix on the big screen as Dieter ducks the sail in regular. And a nice kono from Dieter. And Felix will answer with an E-slider bar, but he just goes down. And you see him out of the strap, so that will not count at all as a move. And Dieter with a nice Shaka 360 there. Yeah, these gusts must be getting stronger. As Dieter said to me earlier, he's like, there's no chance of me even trying a Shaka. So the fact that he did that clearly shows that the wind is picking up. So currently Jamie leading by just under a point and Felix leading, but Dieter's scores yet to come up. So there, that's Dieter's Shaka 360 coming in at 4.92. Felix just not getting round a Shaka himself. It's a risky move to try in these conditions as Dieter goes down on an air funnel there on the small screen. So it's very much still all to play for with just over 5 minutes to go. As Adrian Bosson in the background there just goes down on a massive shove at Spock. So a culo and a funnel on starboard tack for Jamie Howard. Must be a burner, not a culo. On starboard tack for Jamie, and a culo on port tack for Jamie, coming in at 10, just under 10.34, and 6.33 for Adrian Bosson. As Dieter ducks the sail, nice culo there from Dieter. There's action. It's all starts. I reckon it's definitely in the gusts. The heat started, they weren't really doing much, and now suddenly they've been planing almost the whole time. So it'd be interesting to see. Also interesting to see how Jamie Howard and Adrian Bosson get on. Jamie's obviously warmed up. He's had a heat. He's been out, he's sailed a heat, he's got a bit of confidence back, especially after a long time not competing. Adrian Bosson hasn't had to sail a heat at all. He's seeded. So this is his first heat out on the water. So it'd be interesting to see how he gets on with that. Maybe sometimes, chatting to Amado yesterday, and he was saying sometimes actually having an earlier heat helps. It gives you a bit of momentum and a bit of motivation. Right, we're going to go. Felix struggling there, going for a Spock, but just kind of almost catching a rail in a bit of chop. So if you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, hit me up. Let me know if you've got any questions for any of the riders that you'd like me to, ask them. And I can always get them to either come in or they can, I can reply to you. Some love coming in. Come on, 2 Slice from Monte Carini. Coming in, a lot of love for Jamie Howard to come on 2 Slice. Jamie, as well as being a windsurfer, everything like that, he's also a DJ. Goes under the name 2 Slice. So make sure you check them out on Spotify for some house music. Get the party started. So yeah, Jamie, I think will be DJing throughout the weekend as well. So yeah, nice Shaka from him. That will add to his score as Adrian Bosson is just a point. Oh, there's the points coming in. Adrian Bosson trailing a little bit, but still 3 minutes to go. So it's still anyone's heat. On the other side of the draw, Dieter putting together a really, really nice heat as Felix kind of struggles to put some points on the board. Jamie comes around a nice E-slider there, opting not to turn round, deciding to just sort of keep going, maybe get a bit of ground up wind. Jamie putting together a really nice one now. A culo, a kono and a Shaka on port tack. and a culo and a funnel on starboard tack. I still think that culo was a burner instead. Don't forget, you guys can keep up with all the moves on EFPT.net with me. We've also got the live scoring up on the screen for you, but if you want a further breakdown of what the moves are and what each rider has done and how they are scored, yeah, head over to EFPT.net and keep up with that. And you can also check out the elimination ladder, and you can watch live there as well. But I like having it, you want two screens, don't you? You want to see what's going on everywhere. As Adrian Bosson flies round a nice shaka, and Jamie adds another culo to his list. It looks like that will probably better his culo from port tack. That was his previous culo coming in at 271. I'd say that was probably a better one. Maybe interesting to see. So Jamie now with a full score sheet, 21. I think that's the first time, or 22, sorry. First time we've crossed that as Adrian Bosson ducks the sail. And a nice culo. And a nice Skopu there from Jamie Howard. Planing Skopu from Jamie. He'll be really pleased with that one. That will definitely replace his E-slider. The wind must be picking up. Skopu is not a move you really see in lighter winds. So yeah, I'd say that's definitely the gust, even in the gusts, picking up a little bit. Jamie with now easily the highest heat score of the day. We're definitely seeing the wind pick up, 26.57. Even Dieter as well on the other side, 22.57. As Felix starts to answer back and pick it up, but will it be enough with only just under a minute to go? Jamie stepping into switch on the big screen there, ducking the sail, and just it goes down on an air funnel. Adrian Bosson with a culo and a shaka on port tack, and a switch chachu, a funnel, and a culo on starboard tack. So a culo both sides. Adrian Bosson 18.20, Jamie Howard 26.57. With 30 seconds to go, can Adrian pull it out the bag? Just goes down on a shove it spock. This isn't an in-form Adrian Bosson. As I said, maybe it is that warm-up heat. Maybe that's what you need. That kind of warm-up, get used to the conditions, do a few moves, get used to everything before you, before you get out for your heat. Get kind of warmed up a little bit. Just adjusting the cameras slightly. And it looks like that heat is over, so it looks like Dieter van der Eycken and Jamie Howard will advance. Jamie Howard, I said it, I called it, and not just because I've seen him sail a lot at home. I knew he would cause some upsets. He will knock Adrian Bosson out of this single elimination as he advances through his second heat of this competition, his first international competition for quite a few years. Charlie Connaughton on YouTube. Charlie Connaughton, another Club Bass superstar. Jimmy! Some love coming through for Jamie Howard. Come on, two slice. Yeah, a lot of love coming in. That's what we like to see. Nice E-slider there. Felix Volkhart just struggled with this heat a little bit. Yeah, very uncharacteristic little crashes. Maybe just couldn't quite find the rhythm. We love seeing these replays. Nice shaka there from Adrian Bosson, followed by that really nice culo. That sail does look big. Maybe it's simply just not used to the 5.2. And there's that Diablo that I was talking about. So going round the clew rather than the mast at the end of the E-slider. Jamie just going down on that air funnel there, trying to kind of save it, grabbing the mast. So while we've got a minute then, Luke Heatley on YouTube. Sandy, if you get a sec, what board would you recommend for a freestyle beginner, one of my daughters? Is a freestyle wave okay, or do we go all in with a dedicated freestyle board? Well, it depends. If she's fully focused on, right, I want to learn freestyle, then go for a freestyle board. You can always just get a freestyle board and put a bigger fin in it, and then it's perfect for jibing round, things like that. And then you put a smaller fin in when she's ready to start learning to Vulcan, things like that. So I would say get a freestyle board. You can get a slightly bigger one. Yeah, they're a lot shorter, but they're very fast as well. So they're great fun for jibing, things like that. So yeah, see how you feel. You'll find jibing easier on a freestyle board than you'll find doing freestyle on a freestyle waveboard, if that makes sense. So moving on, next up, Steven van Brockhoven up against local hero Mikey Czech. Steven van Brockhoven, 68% of his heats. Mikey Cech, 33%. But obviously, Mikey hasn't competed nearly as much as Steven. And on the other side of that draw, we've got Jacopo Testa up against Bodie Kempen. Let me know, guys. These riders, we get a lot of comments for these guys, especially a lot of love for the young Brouwersdam Ripper Bodie. Let me know who you guys are rooting for. Hit me up in the comments. Let me know what you're thinking. Michael, go Light Wind Ripper Felix. Yeah, Felix just didn't have as much the heat he wanted, I would say. I say he's going to be quite disappointed with that. But at the same time, you know, to go out against an ex-world champion is not the worst thing to do. Catching every possible gust and landing also. Congratulations, Jamie, coming in from Manolis. Andy Chambers, nice work, Jamie Howard. Bubble, my man, Bubble. We miss you. Why don't you come hang out? Come and talk with me. Yeah, a lot of love coming in for Jamie Howard. I knew he'd cause some upsets. You know, even Amado called it yesterday. He said Jamie's definitely one to watch and one to be worried about to be coming up in a heat against. And knocking out Adrian Bosson is no mean feat. Or no easy feat. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up. I was up early this morning. We got Mikey Cech on screen now, the local hero. On full Severn this year, he was on a real old JP board, so it's nice to see. Hopefully he got some support from the brand, and he's got some nice shiny new kit, and clearly it's working. You know, he was putting up some real nice scores earlier on in the day in his previous heat. So we are a minute into this heat then, and so far Steven van Brockhoven with a Shaka on port tack, Jacopo Testa on the other side of the draw with a Kulo, and Bodie Kempen up against Jacopo with a Flaka 360. And there are the scores on the board. So 4.1 for Steven van Brockhoven, 4.8 for Jacopo Testa, and Bodie Kempen just trailing with a 2.71. Mikey Cech yet to put some points on the board. Nice funnel there from Steven van Brockhoven. Probably not what he wanted, but again, in these early minutes of the heat, it's all about just putting some moves up, getting some moves down and getting on. Not Ingham, that's the heat now to show it all, Mikey. It absolutely is. Well, every heat is the heat to show it all. But yeah, especially, you know, if you're up against someone like Steven, you know, it's almost silly to watch what they're doing and, you know, compare yourself to them. You know, Steven's got such a reputation. He's such an amazing sailor. I'm sure Mikey, like most of us freestylers, look up to Steven. So no point looking at him. All you got to do is look at what you're doing. Jacopo getting right, really close to Mikey there. Steven with a ponch. First ponch we've seen. That's not a move you usually see in lighter winds, and a really nice one. So it's interesting to see how that is scored. Again, we've seen the judges, you know, they're scoring moves based on not just the difficulty of the move, but how difficult it is in the conditions we've got here. Jacopo Testa adding that Shaka, adding nicely to his scores. Bodie Kempen with a bob on starboard tack and a Flaka 360 on port tack. Mikey Cech pumping that sail, getting every ounce of power and speed out of it as he ducks the sail in regular. And there's a really nice Kulo from Mikey. He'll be pleased with that. Will Steven answer with one of his own? Looks like he's got his hand up the boom. No, I think we're going to see a duck. And he will answer with a Kulo of his own as we wait for the points to come in for Mikey and everybody else. Geese Boomer, go Bodie. Bodie, love coming in for Bodie Kempen. As we close in, we've got just under 5 minutes left of this heat. Steven van Brockhoven with a pretty comfortable lead over Mikey. But again, still 5 minutes to go as Mikey comes through a really nice Shaka. Oh no! Looks like he went down. Did he save it? Did he manage to save it? The nosedive at the end of the Shaka. As we have Jacopo Testa on the screen there. Again, with that striking 0.7 sails and that AV boards. I must say those AV boards do look nice. Jacopo Testa in switch. And a switch Flaka. Not a move you see that often. Pioneered by my other good friend, Max Rowe. It was a real move of his. Competing. It's definitely a nice stylish move, as Jacopo just made it look, as Bodie Kempen comes round, I think what looked like a grubby there. Again, guys, I apologise if I miss it. I've got a lot of things I'm looking at. So if I do miss it, please let me know in the comments. Let me know what move I missed. And don't forget, if you're unsure as well, you can head over to EFPT.net where you can keep up with the full live scoring. Obviously, we've got it up on the screen for you guys to see, but also you can get a further breakdown of what moves each rider has done over on EFPT.net. I can't do anything. And a nice Kono there for Jacopo Testa. Sorry guys, that was one of the riders coming in asking for me to do a replay, and I can't do any of that. As Bodie Kempen steps and switch, ducks that sail. And a nice funnel there from Bodie. Just putting some points on the board. That will nicely replace his half funnel that he had. So that should bump the points up. Actually pretty close between Jacopo Testa and Bodie Kempen. You know, especially with just under 2.5 minutes left to go. And even then, Mikey come back really nicely. It looked like Stephen looked a very comfortable lead. But Mikey definitely coming back. Whoa, love the Canabrava there. That Flacca Canabrava. So you kind of throw the Flacca and grab the clue and go underneath the clue. And when you do it while jumping in the air, it's very, very stylish. Nice Kono there from Bodie Kempen. That'll add to his score nicely. Stephen adds a lollipop to his. And then I think some scores have finally come through for Stephen as he significantly bumps his points up. Just under 1:45 to go now. Let us know as we advance. Like I said, guys, it looks like the wind's picking up. It looks like our dreams are all coming true. So let me know, now that we know that we've got a competition on, it's happening. Let us know who you're rooting for. Nice culo there from Jacopo Testa. Nice drone view there. We've got Steven van Brockhoven as he does the spot. Are we going to see the spot culo? Yes, we are. Nice. That must mean the wind is picking up. I think that is the first spot culo we've seen of the competition so far as Stephen breaks through 25 points. Bodie ducking the sail. Nice culo there from Bodie. Really nice culo. As Jacopo ducks the sail and a burner. I mean, when you compare this to the first couple of heats we saw where it was being won with Spocks and Grubbies, compared to now, we're pretty much seeing, the only thing we're not really seeing is kind of combo moves. You know, we're not seeing the kind of 360s added onto everything, which is, you know, okay, but we're starting to see all the moves now. As Jacopo Testa has some real speed. What's he going to do with it? I think Spock Kulo. Shove it, Spock. Oh, no! Sail just landed a little bit too low as he came down. I mean, still a comfort. Well, no, actually, it is neck and neck as we come into that. And has that culo dropped for Bodie Kempen? Oh, we've got a little weight on our hands here. It looks like actually we'll have to wait and see. Does that look that's too close for me to call? Jacopo Testa against Bodie Kempen, so just wait to get confirmation on that as you guys check out the replays of some beautiful moves going down. It looks like Steven van Brockhoven, posting the highest heat score of the day with 27.65, will advance through against Mikey, who really brought it back. Looked like at the start, you know, it was going to be a bit of a runaway for Steven, but actually Mikey doing a double Spock on starboard and a culo and a shaka and a flacca on port, so just missing a move on each tack, sadly. But yeah, still just putting some real moves down and giving Steven van Brockhoven a bit of a challenge, which is what we like to see. So spot culo from Jacopo as well as Steven in this heat, the first ones of this comp. And we're starting to see burners now as well. So red flag as we wait. We've got Antoine Albert up against Dudu Levi. Who have you got, guys? The Israeli powerhouse or the Flying Frenchman? Both 28 years old. Antoine with a 3rd in Fuerta 2018. Dudu with a 9th in Sardinia. Double culo for Dudu, 716, and air cabbie for Antoine. That's probably the air cabbie that he did in, I want to say, like Tarifa, off that wave. That is one of the biggest I've ever seen. And here we go, Amado taking to the water, winning 90% of his heats up against Tigo Court. Tigo has his work cut out for him. But again, will we see a repeat of what happened with Jamie Howard and Adrian Bosson, where Amado hasn't hit the water yet? You know, is he going to be warmed up? How's he going to be feeling? Tigo's already gone through a couple of heats. He's feeling comfortable, or he's gone through a heat, you know. So it'd be interesting to see. I mean, Amado, you know, he's the Terminator. He's taking names. So we'll see how he gets on. Geese Bomer, so close between Bodhi and Jacopo. Yeah, literally so close, but I think it looks like Jacopo will advance through. But, I mean, to have it that close up against Jacopo Testa and Bodhi at the age Bodhi is very impressive. And he got through one heat, so, you know, if we do get to run through a double elimination, he will be standing slightly higher on that, so he will have another chance to fight back. So, yeah, very, very respectable for Bodhi Kempen. So taking a look now at the ladder, guys, moving up. So we have, this is the last heat for the men's before we move on to the women's for a little bit. So we've got Antoine Albert, Dudu Levi, and then Amado Vrieswijk up against Tigo Court. So looking forwards then, from the winners of the previous heats we've just seen, guys, we've got Sam Steve against Jentel Kers and Dieter van der Eycken against Jamie Howard. As the green flag goes up, and there is Amado Vrieswijk on your screen with a Shaka 360. Silky smooth like butter. That is how you start a heat, my friends. Tigo Court there with an E-slider. Also, that is how you start a heat. As I said, I think that first move is essential. If you can get that first move down, it sets up your momentum, sets up your mindset for the rest of the heat. All you then got to worry about is the conditions. Don't forget, guys, EFPT.net, where you can get full breakdowns. We've got the live scoring up on the live stream now, so you guys can check it out. But if you want to see how each moves are scored and what the moves are that each rider has done, head over to EFPT.net. As Amado, massive culo there for Amado Vrieswijk, struggling to come back onto the board a little bit. Looks like that will not count. Tigo there with a bob, but just mistimed it a little bit. And then on the other side of the draw, we've got Antoine Albert up against Dudu Levy. Is it Levy or Levi? I asked him yesterday, and he said, just say whatever you want. So maybe Dudu doesn't even know. Great sailing Bodhi from Raymond Kempen. The Kempen clan giving a lot of love to Bodhi, and did really well. It's always hard, you know, going up against... you know, and for these guys, they're so young as well. They've probably watched Amado and, you know, and Jacopo and all these guys compete for years. So now suddenly they're competing against them. You know, it must be a difficult thing to wrap your head around. But yeah, a lot of love coming in there for Bodhi on over on Facebook. And now for Tigo. Go Tigo! Yeah. So a big start to the heat, and now seems to have calmed down a little bit while we wait for another gust. I'm looking out of my little window. I just saw a load of people planing around and doing moves. So that the wind has definitely picked up. So as we just under 5.5 minutes to go. And it looks like we are just kind of waiting for a gust. But like we saw earlier, all it takes is one gust, or you know, one gust where guys can get 2 runs in, and straight away that's 2 moves. You know, a move on each side on the board. That's all it kind of takes. Dudu in the background there with an E-slider. As you can see there, Tigo just coming off his board, but that's the beauty of the lake. It's only kind of waist, shoulder deep, the whole thing. So you can just kind of stand there and wait if you want to, or if you're a bit cold. I imagine, having spoken to Amado yesterday, he was wearing about 4 jackets, so I imagine he probably wants to avoid the water. Maybe that's why he manages to land everything, because he's like, nope, don't want to fall in. You know? Let's see, any comments coming through on YouTube? Go Tigo! So much love for these Browsdown boys. It's awesome. And we're just waiting for the scores to come in, and just waiting for the scores to update. But yeah, it looks like, yeah, so you can see Amado's got no scores yet, even though we saw that move, or maybe that move he did it too early. But I'm pretty sure the green flag was up. But we're just waiting for the live scoring to update as Tigo Court pumps up onto the plane. Tigo Court on the drone. We've got 2 angles of him right now. I'd say he's probably the only one planing as he gets himself through a nice grubby. Yeah, Amado struggling to get planing, which is not something you see very often. Or as he said yesterday, he said it's, you know, being heavier and things, he's like, it's harder to get planing, but once he is planing, he's got a lot more power to get himself through the moves. Looks like that was, I don't know if that was Antoine water starting out of a move or whether he was just standing in the water for a couple of minutes. But it looks like the wind seems to have really dropped off for this heat. I mean, looking out, it's still very sunny. There's still not a cloud in the sky. So hopefully this is just a bit of a quiet heat. But there's been some moves, so I would say, I can't imagine they'll want to cancel it. As Amado desperately pumps up onto the plane, he's got the new Future Fly board. I think it's the same shape, but they've changed the graphics around slightly. Or maybe they have tweaked the shape slightly. As he gets himself a little willy skipper that drops the sail in the water. I wonder how they'll score that, because he kind of did the willy skipper, but then didn't flip the sail. Maybe the move will count as incomplete. That just goes to show sometimes trying to force a move is not the best. If anything, he could have waited, done a couple more pumps, and maybe done a different move. Dudu going switch there, but opting not to bother. Instead, just going to kind of wait. Clearly realised that he didn't maybe have the power. So cutting to a bit of a bigger view. This heat, there we go. I think that's the cancellation flag. So it looks like they will be cancelling this heat. Yeah, it seems like the wind's dropped off a little bit. So maybe we'll be having a little break. So that was Amado starting with a Shaka 360 and an E-slider there. And a Kulo there. I think his back foot came out in that Kulo. Couldn't quite get round that bob. And the grubby. And then obviously, because we only filmed half of the draw, the other guys, Antoine Albert and Dudu, they weren't filmed because we only got halfway through that heat before we cancelled it. So yeah, that blue and white flag you're seeing is the cancellation flag. So it looks like we will be holding off and waiting for. Well, hopefully we'll just keep it running, let it wait, and then we'll fingers crossed. Yeah, there's the confirmation there. Heat cancelled. It makes sense. It didn't look like there was any moves really going down. It may just be a bit of a lull in the wind. Yeah. Yeah, as you can see, that's the cancellation flag. It looks like after this heat, guys, as well, it's worth saying, once we finish this heat, we are going to be taking a break from the men's, and we are going to go into the women's single elimination as well. As I said, this is the first time we've had the women at this event. All very exciting. And we will see. We've got there's some fairly big names in the women's heat. You know, we've had we've got obviously Micah Hooverman, who is, the tour leader. She will be in the yellow jersey. Micah Hooverman leading the tour. And then Claire Elliott making a return to international competition after a couple of years off. I've known Claire for many years, another Club Vast superstar working out in Greece, but, done a few of the competitions in Fuerta, been out to Cape Town quite a few times. sails on the south coast of England. A real hardcore ripper, push loops forwards. Not sure if we'll see push loops here from her today, but she's got the Spock, she's got the flackers. It'll be interesting to see how she gets on. We've also got Hannah Poschinger, of course, a Freestyle Pro Tour legend. Be interesting to see how she gets on. Again, she's got the moves. Lena Erzen as well. The young Lena Erzen, her and her, excuse me, her brother Val, just doing all the moves. So yeah, it'd be really interesting to see that. And then, of course, Stera Meyer, who's recently changed and gone on to Fnatic and Duotone. It'll be very interesting to see how she gets on. And then, of course, other riders as well. I feel like I need to go through them all, but that's just a few highlights of the women's fleet. So we'll see. But I think first of all, we will be running through this heat again. So hopefully, it looks like there's a bit more wind now. Definitely more people planing. So we've got Antoine Albert, Dudu Levi, and then Tigo Kor against Amado Vrieswijk. And looking at the men's elimination ladder, so next up for the men's, it will be Sam Steve against Jentel Kers, Dieter van der Eycken against Jamie Howard, Steven van Brockhoven against Jacopo Testa. And then the two winners of this heat will go up against each other. So let me know who you think that's going to be. See the red flags up. We've got the judging boat there. It does look like there's a little bit of breeze. If you are watching, let me know where you're watching from. Let me know what you're up to. Who you're rooting for. Get involved as the yellow flag goes up. Means we've got just under a minute to go until the resale of this heat. So as we close in on a minute, Antoine Albert there with that lovely shiny new Goya, the Cypher. See how well it works for him. I think Dieter said earlier, I think that's a 5-1 that Antoine is using. So it'd be interesting to see how he gets on with it. I think he had it in France for the event there at the end of last year. So it should be his second big international competition, competing on the new gear, and see if he's used to it. And that is the green flag up. And that green flag is making it look very windy. As we cut to Amado Vrieswijk coming down past the judging boat, pumping. Looks like he's got some speed as he goes out of frame there. But I imagine we're probably going to see a move or a crash. Browsdam Centre, go boys. Some love coming in there for those boys. As Tigo Court goes switch down past the judge boat, ducking the sail. And there's a nice funnel as Dudu comes round, a nice shaka as well. Coming down into frame there, that's Ollie Townsend, Club Vast legend. Nice flacker from him. He's not in the heat, but he's just putting on a show for us. As Amado ducks the sail there. Wow, powerful culo there from Amado Vrieswijk. This looks a little bit more like it. Antoine Albert there coming into frame. Ducking the sail. And a nice culo himself as well. So yeah, each rider there, staking their claim, putting a nice move down. Amado Vrieswijk with a shaka, and he will add the 360 on to the end. Nice, really nice. So Tigo Core in the middle of your frame there. So let's see what Tigo, the young ripper from Browsdam, has for us. There we go. So Dudu Dudu on your right-hand screen. So far, we're just waiting for the live scoring to update, but we definitely saw Dudu with that big shaka at the start. And there's a nice spot from Dudu. I'd say probably wanting more, probably looking for at least a double spot, if not a spot kulo, knowing Dudu. But, or maybe even the Spock air bob. He is the captain of the air bobs. See him there, that wide stance, always in the back foot strap. It's a strange way of sailing, but seems to be working for him. So just waiting for the scores to come in. Amado with just a punch scoring at the moment. Flaka into the 360. Almost like an air Flaka 360 there from Dudu. Powerful stuff. And Antoine Albert with a Kulo and a Spock on the scoreboards as well. Tigo with just a Kono coming in. A nice Kono. And then that funnel coming in as well at 365. So waiting on a few moves to come in for Amado. But it looks like so far, there's the moves coming in from Amado slowly. As Dudu comes in, ducks the sail. Oh, funny, strange little crash there. And we've got, joining me in the booth, the yellow jersey, the leader, Micah Hooverman. Micah, how's it going?
Oh, good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
It's been a long day for you already?
Yeah. I'm not complaining. I just get to sit here and watch it. I always say I've got the best job here. I don't have to do anything. I just sit and watch. Everyone else has to run around crazy. Yeah. How are you? How's it going? How are you feeling?
Yeah, all right. I'm feeling good. I just got ready and then I saw they cancelled the heat, so I thought I'd come in here and chill for a bit
and
before
chat.
I go out.
Yeah, because it's warm in here. That's why, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it looks like, Tigo there with a nice bob. So how are you feeling? I've been saying a lot on the live stream, obviously talking about the women. I said we had a bit of a chat yesterday. How are you feeling about the women being here, getting into the heats? You're seeded a little bit, so you've got to wait for a bit. We've seen a big upset with that already today. I don't want to put this pressure on you. I feel bad. But we saw that already with Adrian Bosson against Jamie Howard. Mm-hmm. Jamie hasn't competed for a few years. Lighter rider, hasn't competed for a few years, but he had a heat earlier and found a bit of momentum. Mm-hmm. Got his sea legs back and went, oh, I remember how to do this. And then he goes up against Adrian, who hasn't had a heat. Mm-hmm. And maybe just went, I'm going to keep warm and I'll just go out and it'll be fine. But then actually, Jamie had this momentum and did it. How does it work? Being seeded, is that difficult?
So I actually used to have this when I first started the tour, that I wouldn't do so well on the single, and then in the double I would start a heat and I would sort of get into it, and I just kept doing the same routine. Yeah. You sort of build up your confidence and you get used to the spot and the conditions. Yeah. And especially on a day like today where it gets a bit tricky. Yeah. It's you do get a feel for it, whereas some of the higher seeded riders might they go out for the first time and you're trying to hold off going out because you don't want to get cold. So it does really. It can really work in your favor. Yeah. Yeah.
It's kind of weighing up. I guess it works for different people, doesn't it? But I feel like Bosson, I don't want to do it. And obviously I'm very biased because Jamie's one of my very good friends. We live in the same town in the UK. We sail together all the time, But Bosson did not look in form. It wasn't the usual Adrian Bosson we usually see. He was doing awkward crashes, things like that. So I do wonder if getting out there for a sail is, before your heat is a good idea. Have you been out this morning at all, or are you?
I haven't. But no. When you do go out for a sail, maybe you crash that one move. It can also really work against you. Yeah, so it's sort of that. I think it's kind of a personal thing. Yeah. Yeah. And
I've been saying as well just from me looking at it, I always, for me now, having watched a lot of heats and analysed them and looking at it, I always notice the first move seems really important.
Yeah, for me it is as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just sort of sets the tone for the whole.
And if you land that move and you land it, you go, right, cool, one down.
Yeah.
Whereas if you crash it, you go, uh-oh.
And then you also spend a lot of time in the water, and then when you get up, it's like, a minute's down already, and
Especially in these conditions, if you've had to pump, right, cool, I'm going downwind, and then I crash my move, I go, now I've got to go upwind again before I do my move and things.
Exactly.
Whereas if you land it, you even though you might have to do that, you've got a bit more confidence. Yeah. Tigo, Shaka, nice. He said, we were chatting yesterday. I made fun of him a lot last year because he said he can Kulo and all these moves, but he still can't Shaka.
Yeah.
And then he learned to Shaka
for a while. Yeah.
But he said he still struggles with it. So he said it's a difficult move for him. But he made that look very easy. Good. Unfortunately,
the wind dropped a bit right when he landed. Which is
just went down at the end. Yeah. But Tigo holding off Amado pretty well. 16 to 20. It's
in the heat before he was actually leading by some margin. But
I think Amado's scores weren't up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
We were waiting. Amado had done a couple of moves that hadn't been posted at all. So I think they were fairly level. But yeah, it was really strange. The few heats before it was really windy, and then suddenly their heat it just completely dropped
off.
And now it seems to have kind of picked back up again. It's it's difficult.
It's a bit tricky, and then sometimes you sort of get that, that where the wind just sort of drops for a while.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's difficult. So, talk to me about the women's fleet then. I think we've got 8, maybe 9 women.
9 women, yeah. I mean, it's great to have them here. I've said that yesterday as well. I've always sort of watched this live stream, and I've never really had the opportunity to come here.
Yeah.
And, it's just great to have the event and also have 9 girls show up. That's actually
you can run a full like before. It's always sad, the women's and there's like 4 girls, and you're like, well, we can't really run much. But 9. That's a I mean, I chatted to Claire, who's here as well, who I was just talking about before you came in. I chatted to her on Instagram. We were chatting, and I was like, why aren't you coming? Because I know she's very busy, she's at university, things like that. But so it's great to see, I think it goes to show that if we actually go, right, let's do the women, then they will make the time to actually go, we'll come up.
And I think it's nice because we actually see some new girls show up as well.
Yeah.
And they do get, a fair competition amongst them as well. Like we've got, I think, a certain amount of levels as well. I think there's quite a difference still, but I think it's really nice for them to show up, compete, and also have women that are, on about the same level. Here we go. That's
Lena, yeah?
Lena warming up.
Lena's so good. I think not that I didn't realise, but I think I was too busy focusing on the Micah Hooverman, the Hannah Poshinger's here, and Claire Elliott and stuff. I didn't even realise. I was like, oh, Lena's here. She can, yeah, she's so good.
And she sails a lot as well, which is obviously the way to go.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so no, it's going to be really, really interesting to see how these heats go.
And she's got quite the advantage because I think she's the only girl as a 5'2".
Oh, really?
So that's quite, in these kind of conditions, that's definitely going to help you out.
I mean, do you have a 5'2"?
No, I don't.
You don't? Because I was saying, I said that earlier. I said, despite, realistically, the girls are generally quite a lot lighter than the boys. The girls' fleet is, generally lighter, but still having that 5'2" can be important.
Yeah, it can be important. I definitely think I'll put it on the list.
Yeah. Severn, if you're listening, give Micah a 5'2". No, I'm sure.
Just, some of the Severn riders are out now, so I might see if I could.
Still, I've definitely seen someone is on. I've definitely seen 2 of Amado's sails out there today.
Yeah. I think Hannah is going to be on Amado's 4A. Actually, that is Hannah on Amado's 4A.
Is it? Yeah, I couldn't tell.
Is it Amado himself? Well,
it may be Amado. Yeah. They're both blonde. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Yeah. So no, it's going to be really, really interesting with the and it's like you said, it's a mix of levels. Some of the girls are perhaps just doing their first Vulcans. Maybe they've done a Spock. So actually, this wind and this kind of flat water is kind of perfect.
It's a really good spot because actually, if you look at some of the other stops we used to have on tour, it often was really hard for us. Like either it would be super choppy or really, really windy, or a combination of both.
Yeah.
And in a place like this, it's just a lot more. It's flat. It's not all that windy, which actually often works in our favor. So. Yeah. I mean, I'm super stoked to have this event and to see so many girls show up, and it actually seems like it's gotten quite a lot windier compared to earlier on. So.
Oh yeah, I mean earlier, the first couple of heats,
it was very tricky.
They were being decided on grubbies.
Yeah.
Whereas now, we've seen spot culos, we've seen all the moves. Mm-hmm. Have you been working on any like particular moves over the winter, anything like that?
I didn't unfortunately get that much time on the water because the conditions were just really bad.
Yeah.
But I've been trying to work on some spokulos. I think that's sort of my main one that I would really like to get consistent. I can do them sometimes, but not
all the time.
Yeah, not all the time, and also only when it's really windy. So yeah.
You want to be. That's. I mean, if you can pull that out of your bag of tricks, you're.
My kulos are quite consistent. Just my burners, for some reason, I can't really,
They're difficult to land. Yeah.
So it just it would be super stoked to be able to do a Kulo and a burner and a spot Kulo in one heat. I think that would be my main goal for this year at some point. But I don't think today is the day.
No. Yeah, well, it looks like... I'm trying to think who we've got at the moment. We're just waiting for everything to refresh.
Iris and Lina. They're both on the same side.
That's Iris there on the right-hand side. Is it Iris or Iris?
Iris, I think.
Iris. Iris with a Vulcan there. Nice. And that's Lina on the left. No, because Lina's wears a helmet. Oh, no, that is Lina, yeah.
Yeah, she switched sails because she had in her last heat, I think she was on a 4-4, and that was a little bit too small.
Oh, yeah, no, you don't want to be on that.
No.
Yeah, but again, I don't know whether it looks like it's dropped a little bit. But, I mean, looking out there...
They are getting planing without pumping, though, so...
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. They're not doing the, Yentl...
This morning they were really, trying very hard. Yeah.
But, I mean, if we hadn't started that time in the morning, we'd be so much further behind. I mean, it's, it's just coming up on... It's 9:55 local time. So it's,
It's still so early.
It's still so early.
I just feel that, earlier I was like, oh, I want to get some lunch, and then realised they only just got up to 9 o'clock.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, lunch is still a long way away.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
A lot of love coming in for the Brouwersdam lot. You sail a lot there, obviously. It's your home spot.
Definitely.
I'm sure you've got plenty of people there watching. What's that like? Is that pretty cool for? Well, I imagine it is. But even though you guys aren't sitting in here with me, you guys don't know, but you kind of know that everyone's going to be tuning in and watching. Do you feel pressure, or does it make you more like motivated, or a bit of both?
I guess a bit of both.
Yeah.
I try not. It's just something I try to switch off when I'm actually on the water. But like now, knowing that there's just so many people from Brouwersdam, and at the end of the day, we're all a group, and we're not a team, but it almost feels a bit like that because we all cheer each other on, and you've got someone to chat to about the wind, and it just makes stuff a little bit easier. If you need a hand, and also just to know people at home are cheering us on, it is a cool feeling.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I've always wondered because there's so many. I think Brouwersdam and Bonaire are the two spots which get the most support.
Yeah.
It's either everyone from Bonaire or it's everyone from Brouwersdam. Ooh, little leg kick there. I think that was Lina. Yeah. It's so hard to see why they're all on duotones. They're literally all on duotones.
Yeah.
I think we've got. Yeah, it's Claire. So it should be Claire against Hannah. Claire Elliott, Hannah Poschinger.
And that's going to be a good heat.
Yeah. And then Elena, Dominic, and Lena Erzin. So they're the ones sailing now. But I've seen Iris.
They're resailing heat.
They're resailing heat 4A, aren't they? Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, because that wasn't... they didn't really have much of a chance to showcase, what they were doing.
Neither of them landed a move.
No, Iris did a Vulcan, but then fell in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Had the power, but then lost the power.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating when it's like that. I can't tell if it's dropped or not. Maybe it has.
I think it has because before people were playing and coming in and out, and it just...
yeah, true. I saw a couple of people do moves right here.
Yeah. Actually, it looked really good. I saw people bust out like burners and pullers and stuff.
Oh yeah, we've seen all of those kind of moves. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Now we've seen spot kudos. To me, it's those when you start seeing ponches, you go, all right, yeah, cool, it's windy now, because that's not a move. Ponches and scopus.
Yeah.
Once you start seeing them, you go, oh yeah, cool, it's windy now. Of course the guys can do it in nothing, but or
there's still that difference between those kind of moves and Yentl doing a flat cut,
Yeah. When you got Yentl pumping into a grubby,
Yeah.
and Amado just going downwind and doing a massive ponch, or Jamie Howard doing a big scopu, you're like, oh cool, yeah. Jamie did a planing scopu, you're like, okay, yeah, it's windy.
Yeah.
But again, as Dieter said, he doesn't know if it's getting any windier, but he's like, the gusts are getting wider and longer.
Yeah.
So you've got more. So it is still that kind
as long as you've got that, it's fine though.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be consistently windy.
Yeah, exactly. Gies Bomer. Am I saying it right? Gijs. Sorry. Gijs. Yeah, Gijs Bomer. Good luck, Micah.
Thank you.
Michael, Gohanna. Some love coming in. Gijs. Sorry, I keep saying it wrong. And I'm saying Tim's surname wrong as well. I was calling him, originally it was Gerdus, but it's Gerdus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just, kind of a harsh G. And
Yeah.
get there.
Gerdus. Yeah, I'll get it. I apologise. Tai Franz on Facebook. Yo, Tai, we miss you. We're sorry we heard you had COVID. We wish you could be here. What sale sizes are they using? A mix of 5'2" and 4'8". Some guys are on 5'2", but I think quite a few people are on 4'8" actually as well. A mix of both. But big sales.
I think Stephen actually said if he had a 5'6", he would have rather been on a 5'6".
Well, yeah, I mean, I've always tell this story when we talk about Stephen. Of I remember going to the lake in Cape Town once, and we were there, and we were all like, "Oh no, we're not going out." And Stephen was the only one on the lake on a 5'6" and a 105 or whatever, doing double kulos, doing every move, but just on huge gear, you know. But as Amado was saying, I was talking to Amado yesterday about being a heavier rider and things, and he was like, it's harder to get planing, but once I am planing, I've got way more power to do the moves. I can throw everything round with a bit more power.
Yeah.
You know, and your legs, a bit more pop and things. So he's like, that's why I feel like I can, you know, do the moves. Whereas other riders maybe get planing easier, but they don't have enough power to force the sail round a power move. You know, like a Kulo or something. They can't throw it as hard as Amado can. So it's quite interesting here in that side of things.
All right, I think I might be leaving you because my heat's going to be up in 3 heats. So I'm just going to go out there. And
No worries.
Go
and get ready, Micah. Thank you for joining us.
No worries. Good luck today.
Thank you, and you. Always good to hear from Micah Hooverman. So a bit of a replay there. So Vulcan there. So we're just waiting for things to refresh, guys. So it looks like coming up, we've got Claire Elliott up against Hannah Poschinger. So Claire, obviously I know Claire very well. We worked together at Club Vass, everything like that. But yeah, she is an absolute ripper with the big moves. I'm not sure we're going to see her push loops today, but she's definitely got all the moves. She can shove it. I think she did her first shaka last year. Will we see her do her second one in competition? And then, of course, we've got Hannah. Very much their favourite moves as well. So both of them have got the Spocks. They've got the forwards. I know Claire has got the Flacker. Will that give her the edge on Hannah? Hannah obviously has a lot more experience of competing. So, yeah, this is going to be a really, really interesting matchup. So as I just refreshed, don't forget, guys, you can head over to EFPT.net where you can keep an eye on all the scoring, how it's all being broken down. And you can also take a look at the elimination ladders as well. So currently, as you can see, red flag is coming down, yellow flag is going up. Tati France, back in 2002, we were using 6.6 freestyle sails. Maybe that's what we need to bring back. But a lot of the brands don't make them, do they? Yaklar, all the best for the girls. Cool to see them in Austria. Yeah, absolutely. So as the yellow flag comes down, so we are going straight into Claire Elliott versus Hannah Poschinger. I know these guys are good friends. They've been hanging out since they got here to the event together. I think when the wind died, they went off and did some CrossFit together, you know, keeping fit, keeping into it. So yeah, It'll be interesting to see if they're just going to go full savage on each other now, and the friendship is over for the next 8 minutes. And we will see how we get on. That is Claire Elliott on your screen there, pumping downwind. Are we going to see the Spock or the Flacker? Claire's got a good one-handed Flacker on her. So Hannah Poschinger there, actually using Amado's sail, a slightly bigger sail, as she rotates round a Vulcan there. Claire Elliott in the water there, so whatever she was going downwind and trying, unfortunately seemed unsuccessful. So Hannah with an early lead with that nice Vulcan as she steps into switch. Looks like struggling for speed a little bit, but she's got plenty of room. Hand up by the boom. Looks like we're going to see the switch Vulcan, but just runs out of room and runs out of speed. So we are doing just one-on-one heats now for the women for the next little while. As we progress through. As me and Micah were saying, although it's great to have the women here, there's a significantly smaller fleet, so we don't need to do the kind of 4-person heats. It'll just be, so this is the first heat of this ladder, I suppose, is the best word to use. So Hannah Poschinger, she's done the Vulcan. Is she? Oh, just goes down on the Spock there. So Claire Elliott just off the plane. It's just a little bit gusty, I think, at the moment. So a gust. As I said, it's the freestyle equivalent of float and ride. So again, as I said, bit of float and ride conditions here for Hannah and Claire. Claire look kind of pumping onto the plane again. They've both kind of borrowed sails. So we've got Hannah on the Severn on the right-hand side, and we've got Claire Elliott on the small screen on the left, actually using, I think, Nicholas Nieblung's sail. Very nicely lent them sails. Again, I feel like maybe their biggest sails are 4-4. So yeah, you're going to need something a little bit bigger than that today, getting onto that 4-8. Hannah with a nice bit of speed and perhaps a bit more power than Claire, although Claire looks like she's speeding up as well as they seem to come to the edge of the area, so they're going to have to do something. Both just tacking round. It's often awkward when you're on the same run, you know, you don't want to crash into your teammate or, you know, bump into them or get too close, like we saw earlier with Matteo Testa and Sama Steve getting very close to each other. So yeah, it's very, you know, you don't want any interferences and you don't want to get in any trouble for that, because that could prove to get, you know, pretty awkward. I don't think it's something we really tend to see in freestyle, but it is still something that could happen. As Hannah Poschinger picks up a bit of speed, and we're going to see her step into switch. Looks like Claire's struggling for power a little bit. If anything, you kind of want the 5-2. As Micah was saying, you know, she said it is something that perhaps you need if you're going to be competing. And these conditions, while they're perfect for the girls, you know, and like she said, you know, a bit more flat water, you know, perhaps a bit less wind. There is a limit. You know, you do need a bit more breeze. So let us know where you're watching from, guys. If you're on Facebook or on YouTube, leave us a comment. Let us know. And don't forget, if you head over to EFPT.net, you guys can keep up with all the scoring. So again, yeah, just the wind looking like just a little bit on the edge there. Hannah's kind of planing all the time, but just not quite got the kind of power that she wants. Whee, going down on the spock there. Oh, it's that awkward crash where you kind of stay in the straps and you fall to one side and your sail falls to the other. You've got to be careful of that crash. It can end a bit awkwardly. You kind of get your face stuck underwater. Claire sort of speeding past. Looks like she's got a bit of power. Hannah, are we going to see stepping into switch? Trying to go for that pinetta, I think she wants. Or maybe even an E-slider. I think E-slider is a bit easier in these light conditions. But she will just go for the tack, maybe wanting something. Finn Carmichael coming in on YouTube. Go Claire. A lot of love from the Club Vast crew. Coming in for Jamie Howard earlier, and now Claire Elliott on the women's side. Again, it's looking like... Michael on YouTube, Amado's sail is good for forwards, Hannah. Yeah, it's probably done. Think of all the rotations that sail has done. Maybe you can try and channel a bit of it and let it guide you through a couple of moves. Likewise with Nicholas Nieblung's sail for Claire. Very kindly lent to her. I do wonder. I thought Claire had a 4-8, but maybe not. Claire really, really struggling for power here. Nottingham think Claire only on 4-4. Maybe it looked quite big though. So I thought it was a 4-8. And considering she borrowed a sail, I feel like she'd borrow a 4-8 rather than a 4-4. But I'm not too sure. It does look like that wind has dropped a little bit. As Claire tacks round, maybe she's found a little bit of a gust. Looks like she had. She planed right up into it. We will see. You can see the sun. The sun is well and truly out now. There's a couple of clouds on the other side of the lake, but that's a long way away. So fingers crossed. We're going to keep the sun out. As I said, we're just past 10 o'clock local time. So hopefully, Claire just going down on that flacker again, just lacking a bit of speed. And it looks like Hannah will advance through that heat with that Vulcan. Again, a very difficult heat. Not a huge amount of action. Just, I don't know whether the wind's dropped off a little bit, or whether these guys they just don't have big enough sails. It may be that they need the 5-2. So red flag is up, and we will be advancing through to the next heat. So, if we just check the elimination ladder. So as I said, we're going to be continuing on with the women's heats before we go back to try and finish off the men's single. As I said, there's a lot less women, so I think we'll try and do the women's single elimination and the men's single elimination this morning if we can, before we look to try and do a double for both as well. As I said, today is kind of the only day of wind we really have. So yeah, we've got to try and make the most of it. So next up, we've got Lena Erzen. Someone we're all very familiar with, only 16 years old, but absolutely ripping. Favourite move, Shaka. I think that's a lot of people's favourite move. That's a good question for all of you watching out there. Let us know, what is your favourite move? And speaking of favourite moves, joining me in the booth, Amado Vrieswijk. Amado?
How are you, my friend?
I'm good, mate. How are you? Get that mic on. Talk to me. Get the mic. Yeah, that's it. Right in front of your face. How you doing? How was it? Difficult? Frustrating?
Do you want an honest opinion? An honest answer?
Always. Talk to me.
Look, I understand why everybody is pushing because we need a result and today is the last chance.
Yeah.
But this is not freestyling.
Yeah, it's hard. But I mean, it's not. But at the same time, we're seeing all the moves. The first few heats, it's difficult. You know, it's being won with Spocks and Flackers. But now we're seeing Spock Kulos. We're seeing.
Yeah, the thing is, it's so up and down. Like the heat before me, I saw the guys planing, and I was basically also planing above the heat area.
But then your heat started.
My heat, then it was gone,
Nothing.
and we got cancelled. And the heat afterwards, I mean, I was trying to do even a grubby.
Yeah.
I couldn't do 3 moves on one side.
Yeah. I think, like you said, it's one of those things like you get 1 or 2 heats and it works and it's fine, and then you get a couple of heats and it drops.
Look,
there was a time when it looked like it was going up and up and up and up, and then literally I feel like the heat before your heat it started to kind of level off, and then it's dipped, and then the girls seem to be really struggling now. I think we've got Lena Erzen and I think it's Elena Dominic. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. So Lena, obviously, we're very familiar with. She's an absolute ripper. And then, I think Elena Dominic, making her first debut into it. But yeah, I mean, Hannah and Claire's heat there, it was difficult. But at the same time, if we don't do it today, we can't do it at all.
Exactly. So I understand the point of pushing, but the thing is, I guess nobody is prepared for this because normally you would be not freestyling now.
Well,
nobody would be sailing now.
No, exactly. You don't go on the water if it's like this, or you go foiling, or you go slalom sailing,
or you'll be IQing now.
Yeah, Lena with a nice Spock 540 saves it. So we've seen some upsets. We called it yesterday. Jamie Howard knocking Adrian Bosson out. I said it, and then you said it as well.
Yeah.
You said it. You said
it. Also, Dudu, I told you I was talking about Dudu as well. He was in my heat, the one that get cancelled, and he did like 4 moves both sides. He was just on it.
Yeah.
Like there was this one corner with a bit of wind,
and he was in it all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then because there's so less wind to get to that corner before you're floating there.
It's hard. Yeah.
You're done already, and then 2 minutes are gone already.
Yeah.
And we're doing 8 minutes heats, which is actually very short.
But yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, you won here last year in like a 14-minute heat in, I would say, lighter, same conditions, maybe even lighter,
The thing is, the gusts are okay, but they're so short.
Yeah.
And last year it was a bit longer, so you would have, now you're getting plain, you're almost...
And you've got to do it straight away.
Yeah. So if you just wait 1 or 2 seconds, you're...
Especially, if you want to go switch or even duck the sail, it's hard, And we've seen a lot of shove-its today. A lot of guys going for the shaka, but just not. There's nothing there, So yeah, it's really difficult. Yeah. So yeah, Elena Dominic and Lena Erzen sailing at the moment. I believe that's Lena on the duotone on the left-hand side, and we've got Elena Dominic on the right-hand side with that Severn sail.
Because now there are 4 more girls heats, and then it's 1 guy probably, and then it's us. No, it's me and.
Say that again. Sorry.
Like what's the heat order now?
So now we've got this is heat 5B of the women's, as you can see here. Then we've got heat 6A and 6B. We're only doing man-on-man heats for the women's fleet, and then I believe after that we will switch back to the men's single.
Yeah. So then it's.
As far as I know, or maybe we switch, carry on. But yeah, as far as I know, we switch back to the men's single. But yeah, I mean, hopefully it's looking like we're going to be able to get through the full elimination. Obviously, we had a comment on Facebook earlier from someone saying that the wind around 12 o'clock is going to pick up and get windy. Yeah, Tati's on.
You know Tiling?
No.
Say it, Tiling. Tati is Mr. Tiling.
Tiling. Am I swearing right now?
No. I'll show you later. It's this guy, this small guy is dancing in, I think it's Peru.
Right.
I call him Tiling, but the way he dances is just Tati. Tati is the same. So I call him Tiling now.
Tati said back in the day everyone was using 6-meter freestyle sails.
Well, we definitely need that now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just get a special sail for here.
Yeah, I was thinking to put cambers in my sail now.
Yeah.
Maybe better.
Yeah. Maybe not for ducking. Yeah. Timon Meyer studying, waiting for Stera's heat. People waiting for the next heat. Yeah, coming up. Yeah, so this is the men's elimination next. After the women's, we've got Sam Steve, Jentel Kers, Dieter van der Eycken, Jamie Howard, Steven van Brockhoven, Jacopo Testa, and then Antoine Albert against you.
Yeah.
How you feeling about that?
Give me some win, my friend.
If I could, I would.
Yeah.
I'll put some money in the meter. Yeah, if only. If only that was how it worked, that would be good.
I guess it can go both ways. As you have to be lucky with the Gus and
well, everyone that's got through to that has got through for a reason. So it's anyone you come up against is going to be difficult, you know.
Sure.
Yeah. I think I can't think which heat I'm most excited to see out of these heats. I don't know.
All good.
I'm going to say the Jamie Howard one, obviously, because you know I know him so well. But yeah, him against Dieter van der Eycken. That's
going to be a good one.
Yeah. That would be interesting. And then Steven's on good form. Steven's sailing really well. So him. Oh well. So's
His
Jacopo.
heat was actually also windy.
Yeah, his heat was.
That was a good heat.
Yeah, I said. I mean, you see it in the moves, don't you? When you see as soon as you see like people doing scopus and ponches and things like that, you go, it's starting to pick up a little bit. You know, certain moves, like I said earlier. You know, certain moves are are definitely good. Yeah, but going back to this, I mean, Lena Erzen, she puts the time in. She is always on the water, I think, isn't she? You know, and her brother as well, Val. Yeah, her younger brother. Where's he? Or maybe he's at school. He's very young, I think. But yeah, it does look like the wind's dropped. I don't know whether maybe the sun angle's changed it. But I mean, this bottom right screen that you guys are all looking at, it does look like the wind has dropped a little bit.
Girls are struggling on 5.2, and she's on 5.2. You know how light it is.
Is she on 5.2?
She's on 5.2, yeah.
Oh, just dropped off a bit. So don't forget, guys, you can head over to @Freestyle Pro Tour on Instagram as well to see all the behind the scenes, all the fun stuff going on. If you want to watch a video of Dieter dancing, then please go and do that because it's pretty funny.
On who dancing?
Dieter.
Dieter's dancing.
Well, they were playing this game yesterday of them kind of doing freestyle moves and you had to figure out which move it was. And he was doing a certain move and it was very funny. And he kind of did this funny wave thing and it was really good. Yeah. Highly recommend. That's worth the price of admission alone, is going and doing that. So yeah, make sure you go and check that out. Let us know where you're watching from. Anyone coming in? Tati Franz, Bosson is out. What did I miss? Adrian Bosson was... So only Adrian Bosson and Amado here were seeded. And Jamie Howard came up against Adrian Bosson and beat him. Bosson didn't look like he was enjoying it, though. It's not the usual Adrian Bosson we see, I didn't think. It looked like he was struggling. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he was on a small sail or... Maybe he was using a bigger board or something, but it didn't look like it was working for him. Elena Dominic there. Looks like she's got some power. Go for a shaka. But just didn't quite get it there.
Mr. Tiling.
It's a shame Tati can't be here. Tati's got the all clear now, doesn't he?
Well, Tati's passing by somewhere in the car now. He's going to Italy, but yeah.
Ah.
If he could have flown one day before, he would have been here for sure.
He would have been here, yeah. We would have had Tati in the draw as well.
Tati will love these conditions.
Yeah, it's not perfect, but as we said, it's all.
At least we have some action, right?
Yeah, it's all we can do.
Next 3 days we're gonna have toe in, and toe in, and more toe in.
Yeah, toe in, as you said, more toe in. Nice flacker there from Lena.
Look, you can see in the top of the sail, you see 5.2.
Yeah. Elena, nice Vulcan as well from Elena Dominic.
It's actually very shallow out there.
Yeah, I've seen people standing up and it's waist deep.
But I had once before in the warm-up that I did a move and I kind of sank to the bottom and the mud is so thick it got stuck on the fin. So I was not moving. I was like, what's happening? So I went to the boat and cleaned it off, but it was like pretty thick and you really had to
rub it
off.
So George said the other day as well, he said he kept putting his feet down and then in the straps he was just sliding out. He said he kept having to like rub his feet together and things. Yeah.
You don't want to touch it down.
No. Yeah, he said for after that he's going to just water start every time, you know, don't put your feet down. Yeah.
And if you feel you're gonna touch the bottom with the board, just jump off because it's not worth it.
Yeah. Get a face full of mud. Yeah, exactly. So red flag up, so we've got a couple of minutes to go. Next heat, we've got Stera Meyer up against Lisa Kloster. So Stera Meyer on the new Fnatic duotone kit. Stera Meyer kind of coming out of nowhere. Suddenly, well, not coming out of nowhere, but, you know, recently has just seemed to learn quite a few more moves. So it'll be interesting to see how she gets on. Obviously, another Brouwersdam ripper sailing. See, it's the love.
The boat flying by out in the background.
Yeah, we can have a bit of that speed, please. But then you look at this angle now that you guys are looking at, and it looks windy, doesn't it? You know, that looks amazing.
That looks sick. But then you look out of this beautiful window we have.
And it's not so windy. So looking at the stats then, what we've got, Stera Meyer and Lisa Kloster. So Stera, obviously, you know, young, up and coming, only 17 years old. You know, made her competition debut last year. I did pretty well. So it'll be interesting to see. But yeah, coming from Brouwersdam where it's really flat, I feel like the conditions here might suit her quite nicely. And yeah, she'll be looking to make a nice debut as well, especially on the new gear. And then we've got Lisa Kloster on the other side. Kind of one of the undercover rippers. And part of the kind of German freestyle squad. I don't know. I've not sailed at that spot. Busum. Is that how you say it? Busum? But I've seen the videos and it looks sick. Very, very flat. So, yeah. This will be an interesting heat. You've got quite a while now, haven't you, until your next heat? Yeah. Plenty of time.
I was looking at the time. I thought it's almost lunchtime, but it's still 10:30.
Yeah, I know. That's why. That's literally what we said. Look, that looks windy now.
That looks windy. Yeah.
Tati France. Next one, I'll be there. This COVID thing hit me at the wrong time. Driving to Italy now. Catch you on the next event. Yes, Tati. As long as you're better, as long as you're well. That's the most important thing. Stera Meyer there, just going down on a flacker. Just didn't quite get the rotation she wanted, but it does look like the wind's back a little bit, maybe. Hopefully.
Hopefully it will only get better and better.
Yeah. So love coming in. Go Stera. I think that's Timon. I think that's her brother. The family showing the love. I said to Micah earlier, it's either Bonaire or Brouwersdam. That's where the most support always comes from. The people, like these like freestyle communities around the world, you know. It's always those two spots. As Stera lands a really nice Vulcan, I say she probably wanted the Spock, but equally, it's all about that, you know, the first couple of moves. If you can get some points on the board, you're building a good base, and then you can start building from there and taking a few more risks. Is that what you do as well? Or have you always got in your head what move you want to do first?
No,
or
especially
do you...
in these conditions, it's all about looking how much power you get from the gusts.
Yeah.
And this is where you have to know which is the biggest move you can do with the amount of power you have.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, a nice funnel there from Lisa Kloster. Really nice. As Micah said the other day, you know, the thing with the women's fleet is there is quite a big gap in levels. You know, you've got some girls who are just, you know, having a go, and maybe they're just Vulcans and Spocks and things, and then you've got other girls who've kind of got all the moves, you know. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes through. And also, it's the first time we've had the women here, so it's kind of anyone's guess, really. Of course, you've got Micah Hooverman as well, but Stera with a really nice Spock. Yeah, really nice Spock there. So as we said, guys, once they've done a move, they need to turn around. So you see Stera there, even though she kept going after the Spock, she then maybe just go upwind a little bit and tack, and now she has to do it. Duotone Windsurfing International tuning in. Good luck, Stera. Some love coming in from the new sponsors. I'm sure she'll be pretty stoked with it. Always nice having the new gear.
What I always found impressive from the girls when they sail in Fuerteventura.
Yeah.
Like some girls can only do Spocks going out, and they're going against the chop in this windy Fuerteventura and trying Spocks.
And doing it, yeah.
I've never tried doing Spock going
yeah,
out.
me neither. Yeah. Yeah.
Or Crubbies or this stuff going out against those chops.
Which is like harder than like just doing a punch.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like you've got this wave coming at you, like.
And then they're gonna go for a Spock.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. But it's funny, like people get the fear from different moves, don't they? Some people are really scared of certain moves, and some people are like, well, no,
that's my move, so I
my
have
move.
to do it anyway.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's tough. Stera just going down on the grubby. She's done the Vulcan, she's done the Spock now, so she needs needs the grubby on that side, and then she needs the Flakka on starboard tack. Nice Spock there from Lisa Kloster. This is a close one.
And at least the weather is nice today, huh?
I mean, that's the big thing. You know, if it was like this but raining, would be
even worse.
You know? I mean, I've not been outside, so I don't know how warm it is, but I imagine in the sun it's nice.
The water is still cold, though.
Yeah.
My feet were kind of numb after this.
Do you ever wear boots?
No.
No.
Cannot sail with boots.
Really?
I've done it once with boots and with the hand, how you call it? The
gloves.
The gloves, and also the face one.
Oh, the hood. Yeah, that's the
could
worst.
not sail
No. For me, the hood, you can't hear the wind.
No, but you have no irritation at
Yeah.
all.
Yeah.
And to go in the straps and you don't feel the boom, like I need to feel it somehow.
Yeah. So Lisa Kloster there stepping in to switch. Oh, nice E-slider. That was really nice. Just went down though. This heat is too close to call. I don't know. We're just getting the live scoring back up. But yeah, I can't. Yeah. Stera just trying to get that Flakka, but just not quite getting it. Lisa Kloster, though, is as I've been calling them, she's an undercover ripper. I don't think she's that undercover. I think a lot of people know who she is, maybe. But we're going to call her an undercover ripper because she's not competed before, necessarily. We didn't see her in Rhodes, but she definitely belongs here. She's putting down some moves. Stera going for the Shaka. Lisa Kloster with a Flakka there. I can't tell if that was a yes or if that was a, oh, my hands. Yeah, she's got the hood on.
Yeah, the hands are actually fine.
Yeah?
But it's just the water, because your feet is the whole time in the water.
Yeah.
It gets cold, but the hands, the face, everything's fine.
It's fine, yeah. What are you in? I just see you've got a 4-3 on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not quite full winter suit weather.
No.
You don't need it. Yeah.
Fine.
Tin, where's the live score? We're just getting it back online at the moment. I think it just cut out momentarily. So we will be looking to get it back up. But yeah, do stay tuned. That should be back up imminently.
She really wants it, huh?
Really wants it. I think maybe even just the shove it she wants, because I mean that's been being scored all day. People trying to do shakas, you know.
Switch Chacho.
Oh. Switch Chachu burner. That's what I want you to do in a heat.
That's Tati's move.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Mesotilin can only do that one.
That's that's
Tati has been doing it since, I don't know, before I was born already.
The first time I saw that move was there's a video of Galileo sailing in Venezuela, and I can't remember, but I remember the first time I saw it, and I couldn't. That combination, I was like, oh man, I can't. Yeah, made my brain hurt. I think it came out around the time, like basically 10 years ago. You know, I just learned to Vulcan, so I just couldn't. I was like, what is he doing? Just the sail moves so much, you know. I think Davy Sheffers does it as well, doesn't he?
Also very good at this stuff,
Yeah.
So next is already the guys?
No. The next one, I believe we have one more heat. We're just having a bit of trouble, guys, with the EFPT website, so please do stay patient. We can't see the scoring. Website seems to have crashed. Timon. Yeah, as I said, we're just refreshing all of that now. But once that's up, but just sit back, enjoy the action. You know, the judges have got eyes on it, and ultimately they're the most important. As long as they can see what's going on, we will see the scores. Oh, switch Kono. No, I didn't quite get the lift she wanted. Steri, yeah, she wants, yeah, you can see she's getting fed up there. She wants the Flacker and she wants the Shaka on the, that's weird though, that she does Flacker's that way and Shaka's the other side. Yeah. Usually when people are doing it, it's always the same. Yeah.
But I actually also myself started doing Shaka with the right front.
Yeah.
And then I was also trying on the left, and I remember Dieter and some guys said, yeah, the one on the left side looks way better, so I just stopped doing it.
Really? I remember we went to Brazil and Jamie Howard, and he learnt to Shaka going out in Jerry in one day. Yeah. It was kind of like just sort of fall off the wave and just and then do an upwind free, you know, but he did it and got the feeling. Yeah, it's crazy. You know, I think I read an article with you as well. You said that was the move that took you the long. Oh, we've spoken, I think.
Yeah.
That Shaka's the move that took the longest.
It took me like 4 or 5 months.
Yeah.
And then to be honest, on the other side, it was like this challenge we were doing with the boys in Bonaire.
Yeah.
Let's just try it on the other side. And then one day we got it.
Yeah.
But there is some technique in the Shakas which are not logic.
No.
While you're training it, like everybody thinks you have to push on the sail to get that lift, but you don't have to because you don't get the rotation.
You just put it there and it kind of just does it. It lifts you up.
We kind of have to pull on the back hand to make that rotation.
Yeah.
And so at the end, you know what to do on one side. So the other side was very easy to learn.
The biggest thing I struggled with when I was learning it was going along, and I wasn't ever. It wasn't until Bubble, Andy Chambers, said to me, he was like, you know, when you do a Shaka, you need to turn your body as well. And I was like, oh, right. I was just doing these huge shove-its, and I was having fun. So I was like, these are awesome. But I would just kind of go up, throw the sail, and then I just go forward and come back. Yeah. But as soon as he was like your downwind shoulder, throw that into the wind. As soon as I did that, I started getting push loop. Yeah. But once you're getting push loop, that's good. Yeah. That means you're doing the right thing. Yeah. If you're going up and you're getting slammed onto your back, you're doing the right thing. Yeah. You know, you just got to stick with that, and eventually you kind of sticks and you realize, right, actually
where to position the body.
I always say nose over your toes, you know, get your nose right forward, and it really helps. Yeah. It is. I think it's one of those moves. I think Adam Sims put a video up on Instagram of a photo sequence of him doing a Shaka recently, and he said it was I think he called it a defining move. And I think it definitely is, you know. It's like one of the main moves that every freestyler needs to learn, you know.
Yeah, for sure. But it's also a very fun move.
I think it's the funnest move.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't do every move, but
over the water, it's a special feeling.
Yeah, it is a special feeling. Yeah, definitely. Okay, green flag is up. Next heat is sailing. As I said, guys, we're just bringing the website back up. But I believe this is one more heat of the women's.
Out there.
I think they're getting ready.
There. So I think
that's Micah Hooverman, just with a really nice Shaka. So I would say this is the last heat for the women's. That's what it is. It's Micah Hooverman up against Iris, who was up earlier. She was in heat 0. So she has a tough draw now up against Micah Hooverman. But she's already got through a heat, I suppose.
Nice Spock.
Yeah, mate. Really nice Spock. And maybe the wind's picked up a little bit.
Yeah.
Because Micah's looks fine. Nice. Oh.
She's on another level, huh?
And that's why she's a champion, yeah. She ducked that, and I think there was indecision there. She was like, do I Kulo? Do I Kono?
Exactly,
do I Kulo?
Exactly.
I think she wanted a Kulo.
Yeah,
but it was too far.
Too low,
too far back. I'll just do a Kono.
Yeah.
And did that, you know. Like I said earlier, for most windsurfers, if they did that, it'd be the best windsurf of their life.
Hands, though.
Was she?
She was, yeah.
Well, she just came in here before you, and she was saying she's not been out on the water yet. Because I was saying, like we said, I said maybe that's why with Adrian and Jamie, you know, like Adrian hadn't been on the water yet, and you know, I said, do you go on the water? Whoa, Iris, Flacker.
Nice one. Solid one.
Yeah. Not messing around. I like that. Just getting straight into it. All right, guys. Facebook, YouTube, hit me with some comments. I've got Amado Rizwijk in the booth. Have you got any questions for Amado? How he sets his gear up? Anything like that? And we've got Micah Hooverman on the left side of your screen. The champion trying to hold on to her title. And she will put a nice little funnel on the board. Bit slow at the end, but dry.
Some good points.
Yeah. You know, the first couple of minutes of the heat, it's just points.
Yeah,
you
you
know?
need to get those 3 moves in, and then you're going to start looking, well, if you can make 3 moves.
I mean, Micah looks like she's pretty good.
Yeah.
She seems pretty happy. Real, just silky smooth Spock. We were having a chat earlier about it. Do you go to the mast when you do a Spock? Do you put your hand on, when you jump, do you put your hand on the mast or do you go straight to the boom? Depends.
Last time I saw my videos, I did.
Because I said that. I didn't know I went to the mast till I saw the video.
Neither.
Yeah. I had no
I
idea.
always look at my videos like slow motion, and then I see so many things I do which I don't even know.
Yeah, I'm the same. Yeah. I had no idea how my hands went to the mast.
Also with culos, my hand shifts on the boom in the air. I did not know this.
Yeah. What, you get a wider grip for landing?
Yeah, but also depends on our air bobs.
Yeah.
To stall the move,
Right.
your hand slides back and forth in the air.
Yeah. And you had no idea you did it?
I know, yeah.
Micah with a nice flat. Oh, just didn't get around.
There you go. Nothing yet.
So Iris, she was putting her hand up. I thought she was going to try and do a Vulcan or a Spock on the other side. Just goes down. Micah's got some good speed.
Oh.
Just goes down on the culo there. She was saying to me earlier, she said she wants to get, she's like, culos she's got, but sometimes she's like, I feel like she doesn't quite have the, the power or anything that she wants for it. It's difficult. Not the shoot.
It's a bit of a different technique.
Iris.
Almost.
It's almost difficult for that because you're like, do I do a shove it and get the points, or do I try and do the shaka?
Yeah, I push forward anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think it's difficult. If you get too used to doing shove-its, it's bad for your shakas because you get used to pushing back out again. You don't want to do a shove-it, It's
and that was the tricky thing with shifties.
Oh, really?
When you're learning shakas, you're doing everything to not get back slapped, right?
Yeah.
And basically, what you have to do with shifty is to get thrown over the gear again.
Yeah. Yeah, you've got to unlearn what you've already learned.
Exactly. So you have all these months and trainings to not get thrown on your back, and now you have to let it go again.
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe just pick one, learn that. Yeah.
Go for the shifty first.
Yeah. Another Spock there from Iris. Nice. I think I've tried 2 shifties, and I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that again.
Keep going, man. Once you get it.
But you need a wave, though. We had some rare days in the UK where the wind was usually in the UK the wind's from the right, and I would do it on port tack. So we've had a couple of days of wind from the left, and I tried a couple in it. Yeah, I mean not bad, just a big crash.
The easiest thing is actually with strong wind.
Yeah,
but it's the scariest.
Yeah, like you said yesterday.
Because the rotation is so fast, you have so much more time.
Yeah.
When your sail's bigger, you need to have a good technique to be able to do that.
Kulo sail just got stuck in the water there.
Sick footage though.
The drone is amazing. I think it makes it look so windy though.
Yeah.
The chop looks nice though.
Yeah. It's very short though.
Okay.
Yeah. No, but it's nice. It's good.
Yeah, Micah's definitely blowing into her hands, isn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be a close one. Micah's just got speed. She's definitely going faster than everyone else.
Yeah.
I think, and that's a skill in itself. Like just being able to carry that speed.
But it's important. It's very important to have.
Yeah,
speed.
especially if you want to go switch after or anything like that. Yeah, just kind of lost it a little bit there.
She has no fire in her, does she? Does it look? This is my opinion.
Who, Micah?
Yeah.
No aggression.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Falcon.
Falcon there. She's already done 2 Spocks on that side, though.
Micah with a Flaka. Nice one.
Couldn't work out which side of the sail she was on there. Yeah, yeah. It's difficult when the sun gets to this angle. You know, it's like, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna check what's what.
Yeah, mate. Go find out what when you're up, everything like that. Yeah, no worries. Thanks, dude. Always great having Amado in the booth. The insight and just and the chat about everything behind the scenes is always so interesting. It's not often you get the champion to come and sit in with you and have a chat and just analyse everything. I feel like the idea behind this live stream as well is bringing you all the action as well. It's great to chat to these guys and hopefully help you guys with your windsurfing as well, whether it's little tips on moves or how they set up their gear or just what competition is like if people are wanting to compete in the future. It's great to have a mix of these guys. So far we've had Dieter, Micah and Amado in the booth, and hopefully we'll get a few more guys in later on to have a bit of a chat with us. It's great. So once again, guys, we do apologise a little bit for the live scoring that has gone down. We're working very hard on getting it back up, and it looks like Hannah Poschinger will go through her heat. Lisa Kloster advances, and Lena Erzen will advance through their heat as well. Actually, just an epic level. Just a great level of the women's freestyle. It's not like we're just seeing kind of Vulcans and Spocks. We're seeing funnels, we're seeing switch chachus, we're seeing them going for shakas, we're seeing kulos, konos, we're seeing all of it. And it's great to see. Once again, we do apologise. We are working on getting the live scoring back up, and I'm sure we'll get that done imminently. It's just great to see. So just a little wide view now while we wait, getting ready for the next heat coming up. Beautiful drone shot there of the lovely Bergenland area. Like I said, this is a lake, but it honestly looks like a sea. And the fact that it's waist to shoulder deep throughout the whole thing, just panning around a little bit, is a crazy location. As I said, it was my first time here last year, back again to bring you some heats this year, and it is a lot of fun. What can I say? It's a very cool location, and it's great to have a bit more excitement this year, a bit more of an event. Obviously, last year we were very grateful to run what we could, but yeah, it's very exciting to be back with the full festival vibes that we've got. So next up, we have Sam Steve versus Yentel Cares, an all JP Neal Pride heat coming up. And we are doing man-on-man heats now as we advance into the top 8 of the single elimination. So we've got Sam Steve there with a Kulo on the small screen on the left-hand side. Yentel Cares on the big screen, picking up a bit of speed. As I said, it looks like the wind has picked up a little bit. Looking out my little window now, everyone I can see out there is planing. So hopefully it's just up and down. But as we get towards midday, hopefully that sun is just heating the mountain up nicely and we're getting some wind. As Yentel jumps through a ponch into 360. That is the future, as it is known. Yeah, nice. that you definitely need a bit of wind to get that. So yeah, fingers crossed. That means the breeze is on, as Sam Steve doesn't quite get where he wanted to there. I'm sorry, I missed what that was. Maybe it was a culo. So let me know, guys, what you're watching. Go Yentl. Love coming in for Yentl Cares on this one. So Yentl pumping that sail. I think they're probably still on 5-2s, but I mean, there's moves going down. There's moves going down. As he ducks the sail and throws himself round a really nice culo. So Sam Steve on the other one jumps round a nice shaka. Perhaps not quite as high as he wanted, but a shaka is a shaka. So guys, if you're watching on Facebook or on YouTube, please leave a comment who you're rooting for as we get into the final stages of the men's single elimination. As we say, we are in the top 8 now. As Yentl, a nice Kono on port tack. Not his usual tack for regular ducking, but he makes it look like it is. Nuno V, can anyone tell me the results from Heat 1M? I don't think there is a Heat 1M. Which heat are you referring to? Let me know the competitors you were wanting to know, and I will let you know the results. Once again, apologies. We are having a couple of issues with the live scoring aspect of the live stream, but that should be back on ASAP, as soon as possible. Yeah, just an issue with the EFPT website, but that will be back on as soon as possible. But most importantly, the action is here. We've got the action up on screen for you to enjoy, and I will be bringing you live updates of the results of each heat as we get into the final stages of this single elimination. Sam Steve going round a Flaka 360. Like Amado said, there's moments of glory. You know, the start of this heat, we saw a couple of big moves go down, you know. But it just, in between that, it's just a little bit light, a little bit on the light side. Yentl answering with a Shaka 360 as Sam Steve steps into switch, ducks that sail. Whoa. I have no idea how he did that. A Skopu out of nothing. Just literally, his back foot was barely in the strap going into switch before he ducked the sail and was in the air. And then came back down and somehow managed to push himself around the Skopu. Probably not the highest scoring Skopu ever, but a Skopu is a Skopu. And a nice Kono there from Sam as well. See, tacking straight round. You know, as I said, you've got to make the most of these gusts when you see them. Yentl with a nice cabbie. Whoa. I think that might be the first cabbie we've seen today. Hopefully this is the gusts filling in. As I said, we had some local knowledge earlier of saying, you know, that it will fill in and it will become a lot more consistent as the day goes on. So hopefully that's what we're getting. So Sam and Steve there. Once again, I apologise. I missed what Sam did. I was looking at what Yentl was doing. So Sam pumping for something. Maybe shove it Spock. Yeah. But just gets the Vulcan. Oh, and he gets pulled into the water. Unlucky. Is he going to try and water start out? And there is the Spock Kulo from Yentl. Bit wet on the Kulo, but recovered very quickly. You know, and I know I keep saying it about every move, but it's a spot Kulo is a spot Kulo. You know, it's a big move. So yeah, be interesting to see how that scores. Yentl cares. Goes down on a shove it Spock of his own. A difficult move for this heat. Wow, big burner 360 from Sam Steve. Wow. No problem at all. Made that look like it was a tack. That looked far too easy. So Sam Steve on the big screen now, these guys seem to just be crossing paths each time. They're not getting in each other's way at all. They're just completely in their own little grooves, their own rhythms. Just have to settle for the shove it Vulcan. They both want that move. It's kind of almost a bit of an old school move, yet it's still done all the time, the shove it Spock. You know, a lot of the time now people think about ducking, but quite a few riders don't seem to do the shove it Spock. But when it's done properly, stylishly, it's an epic move. Obviously championed by riders like Joop Schmidt. I'd say it's, you know, probably his main move that he does. Yeah, it's awesome. So yeah, it's good to see it in competition. Sam and Steve going for a spot culo of his own, but just can't quite keep the sail out of the water towards the end. See, that was a good couple of minutes of gust, I would say. You know, that was a good couple of minutes of lots of wind, and then it looks like we're maybe in a little bit of a lull now. Let me know, guys, who you think is going to win this heat as we come into the closing minutes of it. Yeah, please do. Leave a comment. Let me know what you're thinking and who's going to take this heat. As Sam and Steve just comes out of a nice punch. And that comes to the end of this heat. Lots of action in this one. That's a really nice future there from Yentl. Nice culo. Shaka from Sam and Steve. Nice Kono there from Yentl. Yeah, that's Yentl. Just see it from the sail numbers. Shaka 360 again from Yentl, answering that Flaka 360. Wow. We love a bit of slow-mo. We love some slow-mo. And the spot culo. He has that weird culo that he does when he's underpowered, Yentl, and he just manages to get himself round back under the sail. That shove it Spock, unfortunately, just not going into the Spock that he wanted. So red flag is up, guys. As I said, we're still having a couple of issues with live scoring, but I will bring you the results as soon as I have them. Switching over, you can see a couple of the riders heading out and just sort of enjoying the conditions. We've got free rider, Austria 24, whoever that is, absolutely having it across the lake, having a good time. You see Ollie Townsend there on the slightly older freak, the vintage freak, as he called it. Ollie Townsend, one of the UK guys. And we've got a big matchup coming now. We have Dieter van der Eycken up against Jamie Howard. You guys are familiar with both of these riders. Jamie has already made his mark on today. He'll be really stoked with it. Got through 2 heats already, beating Adrian Bosson, and now be up against his, I suppose, team manager. They're both on Severn. Dieter van der Eycken sort of doing a lot of stuff with Severn, working within the brand. So yeah, it's funny. There seems to be a lot of Severn heats. Riders against riders, but as Dieter and Felix said earlier on, it's very much every man for himself as soon as they hit the water. So this is going to be a really exciting heat. Dieter is on such good form at the moment. He said to me earlier, he's just really enjoying freestyle. He's found the love for it again after a couple of years of finding it a bit difficult and spending more time wave sailing. I think it's one of the things when you do it a bit less, if anything, you love it more. And then, of course, Jamie Howard, we live in the same town in the UK. We sail together a lot. And he's just Mr. Consistent. He does not drop a move ever. This is going to be a really, really exciting heat. And let me know, guys. Let me know who you're rooting for, who you think is going to win. We've got Jamie, who took a couple of years off. We haven't seen sail for a while. And then, of course, we've got Dieter van der Eycken, who needs no introduction whatsoever. Who's just been getting better and better. Let me know, please, who you think is going to be running away with this heat. As the yellow flag is up, signalling less than a minute to go. Ivan Newmark, tuning in all the way from South Africa, just broke his foot. So, my brew, I hope we're bringing you some excitement. Jimmy is the man from Ivan. coming in. Yeah, Ivan, I hope you're well. Hope the foot is okay. And I hope you're resting up and taking it easy after a big aerial crash the other day down in Cape Town. So it looks like this heat is on as Jamie starts. Just gets stuck on the burner. Dieter ducking the sail. And he will come round the air funnel, just catching the clue a little bit, but manages to recover really nicely. So maybe looking like a little bit less wind, but again, as we saw from the last heat, it was like the gusts, last for a couple of minutes. So you get a couple of minutes of wind and then maybe not so much. So hopefully they're getting longer and the wind is just getting more and more consistent. But both of these guys are planing. Both got plenty of speed. Jamie looks like he's winding up for something. There's the shaka from Jamie. Dieter ducking the sail in regular. And there's the Kulo. A little bit stuck on the end. Well, very stuck on the end. But a Kulo is a Kulo. Sorry, guys, I keep saying that about every move, but it's true. And we're just waiting on the results coming through from Sam Steve and Jentel Kers. A pretty close one. Oh yeah, looks like we're in a bit of a quiet bit. Jamie just with a flacker, probably not what he wanted. Maybe, I don't know, maybe he wanted the flacker shaka. He's definitely got it, but maybe a bit choppy. Need a lot of speed for that move. Dieter pumping there. I think Jamie's on 4.8, Dieter's on 5.2. Obviously Jamie weighs a little bit less, but still not got a huge amount of speed. Dieter with a nice shaka and the 360 on the end as well. So Jamie going switch. What we're going to see, maybe E-slider, switch Chachu. Looks like he's losing a bit of speed. Or yeah, nice. Really nice E-slider there from Jamie. Again, this heat looking quite a bit lighter. And news coming in, Jentel Kers will advance over Sam Steve from the last heat. So an all JP Neal Pride final. So ultimately, they're all winners. But in this case, Jentel is the main winner. He will advance through to the next round. And then this heat, yeah, looking a little bit quieter than the last heat. Not quite as much wind. It seems to be almost every other heat is windy. But I mean, again, me looking out my little window, it's windy. I can see almost everyone planing. I mean, Dieter's up and going now. Jamie just sort of getting going. Dieter looks like he's going to need to do a move soon. Ducking that sail. And a nice kono there from Dieter. Jamie tacking round. Maybe there's a little bit more wind down where Dieter is. Like Amado said earlier, Dudu in his heat, Dudu was just sort of... Dudu's just kind of staying down in that little corner. Or up in the corner. But as Amado said, you know, you had to get there first before you could do it. Timon on YouTube, thank you for all the comments. I've got someone's on it and they'll be getting in touch with you. Jamie going for the burner but just getting kind of a bit, not stuck, but his foot coming out the straps. Dieter there with a nice air funnel 360. Don't forget, guys, leave me a comment. Let me know what you think. Who's going to win? Who's getting away with this heat? Who's going to be advancing through? And who do you think is going to take the whole thing? As I said, it looks like we got a big day of action. We got a lot of wind coming up for basically the rest of today. So yeah, let me know. what your thoughts are. Who's your money on? We're just refreshing the website now, guys. Nice culo there from Jamie. So bringing it back a little bit. I don't know. I'd say Dieter probably has the slight advantage at the moment. You know, he's done the air funnel 360 on one side, air funnel on the other side. Shaka 360. Jamie's only done the Shaka. Yeah, just got a few more moves on the board. Jamie's only done an E-slider on starboard so far. He didn't manage to land that burner. Dieter ducking the sail in regular. Oh, it goes down. Jamie ducking the sail. Oh, it just goes down on that Skopu. Oh, that would have been a big difference, that Skopu. Really, frustrating. Alan Edwards, come on, Jimmy! Dieter just proving he's got everything on both sides. Jamie with a really, really nice Kono. Dieter with a Shaka on the other side. So he's now done a Shaka both sides. Oh, Dieter, bit of speed. Jamie, yeah, looks like he's struggling for power a little bit. Jamie maybe, you know, ideally wants the 5-2, but as Amado said, when else would he ever use it? Nice culo there from Dieter. Both kind of trying to pick up a bit of speed. So Jamie pumping, stepping into switch. Dieter looks like he's got lots of speed as well. Jamie just getting stuck on that burner. You can see a bit of frustration there. Dieter, bit of a rocky bit of water there going into that culo, but he will land it and sail away, albeit a little bit moist. Dieter. Oh, Kono, but just lost his feet a bit. Oh, hang on. Dieter looks like his kit's just separated. I think we might have a kit break on one side. And there's the replay. That is that heat over. Yeah, it looks like Dieter might have broken the base of his board. Oh no, that's not the heat over, sorry, that's just the replay. I know it is, yeah. So yeah, hopefully Dieter's gear's okay. So yeah, air funnel there from Dieter. Nice Shaka there from Jamie Howard. Just sort of struggling at the end for the culo there. Back at 360. Just lost his feet in the straps on that one. Nice air funnel 360 there from Dieter van der Eycken. Whoa, good Kono from Jim Jam. Sorry, Jamie Howard. We all call him Jim Jam. Big Kono from Dieter, but yeah, lost his feet, and it looks like he snapped his UJ, his base. That's what we're looking at. That's where we are. That little box there that everyone can see on the water. That's me. I'm in there. That's my little window. I try and wave to you, but I'm sitting at my table. So yeah, that's a little view of the event site. You can see all the tents in the background, everything like that. It's very, very different to last year, and it's just great to see these events back again. And a lot going on. Judging boat there, as you can see. Yeah, red flag is up. Looks like we are up for the next heat, which is Steven van Brockhoven up against Jacopo Testa. Belgian powerhouse versus Italian style master. Talk to me. Everyone who's on watching, Facebook, YouTube, wherever you're watching, tell me, who do you think is going to be taking this? These two are both light wind specialists. Please let me know. Nuno V. Does anyone know the result from Vingard from Heat 1? Yes, Vingard did not advance through, unfortunately. So, yeah, Steven van Brockhoven up against Jacopo Testa as we get towards the pointy end of this single elimination. Heat win percentage, 68 versus 65. 7 event wins, 2 event wins. These are both hugely successful, successful freestylers. Steven has won here in the past. Jacopo Testa has come second here in the past. This is going to be a very, very exciting. Slightly higher average starboard score for Jacopo Testa than Steven van Brockhoven, but not a huge amount, just an extra 1.2 points. This is going to be exciting, and then we will be bringing you the results of the previous heat. I would say it's probably Dieter van der Eycken advancing through, judging by the moves we saw going down. But I will bring you confirmation of that when I bring you confirmation of that, which should be in a couple of minutes. Steven van Brockhoven on the big screen on your right-hand side. Jacopo Testa on the left. Steven bearing away. Looks like we're going the punch. Real nice punch. Maybe wanted the future there, but still putting some moves down. That's a nice move to be your first move. Give you a bit of confidence, get a bit of momentum. And let's check in on Facebook. Talk to me, everyone. Leave me some comments. Still a lot of love for the Jimmy. But we're just waiting on that. Whoa, nice Chachu there. That move always serves Jacopo Testa so well. It was the highest scoring move in the first few heats going down. I mean, that one's still a bit of a boomerang, but he reached for it perhaps a bit earlier. Obviously, he doesn't, he still wants to play it a little bit safe. But yeah, for that to be, in his first minute or two of the heat, shows why he's here. Go, Steven. Love coming in for Steven van Brockhoven. So once again, just looking like a little bit on the edge with the wind. So Steven got a bit of speed. Jacopo just kind of maybe going upwind. As I said, it's the freestyle equivalent of float and ride. As Steven ducks the sail. Oh, there's the double culo. I think that's the first double culo we've seen. He's been saving his best for last. That's putting out a pretty clear message to Jacopo and to anyone watching that he means business, and he's here to get it done and make a statement. So yeah, this is going to be exciting. Who do you think will win? I'm being asked a question. Who do I think will win? Who do I think will win? I don't know. I mean, to be honest, my money is pretty much on Amado, to be honest, because I just feel like he's on a different level. But at the same time, these two people we're watching on screen right now, I would say, probably pose the biggest challenge to him. But I don't. But then you've got Dieter van der Eycken, who I've not had full confirmation yet, but I'm fairly sure he's advanced over Jamie Howard, who just has everything. He's got everything. He's got all the moves on both sides. He could just pull it out the bag, So I don't know. There's kind of these 4 or 5 guys left. Are any single one of them could win. Obviously, after this, we've got Vrieswijk up against Antoine Albert, who also has all the moves. So it'll be interesting to see. Steven, the Barracuda. That was the move I wanted to see most last year. And a nice culo there from Jacopo. Again, you know, maybe I don't know if he saw the double culo. It's probably better that he didn't see the double culo, because that'll start making him a bit nervous. You know, last thing you want to do is see the person you're up against landing a really sick, massive move. You know, you want to be in your own zone. You don't want to see what anyone else is doing, really. I think Stephen will get this, but Jacopo has a great chance. Yeah, I mean, it's anyone's game. Jacopo, really nice burner there. Again, probably wanted the 360 on the end. Like I said, now we're getting to the end of this. Stephen, Cabby, just the reaction he had there as he came down. You know, he was going to crash, but he just somehow managed to sheet the sail in and bring himself round, but just a little bit too late. Jacopo with some serious speed, and what's he going to do with it? Double Spock, maybe? I don't know, actually. Nah, he's going to duck the sail. Kono. Yes, nice Kono there, Kono. I'm watching for 3 hours now. Good man, that's what we like. Tell your friends, share it on Facebook. As Stephen just rotates around, I'm sorry I missed that. Please let me know if you're watching. I'm pretty sure that was a Shaka 360. Whoa, ponch of his own, planing. Wow, was that a ponch or was that an air flacker? You guys tell me, what do you think? He's kicked it off like a ponch, yeah. I'd say it probably counts as a ponch. So Stephen, nice bit of speed, stepping into his back strap. What we're going to see, not seeing as much switch from him. He's putting his hands up. I think we're going to see a Spock Kulo. There's the Spock, and there's the Kulo. Nice. Well executed there. A little bit soggy at the end, but as I said, recovered very quickly. Nothing to grumble about. Judges shouldn't be too bad on that. Wow, really nice shove it Spock there from the drone for Jacopo Testa. Extra style points when it's on the drone. I don't know, maybe. I didn't say that, though. That was awesome. So, Stephen, on your left screen with the orange gun sails. Jacopo Testa on the black 0.7 on the main screen on your right-hand side. As Stephen pumps, winding up for something. And there's the shove it Spock. Beautiful shove it Spock. Jacopo, maybe the Canabrava? I hope it's the Canabrava. No-handed flacker. Really nice. He does like those flacker variations. But so do we. So we don't mind them. Stephen ducking the sail. So much control of that sail. And a nice Kono who just turned straight round rather than flipping the rig. I'd be interested to talk to the judges about that, actually, with the Kono. I wonder if it scored less for them kind of doing that rather than almost finishing the full thing and flipping the rig. Jacopo, Whoa! Big crash from Stephen there on the Barracuda. The Barracuda is a risky move. When you do a Barracuda, there's a point in the move where absolutely none of your body is touching any of the gear. Let's see if we can get it. I wonder if they'll be able to slow-mo it. Yeah. You come round, you're not touching the sail and your feet aren't touching the board either. So it's a pretty crazy move. I don't know anyone else that does it except Stephen. Yeah, that was a bit of a slow one. Maybe he wanted a better one there. Wow, big culo there. Jacopo just putting the moves down. Stephen with a nice Shaka 360. Yeah, that's what it was. That was the move I missed. Shaka 360. I'd be really interested to see how that was scored. For me, that was an air flacker, not a punch, but I'm not a judge, so it's not up to me. Sick shove at Spock from Jacopo. And we all love a no-handed move. Nice no-handed flacker there from Jacopo Testa, the Italian style master. So confirmed, Dieter van der Eycken will advance through to the next heat over Jamie Howard. Jamie Howard, a noble run, getting through 2 heats, defeating Adrian Bosson. So if we get to do a double elimination, he will be well seeded. But even then, he'll still be pretty pleased getting into the top 8. Yeah, and then next up, guys, we have Antoine Albert up against Amado Vrieswijk. Amado made his thoughts pretty clear, chatting to me on the live stream earlier. You know, he's not too happy. He wanted a bit more wind, but he does understand that we're here to run a competition. And website, see if the live scoring is up. But I think we will have to wait, and I will bring you those scores as soon as I've got them of who advances through that next heat. But right now, all our eyes are on Amado Vrieswijk and Antoine Albert. So Amado Vrieswijk on the Severn sail and the Future Fly board, the one that he designed. The Tomado, Tati, Franz and Amado designed it. So the Tomado was born. Looks great, actually. The shape looks awesome. And then, of course, Antoine Albert on that shiny, brand spanking new Goya gear, the Goya Cypher. And hot news off the press coming in. This will be contested, I think. Jacopo Testa will advance through over Steven van Brockhoven. Ooh. What a result. Let me know what your thoughts are. Do you agree with that decision? In my head, I feel like Jacopo was doing more moves. Sure, Steven had the double culo, things like that, but overall, more moves. I think, yeah, I feel like Jacopo did more, filled his score sheet, and perhaps landed things, you know, a bit cleaner. As I said, he's just the style master, you know. So we're just waiting for this heat to get started.
I'm joining you.
And what a treat we have in the booth. I'm being joined by one of the Brouwersdam rippers that we've been talking about all morning. We've got Tim Gerdes.
Hello.
In the booth. Tim, how you doing?
I'm fine. You?
Yeah, I'm good, mate.
Holding
I'm good.
up?
Holding up, just about, mate.
Nice.
So, how was it? You didn't get through your heat? Disappointed, or are you chilled?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
I was. Yeah, very. Was really light, but now it's nice.
I think it's a bit more wind. Yeah, I mean it's still on and off.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice Kono there from Antoine. Oh, Clue's gonna. Oh, how did he save that?
It's risky. You don't want to crash on that moment.
No. Yeah, that will send you right over. As Amado's winding up for something, ducks the sail.
Oh,
Nice Kulo there.
like the big guy.
Yeah.
94 kilos.
Yeah, big guy, light wind, but just absolutely ripping.
Still doing it.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, we've got Antoine Albert, bit of speed. I wonder. I think they're both on. Antoine's on 5-1. Amado's on 5-2.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Antoine impressed me actually. He's sailing very nice.
Oh, he's so good. Yeah, and he's got all the moves on both sides.
Yeah.
So he can just choose. Oh, maybe I go switch. Maybe I do. You know, I think that's the thing about having it on both sides is you've just got more choice. If you only do switch one side and it's really windy and you go, I could do a Skopu.
Yeah.
But you go, actually, well, maybe I'll go, you know, this way. Yeah, he's got everything.
Yeah, also in these tricky conditions.
Yeah.
I think it gives you more confidence if you can do
For sure. Yeah.
both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. Really nice Shaka 360 there from Amado as well. As he said to me, in these lighter winds, he was like, yeah, I'm heavier. It's harder to get going. But once I'm going, I've got more strength to kind of throw everything in the air. You know, like the Shaka there, he kind of bent his knees a bit and brought the board right up. And a bit more height in everything, you know. Love that drone shot as well.
And he has done it like so many times as well.
The muscle memory's in there, you know.
Yeah. He doesn't have to think about it.
No, nice culo there from Antoine Albert.
Do you think the whiteboard looks better than the red one?
I don't know. I think I preferred the red one. They've just switched the colors, haven't they?
Yeah. I think they just did that.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I think I like the red one more.
Yeah, maybe
I feel like the white one looks like a beginner board a little bit, maybe. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but it's my personal thing.
Yeah.
Are we going to see the punch?
Whoa.
Man, a lot of guys doing punch. Maybe there's good chop for punches today. I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know how you can do a punch on this.
Yeah, you need a good bit of chop, maybe.
A bit of power helps too.
So, guys, the plan is we are going to be doing this heat, and then we are going to switch over back to the women's, and then after that we'll go back to the men's.
Nice.
So we're mixing things up a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're basically going to start mixing. Yeah. Three A and B for the women's, and then back to 15 A and B for the men's.
Let's go, Amado. Oh, definitely wanted the culo there. With the spook.
Yeah, he definitely wanted the extra 360 on it, didn't he? But
Jentel breaking his boom.
Jentel broke his boom?
Yeah, in his heat.
How?
He broke his boom on a spook culo and then did a shove it spook with a boom. Yeah.
And then Dieter, I think, snapped his base. Did you see?
I don't know about that.
I saw him coming in on the boat. He did a kono, landed the kono, and his base, the bottom of the mast base, just went. Yeah. But it was the end of the heat. But yeah. He still advances through, but yeah, he's going to need to.
Yeah, Jentel too. Yeah.
Need to borrow a base. Yeah. Antoine, wow, going down on a culo there.
You don't like that.
He didn't. Yeah. The judges are there. It's a lot of it is on the landing, isn't it? You know, the landing needs to be
100%. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, it doesn't matter if it's slow, but as long as you, I feel like as long as you stay a bit dry. Amado there, who's saying he had a bit of mud on his fin. You know, the mud from the bottom. He said it was really shallow, and he said it was like block on his fin, and it stopped him going.
Yeah.
Whoa, big culo there from Amado.
Big culo.
Yeah.
He likes that.
Well, he's got it both sides, you know, it's,
Yeah, the mud is tricky too here. Like, it gets on your board and then it's pretty slippery.
Yeah.
And that's actually alright, but if it gets on the pad with your foot straps, then you
slippery.
Are like,
yeah, George said that to me the other day. Yeah, he said, just don't put your feet down when you're there. Whoa. See what I mean? Everything he does is just, an extra foot, 2 or 3 feet bigger than what everyone else is doing, even though he's 94 kilos. It's amazing.
Yeah, magic.
Whoa, culo Spock there from Antoine Albert.
That's such a technical move to do that on like sometimes it just happens, but if you really want to call it before you do the
But he
culo,
popped, he landed him.
That's insane.
Amado looks putting his hand up. He looks confused. Maybe he pointed to his watch almost. I think. Punch like it's nothing.
Still with the punch.
Yeah, everyone they're all doing the punch. Yeah. Maybe that little corner there it does look like there's maybe a good bit of chop to go off the back. I don't know. But yeah. So that is the end of that heat. Oh, that was the kono. Nearly got caught. So much power on the kulos. Xhaka and the 360, nice.
That's the thing in competition too. Like if you get a bit of a worse duck, still trying to do the trick with it is a big thing.
Yeah.
Like if you're just free sailing, sometimes you get it back to normal and try again. But in the heat, you can't do that.
Yeah, exactly. Hi France, that was a nice flaunch. Yeah, it's definitely a flaunch that Jacopo did. Jacopo, no-handed flacker, yeah. Aha! Here's the ladder for the single elimination.
Yeah.
So as you can see, the winner of that will be going up against Jacopo Testa. So yeah, some interesting matchups. I'd say the biggest upset for me is Jamie Howard knocking out Adrian Bosson.
Yeah.
Because that, I mean, like I said, I live in the same town as Jamie in the UK, and we sail together all the time. But, I mean, Adrian Bosson is a powerhouse.
Yes.
So if we get to do a double, I think Adrian's going to go on a... You know, sometimes that happens. They single, they don't do as well, and then the double, they just go heat.
Yes.
You know, like...
you're in a run.
Yeah.
Feel confident.
Yeah, like Galito's done it so many times. We've seen it in, you know, so many of the riders do it. Amado's done it himself as well. You know, they just run through every heat after heat after heat.
Yeah, for me, Jentel is the king with that.
Yeah, yeah.
He has some comebacks sometimes.
Yeah, yeah, that's the perfect word for it, comeback.
Yeah.
You know, just straight through. Yeah. So it looks like after this, guys, we are going to be going to the women's for a couple of heats, and then we'll be coming back and doing heat 15A and B there. So we're just waiting on the announcement of the winner of Amado Vrieswijk against Antoine Albert, which we will bring to you. I don't know, who do you think's got it?
Difficult.
It's difficult, yeah. I think Amado's got it.
Yeah.
Like, they're both doing similar moves, but I feel like Amado's were just all a little bit higher.
Yeah.
You know, a little, yeah. I feel like looking out there now, everyone was out there earlier, but looks like people have maybe come in, or maybe a lot of people are hanging out on the judging boat.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's a pretty nice place to chill, actually.
Well, the judging boat, yeah. It looks like a house.
Yeah,
it's literally
is a
some.
house.
Yeah,
they have a fridge and a kitchen, everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I spent some time there yesterday. It was pretty.
Yeah, yeah. You were in the heat that was sailed like 3 or 4 times, weren't you? You know, yeah. Yeah, so it looks like we will be going to heat 7A for the women. So Hannah Poschinger up against Lena Erzen. And then heat 7B, Lisa Kloster up against Micah Hooverman. Lisa Kloster is really good.
Yeah, she learned a lot.
I didn't know, but like she was doing funnels, going for switch chatus, like flackers, spocks. She was doing loads of moves.
Yeah, she's pushing it.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, she's
It's
really
so good
good
to see the women doing the bigger moves.
Yeah. I mean, you know, Micah's just like leading the charge with all that, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. And where are Sarah Kita and Oda and all that? I don't know where you guys are.
I think Aruba, isn't it?
Yeah, probably somewhere hot and sunny.
Yeah.
I mean, it's sunny. It's sunny here today. It's not so hot, but yeah, come along, guys. Come and get stuck in. You know, the women are coming to all these events. It would be great to have you guys here as well. I've just had word. I think we're resailing the men's heat there.
Oh.
I wonder why. Yeah, they're having a resale of it.
Okay. Interesting.
Bit of controversy going on.
Maybe it has something to do with Amado waving his hand.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. He kind of pointed at his watch, didn't he, and sort of waved.
Yeah.
It looks like the judge's boat is moving, so maybe they're repositioning slightly. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, it's come through. Error on flags, so the guys were confused. So yeah, Amado was sense. That's why Amado was. So we are resailing Amado Vrieswijk against Antoine Albert. Ooh.
That's not a bad thing for us.
It's not a bad thing for us. No, that's a good thing for us. So here we go. Yeah, it looks like there's a bit of.
I think Amado is not too happy about it.
No, he came in and chatted to me earlier. He didn't seem too happy.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this is freestyle. This is what it is. You know?
True.
I mean, yeah, it's a shame that it's not, you know, excuse me, we all wish it was 30 knots all day, every day, you know?
Yeah,
it would be amazing.
100%.
But it's not, you know? And it is, you know, it is at other events, and it has been here before. You know, there's been events here in the past that I've watched where it was howling windy and a big storm and things, you know? But...
Sure.
It's, you know, one or the other. We got Matteo Testa. I can't tell if he's looking at us. He's bringing Jacopo's gear in. I think he's like, yeah.
On a 4.8 maybe to keep it ready.
Yeah. He's caddying for Jacopo.
always nice to have a good caddy.
Yeah, exactly. Tati, how are they scoring? Well, they're scoring the same as they always do, but we're just having a bit of trouble reporting the scoring. So the judges are doing everything as normal, but it's just we're struggling to get it to show up on the website. So scoring is scoring is the same.
Yeah, we missed Tati, huh?
I know, he had COVID.
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah.
Always putting some good laughs with Tati.
So it looks like we're just sort of readjusting things. Antoine looking angry, confused. So up there we've got a resale, and then it's Hannah Poschinger and Lena Erzen, who you can see there. Hannah she's actually using Amado's other sail.
Yeah,
so that's
think
why.
It's 4-8.
Yeah, she's on the 4-8, and then Amado, I believe, is on the 5-2.
He doesn't need smaller.
Nah.
Always on the 5-2.
Yeah. I think Amado on a 4-4 is like the most dangerous windsurfer to be against, though, probably, in wind like that.
Felix told me when they were in Brazil.
Yeah.
He was like 3-6, couldn't sail anymore.
Yeah.
Like too strong maybe. And then Amado was rigging his 4-4.
Yeah.
But it was the clip where he was doing the Spock double air culo.
Ah, yeah. Oh, at the lagoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not normal anymore.
No, that's not normal, is it? Spock double air culo.
But Jento as well in the pool. Like.
Oh yeah, that video, it went super like viral, didn't it? Of him just doing the biggest air scopus, things like that.
Insane. Like that day, I gave up.
Were you there? You were watching?
I was sailing and I was like, enough for freestyle. And I took a small waveboard, small sail, just doing
jumps.
Yeah. Forwards, back loops on the lake, trying to do it. And then Jento showed up doing it.
Yeah.
And I was like,
there's only a few guys that can really like duck the sail when it's that windy, you know. And other than ducking the sail, there's not too much. Yeah. Tati, I like the opinion on the boards. Hey, thanks, Tati. Yeah. I don't know. I think maybe I like the red one. But yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I've not had a proper look at the white one. I've just seen it around the event site. So maybe I'll go and have a closer look at it. Yeah. So it looks like we are just waiting. I don't know. Looks like they're having a bit of a break, or maybe they're moving the judging boat.
Just 1 minute, I think, maybe to start.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Wow, there's no flags up.
Yeah. Micah waiting as well.
Yeah, I mean Micah's another one. You must sail with all the time back home.
Yeah, so not always, but if she's there, it's always good.
Yeah.
I think she's almost done with her study.
Yeah.
She does the uni still.
Yeah.
But she's doing the masters too. She told me, I think.
That's a lot of studying.
A lot of school still for her. Yeah. But still doing the moves like.
She's got all the moves.
All the moves, yeah. 100%.
Yeah. I wonder if she'll maybe do more competitions and things when she's finished, or who knows? I don't know.
It's good for the girls to. She has some nice impressions on the little girls trying to freestyle.
Well, that's what. Yeah,
home.
that's what she said as well. Even like with the next few days, it not looking so windy, but doing tow in and stuff. It's like, well, all the people on the beach will be sitting watching tow in.
Yeah.
And it's not just boys doing it. She goes and does it, and a load of girls sitting there will go, oh, cool. Oh, you can. Girls can do it as well.
100%.
And it's maybe bad that we're still at that point where there needs to be an example, but if Micah's willing to do it,
she's a good example, though.
Yeah, exactly. So it looks like we are just moving the judging boat. I think they're just slightly repositioning the course. That's a crazy boat.
Yeah. It's a house. Little house.
Yeah, it's like a little floating apartment. I wouldn't mind living on it. It looks pretty cool.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Just
Taking the sun from the deck.
Yeah, sit in the sun, have your gear on the back all the time. Just go windsurfing whenever. Yeah. Yeah, it looks perfect. I think before they just used to use the ferry, so it's quite a big upgrade.
Yeah.
Before it was just a little ferry that they had to sit on, and now they've got a little house.
And the ferry was big too, and they put it sideways.
Yeah, so it created. Ah, really?
Some backwash from it as well last year.
Really?
Not too bad, but.
But it creates a wind shadow as well. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
the
judges always laugh if you fall in.
Because of the wind.
boat
Yeah,
or
yeah, yeah, yeah.
something. That's the best thing they see on the day, maybe.
So it looks like the red flag is up. I think that was just a heat break while they repositioned. So yeah, I think we are resailing Antoine Albert against Amado Vrieswijk, and then we will be jumping straight into the women's, which will be Hannah Poschinger up against Lena Erzen, followed by Lisa Kloster up against Maaike Hooverman. Let us know on Facebook or YouTube, wherever you guys are watching, who you're rooting for, who you want to see on top, on the podium. As I said, it looks like, it's 11:40 now, and we've almost done the whole single.
Wow.
Which is amazing.
Yes. Like that's the good side of pushing the heats early with less wind. Like you get a result.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for.
But the only annoying thing is, your heat, realistic, it's like you didn't have a chance to
show what I can do.
Exactly. Yeah. It's difficult. It's annoying, but hopefully the only good thing is if we do a double, there's another chance, and especially if it gets better this afternoon, there's much more of a chance of doing it.
Yeah.
When I look out my window here, it doesn't look like there's any wind at all. But then when you look at where these guys are, like look at Maaike. She's
looks alright.
Yeah, she looks fine.
Still like very gusty, but if the gusts are alright.
Well, they said as long as the sun stays out, there's a bit of cloud around now, but as long as the sun stays out, then it should.
It's okay now.
Yeah, as long as the sun stays out, it should stay windy, and yeah, they said it will get more consistent.
Thank you, Maaike.
Spock there from Maaike Hooverman.
Putting the thumbs up.
Yeah.
Maybe a little fact. 108 is she's sailing with my dad's old sail number.
No way.
Yeah, pretty funny. Yeah.
So what did your dad used to compete then?
Yeah, a lot back in the day with wooden booms.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
And then he gave his sail number to Maaike.
I don't know how it went, but I think it's a little bit random in Holland, but you can choose, and if it's taken, you have to choose another one.
Yeah, it's the same in the UK and stuff. Yeah.
A random number. I don't know how she ended up with 108, but she gave a great name still. 108,
yeah, it's a good number. I like that.
Yeah, it's funny.
What's your sail number?
196.
196.
Tigo is 195, so that's.
Oh really? What's Bodie's?
2, 4.
Oh no, he's down there.
242 maybe, or 3. I don't know. one of the other.
So we've got Antoine Albert up against Amado Vrieswijk. We're doing a resale of this heat. If you guys are just joining us now, we sailed this already, but unfortunately there was a slight error with the timings and the flags, so we opted to resale because there was a bit of confusion, and we wanted it to be fair. Kulo there from Antoine Albert, just going down, but I think he'll water start out. Amado. Not messing around.
No idea how he's doing it.
No problem. Yeah. I mean, we thought, as I said, looking out of my window here, it looks like the wind's dropped, but actually, Amado made it look very easy. Made it look like it was windy. But looking on the screen there, it looks like there's a bit of wind. We just saw Maaike Hooverman doing a big run across the bay. She looked fine.
Yeah.
She looked powered up. Obviously it's on the lighter side, but yeah, there we go.
Shaka.
Shaka 360, no problem. Little lollipop there. No, yeah.
Nice.
Saving it. What was that?
I don't know.
He's waving at something. Oh, he's frustrated. There's a frustration there, isn't there? You don't want to let that frustration get to you, though, do you? Because if you start getting too frustrated and annoyed, suddenly that takes over and you start crashing, you know? It's...
Yes.
That was a better culo there from Antoine Albert, much nicer.
Like if it turns you up, it's good, but if it's annoying you, then it's bad.
There's a problem, yeah.
Then it's a problem. And then you get like duck fucks. And
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You start...
makes it even worse.
Yeah, you start throwing the sail into the water, as we call it. Amado, loads of speed there. There we go, switch. The switch Chachu, nice. I told him earlier I wanted to see him do a switch Chachu burner.
Yeah.
I love that. Whoa!
Whoa.
Oh, that was really sick. Bit slow at the end.
Chacho, huh?
Yeah, regular Chachu, but like super boomerang one,
Yeah,
you know.
he's happy with that, 100%.
Yeah, look at that, just pulling the sail up out of the water. Yeah, we're unsure how he did that. That was Jedi stuff. He was using the Force. Amado Rizwijk getting into that back strap. What's he got? I'm saying Ponch.
Yes. How?
He literally pumped into that. Spock 540 there for Antoine. I'd say he wanted the Spock Kulo, or maybe even just a double Spock, but I'd say he wanted more than just the Spock.
Can imagine, yeah. Even if the wind is tricky like this, you really want to have your ducks actually every time.
Oh yeah.
You always want that actually, but
yeah,
especially in this kind of condition. Wow.
Whoa! Looked like he was going to go for the cabbie there. Looks like he changed his mind a bit. Got a random foiler going through the area. So yeah, Antoine Albert. I don't know. So far, I think Amado's probably got it so far. As I said, we're still...
It'd be nice to know what the Chachu is doing for Antoine.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I'm... But I don't know, I feel like it was a bit slow. Even though it was a really well recovered, the sail was in the water for quite a while.
Yeah, and it stays a Chachu, like that's a high scoring move most of the time.
Chachu, yeah, is always a high scoring move, but it needs to be done.
Nice.
Yeah. Especially if you're going to do like a boomerang one, it needs to go down and fly back up to you. Yeah. Whereas his one kind of went in the water and he pulled it out, you know.
He made it come up with grabbing his mast.
Exactly, yeah. So I don't know how high it's gonna score. I'm not too sure. Amado, we're going the Kulo on the other side. Whoa, so easy.
Making the Kulo. Yeah.
And we're gonna see the same thing, maybe. No Ponch, no. Canabrava. We love a Canabrava. In Rhodes last year, I think Jacopo was doing like air Canabravas, which is just the sickest move. That was really good. Like a Canabrava, not sure how high it scores, but it's a stylish move. Guys on Facebook, let us know what you think. Obviously, this is a resale of this heat, so it'd be interesting to know what your thoughts are, how you're getting on, where you're watching from, and who you got your money on for this heat. Oh, an air bob as well.
Nice.
I reckon Amado's going to be not happy. Yeah, I don't know if Amado looks under power. I think what we said earlier, I think the frustration might be getting to him. Yeah. I think he might be getting, well, I mean, obviously now he's not going, but yeah. I think we've got just under 3 minutes left of this heat to go. Oh. Yeah.
The Goya stuff looks nice, though.
Yeah.
You're sailing with them too.
Yeah. So I got my new gear a month ago, something like that. It's really good.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it was already good, but I think it's a huge improvement. I think the sails are much more powerful. The board's got a lot more volume at the tail. Yeah, I'm I'm really happy with it. Yeah.
And it looks nice as well.
It looks good. That always helps.
Nice colors.
Yeah. It's almost like retro, like old school. Do you know what I mean? Like that kind of like yellow color, you know, it's vintage. Yeah, they're really cool. But yeah, the sails have got much more power in them, I think. Like comes much further forward and much higher on the sail. Yeah. Neither of them look too powered up. Hopefully that's not this cloud coming over and just sort of... Yeah, you can see the clouds there from the drone. Clouds just starting to creep over a little bit. Looks like the wind has dropped off. Beautiful view of the event site. That's going to turn into basically a festival.
Yeah,
I think tomorrow.
Curious how it's gonna be actually.
Yeah, because last year it wasn't like this, was it?
Yeah, and that was my first time. So.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Spot. Whoa! Caught the rail. That's not what you want.
No.
Amado desperately looking for a bit of wind. He's not going to be happy.
Still next to ground.
Still. The wiggle. Yeah, it's not happening, is it?
That's shit.
He's not going to be happy.
No.
He was already like annoyed. Well, not annoyed, but you know what I mean. It's got to be frustrating when conditions just aren't going your way at all. And it looks like it's the end of that heat.
Yes.
We're coming up on it. 10 seconds to go. Antoine desperately pumping. What's he got for us? Ducks the sail. Just a bob. I don't think that'll probably make a difference to any of his scores. But yeah, you can see it does look like the wind has dropped right off. Nice shaka there and into the 360. Not the fastest, but sometimes actually I don't think the judges like that. They don't like, you know, adding the extra 360, but I think because of the scoring, it's still a higher scoring move, you know. So do you know what I mean? The sail didn't come back to him. He had to pull it back up to him. So I think, I don't know, I'm not sure how high it will score, but I think he did a lot more moves than Amado. But Amado's were maybe all a bit cleaner and a bit higher. I don't know. He did a lot of culos though. Oh, I love the Canabrava.
That was clean too.
Yeah, it was really nice. Yeah. Airbob you don't see many people do you?
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know.
Everyone does culos. Everyone.
Yeah.
It's such a common move. But the airbob is so similar, but no one, unless they do it into a culo. The airbob culo is common, but...
Yeah. I kind of forget about it.
Yeah.
And then I see someone doing it. I'm like, oh yeah.
Like Doo-Doo.
That's still.
Doo-Doo's airbobs are crazy.
He does them well.
Yeah, so good. So the red flag is up, guys, and now we are moving on to the women's single elimination. So we will be sailing the semi-finals. So Hannah Poschinger will be up against Lena Erzen, and then it will be Lisa Kloster up against Micah Hooverman. Talk to me on YouTube, on Facebook. Let me know. Who's your money on? Who's your money on, Tim?
Definitely Micah for me.
Yeah, Micah. I think...
But I would love to see Lisa doing it well, actually.
Yeah, but it's difficult because they're in the same heat, so you can't like both of them. Yeah, one of them's got to go. I don't know. Lisa's got her work cut out for her. I mean, yeah, Micah... You don't need to say anything about it, you know, everyone knows, you know, how good she is. So yeah, it'll be interesting. And then we'll be bringing you the result of Amado Vrieswijk up against Antoine Albert as well. It does look like the wind has really dropped off. But again, it could just be, the cloud seems to be coming over even more.
Would be a shame to not finish it now.
I know, so close. Hopefully we can... I mean, looking at the flags there, it looks like there's breeze, but maybe they're really lightweight flags to make it look windy.
When do we see you sailing a heat?
Oh, never. No. I don't think I'd be able to, because if I lost and I have to come and sit back in here and talk, I think I'd be really sad. So I wouldn't be able to talk. I'd be like, I'd get really sad. No, I'm happy. I go windsurfing by myself, and then I'll come in and watch these guys. Yeah. So Lena Erzen hoping to open with a flacker, but just doesn't quite get the rotation.
Yeah. Still make something from it.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll count it. I'm not sure. And Hannah Poschinger. Just refresh Facebook and YouTube, guys. Let me know what your thoughts are. Obviously, it does look like the wind has dropped a little bit.
And a lot of moving from the heat area too. Maybe the anchors of the buoys drift away a bit in the mud.
I think they were repositioning. I think they were moving slightly because of the wind. I don't know. Maybe they found a better spot or something. So I'm not too sure what they were doing. But I think that was what it was.
I'm gonna make plays for
Tim,
Adam.
my man, thanks for joining me.
Always.
And now I'm joined by the big chief himself, Mr. Adam Sims.
How are we doing, Mr. Sandy Clunas?
I'm very good, mate. How are you?
Very good, thank you. Yes. Yeah, we've got things underway, huh? The wind is filled in.
It's filled in, then it fills out, then it fills in.
True.
Yeah. No, it's different, yeah. As Dieter said, I think the gusts are getting longer. You know, it started off, you had, a matter of seconds to do it. Now you might have a minute, maybe 2 minutes, and then it kind of drops for a bit, and then it fills in. You'd see that the start of a heat would either be pumping and there'd be moves everywhere, or it'd be slow, and then it kind of chops and changes.
And the gust is stronger as well.
Of course, yeah.
And is stronger. So, I think there's at least we're seeing a sort of higher caliber of moves.
Oh yeah, I mean Dieter said he came in earlier and he said in his first couple of heats he wouldn't even think about doing a shaka. And then the first heat I saw him after the interview, he did a shaka 360 straight away.
Yeah.
So I'm like, there we go. The wind must have filled in. It started off, it was, heats were being won with spocks and flackers. And by the end of it, Stephen was doing a double culo and didn't even get through his heat. So the wind has definitely filled in.
There we go.
And the moves are definitely are definitely there for me.
It's true. I mean, it looks like the clouds are starting to play a little bit of havoc with the wind. Yeah. Maybe it's just the front sort of coming through, and then we hope that it continues on. It's changed direction. It's swung even a bit more sort of, we would say a bit more north, I think. So it's a bit more round. A
bit more straight offshore from us, isn't it? So. Yeah, because it doesn't look like there's any wind at all where we are now. Yeah. But I think that's because it's offshore. Yeah.
That's it. So we just see us kind of leaning forwards. We're looking out the window here. Yeah. We've got a little window in front, and we can see out on the action there and see it live as it's happening. So who do we have? We have Lena Erzen against Hannah Poschinger. Is that correct?
That's the one. Yeah, so we've got Lena on the left-hand side. See, look, now Lena's got loads of power.
Yeah, there we go. And Hannah's going along now, so Gus coming through the heat area. Lena Erzen with a nice spock there. So
you could see the hand there. Yeah. Hannah putting her hand up as well. I think we're going to see the Vulcan save it.
There we go.
Hannah's smart with that.
Yeah.
She is smart with that. A lot of the other girls just keep trying to, we'll just do the Spock. And it's like, just do the Vulcan, get the points on the board, and then go for the Spock your next run.
That's it. I mean, that's competition. Build up your house. Start those foundations and build it up. And that's entirely an important thing to do. So, I mean, we can see they're getting some moves in. A little update actually on the scores. We're just having some technical issues. That's all really. So we're trying to get as much information through as possible. They're trying to fix this at the same time, and they've had some help from outside as well, and still trying to find the source of it. I believe it's found, and they're just repairing that and getting that up and running again soon. So hope to have that in the next 20 minutes. That seems to be how it is. I heard already some news on it that it seems to be working.
Well, the website's definitely back up, but it's just still the live scoring, and we've still got the heat. We've got the heat time and everything, but as we said though, the judges are still able to score, and that's the most important thing. Hannah with a switch Vulcan there, wanted the Pugnetta, but just not quite getting round.
So Erzen planing now. She's there on the duotone in the small picture. Got Hannah back up and planing also. So just see air jibe. Just finishing that one.
Robin van Linden, buenos dias.
dias.
Buenos dias, Robin.
Lindog. Tuning in all the way from the Canaries. He's a ripper over there and sometimes a judge on tour as well.
Yeah.
And
can you send us a bit of that classic Fuerteventura wind our way, please? That would be much appreciated.
Sure, yeah.
And then, Adam, cheers from Rick from Brouwersdam.
Yeah, who's tuning in? Come on. Rick, is that Rick Yendrush?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
Nice, Rick.
Some love from Michael for Hannah.
We're looking forward to the tours heading up to Brouwersdam again this year. It's been a couple of years off, and we're really looking forward to get back up there later towards the end of the season.
I mean, as I've been saying, it's either Brouwersdam or Bonaire when it comes to the online support.
Indeed,
there's just these, the little clans.
Nice Vulcan there from Hannah, just going down, unfortunately. Of course, I think she wants the Spock now.
Definitely wants the Spock.
Lena Edson getting the Spock there, so she's actually ticked that off. She's got the Vulcan and the Spock now.
I think she wants the Flacker on the other side, though, doesn't she?
Yeah. Hannah will be looking for the Spock to match that. So it's going to be a close one, this one, isn't it? I mean, Hannah gets that Gus and gets that Spock, then it can be getting quite close.
Yeah. And then we're still waiting on the results from the last men's heat as well.
Indeed. So, I mean, if you want to check those scores on the efpt.net/live, or you can get there with just freestyleprotour.com and check out those results and eliminations and all of that. Get a full sort of replay, or should I say live stream experience on there. We've had some good replays coming up as well.
We were literally just saying, I think the judges, sometimes they like that, sometimes they don't.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I think if it's a bit forced afterwards, they'll not favour it, but they will give it a little plus. It's more than a flacker.
Yeah.
So it's sort of a flacker plus. They'll give that. So it won't be
it's never a bad thing to do.
Exactly.
Yeah. If you've got the control to do it, you're showing that you've come out of the first one with so much control that you can go into it. So it must count for something.
Yeah, you've come out with sort of extra speed.
Yeah.
Risky foil business on the lake there, crossing through the stream. It's meter deep.
We've seen him a couple of times. He doesn't seem to be causing it.
Gentle going out pump foiling and coming in with half his foil caked in mud.
Oh no.
So, we were discussing about doing foil style here, and I mean, in the end, the lakes lost tons and tons and tons of water.
20 centimeters of water, apparently, just in the last year.
Over this size lake, that is an enormous amount. So it's an enormous amount to fill back up as well. And it was already a shallow lake for foil style. It's even more shallow. So it was an easy discussion in the end.
Yeah, no, it's not worth it.
And anyway, we're having some nice windsurfing action. Had some good wind earlier on, and at the moment it's just backed off a little bit as the clouds have come over.
Yeah.
So who we got tuning in there?
Ollie Anderson, morning chaps. Good morning chaps. Loic Spischer, epic live stream, killing it.
Awesome.
Loic,
cheers, Loic.
Come back and take some names, mate.
Tina, scalps.
Tina, thanks for the live stream. Sitting in hospital is less boring watching surfing. Well, we hope whatever you're in for is okay. Hope you're healing up, and we're glad to bring you some entertainment while you're there. Sasha, Adam and the FPT are the best thing that's happened to windsurfing in the last decade.
Very nice of you.
We'll clap.
I'm blushing here.
Oh,
Sasha.
you.
Sasha's been doing actually quite a nice a podcast.
The lives on Instagram.
Lives,
yeah,
that's it. Yeah, just lives on Instagram. Yeah, you're doing a sort of a podcast yourself, Sandy, but Sasha's been doing a nice catch up with some of the freestylers around. And, it's quite entertaining to listen to.
Yeah,
I'm enjoying that. Actually, there's some nice angles going on within the scene. So awesome replays here. I mean, actually, let's focus on that for a moment. Come back. So Hannah there with the Vulcan, getting around that one. We've got the E-slider attempts going on, getting semi
switch Vulcan kind of thing. Hannah, that was a nice switch Vulcan. Yeah,
for herself, a tad better. And then we've got Edson there going round the air jibe. So she had the Spock earlier, knew she needed the air jibe, and sort of managed to secure that one. So, yeah. Come back to the podcast and the lives that are going on. It's cool to see around the scene. It's
just good to get. For me, I think it's just, and even for me sitting chatting to Amado for a while earlier, it's just cool to get a bit more insight into how they all think and feel, and how it all works and stuff, rather than just being a nameless board and sail.
Yeah, exactly.
It's cool to figure out.
It's a very valid point. It's so easy to look at the equipment and almost see that as the person.
Yeah.
And
just this rider.
Exactly. And of course, everyone has their stories and what stories there are in the sport. From the crazy successes of Steven van Brockhoven. We have the injury stories of Lennart Neubauer at the moment. He's currently over in the Red Bull facility here in Austria, on the other side of Austria, going through a full sort of physio repair You
Yeah.
know?
Well, I did a podcast with Lennart only a few weeks ago.
Okay.
Chatting about, and he's so interesting talking to him, and he's so young, but he's so driven and dedicated and stuff. And you know, even just the way we're seeing dealing with this injury, you know,
Indeed,
he could have come and sat here and hung out, but he's like, no, I'm going to go and rehab and stuff. And while that's a loss for us, you know, it's definitely the right decision for him, I think, as an athlete.
Yeah,
you
I
know?
had a few conversations with him. It was tough decisions for him, you know, about the surgery they had to do. He was really deciding whether he should do it or not, and in the end he went for it because he knew it would cost him part of the season. And you know, it may be in green flag. So let's jump to this heat. So I believe
this is a big one. This is Micah Hooverman and Lisa Kloster, and I got to say, Lisa Kloster. I mean, I'm pretty sure I follow her on Instagram, and she's got some moves, but just putting them down in a heat is different to putting them down as a clip on Instagram, where you've had all day to get 2 moves on film. You know,
Absolutely.
she just laid down. We were seeing funnels, we're seeing flackers, we're seeing spocks. She's got all the moves and no you know, dipping in and falling in and water starting out. She's just smashing them out.
Indeed.
So
yeah.
this is going to be a great heat, I think. And obviously Micah needs no introduction, as we said previously. Micah's
Hooverman,
a
European
smart
champion.
Yeah, you know. So yeah,
He goes
smart competitor, and knows what she's doing.
on the Saverne gear, going around the nice flag.
Oh,
And there we see Lisa going around for a funnel.
But just going down.
We have scores back.
The scores are
On
back.
the screen. Awesome. So
Yes!
so we have Micah Hooverman there on this black Saverne and Lisa Kloster on the yellow-orange sail of sail. Micah's kind of one up at the moment with Lisa did a move
Lisa's
earlier
up.
on,
Yeah. We caught the end of it just as we were talking about Lennart.
You can see those score breakdowns on the live page, freestyleprotour.com. Here we go, Micah going up for the shaka and just securing that one on the points. Lisa going around a nice spot. This is action. Action is on. So wind is filled back in. The cloud front maybe caused a little disruption, but it looks like the wind's pushing on through.
And it looks like the live scoring, guys, is back on the website as well. So we've got Lisa Kloster with... Oh, no, I don't think these are... I think these are potentially older scores.
A little refresh. So, yeah, you can check on the website.
Yeah, these are old scores.
We have...
here we go. So Lisa Kloster with half a funnel on port tack and a flacker and a spock on starboard. Micah Hooverman with a shove it, a shaka on port and a flacker on starboard. So, yeah, currently it's still anyone's game, you know. We've still got just 6 minutes to go. But, yeah, 8.5 for Micah Hooverman and 6.9 for Lisa Kloster.
There we go. So, just had a couple of moves falling there, so the points won't be going up maybe from a couple of moves from earlier on. But just now these two just won't be on the scorecard to count.
Looks like we've got a bit of a gust or something, or I don't know.
I can see Micah cleaning her feet, so it's a very muddy bottom. She's doing a foot drag. It's not a freestyle move to count, but it will be for some as they learn freestyle. But she's just dragging her foot to clean the mud off her feet so she doesn't slip off the board.
Yeah. I was told about this mud by George Grizzly, who's here.
The first one?
He said that his first session here, he was putting his feet down and beach starting off the bottom every time, and he just slipped out of his straps on every move.
Oh, we're going to have split moves here.
Micah with a flacker on the other side, and we've got Lisa ducking in regular, but just not quite getting round.
You get that mud on your feet, and you need to clean it off nice and quick, otherwise you're going to be slipping around the board.
Yeah.
No matter how much grip you have on there.
It's like jelly mud.
Yeah, indeed. And it gives a colour for the lake. That's why it's sort of infamous name as the Choco Lake, and looks a little bit like hot chocolate.
It is like windsurfing in a cup of tea.
But beautiful conditions here. I mean, I spent a lot of time here myself over 4 years. Micah there going for a spock.
Whoa!
Nice.
Silky smooth like butter.
Yeah, there's a few spots around. We've got Neusiedl here. It's a really nice spot in the south wind. We had a really good south wind day on the one of the warm-up days. A nice replay there as Micah goes around that spot. Very stylish and super clean executed.
I think that was boom to boom. Was that boom to boom? We've been having a discussion this morning.
Yeah.
Do you go to the mast? Or do you go to
I'm
the boom?
boom to boom, yeah.
You're boom to boom?
Yeah, I believe I am.
You are boom to boom. I remember. I've seen videos, yeah.
I rarely grab the mast, but actually when I do, it feels right.
Well, me and it's funny, Amado said the same thing. Ooh, going down there. Amado said the same thing. I didn't realise I was going to the mast. I saw a video of myself doing a spock. And Amado said he's the same thing. But he said he realised all his moves.
Yeah.
E-slider there from Micah. Nice, slidey one.
So Micah maybe saw.
Oh,
saw Lisa on that one. I was like, right, I'll do one of
Ah,
mine.
you've reminded me. I'll go and do one of those.
Yeah, exactly.
It's always frustrating. There are certain competitors that do that, aren't they? Where they kind of follow the other competitor, and whatever they do, they go, I'll just do it better.
Yeah.
I'll just do it, you know. But a bit.
Gorito's
Yeah,
trader was
he
one
does
for
that.
He would follow his competitors and he would just match move for move, but just do it better.
Higher and one-handed. Yeah.
Which was always dangerous. So, and then he'd add a bit of spice with his own crazy moves.
Yeah. That's
Be
a
winner.
that's a
Mike
bit
has
of a
got lot
mind.
of speed.
That's a bit of a mindset thing, isn't it?
is, yeah.
Here we go. Oh, just didn't quite.
What Micah wants. She
Didn't-
wants to get the bob or the culo. She's trying to pick up
wants
that
the
speed,
culo.
so
Yeah.
carry it through as she ducks the sail. Yeah, it is a mind game, isn't it? I
Yeah.
mean, sometimes you see your competitor kind of, you do the move and you don't do it like perfect, and then you see your competitor like just behind you and they absolutely stomp it. You're like, well,
There we go then.
That move I just did, no matter how good it was, counts for nothing.
Yeah.
So you know you need to do again one even better, and it's can play on the mind. Definitely.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So scores, how are we looking? It's 9 points on port tack for Micah Hoofman, so strong port tack, starboard tack 5. And actually, Lisa Kloss is leading on starboard tack, so a bit of work for her to do on port tack, 1.2, so she'll need a bit more. But she's having quite a nice starboard tack.
It's literally the port tack that's letting her down. You know, if she can get a funnel, that'll replace her half funnel. So far, she's only got the half funnel on port. So yeah, if she can.
Struggling for speed there.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, she's really trying to force a move out.
It's never worth it.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go, so there could be enough time for another gust to come through, work on a couple of moves there on port tack for Lisa. But a very strong starboard tack and, putting some pressure on the European champion. So starboard tack, if you're wondering, is not the way Micah Hoofman is going there on the small screen. It's the way
right hand forward,
Lisa is pointing on the yellow sail. So Micah going on port tack here.
Oh, it looked like she wanted a shaka there. She sort of started bringing the sail.
I mean, she knows she's got a strong port tack. She'll know that already. She might think, okay, I'm just going to try and work on my starboard tack. So she's gone over to the other side of the heat area, going to look around for the next gust.
Keep upwind, yeah.
Probably already knows, seen that this is the right place to tack and waiting for that gust to come on down. So
yeah, absolutely.
Lisa preparing for a port tack. She's on the other side. Micah going for a gecko. So there is a gecko. That's a light.
Is that counting, or is that
it's
just
a light wind maneuver? No, in the system we have, it's not. I mean, we're looking at sort of power move format.
Yeah.
So sort of pushing the power moves, the ducking maneuvers and combos and things like this. But it's still a fun move to see and see that she's very competent to do this. She's obviously practicing them now and again in between when the wind drops, and hopefully she didn't dip the nose in the mud there. And
yeah, that's the only thing you worry about, isn't it?
Risky for the willy skipper.
Saying that, if anyone listening now, if they're or watching, if you're learning to flacker or anything like that, I highly recommend learning to gecko. Absolutely. I had one session in Egypt when I was learning to flacker, and me and my friends went out, and it wasn't that windy, and we went and learned geckos, and the next day, I just landed most of the flackers I tried.
Yeah.
Because I felt like I had this kind of control of slicing the sail into the wind. So it is a good move to learn. It can be a bit sore on your ankles, but and don't try it anywhere shallow.
Of course, yeah, of course. I mean, actually, unless you're in Bonaire, where they all try it off the sand.
They all do it,
So, all the kids, but they're like 30, 40 kilos.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that.
Boards can handle that.
I can't snap my board.
I remember doing it once. I actually did it here. It's down the way over in Potters. Oh, here we go. So heat replay is on. All right, so must be end of the heat. We have Micah Hoofman going around a nice flacker there. And then going for the shaka. So she got that shaka earlier. That's why she didn't go for it at the end of the heat. Lisa going around a nice spock and coming clean out of that one on the port tack. So is this her port tack move, or this is where she went down? So that's why
she crashed 2 E-sliders.
Yeah, port tack move. And Micah going around a nice flacker there. Another spot.
That's a nice spot.
Looking good. And finally going for the E-slider. And I think she made this one, didn't she, with a sort of slow 540 at the end. So there we go. So Micah's secured that one and will be advancing, I think it's fair to say. Unfortunately for Lisa, despite having a very strong starboard tack, she's, port tack is not her forte in this one. So
no.
She'll be, unfortunately...
Which is frustrating, because she did a really nice funnel in the previous heat, so she's definitely got the move, but it may just be going up against Micah Hooverman got to her, the conditions, anything like that, So looks like we are going back to the men's now. And we have Jentel Kers up against.
Go. So the matchups are on. So Jentel Kers, Dieter van der Eycken. I mean, this is no unfamiliar showdown, is it? We've seen this one many a time.
Yeah,
They know it well.
All Belgian.
Belgian showdown. So, yeah, I mean, these guys are actually from Browsdown. We were talking with Rick in Browsdown earlier, and the competition coming up at the end of the season. But for now, yeah, I mean, age gap 3 years. We've got heat win percentage. I mean,
Yentls is crazy.
Yeah,
Amado's is 90%.
Yeah, that's insane. So those two have really high stats on the heat win percentage. And that's since 2018. So, I mean, if you took perhaps Stephen or something for 10 years, then you might have, you know, some different
Absolutely.
stats. But we're looking back at the last 3 years. Or more than that, isn't it? 4 years now?
Yeah.
This would be the 4th year.
This
so
is year 4, yeah.
I had some great stats from George Grizzly putting those together for us.
Yeah.
And super happy about
the
that.
wizard.
So we've been really working together with him and a few others. Martin as well has been working on it. Flo, Danny, all of us, you know, have been putting a lot of work in during the last months to be able to bring these stats. It has been actually a huge amount of preparations, but everyone's done fantastic work. So yellow flag is up. Let's see if we're going to get those riders on screens shortly. Can we see any of them there? That's Yentl, isn't it?
That's the both on the right hand side.
That's both of them, isn't
that's
it?
Dieter and Yentl. I think Dieter broke his mass base on a Kono against Jamie.
Yeah, actually,
Jamie Howard. Yeah.
Yeah. So we saw that on the replay, I remember, and then Yentl
broke a mast.
Had an issue with a boom.
A boom. Yeah, sorry.
So
did a shove it Spock with a broken boom.
With the broken boom.
Yeah.
The level is amazing of those two. So it's going to be a fun one. I think even with the lighter winds, those two are going to really.
Even then, looking at that, it doesn't look super light. He's. I mean, it's maybe not full power, but
cares. Yellow flag is still up. It must be just seconds away. Dieter van Dijken coming with speed.
Yeah, and that's the green flag
up.
going up. Dieter ducks the sail. That's how you want to start a heat.
Nice
Big Kono. Yentl with a Kono of his own as well.
Perfect. So, who do you think got that one?
I think Dieter's was a bit better, a bit higher.
It was. He had a bit more speed into it.
Yentl's duck went a bit low. Yeah. I don't think he. Yeah. So Dieter's coming in at 4.59. Yentl's at 4.22. So not a huge difference, but
it could be judges.
Nice air funnel there from Dieter.
Racking up the points, so a little bit ahead, but Yentl will be seeing a lot of that.
Whoa, nice punch.
Future.
Yeah, that's the move we like. That's what we want.
Meanwhile, Dieter straight up.
Kulo.
Straight round to Kulo. So Dieter is one move ahead, and he's actually progressing a little bit. I would say doing shorter runs and getting moves in.
Yeah,
so
Dieter's 3 moves in.
Move count might be high for Dieter on this one.
Bit of a funnel, air funnel-ish.
Yeah, Yentl goes around on the air funnel. Dieter, Kulo on the other tack. That's something Dieter's very famous for.
Yeah, everything both sides. Yeah.
Yeah, diversity for Dieter van Dijken is really a strong point for him. So it's quite interesting to watch.
Like we were saying earlier, he can go along and he goes, do you know what? I don't want to go switch. I don't want to do this. I'll just duck the sail and do a Kulo instead on that side.
Absolutely, yeah.
Sick shove it Spock there as well from Dieter.
Yeah, and Yentl with a Kulo of his own on the other side. So no lower level of diversity, really. Let's be honest. Yentl was able to do also pretty much everything both ways as well. So
yeah, can't take anything away from him at all.
That's why these two are right up there in this elimination.
Whoa, that's why we're in top 4 now.
Yentl wanting a Kulo 360, I reckon.
Oh, he wanted the Flakka Shaka there, I think, didn't he?
And how do you change that up in the middle of the move? He was like, it looks like he was committed for the Shaka.
Yeah, that's what I mean, yeah.
Still, like, he even had a hand off. I wasn't sure what he was going to go for, and suddenly he spun the board.
Well, just do another 360, no problem.
Yeah, get the rotation going.
So I mean, 23 points already for Dieter van der Eycken. He's not messing around, is he?
No. And there'll be another import to come through. Shaka 360.
We've had no crashes this heat so far.
Nothing.
No.
I think I saw Dieter come in earlier, and I couldn't tell if it was water or sweat. I'm quite sure it was sweat. So
good save.
Good save, but it won't count as a Kono.
No.
Interestingly, it counts as a half Kono, which is not really a very high scoring.
He's already got a Kono on starboard, though, so he won't be too worried about that.
Well, that's why he's going.
He opened with the Kono.
Of course, yeah.
So switch, I reckon. He's done the air funnel. Maybe he wants the burner, or maybe he wants an extra 360 on the air funnel.
Yentl spot.
Oh, bit bumpy. Nah, he's not. He wants the... Whoa!
Oh, there we go.
That's what we like.
He's having the crashes today.
Hit the eject button. The eject button.
We'd like to see.
Yeah.
Replay that later for sure.
Yeah. So look at the heat scores already. 28, 26. These are some of the highest heat scores we've seen all day.
Yeah.
I mean, the wind is there. It's light, but it's there. These guys are pulling good moves. Nice shove it spot from Yentl there on port tack. Both the guys heading back on starboard. So breakdown of the heat either way. It looks a kind of a advantage on port tack for Yentl Cares, but advantage for Dieter on starboard tack with 14.535. So a bit of work to do on port tack for Dieter.
Yep.
And a little bit more for Yentl on starboard. So
yeah,
they're currently on starboard tack.
And don't forget, whoa, that would have been sick. Don't forget, guys, you can head to EFPT.net where you guys can take a look in more detail at what the moves that each rider has done and how much each of them are scoring. Funnel 360, oh, that's not what he wanted. How did he do that?
It's downwind gecko.
Yeah.
Good.
So yeah, air funnel, culo and flaka 360 for Dieter on port. Kono, culo, shove it, spock on starboard. A future shaka 360 and shove it, spock on port for Yentl, and a Kono, air funnel and culo on starboard for
and
Yentl.
a shaka 360 there for Dieter on port as well. So that'll help Dieter's port tack score. It was a little bit lower.
Yeah, that'll replace his flaka 360, I would say.
Oh, nice Kono there from Yentl. I've been seeing Yentl I was filming him in Cape Town for JB Neil Pride shoot, and I was watching him do some Konos, and he's kind of adapted his style over the winter to try and flip the rig
in the air.
Kind of, yeah, before landing, so in the air, and it looks really nice.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a few riders that do that, and it's to me, it always makes it look so much more impressive. Jamie Howard does that a lot as well. I used to see him in Vass doing it. You know, he's still half a metre in the air, and he's coming down, and he's done. Oh, a lot of chachus we're seeing today as well. Dieter just dropping that one at the end, but we've still got 3 minutes to go. I'd say he's probably chasing that move. But as we all said earlier, you know, both of these guys have built their foundations. They've built their foundations of this heat. They've got all the moves they know they can do, and now he can go, right, I'll start trying to do a chachu. I'll start trying to do this. I'll start trying to do that. You can start switching it up and changing things and having a go at moves perhaps you're not as consistent with.
Absolutely,
but
yeah.
We know, you know, I've got the scores. It's all good.
It is 1 point between it, actually, if we look at that. So let's look at the move breakdown, which you can see on EFPT.net/live, and you'll be able to see the actual individual moves. Then we can start to see what moves perhaps Dieter should be working on to bring his chances up.
It's Dieter's port tack that's letting him down at the moment. He's got
360 to count. So,
but he did a shaka 360 to replace that I think is still coming through. So,
okay, so
let me just give it hit refresh.
It's a good change. Yentl pushing hard to get playing.
It's literally one
back foot comes up.
It's 1 point, 1 point difference.
Almost on the dot, isn't it? 8.53.
Yeah, Yentl's not got a single move below 5 points on his port tack, whereas Dieter has, oh no, there we go. That's the Shaka 360 coming in at 4.61. So that will replace his Flaka 360. Now, if he could replace that air funnel on port, that would be ideal. His starboard score is pretty reasonable.
Meanwhile, Yentl on starboard tack, he's carrying a
Kono.
The Kono is the lowest one, 3.87. So he'll be looking to better that one. I mean, Dieter actually just probably got his knee deep in mud there, and I think it looks like he's wearing a pair of socks. Well, that's just his wetsuit, but he's going to have to make sure he washes his feet, pull the Micah move, and get his feet nice and clean. He's going to go for something on starboard. So he's got a minute 10. He knows he's got enough time still for something on port tack. Meanwhile, Yentl, he'll want that sort of...
Oh, he wants that chachu. That's his third go at it.
And Yentl would have seen that. Yentl might go for it himself to make his move, make his points stronger. Or
he wants the Kulo Spock, maybe? Or?
Yeah, definitely. He wants some advance on that, doesn't he? So
yeah, I mean, he's already got a really nice Kulo on starboard. 5.06 for that Kulo.
An advance on that. It's so close. I mean, if these guys knew the scores...
and there's less than a minute to go.
They might be pushing. Dieter's very, very close as well. He just needs to up the
air funnel on port. That's it.
Yeah,
if he can get a good move on port, he's got 30 seconds and he's on port tack now. If he can get something really good, he needs to stop focusing on the chachu.
Yentl knows he needs, just to keep it in the bag, he needs to just put down something solid.
Yeah, Kulo Spock or a double... Yeah, here we go.
The Kono might be enough.
I feel like that'll replace a 387 air funnel.
It will, yeah. But what's Yentel got here? Kabaguchi.
Oh no!
Sealed the deal. So we're going to go to some awesome replays, I think, coming right in. Here we go. So what have we got to kick things off? That was that really nice Kono there of Dieter. Yentel going around one of his own. It was a tad lower. Really nice future as Yentel goes round. Dieter,
Kulo. Air funnel there. Yeah, that went away pretty quick. That became a throwaway. Yeah, the Kulo's both sides. Nice shove it, Spock.
That's it. Nice shove it, Spock. Yentel answering with a Kulo. Going for the Kulo 360, not quite making it.
This was interesting. Yeah, that went funky, didn't it? He wanted the Flaka Shaka, but I mean, well saved. You know, it was his holding score for a while.
And that was where he wanted to go for the cabbie, which Yentel answered with at the end.
He wanted to, yeah, spot. If he got the spot Kulo there, it would have been a sealed deal.
That's the chop. Oh, that's the. That's also the chop having a.
Look, he's so nearly. It's the second Chachu. He's so nearly got it. But I think he spent too much time focusing on the Chachu, and he should have been focusing on the port tack.
That's right. There we go through the Shaka 360, and Yentel getting that Kono, sticking that one nice and clean, and coming in with a Kulo. And then the Kabaguchi was the last move of him.
Yeah, it's the last move.
That was the Kono to answer.
Now it's the cabbie.
Come back. And here we have the cabbie of Yentel, which just sealed the deal, no doubt. And I'm sure the scores will be in favour of Yentel.
That's just with wish. Oh, let's wait and see.
A surprise. So who have we got coming up next? We have...
So Antoine Albert went through against Amado.
Looks like it.
Ooh.
So we have Jacopo Testa against Antoine Albert, New Caledonia 21, and the Italian Jacopo Testa, 2017 freestyle, European freestyle.
Yeah, European champion, yeah.
Had one of the comebacks of all time as he powered through from the last heat in the double elimination all the way to win the event in Lanzarote. That was an incredible sight to see, and some awesome times.
Yeah.
So what have we got? Stats are really close. Heat win percentage 65 versus 63. Heat finish 2 event wins versus a third in Fuerte 2018. Averages on the scores, so looks like...
I mean, their port tacks are basically identical.
Yeah. Starboard
is slightly higher for Jacopo, purely, I think, because of his Chachus.
And port a bit higher for Antoine Albert. So let's see if that favours or has something to play here. So yellow flag is up, green flag is coming shortly. We'll see the riders on screen. Will be Antoine Albert on the Goya yellow sail and Jacopo Testa on the black.
The stealth jet.
The stealth jet.
The stealth jet. The stealth 0.7.
Stealth birds flying through there.
Yeah.
We've got stealth drone in the sky. Eye in the sky.
We love the drone view. It's great.
And
so there's Jacopo Testa on your screen now.
On the blue AV boards as well. Very nice.
They look great.
Design. Yeah, love that one. That's
I was looking. There's a new one this year, isn't there? I was having a look at it.
Indeed.
It looks really, really nice.
So green flag is up.
Kicking off with a Kulo.
Straight up with a Kulo. Very nice. And we're going to get Jacopo Testa on screen very shortly as he goes around a Spock Kulo to open things. Oh.
And he's not falling in, is he? He's like, nope.
Keeps that long flowing hair dry.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to get the feet in the mud, I think.
Actually, if there's 2 people who don't like falling in, I'm pretty sure it's these 2. They're very good at saving themselves and not falling in. So here we go, right in front of the judges there. Antoine Albert ducking with his unique ducking style.
Yeah.
Going around the Kulo, not quite making it. Yeah, he has an extra hand movement, doesn't he? Does a hand over hand and then
another hand. He like brings it over his head almost. Yeah.
So, but maybe a very safe way of doing it is you keep connected the whole time. A lot of people throw it and catch. That's the more sort of there's no normal way, but that's the more sort of regular way that we've seen a lot of people do it.
But maybe it gives you a bit more control having that extra point of contact.
I have tried it, and I find I lose a bit of speed myself.
Yeah.
It takes a little bit longer, but once you get used to it, perhaps. Jacopo Testa ducking. Nice Kulos. So move on the score sheet.
Looks like Yentel Chaos will advance through from Dieter van der Eycken. Okay. Looking at the ladder here, it looks like Dieter van der Eycken is in the losers final. So yeah, that was such a close heat though. But all eyes are on the 2 riders you're seeing on screen. Antoine Albert on the left and Jacopo Testa on the right-hand side, stepping into switch. We got one of those one-handed burners coming up, maybe. Not super powered up.
There it is.
Go for the 2-handed. Not
that
quite
is
enough
light.
power.
They're pushing hard moves in those light winds. That's why we're seeing them go down, because they know they need it.
Yeah.
And there's no point. They realise there's no point in trying like a Spock or Flacker or something like that.
No.
They know they need more, so that's why they're trying it. And we'll see maybe a bit more crashes, but we should see, a higher sort of caliber of moves as they push each other to go for those power
That's what we
moves.
want to see as well, viewers. And
And it's not about landing every move. It's about having, it's 3 moves to count, isn't it?
3 moves?
Yep, so it's about having 3 moves on each tack that are good. And that's one of them.
Oh, down on the
Spoke
double
too
Spock. Jinxed it.
No, dude. I need to
Antoine with a lot of speed there, a lot of speed. Yeah, there's that. Oh, we love an air bob.
Nice air
Really
bob.
nice air bob. I think that served him pretty well against Amado in the last heat.
Yeah, it's a good move. If you look at the sail profile right now, there's something to just talk about on that is you can see that Jacopo's got actually quite tight outhaul, so the sail's quite tight there. What that gives is maybe a bit more control. Meanwhile, on the yellow sail, Antoine Albert has quite a deep profile. You can see the sail almost touching the boom and very sort of close to there. So Jacopo going around, nice one-handed shaka. That gives him more power.
Yeah.
It gets him planing more, so it's an interesting sort of balance.
It's a mix of power and control, isn't it?
Drone flying skills going on. What happened there?
He went for a Chachu.
Okay.
The sail didn't kind of flip properly, and then he threw it into a kind of upwind 3, I suppose.
So that Antoine drew.
So we...
Here we go. We're going to watch this back.
Look.
Let's replay there. That's it. So Shifty Kev, isn't it? That's a Shifty Kev with the board.
That's a Chachu Shifty Kev, yeah.
Shifty Kev Chachu. That's it.
Yeah. Shifty Kev into an upwind 360, essentially. I don't know whether he's campaigning for a new move or... Yeah.
Well,
I don't...
we'll
yeah.
see how the judges score that. Be an interesting one.
The Shifty Kev, yeah, we've already talked about Kev. He's here. So, bit of a lull now. Both the guys out the straps.
What about what do you guys think? Who's going to take this? I mean, it's an earlier lead for Antoine Albert. We've got 4 minutes to go. Who's going to take this heat? Jacopo Testa or Antoine Albert?
Who's your money on?
Yeah,
exactly. Who's your money on?
Your comments on Facebook and YouTube. We'll check those in the next minute or so. And shout out a few of you guys.
Let us know,
who you think is going to pass on this one. So AV boards and 0.7, Jacopo Testa, Goya for Antoine Albert, who's just spent the whole winter in Tarifa. So
Yeah, he's been putting the time in, I think.
So he has some great conditions down there.
Oh, nice shaka there.
Sandy, who's your money on?
I feel like Antoine Albert has found a real fire from beating someone like Amado Vrieswijk. I feel like that's going to give him an extra little bit of, I've got this.
Yeah, he does. He responds to that well.
Yeah. I don't. I maybe not the word, but I know Antoine is quite passionate, shall we say?
Yes.
So if he's winning and he's doing well, he's like, right, cool. But equally, if he's losing, I think sometimes he really struggles with that. So I think it works both ways. So I think him beating someone like Amado, he's just going to put him on a track.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And is that track paying off? What's he done there?
Shifty Kev.
Shifty Chachu.
Yeah.
So, so we saw a really nice no-handed flacker from Jacopo Testa just then on port tack and going for the regular Chachu. One of the hardest moves in freestyle still to this day, and these guys have it dialed in.
I think Jacopo's going to do one right now.
Well, cool.
Oh my God. He has that move like no other rider.
He has it absolutely dialed in. There we see a replay of the catch. So that's the hardest
part.
Catch.
That's, I think, what the only point I thought which might have stopped Antoine beating Amado was his Chachu, and he very much, the sail didn't come up to him like it did there.
There we go.
He had to pull it up.
Nice one, yeah.
But yeah, that was really sick.
And if he pulls it off both ways, I mean, that's showing diversity at some of its highest level. I mean, that's really, really hard to do. And then to do it on the side that is really not your strongest side, that's another level.
Yeah, that's amazing.
So super cool.
Yeah, my money. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I think I'm. Usually, Jacopo to me is fairly unbeatable. But yeah, I think Antoine is on form.
He is. He's on a charge.
Yeah, that was a really nice
air event. I mean, this could be the one.
Has he won an event before?
Looking back a long way, I've been to quite a few events. I don't remember one where he's actually won the actual event. He's often come really close.
Ooh, caught up in the boom there.
Just going down, but he is really in the lead at the moment, but it's still plenty of time. The time goes quick, but the moves also go quick.
Oh yeah. At the moment, realistically, there's 7 points in there. That's two, not even 2 moves for Jacopo. You know, if this is a Kulo,
spot Kulo, clean.
That's a potential immediate change.
And he needs more on port attack, but he also needed starboard attack. He's behind on both.
So Jacopo's Chachu coming in at 6.4. Antoine Albert's Chachu on port coming in at 5.49. So the judges liked Jacopo's one, which, while it wasn't as kind of boomerangy, it was really quick and clean.
Yeah, exactly.
Antoine let go for a lot longer, but you felt
there was a little kind of fumble at the end.
There was a bit of a fumble.
Antoine Albert as well. So they noticed that, they picked up on it. And rewarded Jacopo Testa with the lead there. So both playing and Jacopo going quickly into switch.
Jacopo's missing a move on port.
And he's going to get it right now. Funnel. Probably not what we wanted. We both know.
But even then, he's actually missing a move on starboard as well. So that spot Kulo's going to come in, and that funnel, and that will put him into the lead. That will put him into the lead.
That is true, yeah. I mean, port attack will put him in, yeah.
The only thing that could change it, Antoine's...
There's 5 seconds to go. So
his air funnel might come in, but I don't think so.
So here we go. Sandy, replay is on. What do we have?
That's the Kono. That's the Kono. There's the Kulo. They were getting a bit stuck on the Kulos at the start, and then I feel like they edited what they were doing.
It looked like a bit of a light wind start, didn't it?
I think so, yeah.
So you saw kind of more wind come through.
Oh, I love that air bob. I love an air bob.
Nice, yeah.
One-handed shaka there, a little bit stuck in the middle, but a one-handed shaka is not easy at all. There's the shifty Kev.
Shifty Kev 360.
Yeah.
So into the shaka, there we go, powering through the shaka. Antoine Albert and Jacopo Testa going for a nice no-handed flagger. Love a no-handed flagger. There we go. I mean, that was quick, rapid. We got side by side.
And then that one, yeah, look, yeah. So I always say that the sail didn't come back up to him, he brought it up to him. Whereas Jacopo's, that was a really nice air funnel at the end as well.
Super nice. And Jacopo spot Kulo and absolutely stomped this one. The drone's getting in there nice and close.
It's getting very close, yeah.
And then that funnel at the end.
I think
winding up for the burner and the ponch to finish.
Nice. I think. Oh, he did a ponch at the end.
He did. This is going to be close, actually.
That ponch will probably replace his 3.56 Kulo. Oh no, 3.23 for the ponch. No, Jacopo Testa is going to take it 29.37 at the end.
So very close. Yeah. Okay, we are on with women now. So women are coming up, and we have the Austrian Hannah Poschinger, local windsurfer from this very lake. So she's windsurfed here a lot. I mean, she actually lives born in the other end of Austria, and but actually lives back over there now. And but she knows the lake very well. And we have the German Lisa Kloster.
Lisa.
So we have favourite spots. Risco del Pazzo, great spot, and Lisa loving her home break.
Bosom
Priel.
Bosom Priel.
Absolutely destroyed the Priel.
Super flat spot, I think.
Priel. Obviously both like flat water conditions. Favourite moves, shove it and a loop for Hannah, and the Kono for Lisa Kloster. So yeah, looking like some nice choice of moves. Loving them both. So and the Severn starboard sponsors for Hannah Poschinger and Sail Loft for Lisa. So riding on the yellow Sail Loft. I know them well. Great sails and work very, very good. And the Severn, I picked those up the other day and extremely light. I was well impressed. So keen to try those new ones out, have a test. I always like trying all the different equipment and can definitely recommend it. It's great to test out all the gear and see how different equipment works. Sandy just run out of the booth, left me alone, so I get to experience his job as a lone ranger here in the booth. Anyone who wants to join is more than welcome. Catch some words with some of the riders, but now we have yellow flag, so that heat's going to start soon, pushing against Kloster. An Austrian-German showdown, and the green flag has just gone up, so we're going to see those riders shortly on screen. Similar looking sail to the Goya, yellow, so we'll see that sail off soon. There it is, and the Severn, so red Severn this time. I also have the black Severns. It looks like Hannah's actually borrowing the sail of Amado Vrieswijk. Kloster going around there on a switch. It just was looking away at that point, but I believe it was a switch Pinetta as she's coming out switch. So, oh no, that would have been an air jibe. So there we go. So Lisa kicking things off nice and early, less than 15 seconds, and she has a move in 1.3. Not the highest scoring move, but I'm quite sure she'll step that up as the heat goes on, and already going for the second move. So going for a many quick rapid moves tactic in this round could favour her well. Meanwhile, here we have Hannah going along on port tack. Creak of the door is the sound of Sandy returning to the booth after a quick refresher. Hannah getting a nice spot there, so that will really position her well now for the start of the heat. Confidence will be up, and yeah, I think she's going to be quite happy with that one. There we see the famous windmills of Burgenland. Beautiful area here in Burgenland.
The beautiful Burgenland.
Yes.
That's what we like.
A great destination, great spot for windsurfing and other wind sports as well. Of course, we've seen a few foilers blasting by.
Foilers, wingers, kiters, we're all here for the same reason. We're all here to have a good time.
Indeed.
So Hannah with a Spock straight away, Lisa answering with a Vulcan of her
just
own.
coming through, so 2.624. So she'll be taking the lead at the moment. Lisa is pumping there on starboard tack. Another gust of wind coming through. Pumping it, trying to get the flacker there, so a bit light.
So frustrating, yeah. Just not quite getting the rotation. I was saying earlier that's why in the first few heats a lot of the guys were doing one-handed flackers because you get that bit more extension, get the sail that much further into the wind to guarantee that rotation.
Yeah.
So it's definitely worth learning that and practicing that as well. But yeah, it's not easy.
Indeed, yeah. So I mean, actually, this is the small final.
This is this is the battle for third place.
Third place, isn't
Yeah,
it? So
yeah.
winner this will take the first podium. If we have a double elimination, then there'll be a fight for that place once again. But for now, that will secure first podium.
I mean, I'm glad. Despite saying it, I'm glad we got up and got here this morning. I can't believe it. It's not even properly lunchtime yet, and it's lunchtime now. But we've nearly done a full elimination.
Exactly.
It's brilliant.
Hannah building up a repertoire there with a nice Vulcan. So realizing she's got the Spock already, doesn't need to slide around into another one. And takes the Vulcan as another move on port tack.
Yep, absolutely.
It's looking light, but Hannah's planing past Lisa. That's always an upset when you're sitting there and you're not.
She's
planing.
she's borrowed a sail from Amado. I think she's on Amado's 4.8. I'm not sure what size Lisa's on, but it doesn't look big. It must be a 4.8, I would say.
You would like to think
Lisa,
so, yeah.
that's what we want. There we go. Oh, I spoke too soon.
And Hannah getting
with the switch Vulcan. She's got the switch Vulcans down, but just landing that bit further forward, you could get around the pugnetta.
Yeah, she's done some, but she will. Now she has that one. Maybe we're going to see her try it.
Yeah,
I know she,
as you said, build the foundation.
Yeah,
build the foundation. Do what you know you can do, and then we can start going right. Let's have a little go at this. Let's have a go at that, and see what happens. You know.
Shovets and forwards was her favourite move. She said in the match up there, and Kono for Lisa Kloster. So. Be nice to have an opportunity to see that come out, but it's very flat. It makes it very hard for Shovets and forwards. Yeah. Another really nice Spock there.
Oh, it just goes down at the end.
Lisa going for one of her own.
Lisa, was that a Vulcan from Lisa?
It was a Vulcan. Yeah.
Lisa, yeah. So a Vulcan on both sides for Lisa.
So small final is on. Next up will be the women's final. So
Indeed.
back to back is the small final and the women's, you could say grand final, or not grand final. Grand final might still come with a double elimination, but the grand final of the single elimination.
So, and also, Jacopo Testa, as we said, it's official. We'll go through to the men's final and the small final of the men's, which will be coming up after the women's final. The next final will be Dieter van der Eycken against Antoine Albert. So, and then after this, in the women's final, we have Lena Erzen up against Maike Hooverman. That'll be an interesting one. That'll be really interesting.
Definitely, yeah.
Lena's been on form. I mean, we know.
Charge for her, huh?
Gosh, yeah, awesome. She spends a lot of time on the water. She's put the time in. You know. Great. It's
so
just
update
great to
actually, Sandy. Is that next heat is the women's final. Then it'll be the men's final. And then the men's small final because of the wind. So actually, we can see the wind is on the lighter side.
It's dropping.
Maybe backing off and easing off.
So it's more important that we get a winner rather than a third and a fourth.
Exactly. So they're going to go straight into the men's final instead of the men's small final first.
Okay, great.
Just a change of order.
Yeah, that's interesting. So this, then the women's final, then the men's final.
Yeah.
Great. What an exciting... Whatever you guys are doing for the next half hour, 40 minutes, stop. Just stop. It's lunchtime anyway. You can put your work down, put whatever you want down, sit down, enjoy some windsurfing, and get stuck in. Let us know where you're watching from over on Facebook, YouTube. Leave us a comment for myself, for Adam. If you've got any questions for us as well, or any of the riders, let us know, as Lisa Kloster just doesn't quite get round the last rotation on that funnel.
There,
yeah,
so I think it's been a bit of a run for these two, so they've had a nice run through the single elimination, and now we have Lisa there on the sail off. We have Hannah on the Severn. At the moment, Hannah has taken the early lead, or to the lead now. So, it looks actually quite sure lead at the moment. With 2 minutes to go, but we see Lisa there in a gust going for the flacker. Looks like she's going to get that one.
Nice flacker there. So that will give her quite an edge on starboard tack now, which is where she was. She was lacking. Lower, yeah. Hannah would have seen that. She's going clue first, so sort of the clue first Pinetta coming up. Not quite getting the pop there, so we'll see how that one comes through. Yeah, maybe a bit more of a jibe almost. Yeah. But yeah, just a half Pinetta on port. This is going to be a close one. So Austrian-German showdown. It's one neighbours. One for the books. Don't be fooled by the NB. She's not from Bonaire. So Austrian. It looks like Lisa Kloster has taken the lead with just over a minute to go, but still, super close. But I mean, if Lisa can pull off a funnel, something like that, then yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what can be done from here for Hannah? Well, I mean, really shove it or forward loop, one of those two moves that she really likes. Which I'm not sure we've got the power for either. That's exactly the point. That's so the conditions are not. Lisa's talking about, her favourite move being the Kono. She gets a gust, puts that in. I think one of those moves would be the one to seal the deal. But I mean, even then, she doesn't even need to do that. All she needs to do is complete the funnel that she's been trying to do every run. If she can pull off the funnel, that will replace her half funnel. And meanwhile, Hannah's on starboard tack with 25 seconds to go. If she lands a nice clean move here, she could also up her score. Lisa Kloster just did a Spock 540 on starboard. Hannah's gone for a tack that might have just sealed it. Yeah, that'll seal it. Yeah. So looks like it's been sealed. So nice heat recap coming in. There we go. So the air drive from Lisa. Hannah Montaigne going round. Nice spot from Hannah. And going for the Vulcan to fill up the score sheet. And meanwhile, that flacker earlier on going down. Yeah, that was the one I called a bit early. Getting those muddy socks. And we have Hannah going around there, the Poon, the switch Pinetta on the other side. Or switch Pinetta, the switch Vulcan. Nice semi-final and going for the flacker. That was a really nice flacker. Yeah. Nice bit of pop on it. Dark patch on the water there. Yeah, you can. Now that the sun's gone in, as you said, I think it's essential. As everyone said, you were fearing this to happen, weren't you? You said the clouds were going to be coming over a little bit earlier. And it would appear that has happened. But it's not gone completely. That's the thing. So there is still wind. Well, we're watching. There's planing out upwind towards the heat area. And here we go. So the final matchup is the finals. Yeah. So this is the final for the winner of the women's single elimination here in Austria. So we have Lena Erzen from Slovenia up against Dutch powerhouse Maaike Hoeverman. Maaike joining me earlier in the booth, and she is just stoked that she's here. Yeah. And that's it. The fact that the women are here, and she said she sits at home and watches this event. Yeah. And goes, but now they're here putting on a show for you guys and for us as well. And yeah, this is going to be an exciting heat. Nice to hear. So interesting info coming in from the girls. So water conditions, Maaike favouring just the flat water, but actually Lena favouring any really flat and choppy. She doesn't mind. Happy with that. Favourite spot. Marina Julia and also Naxos, and Browsdam, of course, for Maaike Hoeverman. Of course. Spot. Where's Marina Julia? Marina Julia, I believe, is in Croatia or Slovenia. Cool. Where she's from. So a home spot. Amazing now for Lena to come up here and be fighting for first place. I mean, this is going to be an interesting heat, definitely, as Lena has had a real charge through the single elimination. Who's your money on? Let us know in the comments. Any comments, fresh comments, Sandy? No. Just, a couple of the guys have a look. Talking about previous heats. When is the final? It's straight after this one. Some chat going on, so join in the chat. So we've got women's final. It's women's final now, and then straight after that will be the men's final, and then it will be the men's we call it the small final because none of us are losers here.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's essentially the losers final, the small final, whatever you want to call it. That is the battle for third place. But as it's more important that we truly get a winner, we are going to be running that just in case the wind starts to drop even more. As we said, the clouds
is up. We're going to see the
clouds
riders
coming over
on course, on screen very soon.
Yep.
As we see the first and second battle begin. Who will take it? We have Lena Ertzen against Maike Hooverman. There we go. Green flag goes up. Very gently goes up. It's halfway there, stuck between.
We're nearly there.
So we have riders 1 and 2 just panning there. So it looks like Maike Hooverman has come in.
Look at that.
She's looking well powered up.
Yeah.
Around, so
Jibing. No, yeah. We're not worried about it.
easy start for the heat.
There's Lena there on screen on the right-hand side on the duotone. I think she's on 5.2, Lena. So Lena on 5.2 there on the duotone and the flicker boards. And then we've got a full Severn setup for Maike Hooverman on the left-hand side wearing the yellow Leaders rash vest made of recycled plastics this year. Beautiful flacker there. She looks much more powered up there. And I think, I'm very sorry, guys, I need more eyes. I think that was a Spock from Lena, but it could have been just a Vulcan. But we are waiting through. Don't forget, guys, you can head over to EFPT.net where you can see the full breakdown of what moves each rider has been landing. But you will also see on the top left corner of your screen, the live scoring is back.
Absolutely.
As Lena Ertzen steps into switch, ducking that sail. And whoa!
Ooh, back foot coming
Bit
out.
of a funky funnel.
So back foot just slipping out there as she went for the pop.
Yep.
Actually well saved, otherwise it could have ended up with a bit of a twist of the ankle if she followed that round.
Absolutely. And looking out my window now, looking out to where the judging bow is, every single windsurfer out there is planing. So I think we've
just come back in.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Fingers
definitely.
crossed.
So here we are, Maike Hooverman charging a port tack. She's got a lot of speed on the Severn
Oh,
equipment.
wanted the shaka, but that's a shaka, but actually, nope, don't have the chop. So let's just do the E-slider. Maybe that's a simple case of let's build the foundation.
Indeed, yeah. And
You
I
know?
mean, maybe she also saw that it probably wouldn't work out. And actually, Lena went for one herself and it didn't work out. So
Yeah.
smart move there from
Yep.
Maike Hooverman.
That's experience. That's what that comes down to.
Absolutely.
And that's why, hopefully other people looking to compete or get into it or anything, that's what they need to be looking at. Look at that and go, do you know what? She was on the verge of popping into a shaka. Literally had scooped the sail back, everything, but went, nah. I'm not going to do this. No, exactly.
That's basically what that's saying there is, be ready to change your move, even at the last possible moment when you're about to take off.
Yeah.
Step into switch instead.
Yeah. So Lena Ertzen actually leading this heat ever so slightly on mine, I think.
Great start from Lena there. So yeah, she's got a port and starboard scores.
She's got
already.
a Spock on port and a flacker on starboard. Maike Hooverman with a flacker and an E-slider on port, yet to put a move down on starboard. So yeah, very, very interesting. Still all to play for though, with just under 5.5 minutes to go. Both look, pretty comfortable, powered up as Lena bears away for a flacker, but just doesn't quite get that rotation.
Maike carrying a lot of speed, stepping into switch again.
Maike, and she will dart the sail, and will we see the funnel? Oh, not quite.
The half funnel. So
Just
just
didn't
not quite getting the pop. The fin
Yeah,
should have
didn't-
engaged a little bit
Yeah.
earlier and actually just slowed the rotation.
Yeah, didn't quite line it up.
She realised she didn't want to force it round, so kept
Respect.
Yeah, kept
Yeah.
the class and stayed for just the half move.
Stay classy. That's what we like. As Maike Hooverman slides round a silky smooth Spock, that'll be her first starboard tack score. And a beautiful drone shot of Lena Ertzen stepping into switch.
There you see the flats in the background as well. There she goes for the
kind of switch Vulcan.
Switch Vulcan, just pushing around the Panetta almost there.
Interesting to see how the judges score that. Because obviously that's not to take anything away from Lena, but that is quite forced. It is kind of coming out and, so it'd be interesting to see whether they go, no, that's just a half, a switch Vulcan, a half Panetta, or will they go, well, yeah, it was a full Panetta, but we'll take a lot of points off it kind of thing.
Also interesting is what would score more,
Yeah.
Would a clean half Panetta
score more than
plus.
kind of pushing it round like that? Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, that drone shot, beautiful scenes of the Bergenland area. It's nice location. There's these nice flats up behind, so you see how the wind comes down quite clean. It's not too gusty,
there's not short gusts. You know, the gusts are longer.
Yeah.
There's not really complaints of like you know, buffeting sails where it's really quite gusty. It's more that, you know, there's the bigger lulls and then strong gusts for a while.
Yeah.
And you can see that in the sails. They're not sort of fighting so much. So it cleans the wind off with that nice flats behind. Yeah, plenty of wildlife around there as well. Beautiful place.
Absolutely. As I said, you know, it always amazes me every time I see it because it just looks like the sea, but it's not.
Indeed.
We're in the middle of Austria.
There we
Micah
go
with a
again.
Kono there, but
Kono,
probably not
very
the kind
light.
of Kono she wanted, but a Kono nonetheless.
And in very light winds. I mean, it's hard to do.
Yeah.
It's very hard to do, to complete that rotation in light winds. So not her finest Kono, she would admit that herself. A very nice shove it from Lena Edson there. Very clean. So it almost looks like she's pushing for the shaka, but with the shove it, she can then step it up on the next run and go for the shaka.
Yeah.
So just under 3 minutes to go here, Sandy. Who's your money on? It looks like Micah with an early lead.
I think, I'm going to put it to Micah purely down to experience.
Yeah.
You know, even something like what she did there earlier with the shaka, and she went, you know what? No, I'm going to go switch and do an E-slider instead. You know, she's just making smart decisions. That's not saying Lena isn't, but I think it's just purely based on experience.
But I would say Lena has the one up there on the shove it.
Yeah,
Definitely.
absolutely.
It was
yeah.
Micah's shove.
I think Micah's at the point now. Micah's at the point now where she's not too sure which way to turn now on port tack. You know, right? Okay, I've done my flaka, I've done my E-slider. Where do I go next? And she goes, well, I need the shaka. So she needs to do it, whether she's got the power or not.
Yeah,
so she
indeed.
needs to start trying to push and to do it. Interestingly enough, looking at Lena's scores, that kind of half pugnetta thing that we were talking about, I don't think they've counted it at all. It's not come through as anything.
Okay. Well, maybe they're still deliberating if
Could
it was a half pinetta or a full pinetta.
Yeah, but it's still not coming up. So we will keep you updated. Don't forget, you guys can check in on this as well on EFPT.net. Obviously, you've got the port and starboard breakdown there. But if you want to check out what the actual moves are, if you're unsure, if you've missed the start of the heat or anything, please do head there and you can find all the information.
You see Micah heading over. You see that line of wind in front of her. She's going to enter a bit more wind soon.
Yeah.
Tiny lull before it, but she'll enter a bit more wind, and then she'll be going for a move very shortly.
Yep.
Got Amado Vrieswijk joining in here. I'll just take us to the end of the heat, and then we'll have him join in for the finals. So we have Micah just going around there, and Lena, what's she got for us? Stepping in the straps. She's got a gust of
she's
wind
got
as
a bit.
well.
You can see the gust upwind of her.
What she needs, she does need something on starboard. So
She needs something. Yeah, she's only got one move. She's got a flacker, and that's it.
let's go for another one.
Another one.
That is a bit of a head down there, so that might be kind of starting to think she's got a little bit more to do than she has time for.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's not too much in it. There's only one move in it. You know, all Lena needs is one more move to really even the scoreboards. But with only, 38 seconds to go, it's going to prove to be difficult. As Micah steps in, she needs one more move on port tack. Hopefully we'll see it. Maybe a pugnetta. Switch Chachu. Oh, but she just goes down at the end.
Both go down.
That would have given her a real comfortable lead. But with 18 seconds to go, it looks like this is Micah Hooverman's.
Here we go, replay is on. So nice flacker there from Micah Hooverman, and on the other
first
side
one was
as
great.
well. So back to back, and then we have coming around the spot there from Lena Edson, and stepping into switch, going around the E-slider. That was after the
Clue was wobbling a little bit on that one, but
last-minute
good
sort of
control.
Shaka abort, straight into an E-slider. So come around the funnel. So loads of moves here from Micah. You can see she's already feeling quite confident after all of this. Spot there, go on starboard tack, and ducking, getting that cone over very, very small, but in these light winds, quite impressive to get around that. So nice shove there from Lena.
Yeah.
Coming around the grubby, so Mike having loads of moves, and that is why I think we're going to see Micah taking the lead there and taking the victory in a single elimination.
Yep, but a very respectable Lena coming in second place.
Indeed.
First big one for at least a while.
So up next, Sandy, big matchup.
Big.
I'm going to step out.
Big matchup.
Got a big name stepping in the booth as well. Amado Vrieswijk, here we go.
Amado. What's up? What's up?
What's up?
Talk to me. There was a bit of frustration out there.
Ah, man,
Difficult.
what a nice show.
Yeah.
No, I mean the wind, the heat before us with Steven
Was really windy.
windy.
Yeah.
Then our heat started dropped. I managed to pull some moves out, but then it got like the heat got stopped. The red flag came up at like 1 minute 15 to go.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, man. They messed it up all up there at the boat.
Yeah.
And then we went in the second heat, and there was no wind.
Yeah. Yeah. It does seem like the wind out there was like one heat windy, one heat not windy, one heat windy, one heat not windy. And like you see in the moves, it's definitely windy enough in the gusts, but it's just so difficult. But we are now going straight into the men's final. And then we'll do the small final after, just to make sure we guarantee a result, because obviously the wind may be dropping. So up now we have Jentel Kers up against Jacopo Testa, and this is a battle for first place, for the winner of the single elimination. So we will see. Who's your money on? Obviously you competed against both of these guys. What do you think?
If there are some stronger gusts coming through, I'll go for Jentel.
Yep.
But if it gets really light, I think
Jacopo
has the advantage.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with you, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good call. Yeah, Jentel, whilst Jentel is amazing in the light winds, he still likes a bit more power maybe, whereas
a bit more, and
Jacopo's always happy on a 5-2, I think, you know.
Yeah, this guy is, I think he has a small foil in there.
Yeah.
He's always going.
Yeah. He's always good on it.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go. Duck in the sail.
Kono. Boom.
Nice Kono. Straight away. And what's Jacopo got? Jacopo Spock.
Oh, no. Oh. Well, yeah. One-legged. Still saved it, though.
Oh, both going sailing neck and neck.
Flaka.
Shaka into flat. Yeah, Flaka. That was a definite bounce.
Shove it, Spock? No. Oh, jibed.
Oh, I don't know.
He jibed. I guess he got too close to the boat.
Yeah, maybe he wanted. I don't know. Maybe he wanted. I don't know. Jacopo. To be honest, Jacopo's secret weapon for me has just been the Chachu every time.
Yeah, and the shove it, Spocks.
Oh yeah, he's got those two moves just so down.
Burner.
Wow.
Burner 360.
That's a big gust there.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
You can see that was a strong gust.
Yeah.
Kabikuchi.
Oh.
This is it.
See, this is where it starts to separate, isn't it?
Yes.
Maybe the pressure, or I feel like a lot of the time, Jacopo is the bridesmaid, isn't he? Yeah. And not the bride. You know, he comes second a lot.
Punch.
You know?
That was a flunch flaka.
See, for me, that's an air flaka for me.
Yeah.
You know, it's that's not a future.
No,
it's an air flaka 360, I think. Because Flonch, is Flonch on the moves? I don't know.
I don't think so.
No, so to me it can't count. Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe that's something personal for me. Let me know what you guys think in the comments as well.
Show us Spock. No.
Jacopo with the punch. That's the punch.
Like punch.
There we go. Nice future there from Jacopo Testa. Hand
Spock
up the boom. Yeah, Spock. Whoa.
Bit, I guess.
Not what he wanted.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
But it's a Spock.
I think it's similar to Japo.
Yeah.
Japo's one.
But it's still so early. You know, it's still so early. Just wants to get some points up, and then we can go, right, I'll do another Spock Kulo. Look to improve, you know. So Jentel Kers both with lots of speed.
They look like they're powered up now.
Yeah, it does look like the wind has picked up. I think it's... Whoa! Yeah, he's definitely powered up there. Yeah. Jacopo Testa, ducking that sail.
Kulo Spock.
Whoa.
Nice one. Very nice one. But Jentel has these ones in the bag as well. I think he'll try a double Kulo now.
He's got so much speed.
Yeah. I think it's coming up for a double Kulo.
So there's
one. Same one.
Oh my. Which one was better?
Well, I think they're very similar.
I think Jentel's was bigger, yeah.
The Kulo was bigger, but the spin was similar, very fast.
Yeah, very similar. So already 21 points for Jentel Kers, putting a huge starboard score up. Just need to work on that port tack score.
Kulo. Boom.
Oh, that went a bit strange in the air, yeah.
Burner for Japo. Switch flaka.
Loves the switch flaka, all one-handed, real nice. Style.
Yeah, Japo has 6 style.
So yeah, look, that's what's letting him down. That flaunch, ponch, whatever, comes in as a flacker 360.
Yeah.
So yeah, that it's not worth doing. You need to do the ponch real inverted, like a ponch, you know. He goes down on that cabbie try.
That's always it's a difficult decision when you start with the kono and mid-air you think, oh, let's try the kabikuchi, but you basically don't have enough power, enough lift.
Yeah, so Jacopo Testa currently with 2 moves on each tack. Just waiting for the moves to come in. Nice culo there.
I guess he wanted to for a double.
Yeah, for sure. Yentel already filling his score sheet on port, but he's definitely going to want to try and replace that Flacker 360 with coming in at 278.
A duck. Can I say duck fuck? He had a duck fuck.
You just said it.
Yeah.
And a Kono, spot Kulo, and a Kulo 360 on starboard for Yentel. So Yentel, a huge score on starboard tack. Shove it Spock?
Nah,
just a Spock. Yeah,
well,
so
he tried shove it Spock, but it was this low.
So a diversity fine coming in on starboard tack for Jacopo Testa with a spot Kulo, Kulo 360 and a Kulo.
But Yentel's still far ahead though.
Yentel,
6 points.
Yeah, Yentel, he has, added that code.
No-handed flaka, boom.
Oh, planing as well, nice. Felix out there caddying for Dieter, I think. Yeah.
I think he has his 4-8 and 5-2 outside.
Yeah, just in case. Good idea. So let's check the comments. What are you guys saying? This is the final. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow it doesn't look so windy, so we're trying to get it all done today.
Chacho, I just missed it. I think his back foot came out of the strap. Japo in the lead.
Oh, we've had a lead change.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the flacker no-handed coming in at 4.5. That's a big score.
Yeah.
And the switch flacker coming in at 4.26 as well. So just showing it doesn't need to be the biggest, most technical moves. Oh, nice Kulo. One. It doesn't need to be a big technical move. If you're executing it really nicely, you're going to get a good score. So that flacker no-handed was essentially a planing one.
Yeah.
So just under 2.5 minutes to go then. And let's wait and see. It's so neck and neck. There's 0.67 of a point in it. It's crazy. 28.1
Look
to 28.
Look how they just plane, huh?
Yeah. So Jacopo, I think he wants the Chachi. Here we go. Every time.
This is sick.
So that will easily replace, I would say, just his Kulo. So he's got a spot Kulo, Kulo 360. If that gets rid of his Kulo, that will also get rid of his diversity fine. So that should help bump him up quite a lot.
It was a sick one.
And there it is.
That was a sick one.
So Jacopo takes a bit more of a lead with...
Did the Kulo already change from Yentel?
No, he's still got the port tack Kulo. No.
Okay.
He did a better Kulo.
He crashed one, right?
Yeah, it was like wet.
Like a wet one, yeah.
Yeah. So that's been replaced, but this is so close. But yeah, that Chachu coming in at 6.3. That Chachu.
A sick one.
Yeah. But he does them in every heat. Yeah. They always look the same. But every time you see them.
He tried one.
There's a lot of people doing Chachus in this. Oh, he's trying on the other side. Can he do them the other side?
I have not probably.
Yeah, probably.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think you want to try something like this in the final for the first time.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Maybe, because it's 1 minute less.
Well, he's 3.5 points ahead. 3.5 points up.
But he doesn't know that.
No. Do you ever get a sense of, I think I'm winning? Or how would you try not think about it?
If you see some moves from the other guys, look, this was a better shove at spot.
Oh, much better shove at spot on port tack. That could do it, you know. That could replace his Flacker 360, which is still there. And that could bump him up, but it's got a 4 points.
4 points, yeah. Exactly 4 points, huh?
I think it will. Shove at spot 5.58. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh. But still, this is so close. Looks like we got the replay, so nice Kono there. Oh, that was such a fast spot, but
but look, he
lost
saved
it.
Yeah, he saved it.
A one-footed Kulo.
it's so dangerous to get your feet in that mud.
I think he wanted a punch there by the looks of it, but
I think for a burner, but he got too close to the thing.
So much speed there for Yentl. Nice, really sick burner 360 there.
This was a sick one.
Oh, such a nice cabbie. But yeah, just, that would have been a game changer for him, I think. Nice, really nice future. Yeah, that. So it looks like Jacopo will win this.
It's over?
Yeah, the replays. Yeah.
It's over.
Yeah.
So it looks like Jacopo took it.
I think so, yeah. We'll wait for official confirmation, but it looks like Jacopo Testa will win a single elimination.
Sick. Right, this was his first one.
Okay.
But his second one was way better.
There's so many moves in this heat.
Yeah.
That was almost like a bouncing no-handed flacker.
I think this is his second one, yeah.
Yeah, that's a really nice kudo. Here it is.
Sick.
So stylish. Oh yeah, that's a much better shove at Spock. Really nice. So currently, yeah, it looks like, people, Jacopo Testa
takes it.
Jacopo Testa and Micah Hooverman will win the single eliminations. And now, as we said, we will cut to the decider for third place. So for the last spot on the podium for the men's single elimination. And that is between Dieter van der Eycken and Antoine Albert. Who's your money on? They've both got moves on both sides.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
I will go with Dieter. I will go with Dieter, yeah.
Dieter's got a cool head, I think. I think he's...
Yeah, but he's also very tactical.
That's what I mean, yeah.
And like he has both moves both sides. I mean, he has all the moves both sides.
Yeah.
So for sure we'll see the air funnels on both sides. He has the Flaka Shaka.
Yeah, he tried to do one earlier and it didn't. Yeah. So it looks like... Yeah, I think... Just wait for official confirmation. Tatty Franz, Yentl needs to do the cannonball. Nice chat.
I think we'll see a lot of cannonballs this weekend.
Oh yeah, I think it's going to be cannonball.
But it's very shallow. We were just talking about it.
But the mud's soft, maybe. So maybe not if you land head first.
I don't think you want to go head first here.
Oh yeah, that would not be nice. Yeah, here we go. So, a few seconds left, and we are up, running. Dieter van der Eycken versus Antoine Albert for third place. So as we said, we've done the finals now. We wanted to get them in just in case the wind dropped. It looks like the wind is not dropping. And I think I saw confirmation from Danny Cater, the race director. We will be going straight into the double elimination after the finals. So it's all go. And the green flag is up. We've got Dieter van der Eycken up against Antoine Albert in the battle for third place. Joined by Amado Vrieswijk in the booth. Amado saying, Dieter van der Eycken. He's your Severn teammate as well. You've got to back him.
No, but besides that, I think he will take it.
Yeah. Antoine also, though, is on a bit of a roll. You know, he had some good heats and put his moves in, and I think, it could be interesting to see how he gets on. So don't forget, guys, head over to EFPT.net where you can keep involved with what the moves each rider is doing.
Switch stance.
Stepping into switch for Dieter, ducking that sail.
Straight into the funnel.
There's the funnel. Nice. Funnel or air funnel? I don't know. We'll see how it's scored.
Kono.
Ooh, nice Kono, but just getting caught at the end there.
Yeah.
Looks like maybe
still some points on the board.
Yeah, of course. Not as windy as the last heat, I don't think. But maybe just a lull. Maybe in a minute or two there'll be more. Yeah, still got just over 6.5 minutes to go.
Nice corner by Dieter.
Nice.
Cooler by Albert. Oh, they're very close.
Yeah, that's really close.
You're in your face. Boom.
Does that ever happen? Do you ever get like a bit of an interference call if someone gets in your way? You know, like, well, say you're going downwind trying to do a move and someone cuts you up. You know, how does... I don't think it ever really happens that much, but...
Shaka.
Oh, down on the Chachu there.
Not really, and especially now with those man-on-man heats.
You got so much room, yeah.
And normally if it's windy, you're not so close anyway.
Yeah.
Now
exactly.
everybody's trying to get to the same gust, so you see them more close to each other.
Yeah. So, bit slower this heat, isn't it?
I had the drone in my sail almost once.
Did you? Yeah, the drone is flying pretty low today.
Yeah, but I think he passed me to go to Antoine.
Yeah.
And he really passed close. Look, he's also very close to Peter now.
Sam and Steve told me in his winter trip away, he was in Colombia and he hit a drone doing a Kono. He knocked the drone out of the sky.
In your face.
Yeah. Yeah. Is it ever off-putting hearing the noise of the drone while you're there? You can't hear it. No.
If you're planing and you don't hear anything.
Yeah.
But this looks awesome, my friend.
Yeah, this is not as eventful as the last heat. But again, maybe it was a good idea that we did the men's final before, you know? So air funnel, a Shaka on port tack for Dieter, and a Kono on starboard, and a Kono on port, and a Kulo on starboard for Antoine Albert.
When you're floating like this, time goes fast.
Oh, I bet. You just sit there watching it disappear.
Every time you hear the minute peep, and you hear like, okay, that's 1 minute again.
Yeah,
peep,
yeah.
minute.
So ducking the sail for Antoine Albert.
To do the final, so it was cool. Fortunately, Jappe took the win, but he deserves it. He's a ripper. So.
And feeling good about the double. Looks like we're going to go straight into it. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm looking forward for it. There is still one extra spot to take, so let the double begin.
Sick. Cheers, Lenko.
Burner.
Spot Kulo straight into. Oh, nice air funnel.
This was a better one.
Yeah.
Kapiku. Oh, and he goes down. Dieter. Kono. Boom.
Kabi.
See, this is the same thing.
Should have just gone for the Kono, yeah.
But again, you have the
He's
gust.
like, I've got power.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, but man, because I wonder what that counts as Adam said. You know, he's like, I think that might count as like a half Kono.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know how high it'll be scored.
Kono. Boom. Nice
Yeah,
one.
that's better Kono.
That was a better one than Antoine. Spock.
Antoine goes, gets the sail caught on a Spock. Yeah, Dieter's not messing around, is he?
No.
Antoine. See, Antoine's got a lot of speed. See what he's got. Dieter ducking the sail. Oh, catching it a bit. Both of them messing their ducks up.
Yeah, there are some shifts in the gust as well.
Yeah. Well, it has changed direction throughout the day as well, so it will be sort of changing. Tin on YouTube, until what time are you live? Well, after this heat, we are going straight into the men's double elimination, so we will be live all day. So don't miss anything. Nice ponch. So it looks like we have an interview coming up with Jacopo Testa, the winner of the men's single elimination. The Italian star.
Light, so it was very hard because the wind is shifting, so it's hard to do these moves. Are you happy to take the win? Sorry? Are you happy to take the win? Sure, super happy.
That's it. Cheers, thanks.
Thank you.
On starboard. Yeah, look, came in as a half Kono, that kind of cabbie. He needs to get rid of that.
Yeah.
So he's on starboard now, just over a minute to go, ducking it.
Kulo Spock, yeah.
That'll do it.
What did Albert do?
I'm not
Did
sure.
you see it? No.
No.
But Dieter had a nice Kulosbach.
Nice.
But he has some points in the no.
Albert did.
Shaka Flaka.
Just a Shaka, yeah, nice.
Burner.
Skopu.
Yeah.
Oh, you've got to be so
It's,
powered up for the Skopu. Air Fano.
Nice one.
Yeah, really nice. That will... he's missing a move on starboard, so that'll bump him up nicely, but he's trailing quite a lot behind Dieter. We're just waiting for the scores to refresh. There we go now. So just over 30.
Dieter's having a good heat.
Dieter's having a really good heat. What was that he did there?
No-handed.
Flaka?
Yeah.
That may... I don't know if that will play into his scores on port. He's got pretty good scores on port.
That's it? The heat?
That is it. The heat. The heat is done. We are seeing the replays now. So, Dieter, is this that spot Kulo? This was amazing.
This was a sick one.
Spot.
Very controlled.
So much control.
Nice.
That's just made that look easy, didn't it?
Yeah. This was a very good one as well.
Nice air funnel, yeah. Real good Kono. Yeah, Antoine just getting a bit stuck on a couple of moves. Sticky Konos. Slightly sticky Spocks as well. Looks like we're getting an interview up with the women's single elimination winner, Maika Hooverman.
So Maika, off to a great start with her first win. How do you feel?
I'm super happy, and the conditions were kind of scary towards the end. Not scary, sketchy. So I'm really happy to just get out there and get planing. I managed to do a few moves, and I'm super stoked I won. Congrats also to Lina, she was ripping, and all the other girls, of course. Everyone was doing a sick job, and it's just great to see everyone motivating each other and having a great time on the water, and I think that's the most important.
Yeah.
Alrighty, great to hear from Maika Hooverman, the single elimination winner. Her winning streak continues, but I mean, she was challenged. You know, Lisa Kloster putting up a really good performance and against Hannah Poschinger for third place, and also Lena Ertzen coming second as well. Obviously, she's no stranger to freestyle, I'm sure you're all aware. But yeah, really great to see the women here and showing so much success. It's always good to see it. Looks like Dieter van der Eycken will advance through against Antoine Albert. So Dieter van der Eycken will sit comfortably in that third place in the single elimination.
He had a good score.
Mate, really good.
I think it's a bit more than Jentel's, no?
30.96. I'm not sure yet. I think so, maybe.
I think Jentel had 30 and Japo 32.
Yeah.
Like this.
So now,
sick.
I think it looks like we are going straight into the double.
So how many heats do we have
you're
to
chilled,
wait?
mate. You've got a while. So we have Heat 18A and 18B. Matthias Vingard against Tim Geldes. Piero Routnik against Eliran Levi. Yeah, you go, mate. Yeah. Cheers, Romano. Take it easy, mate. Piero Routnik against Eliran Levi. Andreas Rossler against George Grizzly in Heat 19A. And then we've got a few guys seeded. As we know, the double elimination kind of flips the script a little bit. So a few guys heading further up the draw. So this is going to be really interesting. And how lucky we are that we're getting started straight into the double. And we've been awarded the conditions. Obviously, of course, it is a bit light. But yeah, very, very exciting. So there we have it there, guys. That is the single elimination there. So you can see winners final. Jacopo Testa taking the first place. Jentel Kers in second. And it looks like Dieter van der Eycken in third. Yeah. And then it looks like we will be going, as I said, straight into that double elimination. A few comments coming in. So Tati France, Dieter is ripping. Tilleen. And we're now going to an interview with Lena Ertzen.
So Lena, first time here after a great result, second place in the single. How are you feeling?
I'm definitely feeling very good, and also about my performance, especially because the conditions were not so good. It's my first time here and I'm really liking it. Also the place and the organization is amazing. And yeah, I'm looking forward, so I hope for more competition.
Thank you.
You know, it feels like she's been around forever. Yeah, it's still, you know, her first time competing here. Obviously, first time for all of the women competing here. But just great to see. And for her to come second, you know, straight away is going to be a huge motivation for the young freestyler from Slovenia. Yeah, it's just great to see. And as I said, we are going to be heading straight into the men's double elimination, starting off with Heat 18, A and B. We'll go back to the four-man structure that we had before, and it would be Mathias Vingard from Denmark up against Tim Gerdes, who joined me in the booth earlier. They will be up against each other, and then it will be Piero Rautnik, young Italian, up against Eliran Levi, who you can see there on the screens on the F2 sail. Didn't really have a chance to fully showcase his skills earlier. None did any of the guys in the earlier heats when it wasn't so windy. So it'd be great to see now how they get on and what moves they're going to be showcasing. So it looks like we're just having a bit of a heat break, guys. Double elimination will be coming up. So let us know, guys. Let's head to the comments on YouTube and on Facebook. Gabriel Earhart, wasn't Galito once back looping into Amado in Fuerta in 2017? Was this during heat? Do you know what? I think I do remember that. Yeah, I feel like there was something like that. Yeah, he kind of landed on him, but I don't think it was that bad. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, that definitely did happen. So maybe there is a bit more interference. But maybe Fuerteventura, you know, it's very windy and everyone, you know, jumping and things like that. Maybe that's slightly different to the flat waters of Lake Neusiedl that we're dealing with today. Yeah, Grande Japo, some love for Jacopo Testa coming up on Facebook. Yeah, super nice to see him run away with that single elimination. He put in such a good performance throughout the day, including some awesome chatus. I think they're the best moves of the day. Yeah, and it's definitely those kind of conditions as well. So you can see there coming across all the guys that perhaps weren't really playing earlier now look pretty powered up and pretty comfortable. So it's going to be great to see how they get on now that the wind has picked up. And we're hoping that this wind is going to stick around because, I mean, if we could get through a full double elimination, that would be awesome, frankly. That would be really cool. You know, it's amazing that we've managed to get through the single. We were very worried about the conditions today. Obviously, of course, it hasn't been ideal. In a dream world, we'd have 30 knots consistent all day, every day, and it would be amazing. But the fact that we've been able to get through it and run some moves, and we've seen all the highest moves around. You know, we've been seeing double culos, we've been seeing spot culos, culo spocks, burner 360, shaka flaccas, futures. We've been seeing all the moves. It's not like it's carried on just sort of doing, you know, spocks and flaccas on the men's side. And then on the women's side, we've also seen loads of moves. We've been seeing konos, shakas, funnels, everything. So it's been great to see, and long may it continue. Fingers crossed. You know, the sun is still, it's getting a bit patchier, but the sun is still out here on the shores of Lake Neusiedl as we see some of the riders getting ready. On your screen there, that's George Grizzly on the right-hand side on the purple loft sails, and Andreas Rossler on the yellow Severn Freak. They will be in Heat 19A, which will be coming up. It'll be Heat 18, A and B first. As I said, we'll be going back to that four-man setup. And then a few guys seeded slightly further up the draw, and then, of course, seeded much higher up. We've got Jacopo in first, Jento Kers in second, Dieter van der Eyck in third, Antoine Albert in fourth. And then, of course, further down the draw, we've got Sam Steve, Jamie Howard, Steven van Brockhoven and Amado Vrieswijk slightly further up. So they'll get to sit back, relax, enjoy the action for a little bit longer before they need to get their wetsuits on and get out there. I would say there's going to be a couple of riders looking to really make a statement in this double elimination and push their way back up through the draw. Most notably, you know, Adrian Bosson will be looking to, you know, answer back for what happened in the single. You know, unfortunately, he was seeded in the single, but was knocked out by a returning to form, or not that he ever lost his form, but by Jamie Howard. So yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see how it all goes, and I hope you guys are going to stick around for the afternoon and keep me company while we get into this double elimination. Teen, where is Galito? I don't know. I don't know where Galito is. I think he's got a family now. He's got different sponsorship commitments now with RRD. I think he's doing a lot more winging and that kind of thing. So yeah, I think he's there. He's doing that kind of thing. I really hope we get to see him, coming back and getting stuck into the Freestyle Pro Tour again. I'm sure he will. It was great to see him in Rhodes. You know, he was doing double forwards in his heats. It was crazy. So yeah, we'll see. But no, he's not here in Austria. There's a few big names missing, as I said, been replaced by the undercover rippers, such as Matthias Vingard coming up in the first heat up against Brouwersdam legend Tim Gerdes, or Brouwersdam up and comer, should I say? So yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see how we get on. So here we go, getting ready. We have Matthias Vingard on the left-hand side, and we have Tim Gerdes on the right. So as you can see, yeah, not too much information about Matthias. I think it's his first international competition. He's on the starboard and Severn. And then Tim Gerdes, his event here last year, I think was his first one as well. So yeah, he finished 17th here last year. So yeah, this is going to be an exciting matchup, and let's see how he gets on. Looking out there, there's a few guys playing. Looking out my little window, there's a few guys playing, a few guys kind of off the plane as well. So it's going to be interesting to see, how the wind sticks around. Hopefully these clouds were just here for a little bit, and they're going to disappear again, and it'll be all good. Let's just have a little look at the weather. So yeah, currently it looks like, but it's warm. It says at the moment the temperature is 18 degrees. So hopefully that's why we are seeing that kind of thermal wind coming through. So we can see the yellow flag up, guys. So we are getting ready. As we start, yellow flag will be coming down soon. Any comments coming through? Lennart is also missing. Gabriel Earhart. Yes, Lennart recently had knee surgery. So he is actually at the Red Bull Athlete Centre in Austria rehabbing his knee. So we very much miss Lennart. But he decided to take some time out from the first half of the year, miss out on a couple of competitions and hope to come back stronger in the next one. On your screens now then, we have the first heats of the men's double elimination. Matthias Vingard against Tim Gerdes and Pierre Routnik against Eliran Levi. Tim Gerdes on the simmer sails on your right-hand screen, the orange and blue as he pumps to get planing. Great to have him in the booth with me earlier. And then Piero Routnik as well, the young Italian rider on your left-hand screen. Tim in switch, ducking that sail, just catches the sail a little bit there. So decides to flip the rig, keep pumping, and we're going to go for that E-slider. But just goes down, hoping to probably just put some points on the board. It looks like he water started out, maybe. We'll see whether the judges will be scoring that. So if you guys are watching on Facebook or on YouTube, let me know. Lennart Neubauer, he is in the comments on Facebook. Yo, Lennart, we do miss you. And we hope your surgery went well. Hope everything is good. And we're excited to get you back for some events once you're back to 100% later in the year. Let me scrolling back through the comments. So it looks like the wind may have dropped a little bit, but as we've seen throughout the day, it's very much just up and down and up and down. It'll come in for, kind of 5 minutes, and then it may drop for 5 minutes. So half of your heat, you may kind of be pumping and not planing, and the rest of it, you might be all good. But again, it pays to have a 5.2. These guys look like they're on sort of 4.8s. You can see Eliran Levi on that F2 there on a 5.2, planing pretty comfortably. Tim Gerdes there. Bearing away, and we will see a nice flacker from Tim. Maybe wanting that extra 360, but just doesn't quite get round. Lennart, all good, all good. Looks similar to last year. Still good action, though. Yeah, it's very similar to the conditions last year. Just, on the, kind of 5.2, 4.8 weather. In some heats and in some gusts, it looks howling windy. But then sometimes it's kind of very much sort of pumping conditions. Nice flacker 360 there from Pierre Routnik. Just going down. Again, that's the competition experience. Just settle for the flacker. Get the flacker done, get some points on the board, then you can look to up it and try and add an extra 360 to your moves. As Tim Gerdes lands a really, really nice E-slider there. Super smooth. And don't forget, guys, head over to EFPT.net where you can keep up with the live scoring. Of course, we've got it up on the live stream, but also if you want to check out what moves each of the riders has been landing, you can do that over on that site. And make sure wherever you're watching, whether it's Facebook or YouTube, give us a like, subscribe, and make sure you share it to your friends. God, I sound like an influencer, I'm sorry. But yeah, make sure you do. And yeah, I imagine some of your Facebook friends are probably windsurfers, so share the love and let them see what you're watching, and they can join in and watch it as well. Tim bringing his hand up. Looks like we're going to see a Spock. And there it is. There's the Spock from Tim. So Matthias Vingard on the other side of the draw. We haven't seen him because, as I said, we only film 2 riders at a time, and then we switch over to the other half of the draw. So Matthias Vingard with a Vulcan and a Kono on port and an air funnel on starboard. So currently just beating Tim. Tim with that Spock bringing him up. So only a couple of points between them. But yeah, definitely Tim looking to improve on that starboard score. I know he's got the moves. He's got the burners, he's got the culos, but he just needs a bit of wind. The culo, you don't need as much wind. That's why we see a lot of culos as opposed to burners in the competition. So a bit of pumping there. That's Matthias Vingard you're seeing on the big screen now with that dark grey Severn. Pumping, and he will get round nice one-handed Spock 540, making it look all too easy. And that will bring his starboard score up quite nicely. And Eliran Levi just with an E-slider on starboard tack. Piero Rautnik with just a flacker on port. Some love coming in for Matthias. You got this from Melina Schutt. Sorry if I'm not saying that right. The age of Tim was not right. They were standing 24, but he's 21. Ah, thank you. We will make sure to get that changed on the stats. So Matthias Vingard currently looking like he's going to run away with this heat. And then Eliran Levi also looks like he's going to get it. And there with a really nice Flacker 360. I'd say that will pretty much seal the deal. But still got just under 2.5 minutes to go. So let's see Matthias with some nice speed. What's he going to do with it? See what moves he's got on port tack. As I said, he's a bit of an undercover ripper. Nice. Oh, just goes down on the culo. So 16.68 for Matthias Vingard, 12.46 for Tim Geertes, 4.58 for Piero Rautnik, a flacker on both sides, and 5.99 for Eliran Levi with that flacker 360 coming in at 3.20. Eliran Levi now going switch. A lot of speed, ducking that sail, and a nice funnel. Can he save it? Oh, it just goes down on the funnel. Matthias Vingard. Oh, really slidey switch Kono, but just can't quite get the weight forward to push into that Skopu. But it looks like, well, say that, as you said, a minute can make all the difference. You know, that's essentially a run on each side. Matthias Vingard looking like he wants the duck on the regular duck, but just doesn't quite have the speed to really make something happen there. Eliran Levi going for the shot. Ooh, catches the rail. Ooh, that looked, I don't know if that looked painful. Oh, no, it's not too bad actually on the replay. Piero Rautnik landing a little shaka right in front of Eliran. That'll be frustrating, especially when that's the move that he just crashed. Matthias Vingard there going for the Spock. And he will easily come round it. So Spock on port tack. He already had a Spock on port tack, so that's perhaps not what he wanted. But again, Tim just really needing a score on starboard, and it looks like he's had it. He had a burner on starboard. Nice. Tim finding the groove a little bit. And a culo on port tack as well for Tim. So yeah, Tim has jumped up into the lead against Matthias Vingard. Both putting really nice scores down. But Matthias Vingard answering with a shaka there, and that might not count. It might have just been a bit too late. That shaka on starboard. So starting off just a flacker there for Tim Geertes. And flacker there for Piero Rautnik. Just going down. E-slider there from Tim. Flacker 360 there from Eliran Levi on the F2 sails. And Piero landing a shaka right in Eliran's face. I'm not sure he's going to have liked that, especially when he just crashed his own one. Spock there from Matthias Vingard. And finishing the heat off with a shaka. But will it be enough? Will it be enough? And joining me in the booth is Mr. Jento Keres.
What's up?
What's up? Congratulations, second.
Thank you.
How you feeling?
It's okay. Not too bad to start the event of the first event of the year.
Yeah.
And as we straight went in the double, so we are not finished yet.
Exactly. And it's one of those things like you've done the work now. Now you get to relax for a little while and just watch what happens and go, right, who am I going to be against? How's this going to work, you know?
Yeah, for sure. We definitely have a couple of hours. But I was surprised because I just watched on my watch and it's not even 2. And I feel like it's dinner time. So.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. It's only 1:40 here, and yeah, I mean this is the draw we've got coming up. So yeah, I mean that was just heat 18 we've just finished, and you're not up until heat 34.
Yeah, so it's quite a long time plus breaks in between because
Well,
the same guy's gonna go moving on. The girls will come in.
Yeah, of course.
So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's going to be interesting. But I mean, yeah, even just that heat there was so good because these guys here, Matthias Vingard and Tim Houtus, they didn't really have a chance to show their skills earlier.
Yeah.
And now just up there, Tim doing a burner and a culo in the last few minutes, and looks like he. Oh no, he doesn't advance with Matthias Vingard Shaka in the last few seconds counting. But they really got to show what they can do and actually put some true proper scores up rather than just doing a couple of kind of spocks and flatters.
Yeah,
like
definitely.
They got to this morning.
The first couple of rounds we did in the single, I don't think were really high quality for everyone. Conditions were really hard, really light. But as an organizer for the event and also as the riders, we need a result, so we need to push in everything what's possible.
Absolutely.
On our biggest sales, I think everyone who is on 5.2, including me.
Yeah.
But now I think they will look a little bit more to quality. If the wind gonna drop, that the guys cannot really do any moves anymore like we saw before.
Yeah.
I guess they gonna cancel a little bit quicker.
Yeah. Exactly. We're just
because we have a result now.
Exactly. And coming up now, we've got Andreas Rossler, I believe one of the rookies, or definitely was a rookie last year, up against George Grizzly, one of the guys who works behind the scenes for the tour. You see him there on that pink loft sails. One of my Club Vass friends. We work together. And then on the other side of the draw, we've got another Club Vass friend, Ollie Townsend, who's had a couple of wild cards to the PWA competitions in the past. That's him there on the vintage Severn Freak, as we say, up against Pavel Kazmierzak. I think that is Ollie opening with a nice flakka there. So George Grizzly there. George definitely on the 5.2, said he's having to get used to the 5.2 again. I think he spent a lot of time in Cape Town on a 4.4, and he said he's got to try and figure out how it all works again.
Yeah, but Cape Town is a good playground to train because you also have the chance to use 5.2 there. We just out the screen he did something, we couldn't really see it just at the end.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Maybe a funnel or air funnel or something.
Yeah, I don't think it was something really big.
Nah. Some love coming in on Facebook. Michelle Demuro, look out for the replays. Great jump of quality. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Yeah, we've really tried to get the live stream looking even better this year, and just taking the production to a whole new level. As we said, if we take windsurfing seriously, everyone else will. So it's great to see. Yaklar, awesome Yentl, congrats. Good luck for the double.
Thank you, guys.
Some love coming in. YouTube, yeah, you got this, Matthias. Yeah. Matthias has advanced through. Matthias Vingard, I think it's his first competition, so he'll be very pleased about that.
Yeah, getting your first win in a competition,
nice feeling.
It feels good. It's something you will remember.
Yeah, for sure.
Like I remember my first win and my first loss in the international competitions.
Do you remember who it was against?
The first one I lost, I was against Adrien Bosson here actually. When
Really?
At least when I competed the first time in Peterway.
Right.
But yeah, that's quite a while ago. It's from 2013. I did my first World Cup over here.
Oh, really? Yeah. So what? Yeah, nearly 10 years ago.
Exactly.
Yeah,
still enjoying it. So
that's what Amado said this the other day. You've got to realise that it's not going to last forever. So it's important to enjoy it and try and have as good a career as you can. Andreas Rossler there with a Vulcan, and he will sail away. Nice. So it looks like we're just having another couple of issues with the live scoring, guys. So just bear with us while we
shove it on the background.
While we refresh that. Oh yeah.
Yeah, from the Severn sail. Could just not really see who it is.
I'm not sure that. Oh, it was Pavel.
Yeah, Pavel. Yeah, exactly.
Pavel, who's up against Ollie Townsend, who is crossing your screen on the left-hand side now. George Grizzly with the funnel. Coming round, and I'm going to jump out of the booth for 5 minutes, guys, but I'm going to leave you in the dulcet tones of Mr. Adam Sims.
Just a little bit of manoeuvring going on here.
Yeah. George Grizzly pumping. Wind is still pretty light at the moment. Like when I was sailing the last few heats, there is like 2 wind directions. And when the wind shifts, one direction is quite powered up on 5.2. When it shifts to the other direction, we are literally standing. So just hoping to have the wind shift in your heat. And
is that so? So from you notice that if it shifts a certain angle, then it's on, and then if it goes back
exactly.
a little bit, it's okay.
From the view we have from here, from the beach, when the wind shifts more offshore, so it's a different direction than we were sailing in the morning, is actually when the stronger gusts coming through. It's got quite cloudy over the mountains here, so I think that has to do with some thermal or whatever coming through.
Yeah, local effects maybe further up. Okay, interesting. It's something I've not noticed too much myself in the past. So, yeah, so it looks like, I mean, it looks a bit more like the wind's a bit more steady now, perhaps.
Yeah, one heat yes, other heat not. It's just literally how the wind shifts. I had heats that I was pretty powered up, and then other heats that I think, but this is not possible. I don't know how to plane,
What size sails were you on?
I was on a 5.2.
Always on 5.2, yeah. I think that's the thing is you're taking the 5.2s and the bigger sails, and what we see now is some of the guys are on 4.8s and stuff, hoping for that gust, and when you get it, you're able to do much nicer moves. And
it's two ways to see it. 5.2 is often harder to do moves, but you plane earlier. But when the wind gets gusty and the gusts are strong, maybe you're standing in between, but when you catch the gust on the 4.8, the smaller sail or the smaller board, it's much easier and looking better to do a bigger move. So
just all this control as well and like that. So for me, I always took the argument I would prefer to take the bigger sail because it would give me more lift, more to push off from.
Yeah, but because the wind is shifting quite a lot, you don't really have to have too much lift in the sail, so you have to rely a bit more on pop.
Yeah.
So a smaller sail gives you often a bit more speed to pop better. I
mean, that's what we're seeing is actually a lot of the people advancing are able to do a lot of sliding technical moves, and that's quite something to rely on in the sort of new format of the the air style format. Well, it's new, it's sort of 10 years now or so. In this format, we've got so used to using the sails and doing the kind of power moves, the ducking and stuff like this, and then perhaps sliding moves have faded out a little bit. But in events like this, it's so important to have.
But I think it's really nice to say as well for the young people upcoming who may be watching or start competing first, the basic is really important. Doing all the sliding moves, they're also really fun. I enjoy it. We have done together sessions that we're just not ducking and sliding around, just having fun with all the guys, and this helps you so much with the basic, and it can really save your heat in these cases.
Exactly. Like one of my favorites is the funnel clock. I love it, and it's one that you can really do kind of light wind and pull off quite.
Yeah, smooth. I love like a switchacho or just doing some regular moves, a bit stylish, grubby one-handed.
Matador. This is also a good light wind.
Matador is also quite nice, but for me, it's still, that's already, then you have to duck, so you need a little bit more speed. Not much power, but a bit more speed.
True, yeah. So how are we looking here? So we got Ollie Townsend with 2.528 and a 2.24 for Pavel. So
this heat, I think...
heat cancelled.
Exactly when I wanted to tell it, cancel it. There was not much planing going on.
Not much going on. So there you see in the small picture, now on the big screen, blue and a checkered blue and white flag means it's been abandoned. So heat abandoned. They'll reestablish, and they might try to go straight for the next heat back to back within the sequence of the timing. So they keep the sequence.
Yeah, it's depending in how much time they cancel the heat. If the guys make it upwind in time, they will resail the same heat.
Yeah.
Because that will make it easier for the guys coming after that the seeding or it doesn't switch up in which order the heats are going.
Yeah.
It makes it just a bit easier.
True. Also,
as the judge tower from here, or where the judge boat is quite far out, you don't really see it from here, from on the live, but it takes you a solid 10 minutes to get there and could come back even much longer.
Yeah, it's actually a bit upwind, isn't it, coming back?
Exactly, and the last couple of meters.
There's that judge tower, nice close up. We've got... who do we have there?
This is one of the rookies of last year.
Is it Andreas Rossler?
Yeah, I think he's on his brother's board because it's a bit bigger.
Okay. So Andreas won the JP board last year.
And he's using it.
He is a lot, yeah. It's cool to see. He was stoked. Like, actually, just now I passed him before he was going on the water, and he was really excited. Like, yeah, the wind's back, and he was really excited. And charging out to the water. Looks like in that time in the last half an hour, so it's dropped off a bit. But I see some good gusts. There's someone charging through.
Yeah,
on the
but as
there.
you now watch out the window or in the smaller screen, you see the gust coming through again. So it's not that the wind disappeared. It's just with moments like just with the wind shift, you can be full on. And
so I'm just trying to make. Trying to translate what Danny Cater there. Danny Cater in the red and white jacket. He's our race director, tour manager, does multiple roles, and he's just sort of overseeing the judging. There's all the judges on the judging panel on top of the boat there. They're a long day looking into the sun and in the wind. I mean, it's quite a sort of a raw sort of job to do during
it's a hard job, especially on a day like this. When a lot of riders are complaining, included me, you know, when the heats are really light and stuff. So everyone goes as to Danny, what's happening? You know, are we gonna cancel? Not he has to make all these decisions.
And tough decisions. So
some really tough decisions, as we saw also with the heat from Amado and Albert. They had to cancel it because some guys did something wrong with the flag and they had to resail it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Some stuff get really complicated because he's the one who gets all the mess. I think
one after the other like this and. I mean, it's a tough job, but also a rewarding one. And we've had a result, which is awesome to see. We've got the yellow flag going up, so that's 1 minute to go till the next heat. I think it's a resale from what I can make out from the hand gestures, saw the hands rolling over. So I believe it's a resale. Let's see if I can get Sandy's laptop going. If you want to see then the results and all of the eliminations, then you can check that on efpt.net/live. You can also check all the eliminations, the results, the scores. You can see the stream there, full live experience. So it is confirmed. We are doing a heat resale. It's with George and Andreas and the others as well. And we'll be sailing that one again. So another opportunity. Of course, it was far too light in that one. So a new call on that.
Yeah, and also this kind of conditions, you really have to watch where the gust starts. Like often it's better to stay in the middle of the heat area. So if the gust is coming left or right, you can just turn around and take the gust the direction you have to go.
Yeah, we saw that in your heat actually. I remember your heat, the close one with Dieter.
Yeah.
We saw you guys. It was very. You could see on the points you already knew where you were stronger. And so you were going off to the other side of the heat area so you could come back with the gust.
Yeah, because you can see the gust coming quite well, and they're really short, so you have to try to place yourself in the right position.
Yeah.
And I think as an experienced rider, it makes it easier. It still doesn't guarantee you anything, but as the guys, a lot of them are just waiting for the gust like you do in freesailing. In competition, it's much more technical.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's it's a bit of a hunting game right now. Hunting the gusts. The guys are just waiting to get the opportunity. The heat's already started, so under a minute, well, just under a minute completed, and 8 minute heats, 3 minute transition. We've got Andreas Rossler, local Austrian, against George Grizzly from the UK. George has been helping us a lot on these stats, so if you're enjoying these stats and stuff, George has been putting in the work to get all of that together, and together with the rest of our crew as well, making sure that they appear online. Some great work from the whole team there. And we've had Ollie Townsend against Pavel Kazmierzak. I can hear Martin laughing in the live stream now at my announcement of the Polish name. But yes, nice to see Pavel here. Talent, absolute talent, and awesome to see him stepping into competition. Just gutting actually, because the single elimination, it was a bit of a push to get the first round going. And these guys had some tough heats, and again the wind appears to have dropped a little bit for the start of the double elimination. And we really want to see them have that opportunity to go for a lot of moves in the heat, not just a couple. So nice
shove it, but
going for the shove it, Andreas, and coming into shot there. We'll see him. Goes for a nice funnel. There we go. Oh, we got all the action happening. Shaka coming in from...
I think he just goes down on that.
I think that was Pavel there, and then Ollie. What after? George With the Flacker
Flacker, double
360,
flat.
yeah, in this light wind, I mean, it's a good idea to put on the extra rotation, isn't it? Just
yeah,
get that
everything
extra
what
plus,
you can do
so-
can make the difference. You can also...
But you've got to follow that momentum, haven't you? It's got to
Yeah,
be...
it cannot be pushed. It shouldn't be
Yeah.
an upwind 360. It should be slided in there.
Exactly. Andreas ducking the sail. So if you're wondering why we're just sticking on these two riders, to keep it fair in these 4-man heats, we've instructed our camera operators to focus on one side of the heat for half of the heat and then switch to the other side. So we get a good coverage of all riders. It's pretty tricky to cover 4 in in one heat, so we do it like this, and we have a nice overview of what's going on. Going for the funnel, still pulling it off, just going down.
Yeah,
Dipping the
this
fin in that mud. How's that mud, Jentel?
Yeah, it's nice. You go at least 10 to 15 centimeters with your ankle in the mud. Then you step on the board, and it's quite slippery because...
Nice
yeah.
replay coming in here. Yeah, Pavel going around the funnel there.
Whoppa.
Very controlled. Coming into shot. Ollie Townsend with a nice shaker.
All the riders quite close to each other.
Yeah.
I always try to find a bit free spot so you don't get too many board chop. But yeah, with the gust, you have to take the right position.
It could be that the gusts are kind of compacting them. Maybe they all see that and they're kind of, you know, we've got to get in that gust. And
Yeah,
maybe
but also with the shifting wind, it sometimes just sends you all to the same direction. Unsurprising, because one can be down the area and the next run he can be completely up because the wind shifted or stuck at the bottom.
And there's nothing more frustrating than sitting on the other side of the heat area, looking at your competitor planing around, doing moves.
Doing some good moves.
Yeah, and you know that even if you get there, it's still going to take 2 minutes of time because there's just a line of wind in the middle. We've all been there, all experienced that.
Multiple times.
Yeah. But that's part of the tactics you learn as a competitor. You know, you learn to look beyond sort of the next move or 2 moves. You learn to look like way upwind and plan out your heat as the wind approaches, almost a map of the wind
and
arriving.
also you know which moves you can do safe, so you may start with that and you upgrade your moves. But also if you have been sailing a bit on the spot or you did 1 or 2 heats, or even in between the transition, you go a few runs through the heat area, you realize where the chop is better for one move, where to get the flat section. So yeah, it's not only about doing the moves, it's much more, right? Dug the sail. Oh.
So he's going to go for the clock, Bob clock.
He could have done something with it. That's what you saw in the earlier rounds, actually. Like a lot of top riders were not ducking the sail. They were just doing like regular moves. I think it's a long time ago we had a competition, you saw that. But they all were quite smart about it, just to make sure they have 3 moves, both tags. And if you have 3 moves, both tags, you are like a step ahead of the other rider. Maybe even if he did 1 good move, like a big move.
Yeah.
If you don't have that 3 moves, both tags, it's really hard to win.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what you need to get. You need to fill up your score sheet, and that's also, you know, on the women's side, we've seen also those that are filling up their score sheet having sort of better success as well in those earlier heats. So it's across the board, really. Really nice burner there.
Yeah, exactly.
In the small picture from Pavel, and Ollie had, I think it was an E-slider.
I think an E-slider, yes.
So a nice E-slider.
Yeah, I was watching to the E-slider, but then the burner surprised me, so I missed the end of the E-slider actually.
Looks like we had a bit of a delay of scores coming in, so a little unsure of what is what at the moment. But if that's anything to go by, then Ollie Townsend is leading over Pavel. But Pavel with that burner might well have upped his up the ante. Nice planing flacker as well.
Flacker.
On port tack, so stepping in a couple bigger moves there, and or cleaner moves from Pavel, and the burner very nice.
It looks like at the end of the heat the wind increased a bit, so they might do enough moves to finish.
Exactly, yeah. So 1 minute 40 to go. Andreas still something to put on the scorecard. George could do with upping his game on port, and I'm sure he's well aware. As a rider, when you're on the water, you always realise that you've got plenty to. You've got to focus on what's your weaker side. I often used to start my heats, especially at Fuerteventura. I used to start on my weaker side to give me more time. If you have that first run on your weak side, then you have that chance to have a bit more time to work on that.
Yeah,
it can be a little demoralizing, if you start with a crash or something like this, but I found it gave a bit more time. How about you?
Everyone has his own thing. Some events I start also with, because my starboard tack is in the freestyle my stronger side. I think most people know that. But when there is a bit of jumping, I might also start port.
Yeah.
But I mostly start with starboard tack just to give me confidence when you land one good move.
Yeah, that helps.
It sets the heat for how the flow is going. Yeah, I think that helps. For me, it helps, but everyone has their own way.
Yeah, there's nothing better than starting also with a really strong move. So if you get it on your weaker side, then it's like almost a double bonus, you know. So
yeah, of course, of course.
So we saw there a flacker from Pavel, and I think it was a funnel from Oliver Townsend. So these guys are still racking up a few moves. It is very, very light. I saw a little hand of frustration go up from Oliver Townsend. I mean, understandably, is never a nice feeling, sort of spending most of your heat sort of wobbling around, not playing too much. So replays are on. So we've got that first shove-it attempt from Andreas. Nice try. This was the exciting bit here where the funnel comes through and the nice shack as he flew into shot. And then George giving us a move soon after with that flacker 360. George following up with a funnel on the other side, but just going down. I remember that one, stepping in the mud. Pavel with a really nice burner. How was that?
Yeah, it was nice. I can tell you, it's pretty tricky to go switch, keep the speed, and then do a nice burner.
Absolutely, yeah.
As you see, like here he struggles kind of to do the flaka, and then that shows you how hard the conditions are. That just sometimes, if you're lucky, you can do a big move, a nice burner, and then the next run you barely can make your flaka. But he still pushed it around and put a point on the scoring board. So
exactly, and that's it. You got to build up. You got to rack up those points. You got to get those moves on the score list, and that's part of the tactics involved to make that happen. So coming up soon, we'll just check out the live elimination and find out who we have coming up. And click on the double men and we can see. So the women, if you're wondering, the women are here. They will be starting as well. But the aim in the double elimination is when we have the heat breaks towards the end after heat 31, we then have that perfect window to run the men's and women's back to back. It's actually more time efficient and we're able to get sort of a much better chance of getting the finals done, and we also have the women's and men's finals happening back to back as well. So the women will start not sooner than 25A and B there, so they'll start after that. So looks like Jentel stepping out of the building. Jentel, thank you very much for joining us.
To Sandy, so he's the man to entertain here, and he's doing a great job. Thanks,
so
guys.
Yellow flag. Thank you so much, Jentel. Thank you for having you in the booth, and looking forward to see you back on the water later. Huh?
Here we go. What I miss? Sorry,
well, you saw there was a heat resale. We had Andreas Rossler against George Grizzly on the resale. George taking the win there. And we had
Ollie Townsend
and Pavel heat. That was exciting, yeah. And on that one we saw, we'll need to refresh here. Bring that one shortly. So yellow flag is up. Next heat will be on in the double elimination. So it's exciting stuff, really. I mean, the wind has come in.
It looks like it has kind of filled in a little bit.
It was. I mean, it was.
It's still gusty and still. Yeah.
It was exciting when we saw like a nice burner. I mean, I was kind of focusing on that, and we saw this really nice burner from Pavel in the heat, and showing that there is some wind around still. I mean, in this angle with that sun flare going on and the spray off the board.
It looks howling, yeah.
It looks pretty windy.
Looks really windy, yeah.
But I mean, actually, that is quite a bigger gust going through. They're well powered up, so hopefully a bit more pressure coming through, and we get a bit more underway in this heat. The heat that is.
So it should be. So it's Pavel Palachev up against Eugenio Marconi and Phoebos Supras up against Maurizio Moritz.
I just saw a flacker there, so nice punch there.
That's Pavel.
From Pavel.
There's two Pavels, so yeah. One Pavel's on Severn, one Pavel is on duotone. Yeah, nice punch from Pavel Palachev. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. And he's up against Eugenio Marconi, so an all duotone heat, and this one's going to get confusing. Every rider in this heat is on a duotone sail.
Well, they've got the lycras on, so they're on. We've got red and blue lycras.
Yep.
Here we have red 312, and that's Eugenio Marconi. So yeah, he just switched to duotone as well, a Fnatic duotone recently. That one there is Fivos. Have to say his name right. And we also have This one is Eugenio as well. Yes. So we'll be focusing on this side of the heat for the first half, and then the other half will have.
So we've got Eugenio on your right-hand side, just ducking the sail there. Really nice culo there. Oh, a bit wet at the end, but still coming up. And then on the other side, we can see Fivos Tsoupas, Greek but German, I think. Yes. So Greek originally, but now lives in Germany, bases himself there, and is a big part of the kind of German freestyle community there, isn't he?
It's one other young man with a similar setup, and that would be Leonard Neubauer.
Absolutely, yeah. But kind of done the opposite. Is German but lives in Greece. So
Exactly.
yeah. Fivos, as I said, I first met him in Dahab many years ago, and he was just sort of learning a couple of moves, and now he's got all of them. So yeah, it's cool to see him here at events and everything like that. So
a bit of a flurry start there, bit of action. Now it looks like the wind has decided to take a break for a moment. They got too exciting, so they were like, all right, let's take it easy, and I'm sure we'll see another gust again soon. As you say, Fnatic duotone heat, 4 people on the same gear. So,
well, Maurizio's one is slightly older, so there you can see Maurizio's there.
There he is,
the kind of more purple one. So we know who he is if you're wondering.
Eugenio,
and then with that Shaka there, 360, that is Eugenio Marconi. Recently switched to Fnatic duotone, was on Challenger Sales and I-99 Novanov boards.
Yeah, but there we go. So very controlled on the Shaka there, and showing actually there's a bit more wind when you can sort of really pull that sort of 360 after the Shaka. Shows that there's enough to do it, which means that you can see, he's planing straight off the bat. So there's a bit more. I think that the duotone's also, well known for sort of early planing capabilities, and the Fnatic as well. So like these guys all stepping in switch, action going on.
Look at this.
A burner there.
Pavel just going down on the burner, maybe held it a bit too long, and an air funnel in answer from Eugenio.
Well, that's something quite good to analyse. So burner, you do need a touch more wind.
Yeah, absolutely.
The air funnel is one of the sort of moves you can do in the lightest wind, the ducking moves, the ducking moves that you can do with the lightest wind. You do need to carry enough speed to be able to duck, but you can really push the air funnel in sort of the slowest and lightest range of those power moves.
Absolutely,
so,
yeah. It seems air funnels and culos are kind of the light wind sort of power moves most people tend to go for, and then as the wind picks up, you'll start seeing your burners, your Scopus, and some kind of Kabakuchis and things like that.
Yeah. So Eugenio Marconi, I think it's actually Eugenio's against one of the other riders. I
believe Eugenio is against Pavel.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
And we're getting a little swap up mid-heat here. So.
And it's Fivos up against Maurizio.
Maurizio on screen here.
Yeah.
Although that's Fivos, isn't it? Fivos with the nice culo.
Really clean, nice culo, yeah.
So you might be wondering, there's a little technical issue going on. That's why the scores are not on screen at the moment. We're seeing plenty of moves, though, as we see. Is that Maurizio, isn't it?
That's Maurizio on the right-hand side, yep. So and then we've got Fivos on the small screen to your left.
So Maurizio, local guy from here. Actually, I know him from quite a long time already. He used to come to Fuerteventura when he was very small. He's grown up, got quite strong now. And that power will certainly help him in the freestyle windsurfing and in the high winds, and also in these light winds, sort of pumping the sail and really trying to get an extra sort of boost of speed as you do a couple more pumps, just to get the board flying a bit more. It can really help you. Sort of pumping here, but stepping in the switch. When you switch pump, that's when it gets really hard.
Yeah, a bit of frustration there as Fivos comes out of a really nice punch.
Really nice, yeah. So, but it's nice to see sort of the passionate up-and-comers on the water going for it, and we saw that with the rookies camp. I mean, we had this rookies camp running before the competition, and we had Dieter van der Eycken. He's our head coach for the year, so he'll be doing rookie camps at all the events almost. There's a full calendar of rookies camps online, and you can take part in those at any age. You don't have to be just a junior. But there's opportunities to win fantastic prizes, and there was a brand new JP freestyle board, a brand new Neil Pro boom, and a Canon camera. This first one,
so it's been prizes.
Yes, so it went very well for some of them, and the others, also went well for them. Learning a great deal over the weekend with Dieter van der Eycken, and also Jentel Kers showed up. We had the winch as well, an absolute fire session with that, and the guys really threw down some moves.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get much better in terms of instruction than two world champions
Indeed.
You know, yeah, that's pretty great. And I like what you said there about just because it's a rookies camp doesn't mean it's for youngsters. You know, it's not a young guns camp. It's not for young. It's a rookies camp. You can be a rookie at any age.
Yeah, and also, I mean, it can be for people who, you know, one of the initiatives behind it was because there's a bit of a step between, you know, when can I enter an international competition? And the Freestyle Pro Tour, it's a pro tour. It is a professional tour. And at the top level, you know, there's the professional riders. But, you know, what's that category where you can step in? Yeah. So the Rookies Camp is an opportunity for people to just sort of learn and get to know the people. And then that's already the natural progression. From there, you very quickly find yourself being able to go into the competition. And we have 1 or 2 people here who were going in the Rookies Camp last year. Andreas Rossler.
Yeah. We've just seen in the last heat.
Exactly. So, Fivos, nice funnel there. So, our eyes back on the water as we see a bit more wind come through. And we see Maurizio going in switch there. Ooh, looks like it's struggling with the wind.
Yeah. It looks. I can see frustration there.
Just needs a bit more speed. That extra little couple of knots to kind of get the stability of the board.
Yeah.
But with the gusty wind, it usually means a kind of more fairer water state.
Well, interestingly, when I just went and grabbed my lunch there, that's what a lot of people were saying. They were like, "Well, at least it's flat." And they said, you know, usually it's a bit you know, choppier here and things. But they were like, "No, actually, I think when it's gustier like this, you know, usually it's kind of stays flat, and then you get the gust and it just flies over the flat water, and then it goes back to being nothing, you know." So
indeed,
I think having these
so here we go,
flatter conditions.
It's the heat replay is on, and we have a nice e-slider there. So the culo from Eugenio Marconi, ITA, Italian.
Really nice, yeah.
And again here with a Shaka. That was a Shaka 360 spinning around there. Really nice sort of extra rip on the 360. Here we had all the guys lining up, and it looks like Pavel there with the air funnel. And was it Eugenio?
No, that was Eugenio with the air funnel. Pavel just going down on that burner there.
Even I'm getting mixed up.
Yeah, nice Shaka there. Nice punch there from Eugenio.
That's it. And now a nice culo there from Fivos, yeah.
And another punch from him as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a nice heat. Nice, really well put together heat from Fivos there.
So these, I mean, you can see the lycras there they're wearing. They wear red on one side of the heat, blue on the other.
Yep.
But with these format heats, of course, you have 2 blue and 2 red. And if they're all on the same sails, then
then it becomes a bit confusing.
Exactly. So well spotted, Sandy. A couple of those, and looks like red flag is up for the next heat.
Yep.
And we'll bring you shortly who we have in the next heat. Just refreshing the page here. Just had a little technical issue, it seems.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, there's an old duotone lineup, as you can see there, with the one solitary Severn. But yeah, I mean, it's just, as I said earlier, it's just brilliant to see that we're actually able to get through these heats and get through the double elimination. I know, you know, it's frustrating and sometimes, well, it's not windy enough. And like I said earlier, of course, the dream is, it's 25 to 30 knots consistently the entire time. But ultimately, there's guys out there and they're all doing moves. You know, so if there's moves going down, then that's the competition we have. Oh, we have an all Brouwersdam heat coming up.
There we go. Yeah, Tim Michaelis in here
Young
earlier.
Guns. I had Tim in here earlier, yeah. And I've spoken to Tigo quite a lot. These boys clearly have quite a good time together. You know, they're training together, hanging out. Like I said yesterday, they're all laughs and smiles on the beach, but you just know as soon as they get on the water, it's...
Yeah, Tim is, so he laughs all the time. Those stats there, so some of those guys, you know, they haven't been competing very much. Tim obviously hasn't been competing too much at all, so his stats are very limited compared to, you know, someone like Dudu here, who's been on the tour a bit more. He's also not competed too much, but he's really stepping up, I would say, this season and becoming a bit of a
more regular competitor.
Force to be
of course,
reckoned
we've had
with.
a different, you know, the last couple of years have been difficult as well, you know, trying to, you know, navigate this new world we all find ourselves in. So I was speaking to Felix Volkhart about it the other day. You know, it is a bit of a reset button for a lot of the riders, or it's a year to go, right, we've got a full list of events for the first time in 3 years. I'm going to take it seriously.
This is an interesting one here because it's always Israeli matchup on this side.
Yeah,
so
we've got an all-Israeli matchup and an all-Dutch matchup on the other side. Friends against friends.
It is.
But like we said, as soon as you hit the water, it's every man for himself.
Exactly. I think I overheard earlier an interview going on and someone saying that, we're friends off the water, but once you get in that heat, it's very hard to, remember that. And I think maybe Felix, he was saying that, it's very hard to, or not remember that, but very hard to hold on to that during the heat time. You have to kind of put it aside and, do what you need to do to pass. And I remember, sometimes myself, having heats against people you didn't really want to have a heat against.
Yeah,
and
your
then,
mate.
And then you can't, if you lose and you're pretty disappointed. But when you win, you don't always feel like you want to celebrate too hard because you're like, well, yeah, that means the end of the road for them. And so it's
difficult
swings and roundabouts in the mental
difficult.
game on that one.
Yeah,
But,
you want to be doing well and things like that, but you also don't want to ruin your mate's chances.
Yeah.
But ultimately, that's what competition is, and you need to forget that for those 8 minutes.
Exactly.
You need to just get stuck in and do your moves.
And that's most certainly the right approach to advance. Give yourself the best chance. So here we have. Who do we have on screen? Tim Gerders?
Yeah, Tim Gerders against Tigo Court. And then we have Eliran Levi against Dudu Levi.
So
Eliran up on your screen with the big red F2.
These guys are actually on other sides of the heat, but both wearing red lycras.
So not against each other.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. Obviously, big respect to F2 for having the sail numbers, the sail sizes, on the top, so we can easily see them as commentators. Cause
That's something I wish we'd see more. I wish we'd have.
We get a lot of people asking, what size sails are they on? And I'm like, well, I can guess for you, but right now I can 100% say, Eliran is on a 5.2.
Yeah, and I personally would be able to like to see on my own sails because sometimes you take your sails, you have them rigged on the beach, and you have to kind of look at this tiny detail. Like, where is it?
I think Duotone did it a few years ago. They had a big circle.
They did,
with the sizes on it. Nice flacker there from Eliran.
So they are not brothers, just in case you're wondering.
No, they're
It's two
not.
Levi's, but they're actually not brothers. They are from the same country.
Yeah, nice air funnel there from Tim. It's a good way to open the heat with just over 6 minutes to go. And we'll see what we've got on YouTube. Let's just hit the refresh button.
So it sounds like Tim aged a little bit in the stats there, and he's actually 21, not 24. So.
Yeah.
I mean, all credit to the guys who've been doing the stats. A huge amount of work. So if there's one or two little oddities like that, then
absolutely.
It'd be good to have them pointed out, and I'm sure they'll be amended for the future. So it's super nice to have these stats on screen. I find it really interesting. You have crazy heat win percentages from the likes of like Amado and Yento. I think 90% for Amado, 81 for Yento, and stats like that is crazy.
But at the same time, not surprising once you think about it. But then, of course, when you actually look at the stats, you're like, oh, it really is. Really is different. Tim pumping there. Going to see a nice flacker and straight into the next one. Nice flacker 360 there from Tim. Putting some points on the board. Still waiting for scores to come in. Nice. And then you can see pushing out with the back leg straight into that 360 on the second one. So there we go. That's the scores coming in now. So super even for Tigo and Tim, with 7.5 for Tim and 7.6 for Tigo, and then Dudu a little bit further ahead than Eliran. Eliran only, I think, with just that one move, that flacker on the board. Dudu with a total of 11.33, and we'll add to that with that nice E-Slider 540 there.
I have to tell you that Dudu came in earlier after the single elimination, is pretty happy with how he's been doing, and very happy. He's doing really well in the early heats and had one of the best moves in the earlier rounds. And he said to me, I don't know what the problem is. I mean, everyone goes training, and I sail in this a lot. His home spot is actually sort of 5.2. There he is sliding around nice. He's like that, really controlled. Yeah. He's windsurfing all the time. He loves going, like, even when it's like this, and just to get a few gusts and bump into moves. And then I spent a lot of time with him in Cape Town this season, and in the high winds, is super impressive. His combo game now is so up there.
Do you think that comes from just the training in the light winds as well? So as soon as you get, a bit like the Bonaire guys, they train in these lighter winds, and then as soon as they get put in high winds, they just thrive. They do even better because they've got so much control from having to try and push it through in light winds. As soon as there's a bit more power, it's just
absolutely
it just does it for them almost.
One thing I've always been amazed by, and I've struggled to achieve myself, is how they manage to do things like the kabukichis and stuff in such light wind.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen them doing moves like that when I've struggled to pump into a culo or something. A culo for me is one of the lighter wind moves that I can do actually, and when I see them, doing a kabukichi, you do need wind. You do need to fly through that move and hold on for a while until you finish the rotation and land. So it's super impressive how they managed to do that. And I mean, Dudu, he's had a real impressive run this last year, training so hard, dedicating so much, and real ambassador for the brands he's riding for. I think they're very stoked to have him on board. He's pushing out a lot of video media, probably some of the most.
That Naxos video was amazing. Yeah, things like that. Longer form videos, like we said earlier. So you see a rider and you go, oh, it's not just a JP Neal Pride. That's Tigo. He's from Brouwersdam. You get a bit more of a story of who this rider is and what their story is and who they are.
Exactly.
And that's what helps grow the sport as well, when you start getting a personality and you put a face to the name kind of thing.
So if you want to see some great action videos, then search Dudu Levi. And as you said, the Naxos video, he had also some epic stuff from Cape Town as well. I saw him pushing out like a whole load of crazy combos, and with so much height. He's really a master of the air bob.
I love, the air bobs are all time.
Indeed. So on the other side, Eliran. Eliran is, I mean, he's as passionate as ever, but he's been a bit plagued with injury the last year.
I heard him saying that about a knee injury or something.
So it's been a shame not to see him on the water. We're going to go to perhaps a couple of replays of this heat and then look at the next one. So actually, no, sorry, that's the flag just gone down. So sorry, it's 1 minute to go. So it looks like our clock is just a little bit off. But anyway, so we have some replays, some action going on of what's been going on in this heat. Nice air funnel there from headers.
Yeah. And a nice Flacker 360.
Exactly, Dudu through an E-slider.
Real chill E-slider from Dudu.
There we go, Tim in the background, and nice E-slider
from
there.
Tigo.
And we're back in the game. So it looks like actually there was still a minute left. So I think maybe some confusion out there as also looked like the riders were also stopping in that heat.
I thought it looked like the blue and white flag had gone up for a second.
Yeah. I wonder if we see a resale of that one. We'll see. I'm sure.
I think maybe a resale.
I'm sure there's more information out there and more up to date to the minute. We tend to get a little bit more just a few minutes later, so we'll have that info soon. But yeah, there's a red flag going up, so that would be the end of that heat. So looks like the wind is. I mean, you can see the kind of lines of wind there. It looks like a bit by the committee boat. It seems to be enough to get some moves in.
Absolutely. Well, even looking at the little window we've got here, you can very much see the lines of wind now. And luckily, it looked like it was really clouding over earlier. But I think the sun has managed to kind of poke through and make a bit of a hole right over the lake for us. So fingers crossed that thermal wind kind of sticks in and we can get another few hours of action in.
Exactly. I mean, if we look back at last year, I mean, that was a fun event. It was an interesting one as well. We had the COVID scenario and it was just a closed event. But it was a fun one. We had the tow-in. It was exciting. And then on the last day, in the final hours, the final minutes, we managed to get all the way through that single and double elimination.
We did half. Me and Danny were saying we did half a single and the whole double elimination in one day. So are we going to beat that record today and do the whole single, the whole double, and a women's single?
It's going that way, isn't it? Yeah. So it's 2:20. It already feels like a very long day.
Yeah,
and,
so that's confirmed there, guys. As you can see on your screens, that heat has been cancelled, so they will be resailing it. Just due to the lack of conditions out there. In order to give a true fair show for all the riders and for you guys at home, at the end of the day, we want to showcase the best of windsurfing. Obviously, that includes all conditions. It may not include 25 to 30 knots with perfect stunt ramps, as much as we may like that. But
yeah, I mean, a tour is tour. The best sort of tour is a varied tour.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's how you get the champion that can can win in all conditions. So you're having a wide variety of conditions, and some events we have those stronger winds and ramps, and you look at last year we had Tiologos with those ramps, and we had this event with the flat water, lighter wind. So it had full variety. So it really gives an opportunity for people who shine in all conditions to sort of come to the forefront, and those who train in all conditions as well. And then it also gives an opportunity for sort of up and comers to think, okay, this is the area where I need to work on a bit more, and this is the area where I already am doing well. So to focus a bit more on perhaps one side than the other. So it's.
That's the idea of the tour.
Indeed.
You need different conditions. You can't just have it all the same all the time, because I hate to say it, that would also get boring. We need to have these kind of flatter water. Perhaps less wind. Even chatting to Micah Hooverman earlier, and she was like, if anything, this is good for the women's. Trying to get the women. And Amado was saying earlier, you watch the women trying to sail in Fuerteventura and say they're doing some spocks and maybe some other moves, and they're having to go out in Fuerteventura against the waves and try and do spocks.
Indeed.
Actually some lighter wind and some flatter water.
I tell you, it's super impressive. Some of those what the girls are doing in that chop.
Yeah, that's what Amado said as well.
Sometimes they, the repertoire, they're still learning a lot of moves. And it's really impressive to see some of the moves. They do a strong gust coming through there. It looks like heat started, so interested to see who we've got up. I think it's a resale, or it might be we're having a heat break and then resale, but I think they wouldn't have put the green flag up.
Yeah, the green flag's up, so I would say.
I'm going to leave you to it, Sandy. I've got to shoot out.
Absolutely.
And I'll see if we can send someone else in.
Yeah, no, go for it. See if, So we are just clarifying now as to whether this is which heat we are sailing. That looks like Tigo Core on the camera there. So it looks like this is a full resale of the heat that we watched earlier on. So you can see Eliran Levi on the right hand side screen on that red F2. Stepping into switch. And there's the E slider as well. Hopefully this is a little bit more wind in this one, but again, we shall see. And joining me in the booth, none other than Clavas All-Star, PWA sailor, Claire Elliott. Hi, Claire.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
And how was it? We actually did, when I went out and had a quick lunch, we had a bit of a chat, and you were saying, it is difficult. It is quite frustrating. You think, I'm going to have the power to do it, and then you sort of don't quite. And I was chatting to Micah, and even she was saying, like, ideally, even the girls' fleet, we kind of need 5.2s as well, almost.
Yeah.
What were you on? 4.8?
Yeah. Luckily, Nick lent me his 4.8.
Yeah.
My biggest sail is 4.4. I think it's just really frustrating because I spend most of my time on a 3.6 or a 4.0.
Yeah.
And then this has happened so many times before.
You get to
a competition and then you're suddenly borrowing someone's sail that you're
big
not
sail.
used to. A big sail, completely, something that you're not used to.
Yeah, exactly. We were saying, that's kind of part of competition, and you get certain sailors that are kind of used to it, and they, it's like the tactics, isn't it? It's a completely different tactic to the kind of free sailing. Free sailing, you're like, just do what I want, kind of thing. Whereas once you're in competition, it's a whole different ball game, isn't it?
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm sailing in a bit, so we'll see.
You're sailing in a bit.
Yeah.
And how it's been a while, obviously, with the pandemic and everything like that. It's been a while. You've kind of hold yourself up. You've got a great spot down on the south coast, southwest coast of England, which a lot of people don't think is very good, but there's a lot of amazing spots there, and it's very windy usually. Obviously, it's Europe. So yeah, what's your typical spot there? Training. Obviously, when you were doing it before, you're kind of known, especially with your Cape Town clips. You do push loops and your forwards and things like that. Is that difficult when you have to suddenly come here and go, well, I'm not going to be doing any push loops here, am I?
Well, yeah, I guess so. I'm from Exmouth, and that's where I'm sailing.
Yeah.
Most of the time, and been there all winter, and it's typically it's flat, it's a bit choppy. And this winter especially hasn't been windy.
No.
February was good. I sailed quite a lot of southeasters, easterlies in February, and that's when we get some waves out the back as well. So a bit of port tack jumping. But yeah.
Yeah. It's difficult when you look at this, and this does not look like, well, even though it does kind of look like a sea, it doesn't look like the sea that we're perhaps used to in the UK. But yeah, currently Tigo leading against Tim Gerdes. So Tigo Court with 20.9 and Tim, with just over 6 points. Yeah. And that looked like that was a switch Chachu from Tigo there. Dudu 18.7, Eliran Levi 14.3. So Eliran finally, starting to find his form again, as Adam said. He's been plagued by injury. An injury can do strange things to you. When you come back, it can make you scared of moves you were once really confident doing. Have you dealt with any injuries?
Yep.
Yes, you have.
Yeah, quite a few actually.
Yeah.
Shoulders and ankles.
Right.
Yeah. So the last couple of years, I haven't been at my best.
No.
I've been doing a lot of recovery.
Yeah, and how obviously, you do a lot of recovery, and you do a lot of fitness and stuff like that. Have you found that's kind of helped your windsurfing a bit, or have you not really had a chance to go on a trip and kind of find out, if that makes sense?
No, absolutely. I think I do CrossFit most days, and I'm a full-on CrossFit preacher to anyone doing water sports. I think it massively helps.
Yeah.
With all aspects of your windsurfing.
Yeah.
Endurance, strength, flexibility, even.
Well, I mean, especially for the freestyle, flexibility is important, and not having the flexibility means these moves it's very easy to get a little bit twisted up, and that's going to cause some real iissues.
Yeah, I think since I've been doing CrossFit, I've injured myself a lot less.
Yeah, even Amado was saying that about why he's never been injured, and he's like, I think because I work out a lot and stay strong. He's got a lot more muscle around his bones and everything like that. He said he's never really, touch wood, had a big injury, and that's definitely part of it.
And recovery as well. I can sail for hours, and the next day I
You're fine.
Ache.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Adam just left the booth was saying kind of the same thing about Dudu as well. Sailing all the time and really pushing it and keeping himself fit, and that's why he's able to stay on the water for hours and hours at a time. So yeah, and even in wind like this, you still want to be fit. You still want to stay strong. So a little update on the heat order then, guys. It looks like we're going to be running through the next 5 heats, and then we will be switching to the women's heats for the rest of, well, maybe not the rest of the day. As I said, hopefully we'll be looking to try and get through the whole double if we can, because as I said, this is the only real day of wind. But we're trying to get through this round and the next round of the men's before we get to the first seeding, the second seeding round, and then we'll be taking a break and going to the women's double elimination. Have you had a look at the round yet for the women's double?
Yeah, I'm sailing first against.
You're sailing first.
One of the Linas.
Against Lina Schmid.
Yeah.
Yeah. And how are you feeling? You've broken the ice now. You've got through the first heat.
Yeah, I mean, if there's wind, I think I feel quite confident.
Yep.
If there's no wind, well, there's nothing I can do.
Not so much,
I'm
yeah.
take 4-8. I'm just going to hope for the best.
Yeah.
I just looked at the stats as well. It's so up and down. So it's almost like one heat's windy, then the next heat's not, and then it's kind of like going up and down a bit. So.
Well, even within heats, it's difficult as well. You've got kind of like you get first couple of minutes of a heat. There's not too much wind, and then the next heat there's loads of wind, and then or the first couple of minutes of a heat, and then the rest of the heat there's not so much wind. It's really difficult to kind of tell.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that is looking good for the women. So yeah, you're in the first one, and it looks like Tim is having a bit of trouble. One of his muscles has gone into cramp or something, so he's just jumping on the boat for a minute. Hopefully he's all right. Hopefully it's just tired muscles and not enough salt. Needs to someone get him a drink or something. But yeah, hopefully he's all right. And that is the red flag up, so it looks like that will count. Tigo putting together a really, really nice heat score, and he will be advancing through over Tim. Let's have a little look at some replays. So Tigo there with nice E-slider. E-slider is definitely a move of the day. Obviously it's a move that's very good to do in not much wind. And another shaka there from Tigo. As I said, he said, you know, he's feels like he's still learning that move, but it looks like he's got it pretty down, to be honest. So coming up next then, don't forget guys, if you head over to EFPT.net, you guys can check out the double elimination. You can see the ladder. Claire, you're going to go and get ready for your heat? Yeah. Get set. Thank you very much for joining. Good luck. Best of luck. Get the 4.8 ready. Yeah, try and find a 5.2, but I think you'll be okay. We have faith. All right, so the red flag is up. So a few minutes left to go. So next up then, we have Bodie Kempen up against George Grizzly. George is up again after advancing through against Andreas Rosler. You can see some stats coming up there. So 67% heat win for Bodie Kempen. Not a bad stat considering this is only his second year on the tour. George, obviously not so many stats. Last year the event in Rhodes was his first event. So yeah, still kind of getting the stats built up. And then on the other side of the draw, we have Mikey Czech, the local hero, up against Nicholas Nieblung. These guys, well, I mean, I know Mikey, I think he only competed, his first event was here last year, and he came 17th. Nicholas Nieblung with a 13th here last year. So also his. So both guys kind of, I feel like, yeah, still kind of very much navigating their way through their first few events. Obviously, Nicholas Nieblung doing very well and, you know, putting out some incredible video clips. He spends a lot of time in Fuerteventura. He's a kind of duotone fanatic rider. And yeah, it'd be interesting to see. But let us know if you guys are watching on Facebook or YouTube who you're rooting for, who you think is going to be advancing through in these next few heats. As I said, we're going to be running through the next kind of 4 or 5 heats, and then we'll be switching over to the women's fleet. So yellow flag looks like it is going down, and the green flag is up. So we are go for this heat. So Bodie Kempen up against George Grizzly, and then Mikey Czech up against Nicholas Nieblung. Go Bodie. Love coming in for Bodie already as he finishes off, I think, was either a shaka or a flakka. Or maybe a double, maybe some sort of 360 at the end. And then we can see the other riders there. Claudio, so happy for Jacopo Testa. Yeah, he will be really excited finishing first in the men's single elimination. It means he's not got much to do for a while now. He's very chilled for this double. He's gonna feel pretty good. Yeah, guaranteed a pretty good space, pretty good spot for the end of this event. So looking like not the biggest start to this heat. Kind of three of the riders, you know, heading off into the sailing area. Looks like a bit of communication going on between the riders. Maybe a bit of confusion as to which heat is going on or where the area is. You can see George Grizzly on the big screen there. Hopefully looking for a gust, so he can put one of those air funnels down, one of his favourite moves. Those big air funnels. He's definitely got them down. I spent most of the summer last year in Vasiliki, and George has just improved more and more and more and more. Every trip he goes on, he seems to just learn more moves. So yeah, it's going to be great having him on tour, and I think he's going to be doing the full tour this year. So it's good to have someone from the UK representing as well, full time on tour. Nottingham, next chance to kill a big one. Mikey Czech, let's go. Lot of love for Mikey. Bodie on fire, absolutely. So we'll just be getting those scores up for you imminently, guys. Let me just refresh. Don't forget, you can go to EFPT.net. Of course, we've got the scores up on the screen for you, but if you want to check out the details and find out what moves each rider has done, you can do that on EFPT.net. So a bit of a quiet heat again. You know, when we last saw a heat like this, it was a bit of a resale. Obviously, there's only a certain amount of light wind before it becomes kind of not worth counting, really. You know, if we get to a few minutes in and there's not really many moves going down, it becomes difficult to score. Mikey Czech coming in with a grubby on starboard, and that is the only move so far for all 4 of these guys. As you can see, George and Nicholas Nieblung on the small screen on your left, both just not looking very powered up. Nicholas kind of waving there a little bit, maybe trying to encourage the judges for a resale, but we shall see. George desperately pumping onto the plane there. Aha! Here we go. We've got some fun in the booth now. Joining me is Mr. Dieter van der Eycken, one of the stars of the single elimination. Dieter, how are you?
Very, very good.
Very good, yeah. You must be... I don't know, I think you're allowed to be proud. You should be proud,
yeah. I kind of sneaked through to the semi-final, and then I got on form, and I was getting good heats, and stoked.
If anything, like you seem to find momentum throughout. You just got better and better every heat, I think.
Yeah. And I think the heats before, I never had a lot of gust and never could really feel the power in the sail.
Yep.
And then the last 2 heats I had plenty of opportunities, and I had the feeling like, okay, I can show my level a little bit. Well, before you're like, I passed, but I want to show off, you know.
Yeah.
That's the best way to describe
it. That's the perfect way to describe it. Yeah, you want to show off. You want to get stuck in, start showing why you're still here and why you're still part of it. You know.
Exactly.
So you went up against Jamie Howard, and I feel like that was the turning point for you.
Yeah.
You seem to find your groove. Jamie, I don't think had a very good heat, and I
think he kind of he injured his knee a little bit, so he couldn't go full on. Because the heat he sailed against Bosson, like he was doing moves, and both me and Bosson were seeing it, and we're like, "How's that possible?"
Yeah,
it's like you're doing a scopo and we're standing still.
There's no wind.
Exactly. So he was sailing very, very good, and I mean, for him, a shame that he went through the knee a little bit. I think he would have been he was really on form in this lighter winds, I would say, and big ups to him to come back on tour after 3 years. Because he couldn't travel last year with COVID, and still got it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, like I said, I live in the same town as him in the UK, and he never lost it. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah.
I have a feeling this heat is probably going to get cancelled, given the scores we've seen, and there's only a couple of minutes left. I mean,
it's super light out there. Still.
It suddenly seems to have gone really light. Yeah.
I mean, it's been strange because sometimes you get wind, sometimes you don't. Like I had against Yento, we started off banging.
Oh, like the first 2 or 3 minutes was just move.
And then 2 minutes almost nothing.
Yeah.
And then we got a few gusts again in the end. That heat is cancelled.
There's the blue and white flag there, guys. That signals a cancellation of the heat. So this heat will be called off.
Yeah.
And then we will keep it rolling. And then hopefully a resale, and hopefully, like you said, the next 8 minutes will be windier than the last 8 minutes.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, you needed to read the gust pretty well as well, because like a lot of times, if I was not planing, a lot of times I was standing just in the same spot, looking upwind, looking downwind, looking which course I wanted to go, and trying to read the gust, and I think that helped me to always keep moving.
Yeah.
And catch most of the best gusts, but it's tricky as well because you're like, okay, this gust is strong enough. Do I go for something bigger? Do I go for do I build up first the heat, and then in the finals you're just you straight away anyway have to go for your best moves.
But even then, you say best moves, but it's still like, and we know we were noticing this from a lot of you guys is, even though it's your best moves, you'd still start with, I'll just do a really big culo.
Yeah.
And then I'll try and do a spot culo.
Mm-hmm.
Or, I'll do the Shaka 360, but then it's like, okay, cool, I've done that. Now I'll do a shove at Spock. You still, because once you've got there, you guys have the level of, these moves, like, you can do them.
Yeah.
But then it's each one we go, right, cool, I've done the culo, now do culo Spock.
Yeah.
Or the culo 360, sorry.
Yeah.
It is just, like you said, kind of building up, but, creating that foundation first of like, cool, let's do some big moves.
Yeah, it's a tricky one as well, because, maybe that one gust is good enough for that power move. Like, for example, like a Kono or all these upwind power moves, you need power in the sail.
Yeah.
Like the downwind power moves, you kind of can get from a gust, you can get the speed, and you can, with your own momentum, spin it around.
Yeah.
It's it's a difficult one, but yeah, I hope the guys just simply gonna get some wind and can keep going through, and hope they get the same wind as we did in our last 2 heats. You know, it was tricky against Antoine. I think the first minute and a half we didn't get anything.
No, yeah, it was a slow start.
Then it turned on, and I still remember like, okay, whoa. Now I will have some time left still, and I look on my watch and it's like 30 seconds left, because for these gusty winds it is still a fairly short heat period.
Yeah.
But obviously we're keeping it this short, so
we can get
run through the double. You know, this is probably our last day of wind. Looking at the forecast.
I mean, yeah. Let's bring up the forecast so we can have a look. But as far as I know, yeah, I think this is pretty much it. You know, we've kind of got today. Whoa, big culo from Felix there, just for you guys.
Form. Yeah.
So I mean, let's go. So yeah, I mean that's the forecast for tomorrow. You know, it's not much.
No.
You know, I can't see. Whoa, nice shaka there from
Shaka.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. You know, now they get the gust again, and now it's in the transition. So it's a shame. Like if that would be in the heat and in the transition, nothing. That's almost better. But it's a tricky one. Tomorrow there's still a little potential.
I think there's less clouds tomorrow, so maybe yeah.
I mean, there was no clouds this morning.
No. Yeah, but I think
now with the clouds, it's actually getting windy, less windy, less windy.
I think it makes it gustier. Yeah.
Because when the gust was there, it's more windy than it was in the first rounds from the double elimination.
Yeah.
From single elimination, I would say. I think by the finals we kind of got the best wind. So if you look on the water now as well, they're pretty.
They're
stacked,
powered up.
You know?
Yeah. They look good. They look fine.
Yeah. So which heat are we going to sail now?
So double elimination, that heat was cancelled, so I'd say we will be sailing that one again, which should be Bodie Kempen against George Grizzly and Mikey Czech against Nicholas Nieblung.
Yeah. Mikey Czech put in a good heat in the
ripping,
lighter wind.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Yeah, sailing so well. Yeah, but up against Nicholas Nieblung, that's a
tough draw, but
it's a tough draw. But I don't know. I mean, Nicholas seemed to have a bit of trouble when he was against Jamie Howard first time, and he had a bit of trouble. You know, he had some funny, awkward crashes, and
I mean, he doesn't sail 5-2 that often.
No, exactly.
And you kind of cannot go out there on a 4-8. It's a bit too much of a gamble, I would say.
Yeah.
Because I had Felix actually. Thanks, Felix. He was at the boat with my 4-8.
Yeah, we saw him
on
the
one point.
stream,
I was like, ooh, maybe I can go to 4-8, but you didn't want to dare that because the worst thing is to change to 4-8 and then just not have that enough power in the gust. So yeah,
it's better, I suppose, to stay slightly overpowered, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, overpowered ducking on a 5-2 is a little bit more tricky than overpowered ducking on a 4-8, definitely. It's like that little gray zone, I would say, but you just, Here
we go, we're on.
Gap.
Green flag is up, George Grizzly duck in the sail.
Oh, nice.
Straight into the air funnel, boom. That's how you start a heat.
Exactly.
He's going to be really happy with that. I know, because George is a bigger guy as well. He's probably over 90 kilos.
Yeah.
So I know he's been kind of worried and not frustrated, but just worried and, you know, how's this going to go? So that's a nice start for him.
Not getting, like, he ducked and then got out of the wind.
Yeah, just didn't quite have the speed. George again pumping that sail as we see Bodie Kempen. Nice double flacker there. A little bounce in the middle.
Oh, that's stacked heat. That air flag 720 he did in the single.
Who, Bodie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looked amazing. So smooth.
Can't beat a good air flacker. It's a classic move.
But it was like one that was spin through without
He was almost, like, blurring the line between, like, you know, almost like a flat water kind of Pasco kind of style. Almost. Nice funnel there from Nicholas. So George really, really having to work that sail.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of tired arms after today.
Both cameras on the same guys. It's a little bit of shame.
No, one's on George and one's on Nicholas. They just happen to be next to each other.
Okay, and then in the second half of the heat, we switched.
The second half of the heat, they will.
Mickey Czech is putting in a solid performance. He's at 10 points already. Flaka.
So that air funnel coming in at 4.42 for George Grizzly. Flaka 360, 3.15 for Bodie, and a bob on starboard as well for Bodie at 3.34. Yeah, Mickey is getting busy already. A Flaka on port, a bob and a Kulo on starboard tack. And Nicholas Niebling, a Flaka on port and a funnel on starboard tack. So currently Mikey and Bodie leading the heats. As he said, George has got a tough draw. Like, yeah, just it's you know, he said to me as well, he's been in Cape Town, you know, for the winter and on his 4.4.
Coney with a Kono off the screen.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
And an E-slider as well coming in for Bodie to help add to that score.
Whoa,
George with a
one-footed
air Flaka, yeah.
Got lucky with that.
Yeah, that could have gone really wrong though. He got lucky there. Look, whoa.
I don't think that was on purpose.
That was definitely not on purpose. Like I said, he got lucky there. When your foot comes out on a Flaka, sometimes it can go really wrong, can't it? It can be a horrible crash.
Bodie might have done either a funnel or
Bodie
an air funnel.
has put in a real nice. He's just added a Kono to his starboard score. I think that was, you said that earlier. So that's the scores coming in for that, 15.87. And the air Flaka for George coming in at 4.57. The judges like that.
Yeah. Fun.
Nice burner there from Nicholas. Out of nothing as well.
Finding his groove in the lighter winds.
That burner will add nicely to his score. That'll fill his score sheet on starboard.
Probably. Oh, Gozala.
George going down on the Gozala. I've seen him do loads of them. It's a move he's definitely got.
On lock normally, but that's hard in lighter winds. I mean, Nicholas is leading again. That burner really pushed him forward.
Yeah, that burner 5.26. That's come in really nicely.
Yeah.
Bodie getting really busy. A Flaka 360 E-slider and a funnel on port. Bob, Flaka and Kono on starboard.
Oh, sick Flaka.
Way!
Air Flaka 720 once again.
Yeah.
Felt like he was doing it from the heat before.
Yeah.
A copy.
The muscle memory.
Look,
It's
almost exactly the same. Whoop.
Oh, that's really nice. And round again with no problem.
Exactly. Really good.
Yeah.
Bodie on 22 points.
Yeah, Bodie's having a really good heat. Bob, Kono and Kulo for Bodie coming in on starboard tack.
Oh, Mickey a little bit underpowered.
E-slider, funnel and Flaka 360 on port for Bodie Kempen.
Oh, that's a close heat still between Nebelong and Mickey Czech. What are they?
13 and 14, yeah. So a funnel, an E-slider and a burner on starboard for Nicholas, a Flaka on port, and then a bob, a Kulo and a Spock on starboard and a Flaka on port. So, yeah, Mickey has done one move on port.
Yeah.
Is it Mickey or Mikey?
Mikey, I think.
Mikey, I don't know. Yeah, so he needs to get busy on port tack. Is what...
He's one of the
there we go.
guys
He's just added a Shaka to it. So look, that's punched him right up into the lead.
Ooh, 18 points.
Oh, and then Nicholas Nieblang answering back with a Kulo, putting him just below at 17.97. Just waiting for those scores to update on your screen, guys.
A little touch wet. So he's just going to add one more move. Well, both are going to add one.
Oh, nice bob.
Sick style.
Yeah, really nice bob. Bodie ducking the sail.
Burner.
Oh, just gets the sail stuck. That's a shame.
Yeah.
Just gets it stuck. That would have been really nice. That would replace that E-slider that he's got.
Shove it, Spock.
Shove it, Spock from Mickey.
Could have been a little bit more shove
Mikey.
it in there.
Not. There was definitely a shove it there, but it wasn't super tweaked.
But that's gonna push him a bit more.
That'll do really well for his port tack score. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. 1 minute, 2 minutes left.
2 minutes left to go. George did a burner off screen.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so that's put him up to 13. So, I mean, still a long way for him to go.
He kind of has a few really good moves. Now he just has to fill that score sheet.
I mean, George has only done 3 moves.
And stuff like that.
He's literally only done 3 moves. So, yeah, I mean, he's only got 1 move on starboard tack.
Flaka 360. Wow.
I mean, if George could get...
Good style.
Yeah, he's got really, really good style.
Really smooth.
He looks a bit like Felix, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe just on the same gear, but...
Yeah, same height as well.
Yeah, same sort of style, yeah. Mikey, yeah. Wow, Mikey really running away with this
24 points.
George, a shacker on starboard for George.
That shove it spot counted pretty good.
Shove it spot coming in at 4.67 for Mikey.
Nicholas is still missing one move.
Judges still liked it. Nicholas, yeah, missing a move on port tack for Nicholas. Bodie just having a really, really good heat. Bodie, 22.23. Ducking
Burner.
that sail, yeah. He wants the burner.
But doesn't
But
get
smart. I'll just do a funnel instead, rather than try the burner and know that I'm not going to land it.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a smart competitor.
Yeah.
I mean, that's now two from, well, it's not completely finished yet, but looks like 2 from the 3 guys from Brouwersdam are in the top 16. They're going to be stoked with that.
Absolutely, yeah, all the guys there.
Oh, Chacho.
Oh, that was so close.
That was really close.
So we've got 20 seconds to go. Or a bit less, actually, I think.
Did Nicholas spark, but it's not enough to get in the lead. That are 2 very good scores, so Michael.
Here we go, George opening really nicely with that nice air funnel.
Yeah.
E-slider there from Nicholas Nieblung.
Air flak.
Nice one-footed air flacker there from George. The judges like that.
Burner.
Yeah, super clean burner there from Nicholas.
See that Kulo is just a little bit wet in the background.
Yeah, that real nice kind of flacker 3.6 720 there. Just went down on that burner, got a bit stuck. Shove it spoke, yeah, a bit more shove it in it, but it's definitely still a shove it spoke.
Clean, you know.
Clean, yeah, exactly.
Clean, came out with
And a
speed.
nice
I mean,
funnel.
it definitely favors the lighter guys. This wind, you know.
Oh, of course,
especially on the lake here, where you have less
buoyancy, yeah, less
buoyancy.
volume. Yeah.
I mean, I'm on a 102. I never train even on the 102, but here I just need it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I'm on a 102, 5.2, and for sure I would prefer to be on the 92, but I know it just doesn't give me the enough buoyancy with the 5.2 on it. So that's a choice you make, you know.
Absolutely.
So
next up, we've got Adrian Bosson.
Heats, yeah?
Yeah, Adrian Bosson up against Eugenio Marconi. Adrian Bosson, I think, will be looking to make a statement after.
Definitely.
Yeah, I imagine that was. I mean, not to take anything away from Jamie Howard, but he's not been here for not sailed for a while and things like that. And I think Bosson was probably thinking, well, yeah, I'll get through Jamie, and then we move through to the next heats.
I don't necessarily think he was thinking that heat was very tricky still with gusts and stuff like that.
Yeah,
and I think like Jamie was very much in the right place, right time.
And he's a lightweight rider, yeah.
And like Bosson before in the free sailing, he was doing everything. He was doing Spaculo, shove it spark. You know, he probably felt a lot of confidence, and then just didn't get the gusts really to to put it to show. So yeah, he's definitely one who wants to fight back.
Yeah, and then we've got Felix Volkhart up against.
Well, that's actually Nicholas on the picture.
That's Nicholas, yeah, but it's not Nicholas. Fivos wasn't here for the pictures,
true.
So that's maybe why you're not seeing it. But he's not up against Nicholas, and Nicholas hasn't changed his name. It's Fivos Supras, who is also on Fnatic Duotone.
Yeah,
they're up against each other. Who have you got for that one? Fivos is good.
Yeah,
he's really good, but then again, so is Felix. So
I'm gonna support Felix.
Yeah, of course.
I hope Felix can get far. I think he's been pushing a lot. He's been dedicating himself to this now the last year and a half. And this winter, we could see some glimpses of the results last year already. I mean, he took down some big names. Hopefully he can build on that. Oh, we're already off.
We're on, yeah, we're in.
Grubby, I think we missed.
Adrian Bosson up against Eugenio Marconi, and Felix Volkhart up against Fivos Supras.
Come on.
Let us know who you're supporting. Let me just refresh YouTube and Facebook. Don't forget, guys, if that's where you're watching, leave us a comment. Let us know.
Come on, Felix. I hope he's realizing it is his heat. I had the feeling he was quite upwind of his heat area.
So we are seeing on the one side, that's Fivos on your right-hand screen. And then on the left-hand scene, I think that is Eugenio Marconi.
Yeah. Oh, that's really hard too.
There's lots of duotones here.
Yeah, 3.
Adrian Bosson ducking the sail there.
Oh,
Nothing there for him. Shaka from Marconi. And I didn't see what Fivos did on the right-hand screen. Please let me know if you guys are watching. Here's the repeat. This is what we wanted. So just a flacker there from Fivos. Nothing from Bosson and a Shaka from Marconi.
Where's Felix? I so hope he's not misjudged. I think he's in the competition.
I'm sure I saw him. I saw him a second ago.
Yeah. Shove it. I get nervous watching Felix. Yeah, he came over to Tenerife in November and he realized how choppy the place is. But as soon as he dialed in, he got pretty good. He goes big on the way out.
Who, Felix?
Yeah, like if it's wavy, he can go massive on the air funnels.
Oh, we saw that in Rhodes last year.
Exactly.
He did the biggest air funnel of the event.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
But he said that to me the other day. He was like, you don't have a choice. So you just got to kind of lean into it and go, yeah, well, I'll do this really big then.
Yeah, but it's if
difficult.
one side, it would be nicer to not be able to do switch normally on the way out. But once you get it, you can go big and you can score big points with it as well. Whoa, speaking of air funnels.
Whoa.
He ticked that one off.
Yeah, that was a nice one. That was really good.
Wow. That's it's getting close.
So a few scores coming in. We're just waiting for things to go. Eugenio there, just not quite getting the duck that he wanted.
Oh, sick ulo of the screen from Felix.
So a grubby and an air funnel 360 for Adrian Bosson. And then
good scoring one, 5.63.
You're being thrown out, mate.
Exactly, I'm being thrown out.
D2, you're out.
Women are about to enter the building.
Yeah. Sorry, we're having a changeover, guys, in commentator, and joining me is up and comer Stara Meyer.
Hi.
Hi, Stara. How are you?
Good. You?
Yeah, good. How was the morning? How was it? First time for the women in Austria.
Yeah, it was nice, but the wind could have been better.
Yeah. Yeah.
Experience was nice.
Well, that's it. That's something we've been talking about a lot today is experience. Even when I went and had lunch and I was chatting to Claire and a couple of the girls as well, it's I've seen a lot of heats today, and a lot of it is like people will do a Spock or something like that, and then they'll do another one, and it's like you've done the Spock, now move on, and it's all about kind of doing the move and then building up to the next one and building up to the next one, and I think that comes with experience.
Yeah, I wanted to do a shove it so bad or a shaka or something.
Yeah, we saw.
But it was just not enough. Just yeah.
Yeah.
So.
It's difficult, and the same thing. Like we see with the girls, a lot of it is they're doing the moves on the port tack, and then the starboard tack. It's like now we want the flacker.
Yeah.
But then it's difficult. You see it in the men's as well. I was speaking to Adam and everyone who's been in here. It's about building a foundation. You go right, cool. I'll do the Vulcan first before I go for the Spock. I do the Vulcan, and then I'll try and do a Spock.
Exactly.
And then I'll do this, and it's kind of about building that up.
Yeah, it's exactly that. I was like. Vulcan, Spock, Shaka, but
But then, otherwise it can be so easy to jump straight in to go, I'll do my really big move, and I'll try and do a Shaka straight away, and then you crash, and then you go, and
then it's almost already over.
Well, or your mind, you start getting in your own head, and you go, oh no, I'm not doing so well, and it becomes very difficult.
Yeah, it's where I went wrong. I thought it's enough for a shove it or something, so. Every time I thought it was enough for a shove, but it just wasn't enough, so I should have done another trick. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. It's difficult. And then, how's it been for you as well? Obviously, this is your second competition, isn't it? Or third?
No, I've competed in the at Brownsdown before.
Yeah. But this is is in terms of the freestyle, the international and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Is this you did Rhodes last year?
Rhodes,
You didn't do no. Obviously, of course, we didn't have the women in Austria. So yeah, this is the second one. Ooh, big burner there from Adrian Bosson.
Oh, nice.
And the 360 on the end. So you did. This is your second one. Obviously, new gear, new sponsors.
Yeah. Yeah.
And how's that feel? Are you feeling pressure or are you feeling
No,
chilled?
not at all. It's
Good.
like super comfortable. I'm feeling like way better. You know, it feels just good to sail with this. It's first competition with new gear, so
Yeah, just getting used to it all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm already actually used to it. It's nice, really nice.
Yeah, of course, because I forget you guys are in Browsdam. You guys windsurf all the time, don't you?
No.
I swear it's always windy
We
there.
try.
Or maybe it just
No.
looks windy there all the time.
We surf every day when it's windy, but there's like been one day of wind the last 2 months or something.
Oh, really?
I really haven't been able to train at all.
Oh.
No, it was.
Well, it doesn't look like that from our end. It looks like you guys are training all the time.
No.
But yeah, Felix here, what's
I
he got?
wish.
I think
Yeah.
it's difficult. We all do.
We try to, but yeah, you're dependent on the wind.
Absolutely. And then you guys are up later on. How are you feeling? Obviously, double elimination. It's always hard.
Yeah, I really want to serve. I really want to compete, but I hope for better conditions because with this wind, you just have to be lucky if you get a gust or.
Yeah.
It's like luck.
Yeah.
And of
it
course,
is.
it's
Well,
your own.
Yeah, even we saw, like between the heats, there was like 2 or 3 minutes of loads of wind, and Dieter was saying like, oh, it's a shame that's not, like you said, it is kind of luck of the draw.
Yeah.
Some heats are really windy, other heats are not so windy, but I guess.
My biggest sail now is 4.0, so because I. Thought,
Your biggest sail is 4.0.
Yeah. So.
Have you
but it was
borrowed?
good.
Have you borrowed sails from anyone, or were you on 4.0?
No. I never really surfed it for 4 yet. I'm going to do that, but. So now I'm just like, I think I'm comfortable with 4.0, so I'm going to go with 4.0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just see how you get on. Yeah, that's another thing as well. Is there's no point in if you never sail it, there's no point doing it for a competition because it's going to be even more uncomfortable.
In the water, so.
Exactly. Yeah. It's super hard. Well, looking back at this heat then, Adrian Bosson currently leading with 24.40. Don't forget, guys. There we go. As if by magic, the stats have appeared. Adrian Bosson, 24.4. Eugenio Marconi, 21.7. With 10 seconds to go, it looks like Bosson has taken this heat. It is a duotone party out there. There's a lot of riders. There was some love for you. Duotone wished you well on Facebook. They said good luck when you were during your heat, so they were definitely watching. Yeah, nice punch there. A lot of punches today. Whoa, big Kono from Felix. Bosson here, I think this is that big burner. And straight round into the 360. As I said, I think Adrian Bosson looking to really make a statement after getting knocked out fairly early. Uncharacteristically early for him in the single elimination. And he's definitely done that with the total heat score coming in of 32.43. So he looks like he will be advancing. With Fivos Supras advancing over Felix Volkhart as well. So probably pretty frustrating for Felix. But that is the nature of competition.
So is that view here?
I've got the good view, haven't I? Yeah.
The best of all, I think.
I've got the TV, and then I've got the window outside. I can have a little look, see what's going on. Yeah. And it's warm. Well, I don't know. It's quite warm outside, I think, but or maybe not.
It's warm outside when the sun is out.
When the sun's out, yeah. No, it's not warm in the lake, I don't think, but
it's okay. It's pretty nice. Yeah.
it's okay. Yeah, exactly. So I think we've got 1, 2, 3 more 4-man heats, and then we will be jumping into the women's. So with that in mind, Stera, I'm going to kick you out.
Yeah, I have to go.
I'm going to kick you out. And joining us is Micah Hooverman. We're doing a swap. Stera, good luck.
Thank you.
Don't trip. Yeah, don't hurt yourself.
Hey, mate, are we right?
Micah Hooverman, talk to me. Well done, first of all.
Thank you.
The single, it's yours. How does that feel then when you're thinking about a double now? Are you just going into it pretty chilled?
Yeah.
Quite relaxed. You've got plenty of time now.
Exactly. Just I got out of my wetsuit, put all my gear away, just have a little bit of a chill time because you sort of spend a lot of time on the water if you need to make your way through the single. And obviously for the girls it's already a lot smaller, but for the guys I think that's a lot harder. You spend a lot more time on the water, but yeah, I think it's just good to sort of get in, reset, have some food, Yeah, and then you're good to go again.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
later on,
yeah. Try and dry the wetsuit a bit. Have you got
it's
2
dry.
wetsuits?
Yeah,
or?
I have got 2.
Ah, well, you're fine then. Yeah, yeah. That's the bad thing, isn't it? So looking ahead, looking into this double, we've got some pretty good matchups. Matteo Testa, the second Testa brother, but by no means any less talented. Such a ripper. And it's a battle of the F2s, Matteo Testa and Paul Simmerl. Yeah, who have you got? Who do you reckon?
I think it might be Matteo. Just, I've seen some really sick sailing from him, and obviously he's a little bit lighter, so I think that might really play into it.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's played into Ele's hands really nicely as well. Like, I think someone said he weighs 55 kilos.
Yeah.
Which is, it's, these conditions, like,
it does make a large difference.
Oh, just going down on that air funnel there. He definitely put his feet down. He's going to have muddy feet. Don't want to have a slippy board.
It's so weird. Like, I'm not really used to it yet, but when you get back on your board, you take so much mud with you, and it covers basically like the whole board, and it gets really slippery.
Yeah, that's what loads of people have said. You need to kind of brush your feet together, or
nice lazy style.
Yeah, cruisy.
Yeah,
so good.
Completely in control.
Yeah, that's when you know. As soon as people start adding style to it, you know it's because they're in complete control. So you know it can be really chilled. Just refreshing the Facebook and YouTube. Wherever you're watching, guys, please do ask us some questions. Let us know who you're rooting for, what's going on. Actually, I'm just going to close the Facebook and reopen it because the comments.
Matteo's not happy.
Not looking too happy. It's difficult, isn't it? It's such a fine line of, it's only 3 o'clock, and we're a few heats into the double. What's the point of stopping? We need to keep going. The past few heats have been generating results. Of course, it's not ideal. Of course, it's not perfect. Like I keep saying, ideally, we want 25 to 30 knots, but we don't.
Well, at the end of the day, everyone has to deal with the same conditions as well, and I don't think there's really anyone, except for maybe the really light guys that really like this kind of conditions. I mean, I've literally heard everyone complaining, and. But yeah, the best we can do is to just make it fun and try our best, and
that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it is difficult, especially for the slightly heavier riders. But I mean, Matteo Testa there, sailing along. He looks plenty powered up. He's on 4.8 as well. He's not on a 5.2. There's the Spock.
Oh, and double Spock.
Getting around the double Spock there. Nice. I mean, he's got nothing to complain about. That was really sick.
Yeah.
Someone just going down on what looked like a burner there. I think that was Pavel, who is up against Ile Bamnolker on the other side of the draw.
Matteo actually looks like he's got quite some power now.
Yeah.
Oh, nice shaka.
Whoa, really nice.
Oh.
And pop round again.
Sick. He was generating so much rotation speed
in
that move. That's really cool.
So here we're going to see the bounce. Little pop. Into the next one. It'd be interesting to see whether the judges score that as a Shaka 360 or a Shaka Flaka. It's kind of in between, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's in the middle.
He did have a little
It's almost a pop, but the whole board didn't come out,
No. I'd probably say it was a Shaka 360.
Yeah.
But a good one, proper.
Yeah. It's such a fine line with some windsurf moves like that. But look, the judges, it's been scored as a Shaka Flaka. So maybe for them, it's if the tail leaves the water kind of thing. You could see his whole fin.
Yeah.
Couldn't you? So it's, interesting. You guys at home, let us know. What is the difference between a Shaka Flaka and a Shaka 360? We're getting real nerdy here. We're getting really into it. But I'm sure all of you freestylers out there watching have had this very conversation before. Micah, I'm sure you've had this conversation loads of times where, especially when you see a video of yourself and you're like, I did a Shaka Flaka.
Yeah.
Or I did whatever move it is. And your friends kind of look at you like, no, you didn't.
I've been corrected a few times as well. That I put on Instagram, I did this and this move, and then people have gone like, no, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the funny thing with that on Instagram is they probably can't do it. You're only ever shut down by people below you, usually, aren't you? But in that case, with these moves, you kind of do. Yeah. There's always someone going, well, actually.
Yeah.
But it's kind of one of those things because then that pushes you to go, right, well, next time the whole board's coming out of the water.
Yeah, it does.
The whole board is coming like that. There we go. Whole board straight out of the water. Looks like he's powered up. We're going to see Shove It Spock. Simple as you like. Matteo Testa putting together a really nice heat considering They looked pretty frustrated earlier.
Yeah.
A flacker and a shaka flacker on port tack, and now that shove at Spock coming through, and a grubby and a double Spock on starboard. He's got all the Spock moves, doesn't he?
Those are decent moves as well for the conditions that we've got. So yeah.
No ducking, really.
No.
In fact, yeah, every move he's done, there's been no ducking. There's no ducking, no going switch, but he's still putting together a really nice heat. 21.91 it's showing up as on my screen. It will be updating soon. There we go. It's just updated on the screen that you guys are looking at. Don't forget, guys, if you want to keep up with all the moves and the full breakdown, head over to efpt.net and you can do that. Yeah, Paul Simmel struggling a bit. Paul's a big guy though as well.
Yeah.
You know, he's a big dude. Eli got loads of speed, ducking that sail.
Wow.
Wow, flying
Nice.
through a Kono there. I was sure he was going to do a Kulo there.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well.
Yeah.
Got a nice amount of lift on
Pavel
that,
ducking
though.
the sail there, but just not carrying really any speed, so choosing to just tack. Don't want to get muddy feet. Stay on the board. Eli. A bit of frustration there. So yeah, that shove at Spock from Matteo Testa coming in at 5.44. Funnel coming in at 3.65. 4.93 for the double Spock as well. So putting some nice points. That Shaka Flaka coming in at 5.72.
That's a punch.
That punch.
Really, yeah.
Kono there for Pavel.
Probably be happy with that. It's
Yeah.
quite a hard move to do if
Yeah,
you're
well, it's-
underpowered.
As well, it's just it's points on the board,
Yeah.
you know. I think Pavel, someone was saying earlier, you know, he owns a toy store. That's what he does.
Okay.
An online toy store. That's what he does for a living. And other than
Okay.
that, he just, you know, I guess he works online doing that and just windsurfs, you know. And it's
That's great, though. If you have your own business, you can just go out whenever you want, and you know you don't have any, you know, sort of boss you need to get to on Monday at 9 o'clock. And if it's just windy, then perfect. You know, I'd love to be able to do that as well.
yeah. Well, that's what you want. So Pavel ducking the sail in regular there. Just a bit too far on his back foot there, I think.
Not going for
Wow,
air
nice
funnel.
air funnel there from
Oh,
Eli.
Seemed like he was going to
I
fly
thought he-
into the buoy then.
I think it's one of those things for us looking at it, but he's probably miles away
Yeah.
from it. He probably had 10 meters, you know. Yeah, it's one of those things for the perspective from where we're looking, it looks really far away. Yaklar coming in. Congrats, Micah. All the best for the double. Cheers to the girls.
Thank you.
Some love coming in.
Wow, that was a sick. Oh, it was a Shaka Flaka, but
Well, did he just go down? Oh, I missed
he
it.
went down on the spin part, but sort of his nose got stuck. And
Oh.
It's kind of like a gecko almost.
Yeah.
Shame that he got.
I'm
a
not
lot
going to
of
lie,
height on
I've geckoed out of my fair share of
Yeah.
trying to do shaka flakas, and you sort of land like that, and I'm like, oh, just do a gecko, no one will notice. And then you're like, no, everyone noticed. That does not count. You're
Yeah.
like, oh. Yeah, it's always sad. But like we said, and I was saying earlier, you know, the day I learned to gecko, the next day I went out and I could suddenly do loads of flakas.
It's a really good move to learn. Yeah, I agree.
We were saying that when you did one in your heat, actually.
Yeah.
So we were like, I wonder if that'll count. And we were like, no, I don't think it does.
It's just fun to do, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go, it's replay time. My favourite time of every heat. Here's that double Spock. Oh, silky smooth. Oh, that was so nice.
Yeah.
I don't know, looking at it now, I'm like, I'm not surprised they scored it as a Shaka Flaka, actually. I think it's not a big sort of Joop Schmidt style boom one.
No, yeah.
But
But
it's
then again, we don't really have the conditions maybe to really
Exactly.
do that. So I think they'll.
And we are back after a short break. And we are looking into the next heat. So we're getting towards the pointy end of these heats now. Next up, we've got Tigo Court against Dudu, Levi, and then Bodie Kempen up against Mikey Czech.
Ah, Brouwers Dam locals.
Brouwers Dam locals. Brouwers Dam locals coming in. So yeah, who have you got? This is a difficult question, I know. Who out of those boys, who do you reckon is the best, or is that impossible to say?
I mean, that's really hard. Yeah.
And maybe it's a bit mean. To me, I mean, I'll say objectively, as someone who doesn't know them. To me, I think Bodie is standing out, especially.
I mean,
but I've not seen them as much as you, so you know.
Tycho throws some sick stuff when it's windy and Brouwer's down, but I've noticed that Bodie is really consistent in his competition.
That's what I mean. Yeah, for me, I'm only looking at it from a competitive lens.
Yeah.
From a competitive side, Bodie is just Mr. Consistent. He'll just go do move. Like I said, I've seen on Instagram, Tigo doing like Kulo Spoks and all this stuff. But yeah, it's a whole different ball game doing it. When you're free sailing with your mates, to then applying
be
it
able to do that in a competition. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it's difficult. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, if they both advance, we might actually get a heat of them sailing against each other. So that'd be cool.
Well, that's the difficult thing, isn't it? Yeah, but they've got.
They first have to.
They've got fairly big opponents.
Yeah.
So Tigo up against Dudu. No easy competitor. Dudu. Beautiful view there of the competition area. Look at all that gear. I'm sure people are looking at that going, oh, that's my summer. Yeah. And then that little box you can see in the top right-hand corner, that is where we are. That's where we're sitting right now. We've got a beautiful view of the sailing area out there. You can see that's the rider's tent, all the lovely gear out there on this kind of pier overlooking the beautiful lake here.
Here we go.
So heat started. Tigo straight in.
It's a bit early.
Straight in with an E-slider. Oh yeah, maybe it's not. Maybe he is a little bit early.
I'm not sure if this is aligned, but if it is...
No, that I think that it's gone straight to 7.5.
Gone,
so yeah, no, it's all good.
It's looking really light at the moment. Again.
It is, but then it's one of those things. Chatting to Dieter earlier, he was like, the first 2 minutes of my heat with Yentl, we were just doing move, and then we did nothing for about 3 minutes, and then we did it again.
Yeah.
So it may be it's kind of the case still with these heats. We're still seeing mega moves going down, but it's like you get 2 or 3 minutes of moves, and then 2 or 3 minutes of kind of
just waiting around. Yeah.
Yeah.
I checked the Wind Guru stats earlier, and you do really see these sort of peaks. Just constantly, So I think a lot of us have noticed it now. So I just think you need to be aware of it, and sort of when you do get a gust,
just lean into it
for something.
Yeah. In the lulls like this, you go, cool. I'll just head up.
Chill. Yeah. But I think for some people it's really hard because you need to put some moves down.
Yeah.
And,
it's stressful. Yeah.
It might freak you out. But
Amado said he was like, you never see time go quicker than when you're not planing with your watch on it. You just go, oh cool, a minute's gone. Beep, another minute.
Yeah.
But look, now suddenly everyone's planing. Bodie ducking the sail there. Steezy bob.
Nice.
Oh, nice bob there. Catching just one-handed.
Tigo might do the same. Here we go.
Tigo with a bob of his own. Oh, Tigo landed nicer. And maybe a bit higher. But I like the one-handed from Bodie. I don't know.
I think they'd score about the same.
I'd say, we'll find out. Yeah, we'll find out. Let me just hit refresh. I mean, they're not against each other, but this is purely us comparing. As you can see, guys, on the scores, Tigo is up against Dudu Levi and Bodie Kempen up against Mikey Czech, the local hero.
Running that up for a flacker. Here we go. Nice.
So wanting that double flacker that he's been trying to do. Switch Chachu there.
Nice. I think he got a bit stuck mid-move, but
yeah, I think
made
so.
it anyway.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's been a long day today, hasn't it?
Yeah.
We were saying earlier, there's a lot of people going around going, it feels like it's 7 o'clock, but it's only sort of 3 o'clock, up early. And then, of course, tonight, I believe, is some sort of party, some sort of first party to celebrate everything opening.
All right.
Obviously last year, well, I mean, as we said, you didn't get to come last year. This is the first year with the women's, but last year was a closed event site, not much going on, whereas this year I think there's apparently a lot of parties going on and more of a festival kind of vibe. And yeah, my man Mike with the Royal Captains, I've heard some legendary stories from Mike and my friends as well who've been competing here over the years with these the Royal Captains bar and things like that. So if anyone's...
I have heard some stories as well from the parties here. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be a cool experience. But as I said, we'll see how many people arrive after today, because I think there's going to be some tired eyes. But if anything, maybe all people are going to want to do is have a little beer and celebrate. Hopefully, because I'm just stoked that we're getting this. You know, we were very worried. I mean, a week ago I was looking at the forecast going, there's not going to be any wind the whole time. So whilst it's perhaps not the best conditions, it's pretty awesome to see what we're looking at right now, which is moves going down as Tigo slides through a Flacker 360 and Bodhi with an E-Slider 540. Currently Tigo leading against Dudu, and Bodhi and Mikey, there's nothing in it really. So a little replay there, nice E-Slider, and just sliding round that second 360 there for Tigo.
Does seem like Dudu is still missing a move compared to Tigo at the moment.
So currently, Dudu actually has 2 moves on starboard tack and only 1 move on port, whereas Tigo is very much filling his score sheet. He's got 3 moves on port, 2 moves on starboard. So yeah, I mean, Dudu's missing quite a few moves. But like we said, we've got just over 3.5 minutes to go.
Honestly, in these kind of conditions, though, that's really what you want to do. It's just good to go safe, and while it's windy, especially if, you know, we've been seeing that the wind sort of fades out a bit, so you might as well just fill your score sheet, and then if you've got time left over, then you can go for the bigger moves.
Absolutely. Nice grubby there from Bodhi. Again, like you said, just get some points on the board, put some distance between yourself and Mikey, because there's not much room in there. And they've actually got the same score sheets. They've both got 2 moves on starboard, 1 move on port, and pretty much the same things. Bodhi with a Flacker on port, a Bob and Kono on starboard, Mikey with a Shaka on port, and a Bob and a Spock on starboard. So there needs to be a point of difference there, and that grubby at least is going to add, and there we go, we're seeing that. That's putting Bodhi up into the lead, 11-4-2. So still not a huge lead, but a lead nonetheless, and with just 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go, that lead is essential.
I'm loving these drone shots as well.
Oh, the drone's
really
awesome.
Nice.
Especially when you get a move on the drone. I feel like that's a cool moment as a rider to be like, that'll be... We store a lot of the media for the riders, and they get all the clips of their moves. So I'm sure there'll be a few of them looking at it, watching it more than once, shall we say. I'm sure, you do that as well. As soon as you get a good clip of yourself doing a move, you usually tend to watch it about 1,000 times. And it's always the way. Yeah, this drone shot is awesome. I have been seeing the drone flying a lot lower. There's a very confident drone pilot out there somewhere. I'm not sure which one of the boys it is. You can see the drone there flying in the bottom left screen. Cutting over now to Dudu as Mikey ducks the sail, pushes himself around that bob. Tigo ducking the sail as well.
For the culo.
Oh, nice culo from Tigo. So that's on starboard, and that's his missing move as well. So that'll really help it. And Kulo, that's a nice scoring move. I just missed what Dudu did there. I'm not sure. Did you see?
No, I didn't see.
Have you noticed how Dudu puts his back foot in the back?
Yeah, I was watching the stream earlier, and I saw you pointed it out. And so he does it on purpose.
Yeah, he just put his back foot in, gets planing, and then puts his front.
Do you
foot
know if there's a reason?
I think maybe just the way he learned. I don't know.
Okay, very interesting.
Yeah.
Something different.
Nice Shaka there from Dudu, just out of nowhere. So that'll add nicely to his port tack score.
Funnel from Tigo as well.
On which side?
Starboard.
Okay.
Oh, no, port.
Port. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that'll probably replace his E-Slider. So Tigo putting together...
Yeah, so he's really...
he's putting together a great heat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's Shaka for Dudu really closing the gap there. On Tigo, just waiting for the scores to update, and as if by magic again, 20 for Tigo.
Very close though.
Yeah.
Oh.
Kulo there for Mikey. Bodhi and Mikey not having as good a heat really.
And a very nice Kono from Tigo. That was sick.
Nice Kono there. I'd say that would replace his bob. He's got a bob, a 361 bob.
That was a bit sketchy as well, so I bet that's gonna really improve his score.
Yeah, absolutely. So 20 seconds to go. Dying seconds of this heat. Bodhi with a Kulo.
Nice.
Dudu needs to put a score up if he's going to be in with a chance. He's got 10 seconds to do it. He's already done the Shaka. Flacker. Just a planing Flacker. I'm not sure that will be enough. That will replace probably his Spock on port, because it was a really nice planing one. And now we go into some replays.
Did Dudu just take it there in the last minute?
Flaka, Shaka, shove it. Kulo. Maybe we didn't see one of his moves. He did a big Kulo, I think, on starboard. We'll watch these replays now. But it looks like he did. Yeah, it looks like he did. Just Tigo there. Nice switch Chachu. Good Shaka. He said he's still trying to figure the Shaka out, but I mean, he's landing them.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, you never really like to do them.
Nice bob there from Mikey. So it looks like Mikey will advance as well over Bodie. Bodie just not quite having the heat that he had earlier. It's one of those funny things. I'm sure you sit and analyze it. Go, if I had the heat against this guy, this guy, then I'd have won. You know, kind of thing. Nice Kono there from Dudu. And here's that final Flacco. So yeah, looks like Dudu will be taking this heat from Tigo. So really gutted for Tigo, but I don't know, it's difficult because you're probably not going to look at it and go, well, yeah, it's fine. You're probably going to look at it and go, damn it. You know, but at the same time, he can look at that and go, I did pretty well.
I think they've both done a really good job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, considering how young they both are, they're very much just sort of coming up and getting into it. Beautiful view there, as you can see all the judges sitting on top of the judging boat with their iPads, clipboards, trying to capture or catching all of the moves and what's going on. We've got this beautiful houseboat this year for them. I know some of them are saying they'd quite like to live on it. Yeah, all kind of hanging out there, judges conferring with each other. It's a real operation that we've got going, and those guys are out on that boat sitting in the wind for a long time. You know, I can sit here and moan all day about my lovely warm booth that we're sitting in right now, and I can get up and leave whenever I like. Well, I can't, but you know. But yeah, those guys do a great job sitting out there all day, getting blasted by the wind and judging these guys. And they've got a hard job as well. They're the ones that get shouted at. You know, I never get shouted at. And the guys behind the scenes filming, they don't get shouted at either. So yeah, I'm sure the judges take their fair share of flack from all the riders saying, hang on, we missed this. Not that I don't think it happens often, but I imagine.
I think it's freestyle. It's not too bad.
No.
Yeah, but you know, obviously there's still it
always
does happen.
Yeah, there's always going to be a bit of frustration and yeah.
And judging's hard as well. We in Brouwersdam sometimes we do rookie cups.
Yeah.
For the young guns, and every now and then I've done some judging for that, and it's really hard.
Yeah.
It's so easy to miss a move as well, and then you sort of, it's hard to even compare them. It's not an easy job for sure.
No, it's not at all. So it looks like coming up now, let me just hit the refresh. Going up next, I think we've got Adrian Bosson up against Foivos Supras. Fivos, and then Ile Bamnolker up against Matteo Testa. I feel like we've literally just seen these riders, but that's because we have. So Adrian Bosson making a charge through the ranks.
Oh, that was a sick burner.
Yeah, Fivos not backing down though with a really nice burner. Ile on your left-hand screen with that red Gastra sail. Looks like he's winding up for a regular duck. There it is, Kulo.
There we go.
Simple. Fivos, is he waving at us?
Nah, I think the drone is out. I think he was waving at
us.
Yeah.
I was about to wave back, but I'd be waving at a TV. He's not going to see us, is he? But it's good. He seems like he's in a good mood. You know, it's good vibes. Whoa. Matteo Testa coming into the frame mid-Kulo. Yeah, really nice.
Shove at Spock, I think that was.
So just waiting for some scores to come up. I think we're still scoring. As I said, guys, you'll see we tend to film one rider from each heat because we're doing these 4-man heats, one rider from each one, and then we'll switch over halfway through to ensure a fair amount of coverage for each rider with our cameras. So Adrian Boss on there just passing Fivos. They're both on the same gear.
Fivos Fifos is having a great time just waving at the drone.
Yeah, I mean, he arrived late, didn't he? He arrived last night, you know, so, I mean, he didn't miss anything, but I think he's fresh, you know, he's just here. And I think it's one of those things where I don't know how, I mean, I know he does a lot of the stuff within Germany, but, you know, perhaps not competing as much and stuff. You kind of view it just as a bit of fun rather than going, right, this is my, you know, everything depends on this heat.
Yeah.
You know, he's a bit more chilled, and you kind of just view it as free sailing with a rash vest on. Do you know what I mean? It's, yeah. No, it just goes down on that culo. But this drone view is so good. I love it.
It just gives you a little bit more of an insight, I feel like, on how the conditions actually are.
Yeah. Eli ducking the sail again. I would say he knew he had the culo already, ducked the sail there, but it was too high for a kodo, and there's no point in doing another culo, you know. Because his first culo was already really good as well, you know. He's doesn't necessarily need to improve on it so much.
And it's fine to miss a duck up, you know. You've got all that time. It's better to not go for the move when you, because a lot of the times when you duck the sail wrong, you already know you're not going to stick it.
Yeah.
So you might as well just, you know, let it go and have another go at it.
Yeah, exactly. Now looks like, so confirming that Dudu and Mikey Czech will be going through. Really nice kono there from the drone for Matteo Testa. Him almost being level with the drone there. So Fivos just turning around as Adrian Bosson flies past him. He's watching Bosson. I don't know if that's a good idea. You don't necessarily want to be watching your opponent, what the moves they're doing. You want to be in your own zone, I guess. But at the same time, I suppose...
it is quite nice to also see what other people are doing. At least that's what I find.
Maybe gives you a bit of inspiration almost, or...
No, just it gives you a little bit of an idea about what the other person's doing, and maybe, you know, it could either sort of make you a bit more nervous because you know that they've done more than you did. But for me, it always sort of... I don't know, you just, because otherwise if you don't see it, you have no clue about what's going on. And it just, for me, it always just calms me down a little bit, knowing what the other person's done. Even if it's sick moves. But yeah, it just gives you more of an insight.
A bit of an idea, yeah, absolutely. Well, Adrian Bosson looks like he's having an absolute stormer over heat with a culo, a spot culo, and a shove it spot on port tack, and a culo and an E-slider on starboard. So just probably looking to improve that starboard score. But with a heat total of 24.10 already.
Putting a grabby down as well on starboard.
He's going to be pretty stoked with that. More of that great drone view. Yeah, heading back there. So, yeah, you can see with 3 minutes to go, just under 3 minutes to go, Bosson putting together a really nice heat score, especially on port tack. And then Matteo Testa just a few points ahead of Ile as well. I can't tell what... he's waving at his mate. He's waving at Fivos. There's good vibes now.
Yeah.
But I mean, Matteo Testa, for him, you know, last year there was a little bit of a campaign going on to get him some sponsors, get him sorted out. You know, he's so good, and he was on like Jacopo's RRD gear from years ago.
Yeah.
And now, you know, F2 seem to have snapped him up, and he's in this competition. He's already, you know, smashing his way through the double elimination. He's got to feel pretty good. He's got to feel pretty good about himself. Of course, he's going to want to see how far he can go. But I mean, you know, getting through this far, you know, he's gone through 2 heats already. Yeah.
It's like we talked about earlier. At some point, you just get into a certain flow, and everything just starts to work out for you, and it just boosts your confidence, and you know, makes you do even better. And I've had it myself a lot of the time that once you get into that sort of mental state and vibe, it just helps you so much. And you,
well, they call it the flow state, don't they?
Yeah.
You get into this flow state, like he is in now.
Yeah.
He's in the flow state of like, I'm just doing my thing.
Yeah.
I'm not overthinking about it. I'm just doing this thing that I love doing. And yeah, I'm wearing a rash vest and I've got a time limit, but realistically that's not making a difference, you know?
It is a bit of a lull now as well.
Well, like you said,
it happens.
Yeah, leaning into the conditions, going, yeah, it'll be here in a minute. You know, I'm not late for it. And like you said, no one else is going as well. You're not looking over there and going, oh, they're all going. They're not. Everyone seems to get planing at the same time. I mean, you know, a couple of the lighter guys, maybe. I mean, as I say that, we're looking at Bosson not getting planing and Matteo Testa. But even then, you know, all he did was go up wind slightly. It's not like he was going to do a move with that. He wasn't really powered up. Matteo Testa looks like he could be running away with this heat as well. just a couple of points above Ile, but with not much wind, or not looking like much wind there.
Yeah, that might be it for this heat, to be honest.
Yeah, but I mean, still we're seeing points on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good because they did have wind all the way throughout now. So it's sort of what we've been seeing. You either get wind at the start or you get it at the end. Of the heat, but
exactly.
Not throughout the whole heat.
Yeah, it's very much one or the other, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Oh, with the skipper.
No lollipop there for Bosson. Will that add to his port tack? I don't think so.
Probably not.
I mean, his starboard tack is the only thing letting him down a bit. He's got a 289 E-slider and a 242 grubby. If he could access the wind to do the kind of burner 360 he was doing in the previous heat, then he'd be looking at a huge heat score. Oh, little Willie skipper there. That looked like the board barely left the water.
That's it.
And that is the heat over. Let's hit the replay. Looks like good vibes in this heat. Fivos with a really nice burner there to kick things off. And then straight into a culo, just getting the sail caught, the clue catching into the water there. Little steezy bob there from Matteo. Here we go, back to the judging boat. You see Danny Cater there, the race director, shouting at the riders, kind of telling them what's going on, who's going where, and who's going through, I suppose, delivering either the good or the bad news, depending on who you are. And it looks like it's good news for Matteo Testa and Adrian Bosson, who will advance through. I'm going to say it. I mean, it perhaps wasn't exactly the most left field of calls, but Adrian Bosson, like I said, is just storming back through this double elimination. Just finding some momentum, maybe digging deep a little bit and going, right, actually, come on, have a word with yourself and let's get on with this. So yeah, he's going to be pretty stoked.
Yeah, I reckon he might come a long way now as well for the remaining heats. Who has he got next?
He's up against none other than Steven van Brockhoven.
Oh.
And Matteo Testa will go up against Amado Vrieswijk. But it comes to a certain point where you are going to have to face these names. If you're going to climb high enough, I mean, let's face it, Adrian Bosson against Steven, that's fairly mixed. You could sit there and say either of those could have that, could take that heat. Yeah.
Yeah, we've sort of come to the point where it's really just all very skilled riders now.
Exactly. Yeah, and it looks like
we've got a women's heat maybe coming up?
I think so, yeah. 27 A and B. We've just sailed those. So now I think we're going to be going into women's heat 12A, and then we'll go back to the men's. We'll do women, men, women, men, women, men. Yeah, all the way up until the end of the day. Hopefully the wind sticks around. It's looking, you can see the gusts on the water with the drone, can't you? And when the sun kind of goes in, if anything, you can see it a bit better. Yeah, we can definitely see what's going on and keep our fingers crossed that the wind sticks around. Imagine that, we did a whole single and a whole double for both men and women.
In one day.
That would be awesome. That would defeat the record from last year, I believe, which was half a single and a double in one day.
But that was even only guys. Now it's the guys and the girls.
Yeah. So that's Claire Elliott. You can see the drone going round. Borrowed a 4.8 from Nicholas Nieblung. She said she's not used to it. She came and joined me in the booth for a bit earlier on. She's just taking it in her stride, getting back into competing, getting back into the wind service. Said she's been doing a lot of CrossFit, a lot of fitness to stay fit for it. And she said she's kind of seeing the rewards from that now. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Claire does. As you said, she's very much a strong wind sailor. So this perhaps isn't her ideal conditions, but equally, if you're gonna do it, you've got to get get stuck into it.
You can get, yeah.
Absolutely. So looking at the double for the women, then we will be running straight into women's heat 12A, which I believe that is Lena Schmid. Yep, up against Claire Elliott. So fairly similar levels, I would say, looking at the moves that they've got. I think Claire perhaps maybe has some more moves, but Lena is maybe a bit lighter, maybe gets going a bit quicker. I think she's also borrowing a big sail.
A 4-8 as well, yeah.
Yeah.
So they're both
both 4-8s. Okay.
Yeah.
And we got the boys out on the platform. They've been sitting on that platform all day filming, and they love it. They build a little fort in there.
I saw past it earlier. It looks really nice.
I think it's pretty chilled. Yeah. I think as long as some food gets out to them, I think they're usually quite relaxed. And once again, it looks like we're getting a bit unlucky with this heat. You know, starting off.
Claire told me she got a bit unlucky also with her last heat. She didn't really get planing at all. So
no, I don't think so. Yeah.
That's a little bit of wind. There's some gusts coming through over there, so maybe if we get lucky, then.
Yeah, maybe she can get up and go and
catch that. Oh no!
Still a bit of wind. It looks like we're just refreshing the live scoring now, guys. Don't worry, we're not missing too much though.
So it seems like Lena's caught a gust now.
Lena's got a little bit of a gust, yeah. Maybe Claire has as well.
I think she will soon.
Lena, is that trying for a flacker maybe? See, Claire's got the flackers. She's got one-handed flackers down. I've seen her do hundreds of them in Vass in the summer. You know, so if she finds a gust, she could easily put one down.
You only need one gust though in 8 minutes, so just got to wait for it.
Exactly. So yeah, Claire Elliott against Lena Schmid. The winner of this will go up against Elena Dominic in Heat 14. Heat 14B was Stera Meyer against Iris Zechner. Iris, who is ripping, by the way.
Yeah. I was watching my heat back earlier and I saw she did a Spock, Grubby, Flaka.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to
and all
shaka.
really smooth.
Yeah.
Really
Trying to shaka, yeah, amazing.
Really impressed.
Yeah. And then it will go into the seeded round. So Hannah Poschinger in Heat 16, 17 Lisa Kloster, Lena Erzen 18, and then of course my co-host at the moment, Micah Hooverman, in Heat 19. So you've got a little while actually, haven't you?
Yeah, just chilling.
Yeah. Oh, you've got ages. Yeah. Great. Well, this heat looking pretty frustrating for everyone involved.
There we go. Claire might have a gust now.
Maybe, yeah.
Might not be enough.
They may call it off and try and do a resale.
Oh.
That was...
She wasn't even properly playing.
No, that was desperate, I think.
Lena got a bit of speed. We're
Little
going to
bit of
see
speed.
Spock.
Just going down. See, this is what I was saying earlier. I was literally sitting with Claire having lunch, and I said, you know, for me, I know it's very easy for me to say this because I'm not in the moment and things, but from my perspective of just sitting watching heats, she should have just done a Vulcan. Just do the Vulcan, get some points on the board, then you can go and tack, then hopefully there'll be another gust, and then you can do a Spock. But if there's not a gust, at least you've done the move. You know, don't put. If you push it out and you feel right, this is not happening. Just lean back and sheet in, and just accept. Right, cool. I've done the Vulcan.
Yeah.
You know, it happens a lot, even with things like a flacker, and you go, cool. I'll add a 360 on.
Here we go.
Oh, just going down. I didn't see what Lena did as well.
No, I think she
maybe the same thing.
Flacker,
yeah.
But yeah, it's true, you know, with these kind of conditions, and it's just good to fill up your score sheet and start with something easy, because then, you know, you'll be happy that you got something down and you move on from that.
Absolutely.
We might see another attempt now by Lena. She has got a bit of speed, maybe just waiting from the extra little bit of wind.
Back foot in the strap. Are we going to see the Spock?
She's losing the speed.
Oh, almost wanted the grubby or something, maybe. I don't know. I'm not too familiar with Lena. She's another undercover ripper. Have you sailed with her much?
No, I'd never met her before yesterday.
Cool.
So yeah.
An undercover ripper. Someone that we're not familiar with. Don't forget, guys, make sure you're sending some support for your favourite riders wherever you're watching from, whether it's the Facebook or over on the YouTube. Let us know who you'd like to see on the podium, who you're rooting for, whether they sail at your local spot or whether you've met them a couple of times at events or anything. Let us know. Let us know who you're supporting. Claire just going down, maybe trying another flacker there. I'm not sure.
She went for an air jibe, but she didn't really get enough air to really make a way through, and then the nose dived into a gecko.
Oh no.
Might see another flaka attempt by Lena.
So Lena definitely with a bit
like
more
she's
power.
struggling for speed as well.
Yeah. Whee!
Does Claire do most of her moves on port then?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, Claire landed a shaka last summer in Vass. She landed a shaka on her last few days there. And I saw her getting... something changed. She went from kind of doing like the shove-its to her getting fully push-looped on some attempts, and then the next day she landed one.
Oh,
but then, as me and Amado were saying earlier, if you're getting push-looped on your attempts, you're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Because you're turning into the wind. You know, so it's a good stage to be at, even though it feels horrible and you feel like you're just eating it every time. It's actually a good stage to be in when you're trying to learn that particular move.
It took me a good while to start controlling it though, from that push
me too.
loop
Yeah.
Quite impressive if she did that in one day.
Yeah. So Claire tacking round. We're just reloading the timings and the live scoring, guys. So just bear with us. We'll see what the judges and things are going to say about this heat, because obviously the wind hasn't been great.
I think she just hasn't got the speed, but...
Nah, she's not got the speed.
No.
It's definitely what it is.
Red Bull verleiht Flügel. Jetzt auch mit dem Geschmack von Marille Erdbeere.
Thanks, mate. Beautiful, and we are back. The red flag is up. So just waiting a sec. Looks like... I don't think we're doing a resale of that heat. As we were saying, maybe we will be, but I don't think there will be a resale. I think it's going to be going straight back into... One moment, please. Straight back into heat 28, A and B, and then heat 29, A and B as well. So the next two heats will be men's.
Right, mate, I'm going to have a...
Yeah, you go and get ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries, Micah. Thank you for keeping me company.
Good luck. For
yeah, and
yesterday.
you. Good luck. Yeah, go and relax, take it easy, slowly get yourself ready, and yeah, we'll see you on the stream soon. Take it easy. So, just heading over to the double elimination ladder for a full look of what's going on. So red flag up. Just a couple of minutes to go, and then we will be checking in. So yellow flag is up now, guys, so you will be seeing action in the next minute or so. I'm not too sure what the plan is. As I said, we're just getting the live scoring back up and running, guys, but I think we will be progressing into the next men's heat, but there may be a resale, given who I'm seeing out sailing. It looks like it's Claire and Lena again. Oh, here we go. We've got some controversy coming in on the live stream from Andy Chambers, Bubble himself. There are a lot of spocks going down. Hopefully they're not scoring as shove-it spocks. So furthering what me and Micah were chatting about, how, you know, it's difficult scoring a move, and does it actually count as a shove-it spock, and things like that. And yeah, Bubble perhaps saying that some of the shove-it spocks being scored don't actually count as a shove-it spock. You know, there's not enough of a kind of tweak in it for it to count. So very interesting. Interesting to see what how things are being scored. So currently up and running. Looks like the live scoring is back, and we have the next heat of the men's. So we've got Sam and Steve up against Dudu Levi on one side of the draw, and then we've got Jamie Howard up against Mikey Czech, an in-form Mikey Czech up against Jamie Howard. Jamie Howard, I believe, has kind of tweaked his knee slightly, and actually we weren't sure if he was going to sail. But he is back up and sailing. He's actually using his old sail. I think he had a problem with his new one or something. So yeah, he's using his slightly older one. Sam and Steve there, nice culo from Sam. So yeah, it will be this heat, guys, 28 A and B. And then it will be heat 29 A and B, and then we will switch back to the women's heats. So on the left-hand screen there, you can see Dudu chasing Jamie Howard on the orange and purple Severn Freak, orange and red. And then we've got Sam and Steve on the big screen there. Big Kono there from Dudu. And a nice culo, just landing it on the other side for Sam and Steve. So not his usual side to do it, but I mean, you wouldn't know it by seeing it. We're just waiting for the scores to refresh and come through there, guys, but there's plenty of action to be had. Sam and Steve with plenty of speed there. Just trying to make out what size sail he's on. I'd say it's probably 5'2". So going switch there, ducking the sail. And a nice, really nice burner there from Sam and Steve. Shove it there from Dudu, definitely wanting the shaka. Smile on his face, having a bit of a laugh about that. Didn't quite get what he wanted. That's what we want to see. There seems to be some good vibes. Everyone's maybe accepted that the conditions aren't going to be great, and we've just got to take whatever the Mother Nature throws at us. Nice Kono coming in there from Sam and Steve. You know, very different Konos to perhaps what you're used to seeing Sam do, but that's the nature of the conditions that we're seeing at the moment. So Sam and Steve tacking around there. Dudu still in that back foot strap. Very unique way of sailing, but it seems to work for him. We can't take anything away. I don't know, like we were saying earlier, I don't know if you checked out any of his videos from the last 12 months. Sliding through a really nice E-slider there. Literally straight into switch, and he's already popping as the back foot goes in. So just refreshing the live scoring now, guys. Hopefully we'll be getting that back for you imminently, but you can still see the heat times, and we can still see the camera, still see the moves and what the riders are doing. Dudu there coming out of it. Sorry, I was checking the ladder. I'm going to say it was a shove it spock. If you saw it, please do let me know, guys, if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook. I know there's plenty of you watching, so please tell me who you guys are rooting for, who you want to see get through these heats, and what's going on. Sam with a ponch, not an easy move to be doing in these conditions. Yeah, Sam swinging himself around a nice ponch. We've seen a few of them today. We've also been having the debate of, is it a ponch or is it an air flacker? You know, the judges kind of tending to lean towards air flackers if they're a little bit sort of flaunchy. Dudu with a big culo there, really nice culo. So Mikey Czech, Jamie Howard there on your lower left screen. Wow, just catching a rail there as he went switch. As I said, I think he's dealing with a bit of a knee injury. I think he tweaked his knee on a Skopu that he was doing in the last heat he had. So So yeah, I'm not sure how on form he's feeling now, especially given that tack that looked a bit funky. But I know there's an on-site doctor, and I think he's kind of taking care of him, and hopefully it was just a bit of a muscle strain, and maybe he's going to be up to sailing. He's up against Mikey Czech, who you are seeing on the big screen on your right hand side on the red Severn and the Psycho, the white freestyle board from Severn. Stephen Pemberton, fly. Jamie Howard, show him what you can do. Esri Spock, thank you. Yeah, wondering what Dudu's move was. I wasn't sure if it was a shove at Spock or not. Jamie kind of shaking his head there. Looks like maybe the injury's a bit sore, and as I said, he's using a different sail, so he might not feel happy. There's that Spock from Dudu earlier on. As Jamie flips the rig, doesn't look too happy. Mikey also off the plane, just over 2 minutes to go. And we will see how this heat goes. Looks like Jamie's got a bit of kind of wrap around his knee. Maybe he thought he'd just go out and give it a go. As we said, we're just waiting for the live scoring to refresh. Some love coming in on Facebook and YouTube for Jamie Howard. As we advance into the final minute of this heat. As we said, guys, we're just refreshing the live scoring. Hopefully that will be back on your screen soon, and we'll be able to see how these guys have gone. It looks like this heat has been a little bit slow. First couple of minutes seemed like there was loads of action, but these last few minutes, last half of this heat, looks like it's been a bit of a quiet one. So we'll just kind of wait and see. Jamie pumping onto the plane. Mikey on the other side as well, pumping onto the plane. Mikey with a nice Spock, just coming round. Yeah, brings the clue round nicely. Jamie stepping into switch. Goes for a switch flacker, but just sort of comes out the straps. Mikey pumping, trying to get everything he can out of this, ducking the sail. And he just throws the culo, but just not quite enough speed or power, to be honest. But with 10 seconds to go, I think just wanting to make the most of it. So we will just wait and see what the scores are. So some replay. Little flacker there from Sam, and another one from Dudu. Flacker 360 there from Dudu. Really nice culo there from Sam. Culo there, and a burner from Sam. Not seeing a huge amount of burners today, as we were saying earlier. You know, it's definitely a move that you need a bit more wind to do. Nice E-slider there from Dudu. Coming round that Spock. Punch, and then yeah, nice culo. Shaka from Mikey. And a grubby as well. Mikey just putting in a really good performance, pushing around that Spock. That was one of his last moves, I think. And yeah, we will wait and see who went through in that. As I said, the live scoring seems to have gone down again, but we are kind of refreshing it, and hopefully that comes up again. So another great view of the judges' boat, of what they're kind of looking at. You can get a bit of a sense of the sailing area as well. You can see the boys stretching all the way down there, and the far up on the right-hand side corner. You can see it's kind of a big square box. And that's Chris from Continent 7 up there filming some moves as well. I don't know if you've never heard of Continent 7. It's one of the best websites for windsurfing, and it's always great to see Chris. And it's a website I use a lot or watch videos on a lot when I should be doing some work. So make sure you check that out. Great view as well. It does look like the wind's dropped a little bit, but again, it's just up and down, I think. So as we said, the plans for the heats, looks like we'll be doing one more heat for the men's before we switch back to doing the women's heats. So coming from that there, looks like the results are in, and it will be Sam Steve and Mikey Czech going through to the next round. So next up, we've got Steve van Brockhoven up against Adrian Bosson. And then on the other side, we've got Amado Vrieswijk up against Matteo Testa, and we are running. Steven van Brockhoven pumping up onto the plane as he bears away, and there's the Barracuda. It is the move that only Steven can do. And it's a kind of, you chat-chew the sail while willy skippering the board, and at some point during the move, no single part of you is touching any of the gear. So a very, very technical move, definitely a move that's done in lighter winds. But yeah, as you can see there, look, chat-chews the sail, jumps out and round. Basically, all of the kit goes round you. You don't really change direction at all. You don't really turn around. So yeah, really technical move and really cool to see. And he's smiling. Looks like there's good vibes. Amado also looks like he's smiling. Looks like he's pretty happy, hopefully. It's been a frustrating day for Amado, obviously getting knocked out of the single perhaps quite a lot earlier than he was expecting and hoping for. But, fingers crossed, he's going to be trying to bring that back now up against Matteo Testa. So Stephen pumping. As I said, it's one of those things, there'll be a few minutes of not so much action. And then I'm sure it'll kick in and suddenly there'll be loads. And it'll be really windy. Or, you get a couple of minutes of, maybe not really windy, but you get a couple of great gusts. So Stephen just tacking round. You can see Amado on the other side, both just kind of waiting for a gust, for a bit of wind. Stephen, I think, so far the only one that's actually put some points on the board for this. For this heat. Just trying to get this refreshed so that we can bring you guys the heat order. But yeah, after this heat, guys, we will be moving forwards and going with women's heat 14A and B. So really not so much heat, not so much wind in this heat. I think, I'll be surprised if they don't kind of stop doing it and maybe try and cancel and resail it. But again, obviously that's got to be done, and they've got to let the clock run. They don't reset the clock, so they keep it as a rolling clock, so that the heats don't get confused. But the green flag is still up, and we're still in this heat. So we'll have to wait and see how these guys get on. Amado Vrieswijk pumping onto the plane right in front of the judge's boat. You can see there the wind, it kind of comes across every single... whoa! Amado going down on a lollipop there. Stephen pumping onto the plane, getting himself a lot of power, got a lot of speed. And a chat-chew, and he will go down on the chat-chew. Just water starting out. So frustrating. Not perhaps what we wanted. And there is the cancellation flag. So it looks like this heat will be cancelled and called off. And we will let it run. So there's the official confirmation, guys. Yeah, that heat will be cancelled, and we will be restarting and resailing that heat, because yeah, it just did not look like there was enough wind at all. Not really any moves going down at all. Yeah, it's just not what we wanted. So you can see, yeah, another proper view of the judges, the houseboat. So those guys sitting up there. So yeah, we've got about 4 minutes, guys, now until the red flag goes up. And then there's just a couple of minutes from there until the yellow flag. And then 1 more minute and then go. So that's the kind of way it's structured, essentially. So as we said, it's an 8-minute heat, and then a 3 minutes between each heat as well. So we're about 4 minutes away from the next transition.
Red Bull verleiht Flügel. Jetzt auch mit dem Geschmack von Marille Erdbeere.
I've got that rhythm, don't you feel it too? I'm alive. Yeah, I'm alive. I'm alive. Yeah.
And here we are, back in for the next heat. Fingers crossed we're going to get some wind. We're getting so close to the end of this double elimination and being able to give a big official result. It would be such a shame to get this close, so close yet so far. If hopefully the wind can just play ball for another hour or two, we'll be able to kind of declare a winner and get a really good result out of this. So as we can see, guys, the red flag is up, signalling less than 3 minutes to go until the start of the heat. And in this heat, we have Steven van Brockhoven, Adrian Bosson, Amado Vrieswijk and Matteo Testa. Let's see any comments coming through on the YouTube, guys. Let us know what you're watching. We've got some great heat stats coming up here. We've got Steven van Brockhoven up against Adrian Bosson. Steven van Brockhoven up against Adrian Bosson. And then on the other side of that draw, we've got Amado Vrieswijk looking to make a real return after a disappointing result in the single elimination, going up against Matteo Testa, who has absolutely rinsed his way through this double elimination and will be pretty stoked. As we said, last year he did really well in Rhodes, coming 9th last year, and there was a lot of campaigning to get him a sponsor and F2 picking him up. It's going to be an interesting heat, and hopefully the conditions manage to hold out. But I'm joined in the booth by, we all called it, one of the real surprises of this event, and one of my very close friends, Jamie Howard. Jamie?
How's it going, Sandy? All right?
How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, good, mate.
Yeah, we all called it. Me and Amado said earlier, we called it. We were like, if there's one person who caused some upsets, it will be Jamie. And boy, you caused an upset. Knocking out Adrian Bosson. First international competition for 3 years?
Yeah, I think it must have been. I think it was Fuerta maybe
2019.
Yeah, it must have been 2019. So
coming up on 3 years. How did that feel? Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty mega, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's just like not putting too much pressure on myself for this event. So it's kind of going in pretty open, and then that combined with pretty, I guess, conditions that favoured me fairly. Like, I mean,
as we said, you're a lighter rider. You know, obviously, and you've always been comfortable in the lighter conditions as well. Pretty good. But we heard you hurt yourself.
Yeah, to be honest, it was like a bit of a weird feeling coming in, to be honest, after that Bosson heat, because I mean, I was obviously well stoked about that, but at the same time, on one of the last tricks, I tweaked it the same way that I did it a few years ago, and it's.
Oh, was it the Bosson heat, or was it the heat? We thought it was the heat against Dieter that you hurt yourself.
No, it was on the Bosson heat. And I went to the physio and they kind of strapped it up, and I went for it in the Dieter one, but didn't feel very stable.
Yeah. And then Dieter came in earlier and he said you weren't going to sail in the double elimination. But did you see the doctor and just thought, I'll have a go? Yeah,
I mean, I just thought, I may as well put the wetsuit on, just get out and.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Nice air funnel. Real nice air funnel 360. Yeah. Well, it's just different heat, different, you know, you kind of get 3 or 4 minutes of wind and then it'll die again for 3 or 4 minutes. Then you get 3 or 4 minutes of wind. So unfortunately, we got most of the way through their heat and they just did nothing. Stephen had done a Barracuda and Amado had crashed a lollipop and that was it. So it was like, right.
If those guys are doing
but I mean, already we've seen Amado do a brilliant Shaka. Stephen, well, just answering there with a Shaka 360 of his own and an air funnel 360 just before. There's definitely been some moves going down. I mean, you put some good moves on the board yourself. How was that last heat in the double? It looked like you weren't on form. You were in pain, and I know there was something happened with your sail as well.
Yeah.
You're on a different sail, and you've kind of tweaked your knee. You kind of could see you weren't quite in the rhythm there, up against Mikey at the end there.
Not really. Like you said before, I was kind of 50-50 whether to go out or not, but just thought, oh, come on, I may as well put the wet...
While you're here.
Yeah, exactly. Going on our mate Ollie's sail felt completely different. I didn't realise how much the Severn sails had changed, actually. But yeah.
Stephen with a nice double spock. Yeah, well, I mean, you were the first person today to do a Skopu, and you did a planing Skopu as well. Against Bosson.
I was so thankful for that gust. As soon as I felt that gust, I was like, yeah, that's the Skopu one.
Yeah. So do you have in your head, you're like, right, I'm going to do this move, then this move, then this move, or do you just see what the gusts give you kind of thing?
Yeah, more that, to be honest. Like, it's actually gotten gustier throughout the day.
Yeah.
Like, right now, it's so weird now. It's like, sort of changes direction.
Yeah.
Up and down.
I think the clouds have made it a bit shiftier as well as being gusty. Very difficult. I mean, these guys are kind of making it look easy, but at the same time, you know, you see it's like I say, it's the freestyle equivalent of float and ride. You know, you get a couple of minutes of whoa, and then you got to sit and wait. You got to wait for the wave again. You got to sit and wait, and maybe go upwind, and then bang, there you go. You get it. You get it again.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's really difficult. I mean, yeah, Matteo Testa proving that being a lighter weight rider is helpful. Him just planing past those guys there. Currently, he's got a higher heat score than Amado Vrieswijk, which is no mean feat. Yeah. No, so it's, I think what you said is good as well about just no pressure on yourself, you know. It looked like a couple of the riders, it seemed like they were having a really good time out there, and they were all getting loads of points for it. Amado with a nice punch there in the bottom right corner. Stephen just going down on his Barracuda. Have you ever seen anyone else do a Barracuda?
Such a technical trick. I don't even still really understand it, what you even do.
The biggest thing I've noticed is he doesn't turn around. He'll go along and he chat-chews the sail, kicks the board, and he doesn't move. And then he lands and puts the sail into the wind and spins around the rest of it. It's such a crazy move. Yeah, last year I was really campaigning for him to do it. I was like,
did he invent that move?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
As far as I know, he's the only rider who can do it, which is pretty cool. I can't think of any other trick that only one rider can do.
No, yeah, fair one.
Yeah. There was a little while where I think Jacopo Testa was maybe the only one doing air scopus and things like that, but then within a month, everyone else was doing it, you know. Going back to basics for Matteo Testa there, just doing the one-handed Spock, putting the hand in the air. Yeah. Well, there's been a lot of love coming through for you on the Facebook and on the YouTube as well. Sean Driscoll, Jimmy the commentator, love it. Sean, Panic at the Driscoll. We love that you're watching, Sean. I hope you're good. Looking forward to catching up with everybody in Vass this summer. But yeah, a lot of love coming in. Nice air funnel there from Adrian Bosson.
Bossing it.
Absolutely bossing it. So yeah, it looks like Amado's kind of closed the gap a little bit on Matteo Testa. But actually we're just waiting for heat scores to update. Matteo Testa just putting some moves down. What have we got? Just over 2.5 minutes left to go. Yeah. So you won't be doing any of the toe in then with your knee?
Absolutely not. I did put my name down for it, but no. It's
see how it feels.
That's
maybe
not going to be worth it, I don't think.
No, exactly.
If there's one thing that you don't want to do if you're fragile, it's toe in.
No, toe in. Yeah, toe in has a habit of really hurting people. We saw Dieter van der Eycken here last year, had a horrible crash and was out of the water for kind of 6 weeks, and I still don't think he's over it. I don't think he's too bothered about more toe in. Adrian Bosson in switch on the small screen. Oh, big Kodo there from Matteo Testa. Adrian Bosson, was that a burner?
I think that was a big burner, yeah.
Big burner, yeah.
He wanted the 900.
For sure he wanted that next, yeah, that second 360, but... Oh, mate, Matteo Testa is on absolute fire. I think these are his conditions, aren't they? He's only on 4.8 as well. So just a lighter weight rider.
Yeah, I guess they get kind of similar... They get quite light winds, and... They're from Sardinia?
Yeah, I think so. I think they get so many different conditions. Right. I think they spend a lot of the summer in Rhodes, where we had the event last year, which I think is a lot of 5.2 weather. It's a bit of a replay going on here. Freestyle fireworks. Shove it Spock from Stephen and a culo from Adrian Bosson at the same time. So yeah, and then we've got another bit of a lull here. So looking at the scores... So 24-1-2 for Matteo Testa, 24-2-3 for Amado Vrieswijk. So yeah, very, very close with just a minute to go.
Yeah, Stephen and Bosson are really close.
Stephen and Bosson, yeah. I mean, Amado's managed to jump up a little bit there. I think he'll be adding to it. Yeah, a burner 360 coming in at 6.29 for Amado Vrieswijk. And then that shove it Spock he did, replacing his Shaka, 5.25. The Shaka was 4.33.
But yeah, it's funny talking to quite a few people, actually. It does seem like a lot of people are using their 5.2s for like the first time in a while.
Yeah.
No one's really used to it.
There was a bit of frustration, and then I think people were like, well, yeah, actually I've realised it's part of the game, you know, and it's part of windsurfing. You've got to use a bigger sail sometimes, you know. And as we come into 4, 3, 2, 1. End of this heat, and it looks like Steven van Brockhoven and Amado Vrieswijk will advance. But they had a difficult show of it. A couple of difficult adversaries. Air funnel 360 there from Steven, really nice. Shaka 360 straight afterwards as well. Wow, nice kudo there from Amado. Double spot there from Steven as well. Punch. One-handed E-slider. Simultaneous shakas.
Quite a lot of moves in this heat.
There was a lot of moves in this heat. No, I mean, Amado going up to 32.52, Steven 31.40, which in this wind, getting that high of a score is pretty impressive, isn't it? You know, that's big scores to be putting down. And it looks like now, if I just bring up the heat order, I think we are going to be, yes, we are going to be going back to the women. So back to the women, and then we are going to be sailing heat 14A and B. 14A will be Lena Schmid against Elena Dominik. 14B will be Stera Meyer up against Iris Zechner. Iris smashing out flackers, spocks, grubbies, going for shakas. So yeah, it's going to be really impressive seeing her. And if you see there, oh, you just missed it. I was just about to say, that little box you just saw, that's exactly where I'm sitting. There's the drone. Hi, drone.
They need to change the... Whoa.
I wonder if they can see us. Can you see my hands? Yeah. And that is our little commentary booth sitting in there. Yeah, it's a lovely little spot.
Don't get too close now.
Don't get too close. Yeah, we don't want to knock a drone in the lake. Always great to so you guys can see where I'm watching from. But obviously, I've got a little window so I can see what's looking out there. But actually, I'm very similar to you guys. I'm just looking at a TV. But I think I've got the best spot in the house. So Lena Schmid up against Elena Dominik. Two relatively new faces. Obviously, all the women are completely new to Austria, but two new faces on the Freestyle Pro Tour. Again, we're calling them undercover rippers. You know, perhaps you haven't really heard of them, but then you know, go find them on Instagram, anything like that, and you'll see they've got some moves. There's some moves going down. So yeah, it's going to be exciting to see. So we've got this, and then the other side of the draw, we've got Stera Meyer up against Iris Zechner. And that is the green flag up. So it looks like this heat is now sailing. This could be another slow start. Hopefully, maybe a slow start and a big finish. So that's Stera Meyer on your screen there on the left-hand side with the kind of red duotone. And then the kind of purple duotone you're seeing there, that is Iris Zechner. So Iris there with a Vulcan. That's good. Starting out, as I was saying, a lot of the girls will go straight for the Spock and actually just do a Vulcan, get some points on the board, and that will make all the difference. So just refreshing the scores. Don't forget, guys, you can head over to EFPT.net where you can keep up with not just the live scoring that you're seeing there, but also a breakdown of the moves that these guys are doing. Yeah.
Go on. Right, I've got to go get drinks down here.
Yeah, no worries, mate. No, take it easy. We'll see you later on.
See you at the Royal Captain's,
yeah, apparently so. Yeah. Yeah, you too. Always good to have Jamie Howard in the booth, and great to see him back competing. As we said, he's such a talent and not a rider to be underestimated, as he's proven today. Just an unfortunate accident with his with his knee, just tweaking his knee slightly, an old injury, and then I think he had a bit of a problem with one of his sails, so had to go back out on his mate's sail. So yeah, a frustrating end, but yeah, still a great return to form, and proof that he's definitely not lost any of his skills. So hopefully we'll see Jamie at some more events throughout the tour. So going to the heat in front of us now then, we've got Lena Schmid, who we're not seeing. She has a Vulcan on her side of the draw. And then we're just waiting for scores to come in for Iris as well. Stera just stabilising with a Vulcan as well. And she will sail away. Just one of those things. She's done the Vulcan, now she can go, right, let's think about doing the Spock. So just controlling it there, seeing with the mast, as we've said before, you know, grabbing the mast is going to really, really help. So check in. If you guys are watching on YouTube, leave us a comment. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for, who you're supporting. As we see, we get into the rounds of the women before we go into the seeded rounds. So Stera Meyer picking up a bit of speed. What are we going to see? I know she does the flacker on that side. She's going to be looking for that flacker. So perhaps not quite enough speed. Yeah, and she's figured it out. Right, I'll just tack round and wait for the next gust. Iris pushing round, but just sheeting the sail out. Doesn't quite manage to get round it. That's Lena Schmid. So it seems to be the battle of the Vulcans, with every girl having landed a Vulcan. In each of their heats. As we said, you know, they'll probably now be looking to try and step that up and turn that into a Spock, and trying to also you know, add some different moves to the mix, whether it's Stera doing some flackers. We saw Iris earlier doing some grubbies as well, you know, trying to add in. So just over 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Just over 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. And we will be catching up on the action. So Iris, Elena Dominic going for that grubby there on the Severn, but just going down into the water. Maybe water starting out. We'll see if the judges let that count. Philip on Facebook, make a Freestyle Pro Tour at Meltemi Windsurfing Karpathos. Absolutely, we'd love to. Tell them to get in touch, and we can organise it. We'd love to come to Karpathos. I've always wanted to go anyway. It looks nice and windy there. Yeah, for sure. Tell them to get in touch, and we can organise an event. So the girls here looking like the wind has dropped a little bit for this heat. So tacking round. Nice little view of the competitors area, the Red Bull tent, and yeah, the kind of riders area and what's going on there. Seems pretty chilled out vibes. Obviously, you know, we're getting into the end of the day now. As I said, the pointy end of the double elimination. So it'd be interesting to see who ends up on top. So currently leading, we've got Iris Zechner leading over Stera Meyer, and we've got Lena Schmid leading over Elena Dominik. So Lena with a Vulcan on both sides. Oh, and that has just changed. As I say that, Elena with that grubby coming in at 147. So yeah, not quite as high as she maybe wanted, but still, as I said, some points on the board. As we come into the last seconds of this heat, it looks like it will be Lena Schmid going through and Iris Zechner also. Oh! Doing the splits there, that could have ended badly. And as we come into the end of that heat, it looks like, yeah, Lena Schmid and Stera Meyer. Oh, Stera Meyer, yeah, with a Spock, a last-minute Spock, will be advancing through against Iris and Elena. So now we will be going alternating between men and women, one heat at a time. So next up, we have heat 30, A and B for the men's. Don't forget, guys, you can head over to EFPT.net, where you can switch up the ladders and you can find out who will be up against who. So real nice view there of the full event site. You can see all the tents being set up around the park. There's a Ferris wheel on the far side, and we are right over on that left side. You can see the Red Bull tent on the pier, and you can see all the guys out on the water. So next up, just refreshing the site, but we've got Sam Steve up against Mikey Czech. So this is going to be very, very exciting. Mikey Czech coming out of, well, not coming out of nowhere, of course, but smashing through the double elimination, going up against the Flying Frenchman, Sam Steve, and then the other side, the standard face-off. These guys have faced each other so many times. Steven van Brockhoven against Amado Vrieswijk. You can see heat win percentage for Amado particularly is crazy, but 68% as well for Steven. That highest scoring move is shifties for both of them. Again, I'm not sure we're going to see shifties today, but yeah, still pretty awesome to see. Let us know in the comments who you think is going to be winning this event, or who is going to be getting through this heat at least, but also let us know your predictions for who's going to win the event. So that is the yellow flag, it looks like, going up. So 1 minute to go until the start of this heat. Sam Steve against Mikey Czech and Amado Vrieswijk against Steven van Brockhoven. Tin, which heat is coming next for the men? Well, we're just about to start. It is Sam Steve against Mikey Czech and Amado Vrieswijk up against Steven van Brockhoven. As I said, we are getting into the pointy end of the men's double elimination, and it's going to be very exciting to see the next few heats and how it goes. And then on YouTube as well, that is the green flag up. What is the forecast for tomorrow? Very similar to today, but a bit less wind. So ideally, I think we're going to try and get the whole double elimination finished today, if we can. It's still relatively early here. It's only 4:40. Mikey Czech pumping onto the plane, getting as much speed as he can, ducking that sail, and a real nice bob there to kick things off. Mikey, one of the biggest things Mikey is doing is staying busy. He's not messing around, pumping into anything and just trying to pump himself and jump around as many moves as he can and just get points on the board. Sam Steve following in his footsteps, pumping onto the plane. Already done a flacker on port tack, so he'll be looking for his second move of this heat. And what are we going to see? Maybe a bob as well, ducking that sail or a culo. And there's the culo from Sam Steve. Really nice culo from Sam. And Steven van Brockhoven with that Barracuda again. He's bringing that move back. Perfect for the lighter winds, coming in at 5-2-4 just for that one move. It's already putting some good points on the board. That culo for Sam and Steve coming in at 4-5-7. Oh, wanting to go for the Spock there for Mikey, but just not quite making it round. Getting a bit stuck there. Nice culo there on the other side for Sam and Steve. That's another thing. The culo, you know, as a lot of the guys say, is a move that you can kind of do in not much wind. So if you've got it on both sides, it's a big move to have. And because it's on opposite sides, you, if anything, the judges like it more. You're not going to get diversity fine or anything like that. Yeah, it's a really good move to be able to do. Sam and Steve sliding through a silky smooth E-slider there. Yeah, Sam almost taking inspiration from Mikey as well, getting busy. Stay busy. Mikey, a bit of a flacker, a little bit of an upwind 3, not really taking off out of the water. But we'll see if the judges give that a score. So far, Sam and Steve doing really well, running away with this heat a little bit, with a total heat score of 12.38. Mikey Czech trailing behind a little bit, 3.74. Steven van Brockhoven 7.7, Amado Vrieswijk 2.2. Grubby there from Sam and Steve. So Amado Vrieswijk as well, with just a lollipop, which is the kind of Willie Skipper into sort of a clue first rotation. Amado looking a little bit frustrated there. Perhaps this is not the wind he wants really for this competition. You know, ideally he's looking for something a little bit stronger. Obviously he's from Bonaire, used to the lighter winds, but this is perhaps a little bit too light for him. But we're still seeing some of the other riders planing. But obviously, as Amado said, and as we've all said, it still needs to be fair competition. So we'll wait and see how he gets on. So not really much wind. There's a few scores, but we're halfway through the heat now. It'll be one of those things we wait and see. The judges may decide to cancel this heat and order a resale, but we'll just have to wait and see. Amado Vrieswijk desperately pumping onto the plane, but just no avail there. Just not quite getting what he wants, and you can see a bit of frustration on him. Yeah, and there's the arm going up. Little replay there of a bit of frustration. You can see the passion there. Amado obviously really wanting to do it, and there's the cancellation flag there, guys. So there will be a resale of this heat. Obviously just not the wind not playing ball with us. That heat has been cancelled. I'm sure Sam and Steve will be a little bit frustrated with that, but at the same time it has to be fair. Amado going for a fist bump with, I think that's the drone. Getting a bit close. But yeah, it will need to be a resale. Billy Short, obviously there's not much wind, but the coverage is great. Loving the drone shots. Thanks, guys. Thank you very much, Billy. We know you know a thing or two about cameras, photo angles, and everything like that, so we very much appreciate it. Obviously, there's nothing we can do about the wind, but I mean, considering we've done an entire single elimination for both the men and the women, and we're most of the way through a double elimination for both the men and women as well, I'd say it's been a pretty successful day. Ideally, you know, obviously the dream is that we get to finish these eliminations, but we'll just have to take whatever we can get. And here's a couple of replays of some of the moves from that heat. Despite it being cancelled, there was still a little bit of action from a couple of the riders. But yeah, obviously it still has to be a fair competition with all the riders able to kind of perform and showcase their moves. Some more comments coming in on Facebook. Thanks for the excellent coverage. Oh, you guys. But thank you, yeah. As Adam said earlier, you know, we've tried to make a real effort for the live stream this year. It's going to be a big part of the tour. You know, after all, if we're putting events on, we want to be able to showcase it and have people watch it. You know, even if the wind's not quite playing ball. Yeah, if we can put on a good show for you guys, then that only helps windsurfing and get more people into the sport. So yeah, that's the goal with the live stream. So to answer properly while we've got a bit of time, the forecast for tomorrow, very similar direction to today, looking quite a bit less strong, but looking sunnier and warmer. So we're not too sure, but as I said, ideally what we want to be doing is finishing the double elimination today. Because I think, yeah, I think it's probably not going to be windy at all tomorrow. So we'll have to wait and see. And then I think Saturday and Sunday as well look like there's going to be no wind. So I think it will be largely kind of towing over the weekend. But if we can finish today with a result, that would be the dream. That would be ideal. Some of the girls deciding the beautiful part about the lake is you don't need to sail in, especially if you've got a sail upwind, you can just walk. So the girls choosing to walk back in while the rest of the guys are kind of waiting for their heat to be resailed. So red flag is up. So it's now just a bit of a waiting game to see. So as you can see there from the drone shot, the wind really looks like it's dropped off. Yeah, as the yellow flag goes up. We look to hopefully run this heat with a bit more breeze. As we said, it's kind of coming through in waves. You know, you get a few minutes of a load of wind and then it kind of drops off and then it comes back in. So, yeah, it's just one of those things where you have to kind of wait and see. You can see Hannah And Emma, our event photographer, hanging out on the little houseboat. Looks very comfy, but a little bit precarious hanging off the side of the boat there. You don't want to be falling in, because I think from what everyone said, it's still a bit cold. You can actually see the guys look like they're planing out there as it looks like the yellow flag comes down, the green flag goes up, and we are on for the start of this heat. So resail, Sam and Steve and Mikey Czech. Sam and Steve with a Kulo, Mikey Czech with a Kono. A little bit wet on that Kono for Mikey, but points on the board. Steven van Brockhoven planes past them, as you can see there, so hopefully this will be a bit of a more powered up start to this heat as Sam and Steve ducks the sail and does a Kulo on the other side as well. Mikey Czech pumping the sail, trying to get round to Shaka, but it just goes in. So points on the board, a Kulo on both sides for Sam and Steve, bringing a nice score so far of 8.08. Just waiting for it to update on your screens there. And a burner as well on starboard for Sam and Steve. That'll add nicely. So already 3 moves on the board with just over 7 minutes, just under 7 minutes to go. Mikey Czech ducking the sail. And there is the Kulo, flipping the sail, stabilising and sailing away. Anyone familiar with the Trictionary? Ducks the sail there, Sam, and swings himself round a nice Kono. He's got those regular ducking moves on both sides, down. So Sam already putting some moves on the board. A ponch and a Kulo for Steven van Brockhoven, and a ponch and a Kulo as well for Amado Vrieswijk. Steven's coming in at slightly higher scores, especially the Kulo. But yeah, still a much better heat than the last one. Switch Chachu there from Sam and Steve. A nice kind of slightly older school, I suppose, sliding move. And just a Vulcan there from Mikey. Looked like he was wanting to kind of shove it spock, but didn't quite get the shove it really. So Sam and Steve picking up a bit of speed. And nice Shaka there from, see, keeping the sail up really high to try and keep the power in it. You know, in these light winds, you want to keep that sail quite high on a Shaka. So Sam and Steve really running away with it, and Amado Vrieswijk with a Shaka 360 to jump himself ahead of Steven, who looks like he crashed a shove-it spock. So after this heat, we will go to women's heat 15, as Steven does a really nice air funnel 360 on the drone camera there on your bottom left. As Sam and Steve picks up a little bit of speed. Main camera ducking that sail in regular. And there's the Kono. So Sam has actually filled his score sheet on both sides with a Kulo, Kono and Shaka on port tack, and a Kulo, a burner and a switch Chachu on starboard. So that Kono, I'd say, will replace the switch Chachu of his on starboard. Yep, and that's done that immediately. So that puts Sam up to 24.85. Mikey Czech on 12.42. Amado Vrieswijk just trailing now after that air funnel into funnel from Steven van Brockhoven. Pumps him just above Amado Vrieswijk with 15.98 and Amado on 13.03. So a good 3 or 4 minutes of action there as we get into the halfway mark of this heat. And let's see what the second half brings. I see the drone just cruising through there, catching these great shots of Amado, kind of following Amado a little bit. Just checking in on the comments up on Facebook and on YouTube. Let us know where you're watching from. And as we get into the end of this double elimination, a full day of competition, let us know who you're rooting for, who you want to see on the podium. So Amado pumping pretty desperately, hoping to catch a little bit of gust. It looks like there's a bit of a gust upwind. Amado will just jump round a lollipop there. Stephen, I say, is probably going to go for the Barracuda. We've seen it in nearly every heat today. It's like the lollipop, but nobody else can do it. And there it is. The Barracuda from Stephen. Just gets the edge on the lollipop. You see coming out of it there and just slicing that sail into the wind and just bringing himself round that 360. So Stephen currently still leading, with that Barracuda coming in at 5.66, giving him a pretty sizable lead over Amado. Nice E-slider there as well. That lad, his third move on starboard tack. So Stephen now filling his score sheet slowly. So Phil, he's got 3 moves now on starboard, including that E-slider you've just seen. And then port tack, he's got a ponch and a Barracuda. And he needs to do one more move. And that will fill his score sheet. Likewise, Mikey Czech on the other side of the draw up against Sam and Steve. He will be looking to add a third move on port. He's got a Kono, a Kulo and a Spock on starboard, but just a Vulcan and a Flaka on port tack. So Stephen pumping. Wanted to shove at Spock, but just went down there. Amado just kind of cruising back-winded a little bit, looking for a gust. Again, seeing that frustration. You know, he was saying earlier, the hardest bit for him is getting planing. Once he's planing, he can kind of force himself around a move. But in these conditions, it's the getting planing that's the difficult part. You see him pumping desperately, but just not getting the power. So 14.90 for Michael Czech and 25.67 for Sam and Steve. 15.90 for Amado and 24.22 for Stephen van Brockhoven. Amado just not finding the power that he needs. With just over a minute to go, it's going to get a little bit desperate for him. Nice switch Chachu there. I know it's perhaps not what he wanted, but it will help add to his scores. That's his second move on starboard tack. Now he could do with another move on port tack ideally to help try and replace that lollipop, only coming in at 2.87. Stephen's Barracuda coming in at 5.66. So just showing you the difference. It's very similar kind of style move, but the Barracuda, just for the nature of it and the fact that nobody else does it, making all the difference. Stephen with a nice Shaka 360 there. That will be his third score on port tack. Amado with a grubby there on starboard. So this will get quite close, I think. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sam kind of continues to improve on the Kono that he did on port tack with a no-handed Flaka, and then adding an air funnel on starboard tack as well. It looks like that is the end of that heat. Red flag is up. And it seems that Stephen van Brockhoven and Sam and Steve will advance through. Little freestyle fireworks to kick off this heat. A couple of simultaneous moves. Kulo on both sides there for Sam and Steve. And a nice burner as well. Perhaps not the move we've been seeing much of. Nice Kulo there from Mikey Czech to answer back. Good Kono there from Sam. Barracuda there from Stephen. And Amado just frustration. But a silky smooth switch Chachi. But yeah, just not what he wanted. And Stephen just capping that heat off with a nice Shaka 360. Amado aggressive with that grubby. Looks like he was taking some frustration out on that board there, stomping it. So that is heat 30A and B for the men's. The next men's heats will be man-on-man heats rather than 4-man, because we are getting into the end of this. But next up, we are going to women's heat 15. Women's Heat 15, where we have Lena Schmid up against Stera Meyer. So the two girls advancing from the last two heats, as you get a nice view on your screen of our area. And then the judging boat there, so you can see the red flag is up. So we've got Lena Schmid against Stera Meyer. Lena, I think, is on a duotone sail. She's been changing sails a little bit because, as we said, Claire was saying as well, Claire Elliott was saying they've been kind of swapping sails around a little bit to kind of see who because a lot of people haven't got 4/8s and 5/2s and things. A few impressions of our nice rash vests, all made with recycled ocean plastic this year, and they're going to be reusable as well. So they're not going to be for the they're not going to be there for the riders to kind of take at every event, things like that. They're going to have to give them back, and then they'll go back after the next tour events and things like that. A couple of the women there having a bit of a chat about what's coming up, what the conditions are like, what size sails they're taking. Little view of the riders' area there. You can see the sun is out, and when you're out of the wind, it is nice and toasty, nice and warm. So if you guys getting the sun on their face, and enjoying the vibes here in the beautiful Burgenland area on the shores of Lake Neusiedl. So it looks like this heat is gearing up to get started. We have Stera Meyer on your left screen, and we've got Lena Schmid on the purple duotone. So not much action to kick this heat off, looking like a bit of a slow start. But as we've seen, you do get this kind of few minutes of no wind, and then you get a few minutes of lots of wind. So hopefully this is just the few minutes of no wind, and then it will all start to kind of pick up. Stera getting into those foot straps. Perhaps getting ready to try and get herself playing in. Oh, just going for attack there. Sud-West coming in. Bravo, Mikey. Some love coming in for Mikey Czech. Yeah, did a sick job getting all the way through there. I think just being stopped by Sam and Steve there. But I mean, that's no bad thing, to get all the way through up into the top few riders is super impressive. So next heat for the men's, heat 31, which will be coming after this, is Sam and Steve up against Steven van Brockhoven. And then we will be going into the kind of final few heats. So it'll be like essentially a knockout elimination now for the rest of the men's double. So it'll be Sam and Steve up against Steven van Brockhoven. Winner of that will go up against Antoine Albert. Winner of that will go up against Dieter van der Eycken. The winner of that will go up against Jentel Kers. And then the winner of that finally will face Jacopo Testa. And the women's heat here, just not seeing the wind, unfortunately. And the same can be said for this heat. So the winner of this heat will go up against Hannah Poschinger. Winner of that heat will go up against Lisa Kloster in Heat 17. Heat 18, the winner of the previous one will go up against Lena Ertzen. And then the winner of that will go up against Micah Hooverman. But we are definitely in the dying hours of this day and the wind. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they have to kind of can't call this heat off, because it looks like we're not really seeing much action, unfortunately. But let's check in on the Facebook and over on the YouTube and see how the forecast is looking for tomorrow as well. Manolis, nice sailing, Mikey. Congrats. So let's take a little look at the forecast for tomorrow. Is there hope? Has the wind picked up? It would appear no. The wind, so it's still saying around kind of 9 to 13 knots, 8 to 14 knots tomorrow during the day. So yeah, frustratingly, I'm not sure that we're going to get the conditions tomorrow to run it. So I think the plan is that we will be trying to finish the double eliminations today, as doesn't look like we've got any wind after tomorrow at all. Saturday and Sunday don't look like there's any wind. So yeah, ideally tomorrow we will be looking to finish this elimination. So Stera pumping onto the plane there. Looked like she almost wanted to go for a little Vulcan there, but just not quite there. Tack around, maybe she'll be going for a Vulcan on the other side. Lena getting up onto the plane as well. Looks like there's a couple of gusts coming through now. So no moves down. We'll have to wait and see what the judges think, but I know they're under a lot of pressure to try and finish this day. So every time we resail a heat, it becomes very difficult to guarantee that day will be finished. But obviously, you know, if these guys aren't able to really put any moves down on the board, it becomes extremely difficult. Looks like a bit of coaching coming in there from Nicholas Nieblung, as some of the other women get ready. And that looks like Lena Schmid just crashing there, going for a Vulcan. So just refreshing. Don't forget, guys, you can head over to EFPT.net and you guys will find the scores. And it looks like this is becoming a chop hop competition. With the women. Yeah, you can see Stera putting her hands up there, a bit frustrated there, and there is the cancellation flag. Yep. So this heat will be abandoned, and we will be looking to run it again. And why don't we take a little break and get a little word in from some of the guys on the beach, maybe. All right, as we can see, the red flag is up, so 3 minutes to go until we have a resail of this heat. So after this, taking a little look at the heat ladder then, guys. What have we got coming up? So it looks like... So this is women's heat 15. So including this heat, I think we have 11 heats left, but then obviously there will be a super final afterwards. So I think 13 heats, as far as I know, but I could be wrong. But yeah, so yeah, a few after this heat, after we've resailed women's heat 15, it'll go to men's heat 31, women's heat 16, men's heat 32, and so on like that. So it'd be one heat, just two-man heats for the men's fleet and two-man heats for the women's fleet as well. So cruising across, yeah, there's still gusts out there, but it's just getting really inconsistent now. Obviously, as we get to the end of the day as well, it is going to start to cool down, and that is probably going to stop the wind being as good as well. Dieter van der Eycken having a little moment there, realising that he's caught on camera. Probably getting himself geared up to get out on the water into ready for his finals coming up. So, and that is the green flag up, and this heat is starting, and it already looks like off to a better start. Both girls planing. Stera Meyer pumping downwind, going for that Vulcan, but just not enough speed. So Lena Schmid on your right-hand side screen, pumping up onto the plane, getting planing. And then Lena Ertzen sitting there, I think, with her dad there, maybe taking a look through some videos, working on some coaching of what she needs to do. Lena Schmid looking a little bit frustrated there, kind of got planing, but then didn't. It kind of dropped off a little bit. So kind of dropped off the plane a little bit there. Just sort of struggling for power a little bit. Lena doing a bit of light wind freestyle there. As Amanda Vrieswijk coming in off the water. And back into the action. Stera Meyer getting into the foot straps, pumping up onto the plane. But to no avail. So looking like another frustrating heat. Looks like maybe we're going to get a few words in from Mikey Czech, a real standout of this event, and a clear huge improvement on his performance from last year. So Lena, a bit of power, just running out of speed there, bringing her hands up, looking like she was going to go for the Vulcan. It looks like Stera there doing a Vulcan, but just coming off at the end. Super frustrating there. So far, still no scores on the board. We'll have to see what the judges are going to do, whether they're going to decide to sack this off. It does look like the wind is just dropping off even more now. You know, we've gone through almost 2 full heats now without these guys really properly getting planing. Yeah, it's going to start being difficult. There's still not a huge amount of cloud coverage, but as I said, I think it's down to there being... It cooling down. You know, we're getting to the end of the day here. It's 5:15 now, so I think that is probably why. You were finding the wind starting to come down. And joining me, some fire in the booth, Mr. Adam Sims. I heard you've been flying FPV drones or something, have you?
Get my PlayStation on.
Yeah, mate. And Lena just going down on a Vulcan there.
Yeah, I seem to have found the moment where it was...
no wind.
Really no wind.
Yeah. I was just saying, I feel like it has really dropped off now. I don't know whether it's as we get to the end of the day, the temperature cools down, the thermal effect seems to have stopped.
I heard earlier, I mean, maybe you can see it here on this bigger screen, but Steri's on 4.0.
Yeah, she is. She told me earlier. She came and sat in the booth.
That is crazy.
She doesn't have a bigger sail. Yeah. She says she doesn't know how to sail 4.4, so...
Cleaning the mud off.
Yeah.
Right, even she's not planing. But I mean,
I don't know what size Lena's on. Is Lena on 4.8?
She should at least take 5.2. I mean,
who? Stera.
Stera,
yeah. She'd be planing all the time. And there's the cancellation flag again.
A cancellation flag indeed. So yeah, it looks like that one's over. Stera does a nice gecko.
That was a nice gecko. Yeah.
Well done. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Good to learn moves like that. So it looks like yeah. I mean, it looks like things are kind of probably going to go a little bit on towards standby. I would imagine.
I would say so. Yeah. That's the second time we've had to cancel that heat, and it's, like I said, I think it's close but no cigar. We are so close to the end to finishing it. I think we've got 13 heats left.
Is it just 13 left? Oh yeah.
Well, we're on heat 15 now. If we go to here, heat 15 now. So we've got 15, and then 12 heats left to sail.
Okay.
Well, potentially with 2 super finals as well.
So it's not far off.
No.
And tomorrow, I mean, let's check the updated forecast. Let's have a quick look around.
I just had a look on Wingu, and it's not looking hugely promising.
It's not, okay.
But, I mean, again, it could be one of those things.
The direction is okay. 9 to 14 knots. It's light. But it's another warm day. It's actually a touch more.
I think it's warmer,
it's a touch more than today. And after today's warm day, you know,
so it could be the case that tomorrow kind of midday to the afternoon. We saw the most wind between kind of 11 and 3 today.
Yeah, absolutely. There'll be quite a bit of standby, I think.
Tomorrow?
Yeah. Until we see an opportunity for some wind, perhaps. So yeah, we'll see how we handle that with the live and stuff, but we'll keep people updated on the social media channels.
Absolutely. But I mean, the fact that what we've done today, I mean, yeah,
got a long way.
we've done an entire men's and women's single elimination.
Reminiscent of 2021, where we finished off sort of the second half of the single elimination, did the whole double elimination,
but that was just the men's. Today we've done an entire men's single,
absolutely, yeah.
Entire men's single, an entire women's single, and the majority of a men's and women's double as well.
Absolutely. So it's been a long day.
We've broken the record. We're almost at 10.5 hours now of live streaming.
How are you feeling?
Yeah.
How's the voice?
I don't know. I think it's okay. Yeah, but yeah, I think we've done 10.5 hours, which is, yeah. I mean, thank you. There's still, I believe, there are some people that have been watching the entire time.
No, respect, keeping going, holding on strong.
Flip
so
is
I mean
coming in.
that light, you see that's actually kind of the storm warning light.
Oh, right.
Here. So they're expecting kind of bad weather to come in. So
if only.
I wonder if that might.
I mean, that's been on all day,
option,
I think,
so.
maybe, but
yeah, absolutely.
yeah. This is good. Now that you're
Red
here for
flags
this
up.
question. Red flags up. We've got 3 minutes. Do they get scored for light wind semi-planing tricks, gecko, backwinded, etc.?
No. It must be planing manoeuvres.
Yep.
The Vulcans, things like this. There are a small variation of jibes that do count, and that's about as sort of the lower end of the scale on the manoeuvres. So it's mostly, it is planing manoeuvres. So
yeah. So there is your answer. Yeah, planing manoeuvres. I saw a couple of chop hops were counting for some of the women as well, though, because technically that is a planing manoeuvre, I suppose.
Yes.
But scoring. Scoring very lightly.
Yeah.
But
So we have the yellow flag up. Would that be a resale of this upcoming heat? That's
the third that would be the third resale.
Oh, nice.
That would be the third. That would be the third resale of women's heat 15.
Well, they're getting a lot of time on the water. So.
They certainly are. Yeah. So that would be Lena Schmid against Stera Meyer. As far as I know, that was the resale, and that is the green flag up. So if we take a look out,
we have a little peer out our window here.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're.
It looks like
we're jumping straight ahead.
A lot shorter, and the sails got bigger. So it looks like Steve van Brockhoven against Sam and Steve.
Yep.
Sam planing straight off the bat. So pumping. Going to go for the moves right on the wind line there. Popping in a flacker, making
right on that
720.
wind line, isn't he?
Yeah. Stephen is very much not planing at the moment. Sam's giving his fin a little wash there.
Did you get a chance to chat to Amado at all when he came in?
I didn't know. I wasn't quite nearby him. I actually saw him on the stream. I was inside the live booth at the time. So
he looked like maybe a bit of frustration going on.
Yeah, a bit
of
frustration. I was flying the drone earlier and got quite close, and I could see him a little bit frustrated.
There was a bit of shaking the sail and a bit of bit of frustration. But I mean, it's part of the game.
There we go. Replay of the Flacker
360.
Flacker 3. That's why he cleaned his fin.
Yeah, because he hit the bottom. He's like looking around, having a laugh. Yeah.
He just spun around on the mud and flipped his board over and gave it a little wash.
Yeah.
Sam's a fun one to hang around. He's so talented. He's just crazy in manoeuvres. I mean, he's got the record of kind of air combos with a quad.
Four air funnels.
Air funnel, isn't it?
Yeah.
In Dakler, a spot you were at recently. How was that?
There's a lot of kites.
Yeah.
A lot of kites.
Yeah, but you had some good conditions.
Crazy conditions. Yeah. I mean, I was expecting to go and it be, on the edge, kind of 4-8 weather. But we got there and they were like, no, you add 5 to 10 knots to the forecast if it's hot and sunny. Yeah. So I was stacked on 4-4 almost every day.
Crazy. Yeah, good destination.
It was an amazing spot if anyone's looking to go. There are a lot of kites now, but I mean, you can easily find room. The lagoon's massive, and then you can head round to the speed spot. I found that the speed spot was very, very busy, but the lagoon itself is amazing. And there's a flat spot at the other end of the lagoon as well, depending on which side you're on. But it's definitely worth a visit. I know, Sam and Steve spends quite a lot of time there, doesn't he? As does Adrian Bosson.
Yeah, Adrian surprisingly went there a few times and actually almost a little bit stealth mode.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes I was writing him and it's like, oh, Medakla. Oh,
He does clinics there and things, doesn't he?
Oh, does
he
he?
does coaching
Okay.
courses and stuff, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's quite an easy place to get to from France.
There's a direct flight from Paris once a week, I
Is
found
there?
out.
Okay,
Yeah. Yeah, because there was some actually people from the UK there that had driven down to Paris and
I see.
flown there.
So scores are up. Sam and Steve, 25 points.
I don't feel like that is accurate. I think that is points from the previous.
Not quite accurate. So it looks like, I think we'll probably get a refresh on that at some point.
I would say so, but to be honest, I can't. Well, we've still got 5 minutes to go. I mean, if it starts blowing in a minute and carries on, then I think we'll be good. But yeah, I'd say there's definitely old scores. We're just waiting for that to hit the refresh.
So what's happening? Who's out there? Who's tuning in? Leave some comments on the social channels. And yeah, I mean, if you want to have a chat with anyone else, you want to hear someone come in the booth and ask them a question, or you want us to go around, then we can ask around the event site and get some questions, some tips on moves, things like that. How is certain new gear?
Yeah, absolutely. There's been some great insights coming through from all the guys that have joined us in the booth today. Whether it's talking about different moves, tactics for lighter winds, which moves are good to do in which conditions. It's been really, really interesting.
So here's a little one of the riders' chill out areas, a little Red Bull chill out area. So got a couple of the riders there, parents as well. The parents of Piero were there, just there in the corner, and they're just catching up, watching the stream in
good
a warm place. So a little bit cool with that fresh breeze,
especially
outside.
as the sun goes in. Yeah.
So heat abandoned.
Heat cancelled as well.
Yeah.
So now what we're going to do, I think, is after this heat, why don't we take a look at some of the highlights from earlier today?
Yes, sure.
And the single elimination. Let's take a look at that.
Yeah, sounds great.
Yeah,
Definitely.
see some action.
Look to do some of that.
Very hard because the wind is shifting, so it's hard to do these moves. Super happy.
I'm super happy and I managed to do a few moves and I'm super stoked I won. Congrats also to Lina, she was ripping, and all the other girls, of course. Everyone was doing a sick job and it's just great to see everyone motivating each other and having a great time on the water, and I think that's the most important.
Beautiful.
So.
And there it is. Sorry, you catching us basically just staring at the TV. That's
Yeah,
why
got
we're
a
leaning
big
forward.
screen here right in front of
looking
us.
in.
Enjoying the action.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's the day one highlights. I mean, that already feels like a different day to where we are now.
Yeah, I mean, we had some really great wind come through earlier. It was definitely for, 5 or 6 hours of fairly
like I
decent
said,
wind.
I think from kind of 10, 11 o'clock up until about 3 o'clock, it was just peak. And it was gusty, of course, but largely there was just moves going down everywhere.
Yeah, and I mean, on a day like today as well, there's a real mix of emotions. I remember seeing and hearing a lot of people coming and actually super excited and happy. Earlier on, there was some stressful moments with the lighter wind. But there was really also some excited riders coming in, and I even saw one of them like really kind of down after the single elimination. Double elimination came in the stronger wind, and they were really
happy
up again. So it can be tough to handle that as a competitor.
Absolutely.
But, it's
part of the game.
Part of the game.
Yeah,
exactly. So
if you sign up for a competition, you've got to be ready to lose as well as ready to win.
Yeah.
Obviously you've got to hope that you don't, and I guess you want to put that in the back of your mind and not think about that and go, right, focus on doing your moves and winning, but you've got to go into it being prepared for that. Obviously it's always frustrating when it's kind of the choice is taken out of your hands if you don't feel like you get the conditions to showcase your moves. Of course that's the thing, but that's part of the sport we're doing as well.
Exactly, exactly. And of course, there's a winner as well, and Jakob Tester taking the win on the men's side, Marco Huberman.
Like I said, I didn't call that at all, but I was actually chatting to Amado, and I said, and maybe this is me being a bit harsh with Jakob Tester, but part of the time, sometimes I feel like he's kind of always the bridesmaid. Do you know what I mean? He's very often second or third. Yeah. He's always on the podium, and sometimes he perhaps isn't in that first position as much as someone like Amado. Yeah. So it's great to see him take the top of the single. And to be honest, he did outperform almost everyone else this morning.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd say him and Dieter for me were my two standout sailors from this morning.
Really performed well as well. Yeah, I was really impressed. And I mean, Dieter's had a long career in freestyle.
Yeah.
Much like Steven, those guys have been
going. They're both world champions. They're both world champions.
Still pushing there right at the top. It's so impressive. It's really something. Something that is a testament to the passion and dedication to the sport.
Well, I mean, it was interesting as well. I chatted to Amado about it yesterday, and I got Dieter and talking about it today of how Dieter kind of didn't fall out with love with freestyle, but he kind of focused a lot more on wave sailing for a couple of years, maybe distanced himself, perhaps wasn't enjoying it as much, and then I think he took a lot of pressure off himself over the last couple of years and realised, look, I don't really have anything to prove. I've been a world champion, I've got all the moves, I'm just going to go to the events and have a good time.
Yeah.
And I think he said, in the last couple of years, he loves freestyle more than ever now. And I think it's taking that pressure off himself. And even like chatting to Jim Jam, Jamie Howard came and sat in with me for a little bit and chatted to him. And, he's kind of hurt his knee a little bit on that Skopu that he did against Bosson and stuff. But he's like, I just came in with no pressure on myself. So I'll just go out, do some moves and see how I get on. And I think often that's the best attitude to have. Because if you put the pressure on yourself, suddenly, as soon as you crash once, you go, oh dear. It's not going well, this. Whereas if there's no pressure, you go, well, see how it goes.
That's exactly the point. And if you have that pressure and you crash and stuff like this, as you said, it can really kind of, it can affect you and it can kind of make
just builds up in your head, up in your head. Yeah.
So, but that no pressure approach and having that when you come to a competition is fantastic. I mean, for Jamie Howard, is shown really
he's still got
a great level, and it's a bit gutting. He got that injury. He perhaps could have maybe held onto his place in the double there and had a fifth.
I mean, if he'd been up at it and not taking anything away from Mikey Czech and what he's achieved today. Mikey Czech has just burnt through so many heats.
Yes. Another name to talk about, definitely. He's an absolute tear.
Yeah, he's just absolutely rinsed his way through. But I think if he was coming up against an informed Jamie Howard earlier on, it might have been a different story. But of course, that's a story for a parallel universe somewhere where Jamie didn't tweak his knee. So we can only focus on what happened, not what could have happened.
Indeed. So that's the postponement flag up. If you're wondering, the red and white flag. So things are on standby at the moment, probably waiting for conditions to improve. I think what we'll do is we'll go on standby a little bit here in the booth, and we'll just leave a note on screen for you guys and keep you updated that way. We'll see if the wind conditions improve, and we'll look to, hopefully there's a nice fly or jet water going by. We'll look to hopefully complete the double elimination later, or perhaps tomorrow.
But if not, even if we don't, even if we decide to finish for the day, we'll still check back in, go live for 5 minutes, have a bit of a chat about today, plan for tomorrow, and then we will sign off for the evening.
Post show coming up, indeed. So
absolutely.
We'll go on standby for a bit. And looking forward to catch up with everyone later. Have a bit of a post show.
Go and enjoy, guys. It's getting to 5 o'clock in most places. So crack open a beer when we go live again, and fingers crossed we can finish up the action. If not, we'll see you later for the post show. Hello, friends. We're live again. For the last time today, the fleets have just been released. Danny Cater, the race director, has just come on and said that is it for the day. The wind has dropped off too much, and we are going to be stopping and looking, hopefully, as Adam said earlier, to continue and finish off the double. We don't have much left. We literally need 2 hours of wind.
Yeah,
basically,
it's
don't we?
not much time left on not many heats left. If you look at the eliminations, it's I think 5 on each side, maybe 6 if we get that super final. So it could be 10 to 12 heats left, and it's really not much left to go. So I mean, it's close to completing all in one day, which would have been quite a feat, but hasn't quite come to fruition.
No.
We have, I mean, you see there, that's the judges after a long day coming back in. But let's have a look through that single elimination.
Yeah, I mean, you've been jumping around, obviously, so you perhaps didn't get to sit and watch the action quite as much as me. So, I mean, do you looking at it immediately? Have you got any highlights? Interesting. Before I go into mine, any highlights from your side? I've got a couple for me.
Yeah, in the single elimination, I mean, I know that Antoine Albert had a great run, and he was really happy to get there to the sort of into the finals. Unfortunately, didn't quite make it onto the podium for now, but chance of that potentially tomorrow.
He's sitting comfortable, yeah.
He's definitely happy with how he's done today. I know once you're at that level where you're really pushing for the top, you're really aiming for the first place, of course. But I think it's really respectful to end up in a solid 4th position. So if I'd ever made 4th in my day, I've been stoked. So incredible result. There's another name actually who did well in the double, and we'll come to that. But Miki Jack, he did very well in the double, but we'll come to that. So here on the single elimination, I think it was probably for me Antoine Albert, sailor of the single. For yourself?
I mean, I've got to go with my homeboy Jamie Howard.
Yes.
Me and Amado literally called it yesterday. We said he is going to cause some upsets, and he came straight out of the gates, beat Nicholas Nieblung, which is not a mean feat. That's not something easy to do. It's no mean feat. You know, knocks Nicholas Nieblung out, then goes up against Adrian Bosson and beats him as well.
What a draw.
You know, so getting through 2 heats, you know, it took Dieter van der Eycken to stop him.
I mean,
and Dieter van der Eycken then went on to podium.
Put that to perspective. Adrian Bosson is reigning vice champion at the moment, world champion.
Yeah, so he's 2nd in the world at the moment.
Yeah, he's 2nd in the world. So he's that's really an incredible, you know, result for Jamie, and he did it well. You know, he won.
It wasn't like Adrian, Adrian didn't look on form, I'm not going to lie, but it wasn't like Adrian didn't have any wind, or Jamie didn't win just because he's a lighter rider. Yeah. He won because he was putting down the moves.
Solid moves,
yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I think he had, like the first Kapakuchi of the day.
Yeah, it was. First Skopu, yeah.
Yeah, so it was, actually that would have been, was that the Skopu that caused him the knee injury?
It was the one, yeah. He came in and had a chat on the live stream earlier, and he said he thought it was, we all thought it was the one he had against Dieter, that he didn't land. He kind of looked like he landed a bit funny, but I think he looked like he landed funny. It was because he hurt his knee on the previous one. Yeah. It was the planing one he did against Adrian Bosson.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, and he said he saw that gust. He said to me later, he saw that gust and he went, "This is a Skopu gust." Yeah, awesome. And it delivered, and it was a planing Skopu.
But the thing is you, in those conditions, you also realise that every time you see that opportunity, it's the only time.
You've got to take it.
You've got to take it, and you've got to stick it well. So you can't afford to crash. You know, that could be the heat break or make for you. So it's it's really respectful for position for Jamie Howard. Done really well to get there, and of course, I mean the top 2.
I was about to say,
Jakob Batista, absolutely on form, firing, and